Grasping the summer cicada does not guarantee one can hold on to the entirety of summer. Yet, seizing this sword means possessing the whole realm of martial arts. He wields a 3-foot azure blade, bows not to sects, nor kneels to imperial authority. With a single stroke, he severs the celestial tower of the master of the sect, and with another, he topples the imperial crown of the sovereign. While the world trembles at the mention of the 8 Great Kings of Qin, say Pipa, and fears the 4 Little Demons of Chimeras, he strides forth with laughter beneath the moonlight. With a lone sword, I can conquer all. He refuses to be a mere sword slave or a puppet to a sword, aspiring only to be the invincible Sword Immortal, revered by all. Prologue in 40 years of spring and autumn, 2 generations bloom and wither. Shaofeng village, situated in the impoverished northwest, can barely be considered a third-rate settlement, with barren lands unable to sustain many inhabitants. Among the able-bodied men in the village, those with ambition are loath to toil in the soil and venture forth to seek their fortunes. The most ambitious head straight to the imperial capital or the vibrant Jiangnan, while those slightly less so aim for the ancestral land of the founding emperor or the provincial capital of Shanzhou. Even the least fortunate aspire to brave the largest stronghold in the western river plains, Danxiao village. Not to dwell on how many among these youths can establish themselves externally, it suffices to say that Shaofeng village now harbors merely 30 households, primarily composed of the elderly, the weak, and women and children, seemingly forgotten and living in harmony with this desolate land, until one day, an itinerant old man passed through, shattering the village's tranquility. The old man's age was indiscernible, his hair as white as snow, towering in stature, clad perpetually in black, carrying a long wooden box wrapped in the rare shoe brocade. Behind the village lay a precipice. On this day, the old man sat cross-legged upon the cliff, the wooden box resting upon his knees. Though summer had arrived, the fierce winds in the northwest howled relentlessly, causing his robe to flutter. After sitting motionless on the cliff for 2 hours, a small child approached, holding a freshly caught summer cicada. The child gazed curiously at the old man and the box upon his knees. The old man smiled, and for the first time, broke the silence, asking, "What is your name?" The child, unafraid and somewhat shy, replied, "I am Su Beiyu." The old man patted the ground beside him, saying, "Come, sit." The boy nodded and ran to sit beside the old man, imitating his posture. Thus, the elder and the youth sat side by side on the cliff, gazing at the scenery beyond and listening to the howling wind. The child's gaze lingered on the brocade-wrapped wooden box, and after much hesitation, he summoned his courage to ask, "What is inside?" The old man replied nonchalantly, "A sword." The child's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen a sword before. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly offered his summer cicada to the old man, earnestly stating, "I give you this. Can you show me what the sword looks like?" A mysterious smile graced the old man's face as he countered, "A cicada?" Su Beiyu shook his head, his expression earnest. "It is a summer." The old man paused, then let out a hearty laugh, accepting the cicada and unwrapping the shoe brocade to reveal a purple sandalwood box beneath. The dignified elder gradually rose, and as if the box possessed sentience, it stood upright. He placed his hand upon the box's top and softly uttered, "The national grievance remains unavenged while the body grows old. The sword within whispers at night. Young one, watch closely." As his words fell, the box trembled violently, releasing wisps of azure sword energy that illuminated the old man and the child in a shimmering hue. Then, with the old man's command, the box burst open with a thunderous sound. A surge of sword energy shot skyward, followed by the emergence of a 3-foot azure blade. Once, this sword was wielded by one who roamed the world unhindered. Su Beiyu's astonishment was palpable. Sometimes, a single cicada can encapsulate an entire summer. At other times, a single sword can overturn a vast expanse of the world. Chapter 1. The 6 riders from the Central Plains. Danxiao village, in this impoverished northwest region, barely ranks among the more prominent locales. Compared to the vibrant world of the Central Plains, it pales into insignificance, even becoming trivial. Today, a horse caravan, adorned with the air of nobility from the flourishing world, shatters the tranquility here. A total of 6 men and 6 horses, yet their demeanor exudes an arrogance surpassing that of 600 armored cavalry. An astute observer of horses would discern the source of their pride. 3 horses clearly bred from the military's finest, fit only for commanders, a heavenly horse from the kingdom of Baizhu, a dark steed from the grasslands, and a third, even more remarkable, displaying a hue akin to the legendary purple horse of Suru. If the horses are extraordinary, their owners require no further description. Their status transcends mere wealth. necessitating the addition of noble to the term rich. The leader, a young man clad in white, possesses a countenance as refined as jade, exuding an aura of spring-like warmth that invites familiarity. Yet, his mount, second only to the Sword Purple, serves as a constant reminder that this young nobleman is no ordinary scion of officials nor a figure within reach of common folk. Instilling a sense of trepidation in those who behold him. Three remarkably similar young men ride the warhorses, each movement marked by a strong military bearing, visibly adorned with standard military sabers. While they may not be soldiers, their ties to the military are undeniable. The man on the dark steed is a local bully, his family patriarch serving as the governor of Shanzhou, one of the three powerful figures wielding authority in the region. Though lacking in both literary and martial prowess, he rides the coattails of his father's reputation, making him a formidable presence in the northwest. As for the last rider on the Sword Purple, she is cloaked in a voluminous robe, her hood obscuring her features, though hints of femininity can be discerned. The nobleman on the heavenly horse appears amiable, yet beneath lies a deep-seated arrogance, showing indifference to the other riders while displaying an unusual warmth towards the woman on the Sword Purple. He converses softly with her. The local bully subtly signals to one of the three saber-wielding men and gestures towards the white-clad nobleman, whispering, "Li brother, who is this esteemed individual? Such a grand demeanor." The man referred to as Li brother smiled faintly, gesturing upwards, and replied softly, "A person of great import descending from above. Serving them well holds its benefits." The local bully silently gasped, having enjoyed pleasant conversations with Li brother in recent days. Though they were not yet confidants, he sensed that Li brother's lineage likely rivaled his own. After all, his own father held military authority as a third-rank governor, and above him lay those truly capable of donning the crimson robes of nobility. Such figures could shake an entire province with their mere footsteps. The fact that the white-clad nobleman was regarded by Li brother as a person of significance warranted careful consideration. Could he be a member of the royal family? The local bully shuddered, unwilling to linger on the thought, and instead donned a meaningful smile, saying, "It has been quite tiring accompanying this esteemed gentleman these past few days that I heard that Madame Zhang of Qiangzala recently gathered a few young talents. Upon our return, I would like to treat you, Li brother, to a meal." The two exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions laden with unspoken camaraderie, akin to kindred spirits meeting, where everything was conveyed without words. Danxiao village spans a vast expanse, yet its acclaim springs from a legendary cavalry battle fought decades ago. This fierce conflict was led by two esteemed generals, commanding the finest cavalry of their time, who clashed in such a manner that the skies darkened and the ground was littered with fallen soldiers, creating a river of blood. The ancient battlefield remains desolate to this day, shrouded in tales of vengeful spirits of the slain, gathering as spectral soldiers, rendering this place a realm of death. The party of six is destined for this ancient battleground, deemed a site of doom and despair, to witness the very ground where their ancestors once fought valiantly. However, the tides of time have transformed Danxiao village, distancing it from the battlefield, and few now know its precise location. Even among those who do, few dare to venture there. These individuals, evidently of noble lineage, have chosen to embark on this journey without attendants, necessitating their own efforts. Shortly after arriving at Danxiao village, the local guide began soliciting for a guide, yet due to the aforementioned reasons, none could be found. This predicament incensed the fair-skinned gentleman, whose frustration, though masked, resonated in his lowered voice. The local guide, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, had already offered a wage of 100 taels of silver for a guide. What could 100 taels accomplish? In Jiangnan, it could procure 10 acres of prime arable land. In the harsh northwest, even 20 acres could be acquired. For an ordinary family, amassing 20 acres of land would require the toil of several generations, perhaps 5 or 6, or even an eternity of effort. Yet, despite this lucrative offer, no one stepped forward. Fearful of the authorities, few would dare approach these evidently aristocratic figures. While silver is tempting, the question remains whether it would ever reach their hands. Even if it did, would they have their lives to spend it in that cursed place? In this world, one's origins dictate fate. It is a matter of destiny. But aside from the foolish, how many truly remain oblivious? As time wore on, the expression of the fair-skinned gentleman grew increasingly somber. The local guide's sweat continued to accumulate, and just as despair threatened to engulf him, a voice suddenly rang out, akin to a celestial melody in his ears. "You seek to visit the ancient battlefield? I can guide you." A young man, approximately 20 years of age, appeared before the group. His arrival was abrupt, as if he had materialized from thin air, yet it felt entirely natural, as though he had always been present, unnoticed by others. This unexpected presence compelled the woman astride the striking purple steed to glance at him with intrigue. Clad in a pristine blue robe, he bore a long object wrapped meticulously in cotton cloth on his back. With a well-proportioned physique and a countenance adorned with a genuine, unpretentious smile, he resembled the vast and open skies of the Northwest. Though she had encountered many remarkable men over the years, including the fair-skinned gentleman at her side, who was undoubtedly handsome and shrewd, the young man before her, while not particularly striking or exceptional, exuded a refreshing aura reminiscent of galloping freely across the vast northwestern plains, imbued with a sense of unstoppable momentum. The woman, her face partially concealed by her hood, smiled subtly, as if witnessing an intriguing spectacle. Yet, she soon averted her gaze, allowing her features and sentiments to settle into tranquility. For one who had long been acquainted with the heights of the heavens, this young man held a modicum of interest, but not enough to pique her curiosity or leave a lasting impression. After all, exceptional men abound in the world, and he was but one among countless sturdy trees in a sprawling forest. Despite his slight differences, he would ultimately blend into the vast wilderness. Even before 6 noble heirs, the young man's demeanor remained unchanged, as he addressed them with poised confidence. 100 taels of silver, no negotiation. I will guide you there and back. The local guide, pulling a white cloth from his sleeve to wipe his brow, retorted with irritation, as long as you can lead us there, your silver is assured. At that moment, the fair-skinned gentleman inquired, what is your name? His tone bore an unmistakable condescension. The young man smiled casually, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Su Beiyu. A name that seemed utterly incongruous with this village. Chapter 2. The frog at the bottom of the well. Su Beiyu, born and raised in the Northwest, epitomizes the essence of a true Northwestern man. Yet, his visage does not bear the rugged features typical of his compatriots. Instead, it possesses a gentle softness reminiscent of Southern gentlemen, earning him the admiration of many elders who perceive him as a fortunate individual of Northern descent. However, despite the passage of years, Su Beiyu has not encountered much fortune. He remains unaware of his parents' identities or his ancestral lineage. His name was bestowed by an elderly scholar in the small village of Xiafang's. Growing up on the charity of various households, he has known neither shelter nor a stable place to call home, and has acquired no particular skill to earn a living. Had it not been for a few days of tutelage under an elderly traveler who passed through Xiafang's, his robust physique might have succumbed to an untimely demise in some forgotten corner of the world. The young gentleman clad in white, however, holds no interest in the origins of Su Beiyu's name, nor does he intend to quibble over a sum of 100 taels of silver. For many ordinary families, this amount might represent a fortune, yet for him, it scarcely amounts to the cost of a lavish evening's revelry. If it pleases the beautiful companion at his side, even 1,000 taels would seem trivial in comparison. His curiosity lies solely in the elongated object strapped to Su Beiyu's back, and he directly inquires, Su Beiyu, do you know how to wield a sword? Before this privileged scion, whose servants enjoy a higher status than Su Beiyu himself, the latter remains composed. He responds in a slightly accented Mandarin, I possess a modicum of skill. The Northwest is not akin to the Central Plains. There are many swordsmen and bandits. One must have some means of self-defense when traversing the wilderness, or I would not dare lead you to the ancient battleground. However, I must forewarn you that the place is indeed perilous. Many have wandered in over the years, and few have emerged alive. A subtle, scarcely perceptible disdain flickers across the handsome face of the young gentleman in white. To him, Su Beiyu's words are as laughable as a naive rabbit warning an eagle of an impending chasm. The 3 men with swords at their sides behind him do not conceal their smirks of derision. Su Beiyu's countenance shifts slightly, and the long sword wrapped in cotton behind him quivers ever so slightly, nearly unnoticed by all. Meanwhile, the woman who has been observing quietly lifts her gaze, her attention drawn back to Su Beiyu from beneath the shadows of her hood. A tall man, also armed with a sword, claps his hand against his weapon, a hint of mockery in his smile. You needn't worry about that. No one would be foolish enough to gamble with their own life. If we are to go, we are well aware of the dangers that await us. The local ruffian produces a 100-tael silver note from his sleeve and tosses it at Su Beiyu's feet. Impatience evident in his voice. Isn't this what you want? Here it is. Enough with the prattle. Su Beiyu does not rush to retrieve the silver note from the ground, nor does he spare it a glance. His focus remains fixed on the young gentleman in white as he speaks slowly. You all appear to be sons of nobility. Should any misfortune befall you, a mere commoner like myself cannot bear the burden of responsibility. Thus, I must inquire once more, are you truly certain there will be no repercussions? The young gentleman in white, already exhibiting a hint of displeasure. Suppresses his irritation and replies coolly, "If the sky were to fall, I would bear it. I am not so petty as to bicker with you." Su Beiyu then bent down to pick up the silver note, carefully placing it into his sleeve, and nodded. "All right, shall we depart now?" The young man in white responded with a deep Su Beiyu had not been exposed to the broader world. He had never ventured beyond the northwest, and had only heard intriguing tales from traveling merchants. Thus, he was utterly curious about what these young noblemen intended to do in that perilous place. Was there perhaps a treasure hidden there? Yet, even if treasures existed, how could these sons and daughters of affluent families, who often spoke of the perils of riches, dare to personally face such danger? They would likely send others to do the risky work for them. Were they truly going to appreciate the scenery as they claimed? If that were indeed the case, Su Beiyu thought, these young lords and ladies must have had their wits knocked out by a donkey. Adhering to his responsibilities, Su Beiyu led the 6 individuals on horseback out of Danxiao village, striding briskly ahead while the 6 riders followed at a leisurely pace. He did not spare a glance at the 6 fine steeds, fearing that lingering too long on them would make it hard to forget their allure. Although he was a frog in a well and could not grasp the deeper significance of these magnificent horses, he understood well enough that their worth was leagues apart from the 100 taels of silver he possessed. Transitioning from walking to riding such splendid mounts represented a chasm that transcended mere worlds. Despite Su Beiyu's seemingly frail appearance, his stamina was remarkable. After running for more than 10 miles, he showed no signs of fatigue. However, the woman riding the steed, named Saluzi, suddenly suggested a rest. It was evident that the others deferred to the young man in white, who in turn obeyed the woman draped in a large cloak. Since she had spoken, there was no reason for anyone else to object. As for Su Beiyu, he certainly had no grounds for dissent. After all, he had been traveling on foot and was soon to enter that extraordinarily eerie ancient battlefield. Preserving his strength was undoubtedly prudent. The group took a moment to rest, while Su Beiyu sat alone on a rock, gazing vacantly at the rushing azure river in the distance. The woman dismounted from Saluzi and spoke softly to the young man in white before approaching Su Beiyu. She gently inquired, "Who taught you the sword?" Su Beiyu glanced at her with a hint of caution and hesitated before replying, "My master." She pressed on, "Who is your master?" "A master is simply a master." Su Beiyu replied nonchalantly, "I do not even know his name." The woman chuckled lightly. "It is evident that you possess some skill. It is quite rare to have such cultivation in a place like this." Su Beiyu paused for a moment, then countered, "Do you practice the sword as well?" She shook her head. "I do not practice the sword. In fact, I was not entirely certain of your skills until now, but I can confirm it now." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his delayed realization, Su Beiyu cleared his throat and said, "Then you must also be a master." The woman did not respond, merely offering a faint smile, though the beauty of her face was concealed beneath her hood, leaving Su Beiyu deprived of witnessing such an enchanting sight. She scrutinized him twice more. Regardless of whether it was the first or second encounter, her assessment of Su Beiyu was somewhat intriguing. However, upon a second examination, a hint of regret emerged, lamenting that this young man was born in the harsh and frigid Northwest, deprived of the opportunity to explore the vast world beyond. For, after all, no matter how intriguing a frog at the bottom of a well may be, it remains merely a toad. The woman suddenly inquired, "What of your master and parents?" Su Beiyu fell silent for a moment before responding calmly, "I have not seen my master for nearly a decade. I do not know where he is. As for my parents, I have never laid eyes upon them." The woman fell into silence, torn between words, seemingly wishing to offer an apology but uncertain how to express it. Su Beiyu rubbed his face, a faint smile returning, and said, "Yet, the fact that I, Su Beiyu, have managed to live thus far without succumbing to the cold or hunger suggests that heaven has not yet wished to claim me. Therefore, I must strive to create a remarkable existence." As he spoke, Su Beiyu patted the long sword wrapped in cloth upon his back, chuckling, "Besides, I have this." A momentary daze crossed the woman's eyes as she softly murmured, "Do noble lords and generals have any inherent superiority?" Perhaps Su Beiyu, who had received little formal education, did not fully grasp the depth of this phrase. Yet he understood a simple truth. Even a frog at the bottom of a well may one day leap up to behold the vast expanse beyond. Chapter 3. The sword named Tianlan on his back. After a brief respite, the 7-member team resumed their journey toward the ancient battlefield. As they traveled, the signs of civilization dwindled, and not a single bird or beast was in sight. A faint mist began to emerge around them, deepening Su Beiyu's solemn expression, while the young man in white, leading the group, displayed a subtle smile. It was evident to any keen observer that they were drawing ever closer to their destination. Through his conversation with the woman, Su Beiyu had gathered some understanding of the identities of his companions. the young man in white, known as Duanmu Yu, hailed from the imperial capital. The three youths carrying swords were brothers from the military lineages of Shiliang Prefecture, named Li Song, Li Hua, and Li Hong. The local ruffian was a native of Shan Prefecture, and had it not been for the intentions of these young lords to engage in a masquerade of incognito exploration, this local nobleman alone would have been enough to stir the officials of Danxiao village. As for the woman's identity, she had not disclosed it, and Su Beiyu did not pry further. After approximately half an hour of travel, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold and damp. The mounts of the six began to stir uneasily. With the exception of the woman's horse, Zaluzi, the other five displayed varying degrees of alarm. Su Beiyu, have you ever encountered the Yin soldiers? The woman asked, her composure unwavering, her expression as tranquil as still water. The foremost Su Beiyu did not turn back. He replied, I have seen them, clad in armor, appearing and disappearing at will. However, that was 3 or 4 years ago when I inadvertently wandered into their domain and nearly perished at their hands. The woman seemed intrigued and continued. Books say that Yin soldiers exist between the tangible and the intangible, impervious to ordinary weapons unless one shatters their entire suit of armor, depriving them of their place of existence. How did you manage to escape? Su Beiyu paused momentarily before calmly uttering 2 words, with a sword. The woman, lost in thought, nodded slightly, neither surprised nor questioning. In stark contrast, Li Song and the others scoffed openly, their disdain palpable, evidently unwilling to believe that Su Beiyu, a mere rustic, could wield a sword. Wielding a sword is not merely a matter of knowing a few flashy moves. Excluding the ethereal beings who reside in the clouds, the court classifies worldly warriors into 9 ranks according to the bureaucratic system. Ordinary local soldiers are at the 9th rank. Elite personal guards of the commanding officers at the 8th, regular soldiers of the border troops at the 7th, elite scouts at the 6th, personal guards of influential governors at the 5th, the imperial capital's elite troops at the 4th, and the adept inner and secret guards at the 3rd. As for the top-tier masters at the 1st and 2nd ranks, they either serve as esteemed officials in the Ministry of Justice or lead the inner and secret guards, with some even being recruited by the powerful as guest scholars. Overall, once one possesses a rank, be it through official or martial means, one can maintain a respectable appearance. Su Beiyu claiming he could defeat the spectral soldiers must imply he possesses the strength of at least the 6th or 7th rank. Yet he appears to be in such a wretched state now. Su Beiyu offered no rebuttal. He merely drew the long sword wrapped in cloth from his back, gripping it firmly in hand. After advancing over 100 paces, a series of indistinct black shadows suddenly emerged in the distance, flickering and elusive amidst the faint mist. Spectral soldiers. Su Beiyu and Duanmu Yu simultaneously recognized the shadows, their expressions shifting, Duanmu Yu's face lighting up with excitement, while Su Beiyu's grew somber. While those spectral soldiers might have once considered the status of the noble youths in life, now that they were dead, they would not spare even the emperor's daughter or the prime minister's son. Duanmu Yu gazed at the approaching shadows with keen interest, exuding an air of calmness akin to a mountain unshaken by an impending storm, and said with a faint smile, Su Beiyu, do you have confidence in eliminating these entities? I offer 100 taels of silver for each. Su Beiyu furrowed his brows, asking, what do you mean? Duanmu Yu replied nonchalantly, in about half an hour. This place will once again manifest the mirage of a fierce battle between 2 armies. Thus, to witness the spectacle, we must ensure a degree of tranquility. Su Beiyu was torn between his thoughts. The woman riding the striking horse shook her head at him, whispering, do not force yourself. After a brief silence, Su Beiyu first smiled gently at the woman, then turned to Duanmu Yu, solemnly affirming with a decisive good. Duanmu Yu, seated high upon his horse, looked down at Su Beiyu as if observing a mere clown. Su Beiyu's expression remained impassive as he slowly shook off the cloth covering his long sword. In the next instant, the sword was drawn with a flourish. Everyone witnessed a brilliant flash of sword light slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, Su Beiyu had reached a spectral soldier, clad entirely in black armor reminiscent of border troops from decades past. However, years of battle and the ravages of time had rendered it incomplete, with dark energies seeping from its crevices. With a single hand, Su Beiyu thrust the sword directly at the spectral soldier's face, executing the strike with extraordinary speed, akin to a dazzling comet, imbued with an unyielding force. The spectral soldier had no time to react before being pierced through the head, meeting a death that could not be more final. Previously mocking Su Beiyu, Li Song and his companions found themselves somewhat dumbfounded. Had they truly misjudged this rustic figure from the northwest, who appeared to be a master? The woman gazed at Su Beiyu's silhouette, her expression revealing a hint of incredulity. Was this truly the sword one, who would face death without regret? Soon, Su Beiyu withdrew his sword. Then with a swift turn, his long blade traced a grand arc, effortlessly deflecting the descending blades of the remaining shadow soldiers. The strike from the shadow soldiers could cleave an ordinary person in two, yet under Su Beiyu's single stroke, it seemed utterly feeble, merely redirected with a gentle notch. Witnessing this, the woman finally confirmed her earlier suspicions, her expression beneath the hood a complex mix of realization and regret, softly sighing. Sword 2. The circle remains unbroken. Su Beiyu then unleashed the third sword technique, a radiant brilliance intertwining into a net that enveloped all the shadow soldiers. Sword 3. The heavenly net leaves no gaps. The woman murmured, astonished to witness the 36 swords of the sword sect in this place, deeming her journey worthwhile. As the ensuing battle unfolded, she no longer watched. Although Su Beiyu's cultivation was still nascent, unable to fully manifest the true essence of the 36 swords, he was effortlessly handling these shadow soldiers with an overwhelming superiority. Why was Su Beiyu bold enough to lead this group of noble youths here? It was precisely due to an ancient sword manual and a long sword left behind by an elder. One man, one sword. The sword was named Tianlan. Su Beiyu gripped Tianlan with unwavering resolve, moving gracefully among the shadow soldiers like a fleeting shadow. After 3 swords, it remained these 3 swords. Merely 3 swords. Yet they surpassed countless blades in the world. The sword's momentum flowed seamlessly, shattering the enemy with effortless ease. Except for Duanmuyu, who maintained his composure. The others were left in stunned silence. This young man's swordsmanship was extraordinary, devoid of any clumsiness, reminiscent of celestial artistry. Particularly the 3 brothers of the Li family, who, having been raised in a military household, had encountered many skilled fighters. They could see that Su Beiyu's realm was not high, perhaps around the 6th rank. Yet in this realm, none could exhibit such fluidity and grace, even tangentially relating to the concept of profundity. Not even Duanmuyu, accustomed to the grand world, could escape a moment of silence. When Su Beiyu sheathed his sword, the local strongman murmured softly, a martial artist. The 3 brothers of the Li family no longer wore their earlier disdain. Li Song's face was filled with emotion as he muttered, "What superb swordsmanship." The woman slightly tilted her head, glancing at Duanmuyu beside her, from this angle only catching a glimpse of his profile, whether by coincidence or by her perfect timing. A fleeting, barely perceptible grimace crossed the corner of Duanmuyu's mouth. The woman, having observed everything, withdrew her gaze, a cold smile emerging on her face beneath the hood. This nobleman, who looked at Su Beiyu with a dark expression, perhaps remained unaware that, at this very moment, he had been crossed off the long list of candidates. His hopes of winning the heart of the fair maiden were now utterly extinguished. Chapter 4. The iron cavalry of your still stands. Had Su Beiyu chanced upon the gentle musings of the woman, he would have been astonished to discover that these sword techniques bore an array of elaborate appellations. In truth, he was only familiar with the simplistic monikers of Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3. The phrases 9 deaths without regret, stationary in the circle, and heavenly net unbreached were entirely foreign to him. At this moment, Su Beiyu's foremost concern lay with the silver promised by Duanmuyu. Having just slain 12 spectral soldiers, he anticipated a reward of 1,200 taels of silver, a sum of considerable magnitude for him. As the adage goes, a man of humble means harbors modest aspirations, regardless of his lofty ambitions. Su Beiyu understood that sustenance must precede grander endeavors. Though the ancient battlefield exuded an eerie aura, the number of spectral soldiers was not overwhelming. For most bodies had long been retrieved by their comrades, leaving only a scant few behind. With the defeat of this wave of specters, a fleeting tranquility descended upon the group. Upon receiving Duanmuyu's banknote, Su Beiyu sheathed his sword and retreated to a secluded spot, where he sat down, closed his eyes, and breathed softly. The burden of having dispatched 12 spectral soldiers weighed heavily upon him. Had it not been for the advantage of the celestial gale, he would have succumbed to exhaustion after the 6th foe. In such perilous surroundings, fatigue equated to dire consequences. After a while, Su Beiyu opened his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Yet, his right hand, still clutching the sword, trembled gently, revealing that the exertion had left its mark on him. He instinctively touched the banknote in his sleeve, a slight smile gracing his lips. This scene did not go unnoticed by the woman nearby, who approached Su Beiyu and softly inquired, "Is it truly worth trading one's life for this modest sum of silver?" Su Beiyu quelled his smile, allowing his expression to return to serenity, devoid of both the joy of unexpected fortune and the insecurities that arose in the presence of those from noble families. He shook his head, extending his index and middle fingers, and replied, "There are 2 reasons. First, I would not act recklessly without certainty. Second, Fortune is often sought amidst peril. While this sum may seem trivial to you, for me, it represents a rare opportunity for prosperity, thus making it worthwhile. The woman fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Such wealth, ultimately, seems rather meager. Su Beiyu chuckled. This is akin to humanity itself. I have always believed that the notion of equality among people is a fallacy. In truth, distinctions of nobility and commonality exist everywhere. Which is why those of our station strive to ascend, yearning to transform from the lowly to the esteemed. Esteemed? The woman murmured, yet still, we are all human. Su Beiyu's face remained impassive as he echoed quietly. For the esteemed, acknowledging oneself as human is an easy task. However, to regard others as human is a far more arduous endeavor. He may not have read extensively, yet he possesses a profound understanding of human nature and societal dynamics. Locals often look down upon outsiders. The elderly regard the young with disdain. The capital's inhabitants scorn those from the provinces, and the denizens of Jiangdu dismiss those from Zhongdu. Despite being mere commoners, they still strive to establish hierarchies, yearning to elevate themselves above others. If the common folk exhibit such tendencies, one can only imagine the arrogance of the aristocratic families that already tower over them. The commoners and the nobility inhabit two entirely distinct realms, the chasm between them immeasurable by mere distance. Suddenly, a thick fog descended, shrouding the landscape. Within its depths, a colossal shadow began to unfurl silently. The sound of clashing swords and neighing steeds instantaneously captivated the attention of all present. Moments later, a single rider emerged from the mist, followed by 10, then 100, 1,000, and ultimately a myriad of cavalry, surging forth from the darkness onto this ancient battlefield. These horsemen donned dark armor, each mounted on a black steed with matching saddle, reminiscent of a ghostly army emerging from the netherworld. On the opposite side, another formidable cavalry appeared, distinguished by their silver armor and uniform white horses and saddles, starkly contrasting with the previous contingent. All eyes were riveted upon this spectacle. Su Beiyu finally comprehended why these scions of noble families felt compelled to witness this scene in person. Such a sight was undeniably majestic. To miss it would indeed be a lifelong regret. Duanmuyu's lips moved slightly as she murmured, "This is the great battle between the northeastern and northwestern cavalry of Ur." The two cavalries did not charge immediately. Instead, they engaged in a brief standoff, with one rider from each side stepping forth as if to converse. Yet, the ancient battlefield retained only the images of that time, devoid of sound, leaving their dialogue a mystery. The woman beside Su Beiyu, her lips moving again, explained, "These are the two great commanders." Su Beiyu responded with an "oh," his demeanor calm. To someone of his humble status, the great commanders seemed as distant as the clouds above, unattainable. Their exchange was fleeting, seemingly ending in dissatisfaction, after which both returned to their respective ranks, and the cavalry commenced their charge. This moment would forever be etched in Su Beiyu's memory. The cavalry spread across the land, their charge akin to a surging tide. Though silence enveloped the scene, Su Beiyu could almost hear the thunderous rhythm of hooves in his ears. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the galloping steeds. Dust rising in clouds, the two lines of cavalry advanced like a tempest. In an instant, they collided with a resounding crash, a visceral impact that resonated deeply. The spectators turned pale, their spirits shaken. The ferocity of the clash was nearly the pinnacle of human exertion. In the midst of such turmoil, an individual felt as insignificant as a leaf adrift on a vast sea. The two armies engaged in a relentless slaughter, with casualties occurring at every moment. This battle was nothing short of brutal. Even in the absence of battle cries, the sounds of hooves, the screams of dying horses, and the muffled groans of the wounded, the sheer brutality of the battlefield profoundly shocked all who bore witness. Even the Li brothers, born into a prestigious military lineage, were not exempt from such fate. The woman murmured, "In the third year of Zhangwen, Zhao Mang led the northeastern army to seize Shan Prefecture. Subsequently, Mu Rinchi commanded his troops to press towards Shihe Prefecture, breaking through 36 fortresses of various sizes and laying siege to Zhongdu. In this moment of peril, General Su Lin was summoned to lead the Northwest Army in a fierce battle against the northeastern forces at Danxia Stronghold, achieving victory and relieving Zhongdu from the siege. Zhao Mang and Mu Rinchi could only retreat in disarray with their remaining 20,000 troops. As the woman spoke, the dynamics of the battlefield began to shift. The silver-armored cavalry displayed signs of disintegration, while the black-armored cavalry threatened to devour them whole. At that moment, a contingent of about 3,000 cavalrymen separated from the silver-armored forces, charging towards the black-armored troops with a valorous resolve akin to that of warriors prepared to meet their fate. This heavy cavalry, clad in armor, though merely 3,000 strong, unleashed a charge comparable to that of 30,000 light cavalry, their combined might tearing through the ranks of the black-armored cavalry with overwhelming ferocity. It was a scene of tragic heroism, both inspiring and sorrowful. Despite their invincibility, the heavy cavalry could do little against an enemy vastly outnumbering them, ultimately facing their demise on the battlefield. The woman pointed to the heavy cavalry commander and softly said to Su Beiyu, "That man is Su Deng." At that moment, Su Deng was drenched in blood, embodying a spirit of sacrifice. He led his dwindling retinue of guards, pressing forward into the boundless tide of cavalry. This would be his final charge. Amidst the grim and brutal clash, Su Deng's guards fell one by one, and soon, he too met his end. Meanwhile, the northeastern forces seized the fleeting opportunity to retreat from the battlefield, gradually vanishing into the shrouded mist. The larger conflict had been decided, and the Northwest Army continued their relentless pursuit. The two cavalry forces receded into the distance, and the ancient battleground returned to a haunting tranquility. The woman suddenly inquired, "Su Beiyu, do you know where that black-armored cavalry is now?" Su Beiyu glanced at the somewhat unconventional noblewoman, the only one among the group who did not regard him as inferior. She treated him with sincerity, and thus he responded with equal candor, "I do not know." The woman appeared somewhat proud, raising her chin slightly from beneath her hood, revealing a delicate jawline and a glimpse of her fair neck's curve. It was only at this moment that she displayed a hint of the mundane world's warmth. She spoke slowly. This iron cavalry followed Emperor Taizu eastward into the passes, first entering the eastern capital, then Jiangdu, sweeping southward and clearing the territories, which ultimately led to the vast realm of today's Deqi. Now, within the court, half of the lords and nobles hail from this army. Chapter 5. Looking beyond the well's mouth to view the world after witnessing the magnificent spectacle of the mirage. The group of noble scions lost interest in lingering and began preparing to return to Danxiao stronghold. Su Beiyu had no objections. However, this time he did not lead from the front, but remained at the rear, ensuring that no errors would occur at the final moment. The woman riding the vivid purple steed walked at the forefront, no longer conversing with Su Beiyu, nor acknowledging the eager attentions of Duan Muyu, seemingly lost in thought. It was precisely due to Su Beiyu's recent feat of dispatching 12 spectral soldiers that Li Song, a scion of a military family, softened his demeanor towards him. When the group returned to Danxiao village, the sun had already begun its descent. Under the glow of the setting sun, Danxiao village resembled an aging elder, quietly resting upon the vast expanse of the northwest, while the 6 steeds hurriedly came and went, leaving no trace upon this venerable figure. Before departing, the woman refrained from disclosing her name to Su Beiyu. Instead, she advised him not to remain stagnant in this humble locale for a lifetime. If opportunity arose, he should venture forth to behold the vastness of the world beyond. After bidding farewell to the group, Su Beiyu set forth from Danxiao village, taking a path that diverged drastically from theirs. In truth, he possessed a modest abode of his own, a structure crafted by the hands of the elder under whose tutelage he had once studied. However, this barely habitable dwelling lay far in Xiaofeng village, necessitating a trek of several miles through the night before he could return home. The nights in the northwest were not particularly tranquil, yet for Su Beiyu, they posed little concern. He encountered no difficulties along his journey, and upon arriving at Xiaofeng village, the night was deep, enveloping the entire place in an inky darkness, devoid of any illumination. For the common folk, candles and lamp oil were luxuries seldom afforded, thus they remained unused in ordinary times. Navigating through the village in the dark, Su Beiyu returned home, leaping onto the roof of his small dwelling. By the light of the moon, he gnawed on a hardened bun, its texture nearly rivaling that of stone, while he absent-mindedly caressed the silver notes tucked against his chest, lost in contemplation. The woman's encouragement to explore the world outside resonated with his long-held aspirations. He, a mere frog at the bottom of a well, had gazed up at the mouth of the well for far too long, hindered by numerous ties that had kept him from leaping forth. Now, with 1,300 taels of silver in his possession, he felt he finally had the means to transcend his limitations. After a prolonged period of reflection, Su Beiyu retrieved the stack of silver notes, 13 in total, 1 from the local ruffian and the remaining 12 from Duan Muyu. He divided the notes into 2 piles, one containing 1,000 taels and the other 300. He placed the latter back against his chest, gazing at the 1,000 taels in his hands, and murmured to himself, "Once I arrange matters here, it will be time for me to depart." At dawn the following day, Su Beiyu made his way to a small courtyard located at the northernmost edge of Xiaofeng village. This place could perhaps be loosely termed a private school, also serving as the residence of the schoolmaster. In such a harsh and frigid region as the northwest, and particularly in Xiaofeng village, which languished at the bottom among its peers, the existence of a private school was nothing short of miraculous. Yet it indeed existed. Much like the legendary elder with a sword who once passed through Xiaofeng village, an occurrence equally astounding. Pushing open the wooden gate, Su Beiyu entered the courtyard, where several hens were pecking at the ground in search of food. In the corner, a verdant vegetable patch thrived, and an elderly gentleman, sprightly in demeanor, sat in a recliner before a thatched hut, gently patting his knees and humming a tune that no one could comprehend. The elder is the teacher at the private school in Xiafang's High, having dedicated over 30 years to the education and nurturing of the young minds there. Su Beiyu once heard the village elders speak of him, noting that the old gentleman was an outsider, likely hailing from the Central Plains. Upon his arrival, he possessed an air of grandeur, distinctly different from the common folk, reminiscent of someone from a wealthy family. However, after living more than half his life, apart from the scholarly aura that envelopes him, there is little left to suggest his former affluence. It was this very elder who bestowed the name Su Beiyu upon him. In truth, Su Beiyu had lived alongside this elder since a tender age, until he encountered another venerable figure, which ultimately led to a transformation. It is somewhat amusing to recount that the initial encounter between these two elders, prompted by Su Beiyu, resulted in a notable conflict. This discord persisted until the sword-bearing elder departed from Xiafang's High, with both men remaining in a state of mutual disdain. Their meetings invariably devolved into spirited debates, filled with classical references and eloquent discourse. Of course, to the villagers, this hardly constituted an argument, as not a single expletive was exchanged, and only Su Beiyu possessed the ability to grasp even a fraction of their exchanges. The true names of the two elders remain a mystery to Su Beiyu. He referred to the sword-bearing elder as master and the schoolteacher as sir for clarity, and both elders accepted their respective titles without objection. As Su Beiyu aptly stated, regardless of the name, a master is a master, and in the present context, a teacher is a teacher. Approaching the elder, Su Beiyu spoke softly, "Sir, I have arrived." The elder, opening his half-closed eyes, glanced at Su Beiyu and inquired, "What is it? Are you leaving?" Su Beiyu was not at all surprised by the elder's uncanny foresight. After all, this venerable man knew him better than anyone and had witnessed the vicissitudes of life, making such an assumption entirely plausible. He gently affirmed, producing 1,000 taels of silver in the form of a banknote, which he placed in the elder's hands, saying, "Sir, this is 1,000 taels of silver. A token of my appreciation for the village. I trust no one else with it, so I must trouble you." The elder did not question the origin of the silver but accepted the banknote with calm composure, replying, "Beiyu, I understand that you must eventually venture beyond these confines. After all, a fine young man like you should not remain cooped up in this small place like an old man buried halfway in the ground. However, as you prepare to step outside, you must grasp the treachery of human nature. What appears benevolent may not be so, and what seems malevolent may not be as it appears. The world is rarely black and white. Often, it exists in shades of gray. While there are distinctions of right and wrong, one may not always act according to these principles. During the tumultuous years of war, people resorted to cannibalism. It is, in essence, the survival of the fittest. Is this right? Certainly not. But if you do not partake, you risk starving to death. So what will you choose? Su Beiyu was momentarily stunned, never having imagined that the principled teacher would utter such heretical sentiments. He found himself at a loss for words. The elder reflected, "In my lifetime, I have perused countless tomes and traversed vast distances. I have gleaned some insights into the ways of the world, and though I may speak of folly, what truly delineates good from evil?" In the past, Li Su engaged in a philosophical discourse with Qing Chun, who boldly asserted that those who do good to me are good, and those who do evil to me are evil. Thus, the concept of good and evil reveals itself in fragments. Ultimately, it all boils down to a matter of self-interest. Su Beiyu swallowed hard, attempting to suppress his shock. He was unfamiliar with Qing Chun and Li Su, yet he grasped the essence of the elder's words. The old man appeared to be reminiscing about bygone days. His expression distant, eyes filled with nostalgia, muttering to himself, "Shall you establish the foundations of this dynasty, emerging from a veritable sea of corpses and rivers of blood to create a splendid realm? Has anyone ever labeled him as evil? The son of the traitorous White Lotus sect leader was drowned in his cradle. Did anyone deem that act as good?" The iron cavalry swept into the south, ushering in an era of peace. Today est de Qi, yesterday est de Zheng. Are they not both steeped in blood and built upon the bones of the fallen? What rationale lies behind achieving peace through slaughter? The elder abruptly rose from his recliner, fixing his gaze upon Su Beiyu, demanding loudly, "Where is the rationale?" Su Beiyu, startled, instinctively touched the Tian Lan on his back, and in that fleeting moment of inspiration, replied, "The rationale resides behind me. That is the rationale." The elder stood speechless, as if drained of all energy, gradually sinking back into his chair, weakly uttering, "You may leave." Su Beiyu hesitated, words caught in his throat. The elder waved his hand dismissively, urging him to depart, brusquely stating, "I have crossed more bridges than you have traveled roads. I do not require your reminder of the wisdom of discretion regarding wealth." Chapter 6. The majestic capital resembles a mountain. Su Beiyu was finally prepared to depart from the land that had nurtured him. He longed to explore the vast world beyond. With Tian Lan upon his back and a satchel containing a few changes of clothes, scattered silver coins, several soft buns, a piece of smoked meat wrapped in oil paper, and a banknote of 300 taels, he set forth. No one came to bid him farewell. He walked alone to the entrance of the small Feng Zhai, glancing back one last time before proceeding onward. His next destination was Danxiazhai, from whence he would join a merchant caravan to leave the territory of Shihi Yuan, heading towards the Dragon's thriving ground of the dynasty's founding emperor, the capital. Su Beiyu had not encountered grand vistas. The largest place he had visited was Danxiazhai, yet such familiarity did not hinder his grandeur of spirit. According to the elder's words, this was innate, neither to be forced nor envied. Upon reaching Danxiazhai, he located the prearranged caravan by the warehouses in the northern part of the village. Reluctantly, he parted with 10 taels of silver to the well-acquainted escort leader, securing his place among the hired guards of the caravan. Boarding a freight cart as they slowly departed Danxiazhai, embarking on a lengthy journey. As Danxiazhai gradually receded from view, it finally vanished. Only then did Su Beiyu realize that he had left Danxiazhai behind, stepping into an entirely new and unknown world. The capital seemed to him a legendary realm, the birthplace of the dynasty's founding emperor, as well as the foremost fortified city of the previous dynasty's border. As for the nature of this formidable city, Su Beiyu had never witnessed it, having only heard fragments of the elder's words, and thus could not fully imagine it. The capital appeared as a microcosm of the outside world, bizarre and enchanting, shrouded in a nebulous haze, dreamlike and ephemeral. Indeed, the world, in his youth, his master, the venerable sword elder, once painted for him a vision of an extraordinary realm, one devoid of the trivialities born of a struggle for existence, and free from the compromises dictated by survival. It was a world of grandeur beyond the imagination of the ordinary, where some soared upon swords across the seas. Others ascended to the heavens, where one could wield the falling snow as ink upon a canvas, and where a single stroke of a sword could command mighty rivers. In this realm, deities traversed the vast oceans by day and the serene mountains by night. Valiant warriors faced down legions with their sheer strength. There were eminent monks of the Buddhist order, whose folded hands could manifest a towering golden form, as well as real beings of the Taoist sect, whose reverent bows could make the earth tremble. Some wielded swords within the fray, dominating the world, while others sat outside the tumult, engaging in strategic games of chess that spanned the globe. There were fierce battles of iron steeds within the mortal realm, and celestial beings contesting their powers beyond it. The world of the rivers and lakes brimmed with the flamboyance of its denizens, while the halls of power adhered to their rigid protocols. It was a world that evoked deep longing, yet remained one that the common man could only gaze upon in silent reverence. Now, Su Beiyu found himself unworthy to step into that world, confined to a position of quiet admiration. Whether in the realm of the elite or the one his master had described, both seemed exceedingly distant, akin to a luminous moon in the sky, beautiful to behold, yet forever unattainable. After all, the chasm between these two worlds was far greater than mere thousands of miles. Traversing those vast distances, few could ever cross the threshold into the other realm. After a journey of 2 days and nights, Su Beiyu, traveling with a caravan, arrived at the base of Zhongdu City. The first impression Zhongdu left upon him was its height, almost rivaling the mountains themselves. Nestled between two mountain ranges, a majestic city rose abruptly from the earth, soaring into the clouds and seamlessly bridging the two previously unconnected ranges. In fact, even from a dozen miles away, Su Beiyu could discern the silhouette of this grand city. Built upon the mountainside, the city appeared as a series of tiered walls ascending the slopes, with 7 formidable battlements arranged like terraced fields, enough to deter any adversary contemplating an assault from the front. Rising from the cargo cart where he had been resting, Su Beiyu gazed into the distance, hoping to catch sight of the Zhongdu Royal Manor, the residence perched at the pinnacle of Zhongdu, and the legendary Lingfeng Pavilion, said to offer a panoramic view of the entire city. Unfortunately, he could not see it. Nevertheless, Zhongdu left an indelible impression of awe upon him. As he lifted his gaze to the towering city, A line of poetry often recited by his inebriated master came to mind. Why should a man not wield the Wu hook? To reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun? Tomorrow, let him ascend the Lingyan Pavilion, sword in hand. To be conferred the title of a marquis over 10,000 households. The entire city was constructed upon the mountains, resulting in an upward sloping terrain within its confines. The outer city lay at the lowest elevation, while the inner city ascended higher. Many noble families had built their residences in accordance with this topography. The more powerful the family, the higher their estate was situated. Naturally, the Zhongdu royal manor, as the heart of the city, occupied the highest point. The royal estate sprawls extensively, showcasing not only the typical endeavors of affluent families, such as channeling water into the grounds to create lakes and erecting elegant pavilions, but also features a man-made mountain standing over 30 zhang high, known as Xiaoshang Mountain. Upon this mountain, 4 pavilions are built, each ascending from the base to the summit, aptly named Lingfeng, Linfeng, Tingfeng, and Yingfeng. At the pinnacle of Xiaoshang Mountain lies Lingfeng Pavilion, where one may not behold the entirety of the central capital as legends suggest. Yet a substantial portion of it unfolds beneath one's gaze. At this moment, a woman reclines languorously on a soft couch in the second floor of Lingfeng Pavilion. Propping her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at the sprawling city below, her mind seemingly adrift. The woman possesses a breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a goddess sculpted from pristine jade, exuding an ethereal allure that, while devoid of cold aloofness, carries an invisible air of dignified detachment, making her an object of distant admiration. After a considerable time, she regains her composure, straightens her posture, and stretches gracefully, revealing her enchanting form. Regrettably, the pavilion is devoid of company, leaving no fortunate soul to witness this rare and picturesque scene. She adjusts her attire, restoring her usual dignified demeanor, and gently claps her hands. A maid quietly enters the pavilion, her hands naturally resting at her abdomen. The woman softly instructs, "Prepare to depart." "Yes," the maid replies. The woman ponders for a moment before continuing. "Do not concern yourself with Duan Muyu. Let him enjoy a few more days in the northwest. As for Antimo Shu, do inform her, lest she begins her incessant prattling." The maid acknowledges each directive. Once left alone in Lingfeng Pavilion, the woman resumes her contemplative pose, resting her chin in her hand, once again lost in thought. After an indeterminate time, a subtle sound stirs her from her reverie. She calls softly Banlon. Banlon is not a person, but rather a cherished Persian cat, a treasured lineage spanning 3 generations. To this day, the woman remains puzzled as to why her ancestors bestowed upon the snow-white feline a name reminiscent of a tabby. Banlon, the majestic tabby? Yet she recalls her father mentioning that her granduncle owned a tabby cat named Yanchun, after the phrase Yanchun Baishua. A rival to Banlon until her granduncle sailed across the oceans to the state of Wei, leaving Banlon to reign supreme in the household. Now, the once loyal servant of her grandmother and mother has grown increasingly languid and indifferent in the absence of a formidable rival, even towards her new mistress, embodying the demeanor of a power-hungry official flaunting their seniority. Many maids have taken to referring to it in private as Lord Banlon. Moments later, a snowy figure nimbly leaps down from the beam above, landing gracefully beside the woman. Its blue eyes scan the surroundings with a hint of melancholic nostalgia, as if recalling a time when this place was its home. Chapter 7. The gloomy dark guard and the flying fish, perhaps accustomed to the harsh winds and sands of the desolate northern deserts. Su Beiyu found himself somewhat bewildered upon arriving in the bustling metropolis. Thus, during the first 3 days of his stay in the capital, he wandered aimlessly until the 4th day, when he began to contemplate how he might establish himself in this grand city. To his dismay, he realized that he possessed no particular skills, making it exceedingly difficult to earn a living. The only apparent path forward seemed to be enlisting in the military. However, having enjoyed a life of ease, he was reluctant to conform to the constraints of military service unless truly left with no alternatives. Fortunately, he still had 300 taels of silver, which meant he was far from destitute. After securing accommodations at an inn, he resolved to visit the Taoist temple within the city. During the reign of Emperor Taizu, the Taoist sect played a significant role in establishing his dominion. Consequently, once he secured his throne, the status of Taoism rose considerably. It was not merely recognized as the national religion, but its leader was also bestowed the title of national master, achieving great prominence. In a short span, Taoism eclipsed Confucianism and Buddhism, emerging as the preeminent faith. Across the land, grand Taoist temples were erected, and the populace increasingly converted to the path of the Taoist ancestors. In impoverished places like Xiafangzhai and Dengxiazi, one would find no temples, only a few itinerant Taoist priests. However, The capital was different. As one of the 4 great cities of the realm, it boasted the largest and finest Taoist temple in the northwest, Qianlong Temple. Su Beiyu, who could barely be considered a half-hearted adherent, felt compelled to visit Qianlong Temple while in the capital. Qianlong Temple was situated in the inner city, accessible to ordinary citizens, beyond which lay the sprawling residences of the nobility, guarded by armored soldiers, where common folk were prohibited from entering. The royal palace, perched at the summit, was a mere indistinct silhouette, visible yet unattainable. A black carriage sped past the high walls of Qianlong Temple, within which sat 2 individuals clad in black brocade robes. One of them bore the embroidered image of a flying fish on his robe, while the other, though similarly attired, lacked this emblem. The so-called flying fish attire, characterized by a dragon's head, wings, and a fish tail, adorned with the flying fish motif, was a ceremonial garment reserved for officials of the 3rd rank and above according to the laws of the Great Qi. Moreover, in the realm of Great Qi's bureaucracy, there existed an unwritten rule that only high-ranking officers within the Dark Guard donned the flying fish robes. Thus the identities of these 2 individuals were unmistakable. To the general populace, the Dark Guard was undoubtedly a name that instilled fear. From high-ranking officials to common citizens, all regarded this name with trepidation. For the Dark Guard was the most direct manifestation of the Emperor's will, entrusted with the authority to investigate matters throughout the realm. Although nominally under the jurisdiction of the Grand Commander's office, they were, in fact, directly answerable to the Emperor, possessing their own prison system independent of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. Since the Dark Guard claimed to oversee investigations across the realm, aside from the Baihu Hall situated in the imperial capital, they also established branches in various locales. Each branch was overseen by a governor, with inspectors appointed for each province, magistrates for each prefecture, and supervisory officials for each county. In the Baihu Hall of the imperial capital, 3 chief governors presided over the entire operation, colloquially referred to as the 3 pillars of the Dark Guard. At the dawn of the new dynasty, the chaotic practice of bestowing titles indiscriminately was absent. Apart from the nobility and high-ranking officials of the 1st grade, the ranks were held in high esteem. Excluding a handful of figures such as the Prime Minister and the Grand General, no one else could attain the 1st grade position. Even the commander of the secret guards held only the 2nd grade rank, with only the chief inspector being exceptionally elevated to the 1st grade. The deputy commanders were assigned the 2nd grade, while the assistant commanders held the 3rd grade, and the inspectors were ranked 3rd. Although the capital was merely a city, it was equivalent to a state-level jurisdiction and served as the heart of the secret guards in the northwest. Given that he could don the flying fish robes, his identity was self-evident. He was the chief inspector of the secret guards in the capital. The current chief inspector, surnamed Liu, bore the single character Chun as his given name. He not only served as the chief inspector, but also temporarily assumed the duties of the assistant commander of the Northwest Secret Guards, making him one of the most influential figures in the entire region. Liu Chun lifted the curtain and gazed at the retreating walls of the Taoist temple, his expression as calm as water as he inquired, "Jian, have all the arrangements been made?" The middle-aged man seated opposite him appeared somewhat apprehensive, responding respectfully, "Everything has been arranged according to your directives, my lord." Liu Chun nodded and said, "My nephew has arrived in the capital recently and may be unable to attend to matters, so I entrust this to you." The middle-aged man lowered his gaze and solemnly acknowledged his duty. Liu Chun let the curtain fall, turning his attention to his trusted subordinate, and spoke deliberately, "Remember, this is a significant matter. Should we succeed, it may lead to further advancements for both of us. I could remove the provisional title from the assistant commander, and you could ascend from the inspector's position to take over my role as chief inspector." A flicker of excitement crossed the middle-aged man's face as he humbly expressed gratitude for Liu Chun's support. Liu Chun smiled, yet there was an inexplicable chill in his expression. It was premature to express thanks. This task was entrusted by Commander Fu of the White Tiger Hall, who emphasized that it must not falter in the slightest. If it were to fail, while it might not cost me my official position, being remembered by the 3 commanders within our secret guards would mean I could never hope to advance in this lifetime. The middle-aged man's complexion changed slightly, and he could not help but nod in agreement. Liu Chun closed his eyes, a hint of weariness marking his features as he muttered to himself, "As for my nephew, he is far from an ordinary character. He comes from the chief commander's side and may have caught wind of something. I must personally attend to this matter, as both sides cannot be neglected or offended." The carriage arrived at the secret guard's office located in the northwest corner of the capital. Liu Chun alighted alone, and in the side hall of the office, someone had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Liu Chun, the high official who wielded power over the Northwest Secret Guards, the individual displayed neither fear nor flattery. Instead, he rose and offered a respectful bow. akin to greeting a family elder. Lu Chen found nothing amiss with this, as a warm smile surfaced on his otherwise stern visage. Softened by years of dealing with clandestine affairs, he spoke gently, "I apologize for making my nephew wait due to official duties." If Su Beiyu were present, he would recognize the individual before him as the white-clad gentleman riding a celestial steed, Duan Muyu. At this moment, Duan Muyu appeared relaxed, offering a light laugh as he said, "It is I who should apologize for troubling you, my esteemed uncle." Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. Once the two had settled down, he inquired, "The Northwest is fraught with bitter cold, particularly in winter when the heavy snow can be deadly. It baffles me that you would leave the flourishing Jiangnan to come to this battleground." Duan Muyu replied with a calm smile, "To be candid, my intention was to journey beyond the Great Wall. However, before my departure, my father imparted some words for me to convey to you, esteemed uncle." Lu Chen maintained his gentle demeanor, saying, "Please, go on." After the better part of an hour, Lu Chen personally escorted Duan Muyu out of the Shadow Guard Manor, his countenance adorned with a warm smile. It was not until Duan Muyu mounted his horse and rode away that the subtle traces of that smile began to fade. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of such joviality, Lu Chen's expression appeared somewhat rigid. A woman clad in a black silk robe silently appeared behind Lu Chen and softly remarked, "My lord, these young nobles from the imperial capital may seem courteous and deferential, yet they hold themselves in high esteem, likely looking down upon us from the provinces. The goodwill you have extended today may not be remembered in the future." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone turning frosty. "While your observation is not without merit, we cannot remain in the Northwest indefinitely. Ultimately, we must return to the imperial capital. It is wise to lay the groundwork beforehand." Chapter 8. The first encounter at the Chonglong Temple. The Chonglong Temple, situated within the inner city, follows the contours of the mountains. The deeper one ventures, the higher the terrain rises, culminating in a 9-story pavilion at its apex. To symbolize the supreme powers of the Taoist ancestors, the pavilion houses 10,000 golden lanterns. During grand festivals, the temple's officiating priests illuminate all the lanterns, casting a brilliance akin to daylight, creating a magnificent spectacle reminiscent of a celestial palace. Such a resplendent sight, if one were to miss it, would indeed be a tremendous regret. Chonglong Temple ranks among the notable Taoist temples, second only to the ancestral halls of the Taoist sect, such as Zixiao Palace, Qingjing Temple in the imperial capital, Zhirong Temple in Jiangdu, Taiching Palace in Qizhou, and Qingshu Palace in Linxian. Those who serve as masters of these temples are invariably prominent figures within the Taoist community. The master of Chonglong Temple, though relatively obscure, is known to be of a generation surpassing the current Taoist leaders, representing one of the few remaining elders of esteemed status. However, just recently, the venerable master succumbed to the passage of time, unexpectedly transcending while delivering a lesson to his disciples. The suddenness of his departure left even the ancestral halls of the Taoist sect unprepared, lacking a suitable successor for the position of master of Chonglong Temple, thus leaving it in a state of disarray. Su Beiyu chose not to join the throngs heading to Chonglong Temple in the early morning, but rather arrived in the evening as the sun dipped low. Strangely, there were no other worshippers present at the temple, which stood quiet and still. Although Su Beiyu found this peculiar, he did not dwell on it, attributing the tranquility of Chonglong Temple at dusk to its natural ambience. As Su Beiyu stepped through the grand entrance of the Chonglong Temple, he did not bow before the statues of the revered sages from generations past. Instead, he wandered about, lamenting that many areas were off-limits to outsiders. Among them was the magnificent 9-story pavilion adorned with 10,000 golden lamps, a place inaccessible even to an official of considerable rank, let alone a humble commoner like Su Beiyu. After exploring the few permissible locations, he finally made his way to the main hall, where a statue of the Taoist patriarch was enshrined. As twilight descended, the hall was illuminated, revealing the patriarch's venerable figure clad in Taoist robes, with a white beard and a whisk in his right hand. Unlike the other temples, this statue featured a golden dragon coiled around the left arm, symbolizing the emperor, traditionally referred to as the true dragon of heaven. This portrayal, placing the emperor beneath the Taoist patriarch, naturally incited considerable criticism from officials, many of whom demanded alterations to the statue. However, the Taoist community remained indifferent, and the statue endured. After paying his respects to the Taoist patriarch, Su Beiyu turned to leave but inadvertently collided with another person. He stumbled back slightly to regain his balance and looked up to see a Taoist maiden, her age seemingly akin to his own, albeit slightly shorter. Her delicate features resembled that of a porcelain doll, and the flush on her cheeks from her hurried pace added to her allure. The naive Su Beiyu was momentarily captivated, as a faint fragrance wafted into his senses, causing his heart to skip a beat. The young Taoist girl timidly glanced at him before quickly lowering her gaze, leading to an awkward silence between them. At last, Su Beiyu broke the stillness, inquiring, "Are you unhurt?" A hint of shyness graced her face as she merely shook her head in response. Strangely, he recalled a recent encounter with a woman riding a striking purple steed, whose composed demeanor in the face of danger starkly contrasted with the bashful maiden before him. They were like two distinct flowers, one a majestic peony, proud and resplendent, the other a modest mimosa, delicate and demure. Each possessed unique charms and qualities. Clearing his throat, Su Beiyu asked, "Are you a resident of Chonglong Temple?" After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. With a smile, he introduced himself, mimicking the formal bow of a scholar. "I am Su Beiyu, with the surname Su, and north from northwest and you from traveling." The young Taoist girl appeared even more hesitant. After a brief internal struggle, she returned his gesture and softly replied, "My Taoist name is Jiyun, and I am currently cultivating at Chonglong Temple." Just as Su Beiyu was about to respond, the lights in the main hall abruptly dimmed, and an ominous tension filled the air. In an instant, Su Beiyu sprang into action, swiftly pulling the young Taoist girl behind him, while his sword, Tianlan, was drawn from its sheath, aimed at the nefarious intruder poised to harm her. The uninvited intruder donned a black, narrow-sleeved brocade robe, secured at the waist with a dark tiger head belt. His feet were shod in black and white official boots, and he wielded a blade, thick-backed and thin-edged, with a straight spine and a gently curved edge, measuring 3 feet in length and 6 inches for the hilt, weighing a formidable 9 pounds and 9 ounces. Indeed, it was the renowned Xiuquan Dao, a master of the covert arts. While it is well known that the Feiyu attire and Xiuquan Dao are the standard ensemble for shadowy operatives, few are aware that only those of the 3rd rank or higher may don the Feiyu, and the Xiuquan Dao can be wielded solely by those of martial prowess at the same level. As the Xiuquan Dao clashed with the Tianlan, a clear sound resonated. Su Beiyu, gripping the Tianlan, did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward once more. The light of the sword gleamed, interweaving like a net. However, the formidable sword 3, capable of decimating specters, appeared as a mere facade before this adept of the dark arts. The Xiuquan Dao shattered the intricate web of blades with sheer force, cleaving through with a few strokes, and pressing relentlessly towards Su Beiyu's face. At that moment, outside the main hall, a contingent of dark-clad operatives, clad in black brocade robes, methodically scaled the walls of Chonglong Temple from all directions. Armed with blades at their waists and heavy crossbows in hand, they began to pull triggers upon landing. With a series of ominous buzzing sounds, crossbow bolts scattered like autumn leaves in the wind, initiating a brutal massacre against the Taoist priests within the temple. Several Night Watch Taoists were struck down by crossbow bolts, their heads pierced without uttering a single cry, only the dull thud of their bodies hitting the ground. As a few rooms were just lit, crossbow bolts rained down, assassinating their occupants. A dark-clad operative of the 4th rank appeared at the entrance of Chonglong Temple, solemnly declaring, "No one within Chonglong Temple, regardless of age or status, shall be spared. All must be exterminated without exception." The operatives following him responded in unison, drawing their blades and surging into the temple. Silently, the operatives charged deeper into Chonglong Temple, aiming directly for the renowned 9-story pavilion, the very heart of the temple's operations. Their assault was relentless, akin to a force of nature, as the ordinary Taoists were slaughtered like grass. Though some disciples with cultivation possessed the means to fight back, the overwhelming numbers of the dark operatives rendered their efforts futile, sealing their fates with bitter endings. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Indeed, while there were many skilled practitioners among the Taoists, only a scant few within Chonglong Temple could be deemed true masters. With the passing of the old abbot, the remaining adept found himself outmatched and isolated, providing the dark operatives with an opportune moment to strike. The 4th-rank dark operative, known by the courtesy name Jian, strode into the blood-soaked halls of Chonglong Temple, exuding an air of cold menace, his expression dark and foreboding, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. He squinted towards the distant 9-story pavilion, his fingers gently caressing the hilt of the Xiuquan Dao at his side. As long as the Taoists within the Chonglong Temple are entirely vanquished, a cohort of shadowy guards will soon impersonate the Taoists of Chonglong Temple to take charge here. Subsequently, it will be revealed that the Taoists of Chonglong Temple had resorted to using the internal organs of children as medicinal ingredients for alchemical concoctions. Coincidentally, numerous families in the central capital have recently reported the disappearance of their children, and a few so-called child abductors will confess in court that they were instructed by the Taoists of Chonglong Temple. Then, a fervent call will be raised. inciting the common people to encircle the temple, culminating in the grim discovery of children's corpses within its confines. The remaining matters will require no further manipulation by the shadowy guards. The enraged populace will ensure that every trace of Chonlong Temple is utterly obliterated, leaving not a single remnant. Even if the Taoist sect realizes the injustice, what can they do? It is not my shadowy guards who are committing murder and burning down the temple, but rather the citizens of Central Capital. Chapter 9. Shadows and Stealth as Night Descended. Beneath the dark azure sky, the flickering lights of the temple were barely visible amidst the throngs of shadows. An elderly Taoist emerged slowly from the main entrance of the 9-story pavilion, wielding a white jade and silver-threaded whisk, his expression grave. This was Qingye Taoist, the foremost adept of Chonlong Temple following the passing of the old abbot. The old Taoist lifted his gaze towards the night sky, which was devoid of both moon and stars, shrouded in a blanket of ominous clouds. In the next moment, a cacophony of tightly packed mechanical sounds erupted, as nearly 100 crossbow bolts were unleashed towards him. Qingye Taoist remained unfazed, with a mere flick of his robe sleeve. The bolts returned to him like weary birds returning to their nest, and with another sweep of his sleeve, the projectiles were sent hurtling back, instantly transforming several unsuspecting shadowy guards into pincushions. 5 armored black-clad warriors strode forth from the darkness, their eyes the only visible features, glowing like twin scarlet embers. As they brandished iron spears, Qingye Taoist regarded these 5 warriors with astonishment, murmuring, "Even the inner guards have been mobilized." It seems that Lu Chun is truly determined to annihilate the entire lineage of Chonlong Temple. The so-called inner guards, also known as the imperial court guardians, are the elite martial artists of the dynasty, numbering around 500 in total, with over 20 first-tier inner guards, more than 100 second-tier, and the remainder classified as third-tier. They are responsible for protecting the emperor and the palace, operating under the shadowy guards, but lacking any imperial decree. Even the 3 generals of the shadowy guards would not dare to act without caution. Lu Chun, merely an acting general, lacks the authority to mobilize the inner guards. These 5 second-tier inner guards were personally dispatched by General Fu, one of the 3 chariots of the shadowy guards, specifically to confront Qingye Taoist. Qingye Taoist possessed extraordinary prowess, classified as a first-tier adept in worldly terms. Yet these 5 second-tier inner guards were no mere novices, each boasting second-tier cultivation, complemented by talismans and mystical armor that rendered them nearly impervious to ordinary weaponry. Thus, the outcome of a conflict between 5 second-tier masters and a single first-tier adept remained uncertain. The 5 warriors formed a circular formation, their spears like a dense forest, advancing towards Qingye Taoist. With a cold snort, the old Taoist swept his whisk, and the silver threads on it surged in the wind, rapidly extending to a length of several dozen yards, sweeping towards the 5 inner guards. The 5 inner guards remained calm and composed. The leader of the guards issued a sharp command, prompting the 2 guards positioned on the flanks of the circular formation to accelerate suddenly, wielding their iron spears like twin ferocious dragons. Their spear shadows filled the air, forming an impenetrable barrier that kept the swirling silver threads at bay. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 guards seized the opportunity to close in on Qingye, attacking with a straightforward efficiency that left no room for embellishment, clearly honed from years of battlefield experience. Their combined assault, disciplined and relentless, was executed with a precision that rendered it nearly flawless within the second tier of mastery. The 3 long spears transformed into a relentless barrage, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds that even carved fine grooves into the stone-paved ground beneath them. Amidst the flurry of spear shadows, Qingye's footwork shifted fluidly, evading the thrusts with effortless grace, while his left hand continuously formed intricate seals, striving to activate the grand formation hidden within the 9-story pavilion behind him. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably succumb. Although the 5 guards lacked his individual prowess, their united front and methodical approach ensured that he would be the first to exhaust his strength. Caught off guard by the guards' tactics, he had failed to activate the formation in advance and was left with no choice but to take a perilous gamble. Suddenly, the golden lamps within the 9-story pavilion began to illuminate sequentially. In a short span, the first level was awash with light. If all 9 levels were to be aglow, the elder could fortify his position and send word back to the Taoist sect's ancestral court. However, the dark guards had anticipated this and prepared accordingly. Observing from a distance, the inspector extended his hand, and a subordinate promptly delivered a blood-red bow towering over him and a sleek black feathered arrow. Drawing a deep breath, he gripped the bow with his left hand, steady as a mountain, while his right hand positioned the black arrow against the bowstring. The veins in his right arm bulged visibly as he gradually pulled the string back to its full tension, resembling a full moon. In the next moment, the black feathered arrow soared silently through the air, aimed directly at the besieged Qingye. This was no ordinary arrow. Its tip was embedded with a special alloy designed to pierce through the formidable protective energy of masters, inscribed with runes along the shaft. And its fletching crafted from dove feathers, shot forth by the Dark Guard's secret techniques, said to be unstoppable by anyone beneath the divine realm. Although the Daoist sect boasted numerous celestial experts, Qingye was evidently still a step away from that echelon. At the crucial moment when the grand formation was on the verge of activation, the arrow pierced through his protective energy, penetrating his chest and shattering his central energy reservoir. The grand formation that had been gradually opening came to an abrupt halt. Qingye lowered his head slowly, and the Dark Guards wasted no time, driving him directly into the wall with lethal force. Meanwhile, Su Beiyu found himself struggling against the relentless assault of the Dark Guard master. Currently, Su Beiyu could barely muster the strength of a 6th-tier practitioner, and facing an opponent 3 tiers above him proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Despite unleashing a fierce combat prowess akin to that of a 4th-tier master, the limited skills he had gleaned from the Sword Elder were insufficient to pose a significant threat to this seasoned Dark Guard warrior. If it were not for the self-generating sword aura of the Tianlan sword, which would inflict harm upon contact, the Dark Guard would have had fewer reservations. And it is likely that Su Beiyu and Jiyun would have already been reduced to mere souls beneath the blade. Although this Dark Guard's prowess does not compare to that of the Inspector and the 5 second-tier inner guards, he is nonetheless a formidable expert, having lingered in the 3rd-tier realm for many years. His methods of killing and experience in combat place him among the elite of his peers. However, encountering an anomaly like Su Beiyu, he found himself unable to secure a victory after prolonged engagement, which stirred feelings of frustration as he recalled the deadline set by the Inspector. The greater his irritation, the swifter and more ruthless his strikes became. Against an equally matched adversary, such impulsive aggression would be ill-advised, as it leaves one open to counterattacks. Yet, the disparity in strength between him and Su Beiyu was so vast that many flaws in his technique were visible but unattainable, leaving him increasingly beleaguered. With another clash of metal, the Tianlan sword met the Shochuan blade, and the Dark Guard suddenly twisted his body, appearing as supple as a serpent. Maneuvering past the Tianlan sword at an improbable angle to strike at Su Beiyu's flank. The attack was so unexpected that it surpassed Su Beiyu's imagination. He could scarcely fathom how one could contort their body to such a degree. Despite exerting every effort to evade, he nonetheless sustained an injury. Witnessing this scene, Jiyun could not suppress a shrill cry, her face etched with alarm. Su Beiyu pressed a hand to his wound, leaning on his sword, the searing pain forcing him to gasp for breath, rendering him speechless. The Dark Guard did not hasten to take Su Beiyu's life. Instead, he delivered a kick to his chest, sending him crashing into a corner, where he collided with the wall. Then, turning his gaze to Jiyun, who resembled a frightened rabbit. His eyes narrowed like a cold-blooded serpent poised to strike. With a chilling smile, he said, "Since you are destined to die, why not allow me to indulge before your end? Your enticing lips, if not used to serenade me, would indeed be a waste of potential." Chapter 10. A man approaches with a sword case in the imposing capital, a land of countless battles. This place holds no fear of death. Countless souls have perished beyond the city walls, as well as within. Every inch of this land has been stained with blood, and it is this long-dried crimson that has forged the ironclad city standing resolutely in the northwest. Gentle-spoken men and delicate women find no place here. Only those of true masculine valor belong in this realm. An elderly man, bathed in the dying light of the setting sun, approached the capital. He donned a tattered black robe reminiscent of southern styles, ravaged by years of wind and sand, rendering it unrecognizable. Behind him, he bore a large wooden case enveloped in the rare Sichuan brocade of the northwest. He lifted his gaze to the towering walls, murmuring softly to himself. An old miser claims that Su Beiyu has arrived in the capital. It has been many years since my last visit here. Today, returning to familiar grounds. I find that all has changed. The elderly man strode towards the city gate, and the robust, armored guards stationed there initially intended to stop him, to inspect the bundle slung across his back, and perhaps enrich themselves a little. However, upon meeting the old man's gaze, they found themselves unable to utter a word, merely watching as he entered the city. It was only after the figure of the old man had receded into the distance that one guard suddenly became aware that his back was drenched with sweat. Though the gatekeeper was not a figure of great significance, years of service had familiarized him with various types of people, making him quite perceptive. To him, the old man exuded an air of authority that one only acquires after long tenure in high positions, a presence that was even more daunting than that of his own superiors. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, a tall person will bear the burden. If this elderly gentleman were indeed out of the ordinary, could he, a mere soldier earning less than half a tael of silver a month, be expected to impede his progress? The duty belonged to the court, but his life was his own. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye and let the elder pass. Once inside the city, the old man proceeded at a leisurely pace. Strangely, the streets were relatively devoid of pedestrians today, and at some intersections, there were shadowy guards clad in brocade robes and wielding blades, patrolling the area. The elderly man paid them no mind and continued on his way. A few shadowy guards attempted to obstruct him, but with a mere flick of his sleeve, they were sent flying like leaves caught in the wind, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. As the old man advanced, more and more shadowy guards gathered ahead. Yet he merely waved his sleeve again, leaving a path strewn with the unconscious forms of his adversaries. At last, he arrived at the entrance of Chonglong Temple, precisely at the pivotal moment of the ambush against the Taoist Qingya. Before him stood nearly 100 shadowy guards, their crossbows drawn and aimed squarely at him, conveying a clear intention. Should he take a step forward, they would turn him into a porcupine. The elderly man smiled, his visage undiminished by age, exuding the grace of a distinguished scholar. Even in the face of such overwhelming odds, he remained unruffled and spoke softly. I am merely here to find someone. I shan't impede your duties. The one leading the guards was an inspector among them, a seasoned veteran who had weathered many storms. While the others may have felt little unease, he sensed an unsettling nonchalance in the old man's words. Yes, a nonchalance akin to an adult addressing a group of boisterous children, instructing them to play elsewhere and not disturb him. Such ease suggested the old man possessed enough confidence to disregard the imminent threat posed by the nearly 100 crossbows. Could he be a master? The inspector pondered this thought, raising his hand not to hasten the guards to fire, but rather to command. As shadowy guards perform their duties, we request that our guest halt, or await the arrival of a superior to address this matter. But I cannot wait, the old man replied calmly, his tone serene and light, as though conversing with an old friend, devoid of any sense of urgency or impending danger. The inspector chose not to speak further, simply bringing his hand down with force. In an instant, a barrage of crossbow bolts rained down upon the old man. Almost simultaneously, he waved his sleeves, and all the shadowy guards felt a gust of wind rush towards them, forcing them to squint their eyes. When they reopened them, the old man had vanished, leaving only a scatter of crossbow bolts strewn across the ground. On the other side, the shadow guard, possessing a martial prowess above the third rank, was about to unfasten his belt to indulge in the pleasures of the world. Su Beiyu leaned against the wall, with Tianlan not far from his right side. Yet he felt as though his spine might shatter. Even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Jiyun, at that moment, was as pale as death, futilely attempting to retreat on the ground. The shadow guard finally undid the ornate clasp at his waist, his smile losing some of its coldness while gaining a hint of lasciviousness. Young man, it is wise to show mercy when one can. Killing is but a trivial act. Do not stoop so low. A calm, aged voice suddenly resonated, laced with disdain and scorn, reminiscent of a schoolmaster delivering a moral lecture. The shadow guard was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the beautiful young man within arm's reach. With a swift motion, he sheathed his blade and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. He beheld an elderly man, bearing a sword case, striding into the hall. The guard's pupils dilated sharply. Years of combat experience warned him that this unexpected visitor was a formidable opponent, indeed a very challenging one. In the realm of martial arts, 4 types of individuals are most feared: the elderly, women, monks, and children. Su Beiyu, on the brink of death, was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for the arrival of this person at such an inopportune time. A soft spot within him was touched, and disregarding his pain, he forced a smile and uttered, "Master, you have come." The reputation of the Shadow Guard is well known. I trust you understand that if you impede our affairs, do not blame me for the consequences. Although the third-rank Shadow Guard recognized that the elder was no ordinary person, he felt no fear, for behind him loomed the entire Shadow Guard house. And beyond that stood the Emperor, who possessed this splendid realm. And so what? The elder's expression remained unchanged, as he calmly remarked, "Is the Shao family truly so remarkable?" The guard was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. Even a simpleton from the countryside knew that the current emperor bore the surname Shao. The Shao name was the name of the nation, and thus the entire realm belonged to the Shao family. Was that not something to be regarded as impressive? The elder smiled wistfully, recalling events from years past, and felt a sense of melancholy at the fickleness of fate. Once, he had witnessed his contemporaries ascend to imperial heights, while he had found himself a vagabond. The disparity between the two was vast, yet regardless of such differences, he would not allow a group of shadowy guards to humiliate him at will. In a low voice, he declared, "Whether my disciple is good or bad is for me to teach. It is not for you to meddle. If you choose to intrude, do not blame me for severing your hands. Today, I shall slay you, the lackeys of the Shao family." As his words fell, the ensuing scene left Su Beiyu and Jiyun utterly speechless. The shadow guard, who had so easily overpowered Su Beiyu, barely had time to react before his head was struck down as if by an invisible sword. Following that, his entire body began to disintegrate, transforming into evenly distributed chunks of flesh and blood, and as these fragments descended, they continued to break apart. By the time they reached the ground, they had coalesced into a murky pool of blood, leaving no trace of what had once been. The elderly man, who had not shown any signs of movement, continued, "Beiyu, did you not once inquire what sword chi is? This is it." Chapter 11. The beauty's sword strikes at the heart after dispatching the Qingla Daoist. The inspector finally sensed something amiss. His trusted aide had yet to return. Although this individual often exhibited a certain carelessness due to his formidable abilities, he was still discerning when it came to matters of significance. Could it be that something had gone awry? With this thought, the inspector dared not be negligent and proceeded towards the main hall accompanied by 5 inner guards. Upon reaching the entrance, he was met with a shocking sight. His trusted aide lay gruesomely severed, blood pooling around him, the result of countless strands of sword chi as fine as cow hair. The inspector was acutely aware of his aide's capabilities. He was a peak third-rank cultivator with extensive combat experience, nearly on par with a second-rank expert. Even against the Qingla Daoist, he might have had a chance to escape. Yet, such a skilled fighter had perished so easily. The inspector squinted, directing his gaze at the culprit, only to find himself unable to gauge the depth of this person's strength. He spoke with caution. "Might I inquire why you have harmed a member of my shadow guard? Should you fail to provide an explanation, I fear it may be difficult for me to account to my superiors." The elderly man replied softly, "Why should I explain my actions to anyone? If I wish to kill, I shall do so." The inspector's expression shifted dramatically, and the 5 inner guards behind him raised their long spears, pointing them menacingly at the elder. The elder responded calmly, "The green blade in hand thirsts for blood, and sleepless nights often bring solitude." Unable to contain himself any longer, the inspector swiftly retreated, while the 5 inner guards advanced in unison, their iron spears forming an impenetrable barrier. The elder merely lifted his hand and made a horizontal sweep before him. Instantly, an invisible sword manifested, slicing through the 5 inner guards with ease. Sword chi is formless, and sword intent is without shape. This was the Sword 11, the formless sword. Perhaps the world had long forgotten the significance of the Sword 36. After all, a cycle of 60 years is an eternity. Even if, before that cycle, someone had inflicted profound pain upon the world, the memories of such wounds fade with time. Even the inspector, who had encountered numerous secret techniques and archival records, could not fully comprehend this. Though he had heard of the illustrious Sword 36, he had never had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Today, the elder aimed to resurrect the Sword 36 in the world. As for Su Beiyu's 3 swords, they were but superficialities. Only those involved could grasp the sheer terror of the elder's strike, which rendered the 5 iron spears' layered defenses utterly inconsequential. It pierced through the mystical armor that could withstand blades and spears, landing directly upon the 5 inner guards. In the next moment, the upper halves of the 5 inner guards, all possessing second-rank cultivation, soared into the air, while their lower halves remained rooted in a bowing stance. Their spears and armor bore no marks of injury, yet their bodies had been cleaved in two. With merely a flick of his hand, 5 second-rank experts fell without a trace of resistance, not even affording the elder the opportunity to draw his sword. Seated on the ground, Su Beiyu gaped in astonishment. He had always been aware of his master's extraordinary abilities, yet he never anticipated such profound mastery. The Dark Guard patrol officer, who had retreated to a distance, was on the verge of drawing his bow when he witnessed the scene unfold, causing his heart to quail with pure terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, he made a decision that was both prudent and foolish: to flee. The elder remained motionless, having executed his actions without so much as shifting from his spot. His expression remained tranquil, as though he were engaged in a trivial task, creating an illusion that the slaying of the Dark Guard and the inner guards was not a grave crime worthy of extermination. The old man extended his hand, gently gesturing. The Dark Guard patrol officer, in the midst of a desperate flight, staggered as if struck by an invisible force and collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The elder sighed softly. For him, dispatching these insignificant figures brought no sense of accomplishment. Had it not been for his disciple, He would have preferred to avoid any entanglement with them, especially one that could expose him to the scrutiny of the Dark Guard's higher echelons. However, should such encounters arise, he would not shy away. His master had once imparted to him the wisdom that the heart of the sword mirrors the heart of man. One must harbor awe, yet never succumb to cowardice. If one were to weigh every action and deliberate at every turn, allowing the sword to languish in its sheath, what purpose would there be in practicing the art of swordsmanship? Leaning against the wall, Su Beiyu, in a moment of excitement, had momentarily forgotten his pain. As he regained his senses, a wave of excruciating agony surged through him, prompting him to mutter, "No wonder my master said my northern and southern features signify a fortunate destiny. Eventually, I would encounter a benefactor. Indeed, it is my master." Hearing these words, the elder could not help but chuckle with a mix of amusement and incredulity. "Benefactor? You know nothing of what a true benefactor is." As he spoke, the elder approached Su Beiyu, his hands, devoid of any sign of age, gently pressed on certain spots along Su's back, accompanied by the sound of cracking as Su stifled a groan. The elder calmly remarked, "The bleeding has ceased. You shall recover in a few days. As for the other matter, your bones are merely misaligned. Nothing serious." Rising from the ground, Su Beiyu sheathed his sword, Tianlan, and proceeded to stretch his limbs. The elder spoke slowly, "From now on, you shall accompany me. I will continue the sword lessons I left unfinished 10 years ago." Su Beiyu responded with a firm acknowledgement. The elder then turned his gaze towards the small, flustered Taoist maiden, pausing before saying, "You too shall come with me. The Dark Guards will surely eradicate everyone at the Chonglong Temple. It is no longer safe for you in the capital." The young maiden stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly covered her mouth, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. The elder cast a glance at Su Beiyu, signaling him to handle the situation, before strolling out of the hall. Outside, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted, reminiscent of blades slicing through flesh and the final cries of the dying, which soon faded into a profound silence. Inside the hall, Su Beiyu gazed at the tear-streaked face of the Taoist maiden, feeling utterly at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, seeing the young Taoist nun was exhausted from crying, he gently reached out to wipe away her tears and softly spoke, "The dead are gone, and there is no remedy for that. However, those who remain must continue to live, mustn't they? You witnessed the malevolent secret guards earlier. They are merciless, killing without a second thought. We have endured this together, which binds us as comrades in adversity. Therefore, heed my words and follow us away from this land of turmoil. When the time comes, if you wish to return to your sect or venture elsewhere, we can deliberate then. As long as you live, there is no dead end. Death is the true dead end." The young nun, known as Jiyun, wiped her tears and nodded, her throat choked with emotion. In moments of vulnerability, one often instinctively relies on others. This is how many seemingly unassailable beauties have been conquered. Undoubtedly, the young nun was in a state of fragility. Her mentors and fellow disciples had been slaughtered by the secret guards, and had it not been for Su Beiyu's timely intervention, she too would have met a tragic fate beneath the embroidery blade. Overwhelmed by fear and sorrow, she had lost her composure, thus naturally acquiescing to Su Beiyu's words of camaraderie. Su Beiyu regarded the pitiful young nun, her delicate face now streaked with tears, and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Do not fear, I am here. Even if I am of little help, my master is with us. You have seen that he is a master among masters, capable of slaying foes without drawing his sword. These secret guards cannot harm us." With a forlorn expression, Jiyun nodded and replied, "Brother Su, I trust you." As Su Beiyu stepped out of the main hall, a horrific scene unfolded before him. The ground was littered with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed, resembling a hell on earth. The elder stood amidst this purgatory, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the luminous moon above. The stench of blood assailed Su Beiyu, causing him to stagger, his complexion paling. He turned to cover Jiyun's eyes, shielding her from this gruesome spectacle. Jiyun vaguely understood the gravity of the situation and slowly retreated back into the hall with Su Beiyu. Moments later, the elder re-entered, leaving a trail of glaring crimson footprints behind him. Jiyun hid behind Su Beiyu, her small hand clutching the edge of his sleeve. Sensing the elder's gaze, she shrank back like a frightened rabbit, revealing only her small face as she timidly greeted, "Greetings, senior." The old man smiled dismissively at the young couple before him and suddenly chuckled softly. "Among the 300,000 renowned swords in the world, it is only the beauty that pierces the heart." Chapter 12. The 9 ranks and 5 immortals speak of years past. The elder led Su Beiyu and Jiyun out of the city of Zhongdu, heading west towards Ziliangzhou. According to the elder, this region of Ziliangzhou, bordered by the rear construction to the east and the grasslands to the west, is a place one can traverse at will. If they were to head deeper into the passes, they would find themselves in a perilous situation surrounded by enemies. The trio traveled on foot, taking breaks along the way. The elder exhibited remarkable patience, adjusting his pace to match that of Su Beiyu and Jiyun, neither rushing them nor seizing the opportunity to strengthen their physical endurance. Instead, he imparted many profound insights into the way of the sword that Su Beiyu had never encountered before. In Su Beiyu's view, his master's cultivation likely transcends the legendary realm of the first great immortals. Even if it does not, it cannot be far from it. The words spoken by his venerable master are naturally golden rules, not to be overlooked even by half a character. Thus, during their journey, the elder spoke with great earnestness while the younger listened with rapt attention, creating a harmonious dynamic between master and disciple. The elder, while imparting knowledge, did not shy away from the presence of Jiyun, candidly stating that whatever the young girl could remember was sufficient, and whatever she could comprehend was commendable. Unfortunately, Jiyun did not possess Su Beiyu's foundational understanding, leading her to grasp many concepts only superficially. After the lesson today, the three of them took shelter for the night beneath a precipice. Once a campfire was kindled, Su Beiyu softly inquired, "Master, I have heard others mention that beyond the 9 grades of the righteous is the so-called realm of immortals. What constitutes the realm of an immortal?" The elder chuckled and replied, "If we consider the classification of martial artists into 9 grades as a decree set by the court, then the so-called immortals above the first grade are the inventions of the Taoist tradition. In Taoism, there exists the concept of the 5 immortals: heaven, spirit, earth, man, and ghost, with the heavenly immortal at the apex and the ghost immortal at the nadir, representing 5 distinct paths of cultivation. A master just surpassing the first grade realm is said to attain the ghost immortal stage, marking an entry into the realm of immortality, which transcends the domain of martial artists, encompassing many profound abilities, including the capacity for spiritual travel. The late master of Chonglong Temple was of this caliber. The human immortal realm is even more formidable, epitomizing the pinnacle of human strength, with sinews and flesh as resilient as adamantine, their vitality soaring to the heavens, impervious to the winds. Many renowned warriors from the battlefield could likely ascend to this echelon. The earth immortal realm amalgamates the essence of both the ghost and human immortal stages, resonating with the cosmos, traversing the vast seas by day and the dark mountains by night, genuinely transcending human limitations and stepping into the realm of immortals. As for the further advanced divine immortal realm, I dare not speak frivolously. I can only describe it in 8 words: everlasting life, invincible in the world. The previous head of the Taoist sect was of this realm, having single-handedly battled 4 of the most formidable earth immortals of the time and emerged victorious. This is indeed the divine immortal realm, a pinnacle of reverence. Su Beiyu listened, utterly captivated, and then curiously asked, "Master, you have yet to elaborate on the final tier, the heavenly immortal realm." The elder shook his head with a smile, saying, "The term heavenly immortal, as its name implies, refers to celestial beings. Such a realm does not exist among mortals. Furthermore, those who achieve the heavenly immortal realm are invariably those who have attained Buddhahood or ancestorhood, such as the Tao ancestor and the Buddha ancestor, along with an extraterrestrial demon. These 3 were the earliest heavenly immortals. Subsequently, there were sages like Zhuangzi, Huangzi, Zhangzi, the southern 5 ancestors, and the northern 5 ancestors of the Taoist lineage, as well as the various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Buddhism, who at different times have achieved the heavenly immortal status, soaring and transforming into that boundless, mysterious realm. The intricacies of this realm are beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. They are ineffable, truly ineffable." As the elder spoke, he seemed to recall some long-forgotten memories, shaking his head with a sigh. In the past, the cultivation world was not as it is today, dominated solely by the Taoist sect, lifeless and stagnant. Back then, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism coexisted, alongside various sects such as the Sword sect, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Demonic sect, the Wheel Temple, and the Diamond Temple. Collectively known as the 3 teachings and 9 streams. There was even the Heavenly Mechanism ranking, which listed the 10 most formidable individuals of the world, each shining in their own right. The previous leader of our Taoist sect, who had attained the divine realm, held the esteemed position of the foremost among them. Hearing this, Jian whispered, "The previous leader you speak of is indeed the master of our current sect leader, the revered Zichun." The elder's expression suddenly turned strange, a mix of nostalgia, sorrow, and a hint of frustration as he softly remarked, "Little girl, do you know who ranked second?" Jian timidly replied, "The second is the last master of the Sword sect. I've heard the elders in the sect speak of him. He was a true villain, responsible for the deaths of numerous celestial beings. Once suppressed by Master Zichun, he returned to wreak havoc upon the world after her ascension. Ultimately perishing under the divine retribution, his life extinguished and his path severed, leading to the sword sect's demise. The elder, who had experienced much in his lifetime, smiled faintly. His smile, however, was laced with profound melancholy. He murmured, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, he strode across the realm, unmatched by any. Alas, the heavens are indifferent, and the decree of fate is relentless. In the end, he too fell into oblivion. What a pity! How tragic! Su Beiyu could not help but feel an overwhelming yearning. Muttering to himself, if I could master the sword to such an extent, there would be no regrets left. The elder, however, was not optimistic about Su Beiyu. Dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. Even after a lifetime of sword practice, I have not reached such heights. Your innate talent is inferior to mine in my youth. Without an extraordinary stroke of fortune, you might have to wait for a future life to be born under a fortunate star. Su Beiyu retorted defiantly. Perhaps I am destined for great fortune and will inevitably reach the celestial realm. The elder scoffed. Do you truly understand the distinction between fortune and fate? Can you discern what is sword intent and what is sword energy? First, you must embody the great sword energy before speaking of great fortune. Overwhelmed by discouragement, Su Beiyu was left in a state of frustration. Suddenly, the elder said, the reason I chose to accept you as my disciple was your temperament. It bears a striking resemblance to my late brother S. When I left the family to pursue my studies, my brother inherited the family business and ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. In truth, our natures were suited for different paths. My brother was open-minded, best suited for sword practice, while I was adept at strategy, fit for inheriting the family legacy. Yet, my brother selflessly allowed me that opportunity. As we parted, he told me that the burden of the family should rightfully fall upon him, the legitimate heir, and not be passed to his younger brother, urging me to focus on my studies without concern for home. Who could have foreseen that farewell would be our last? When I next saw him, he lay in a coffin, leaving me to stand in mourning. Brothers in life, yet separated by death. Su Beiyu and Zhiyun fell into a contemplative silence. Let bygones be bygones, the elder said, shaking his head, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. After all, these were merely old tales, and had it not been for the stirring of memories, he might have never mentioned them again. Su Beiyu suddenly recalled something and asked, Master, does this mean you also hail from a prestigious family? How is it that you now find yourself without a permanent residence? The elder lowered his eyelids and, with a touch of self-mockery, replied, what family remains? What sect is left? I am left here, all alone. Su Beiyu uttered a soft "oh," remembering a saying of his teacher, and murmured, we are all lost souls in this vast world. Chapter 13. A Tempest in the Northwest on June 30th. In the 20th year of the era of peace, the midday sky was unexpectedly dark and foreboding, much like the atmosphere within the Northwest Secret Guard Bureau, which was particularly heavy and stifling, nearly suffocating those present. This somber mood traced back to the recent incident at the Chonglong Temple. A chief inspector of the 4th rank, a deputy officer of the same rank, 5 imperial bodyguards summoned from the capital, and 43 elite secret guards, along with 128 ordinary guards, had all perished in battle. Such losses had not been witnessed for many years. Although the Secret Guard Bureau boasted a strength of 200,000, this figure included various informants. In this regard, the Bureau could not compare to an army that could easily overlook the deaths of a few hundred. Conversely, for the Secret Guard Bureau, such a degree of casualties was nearly crippling. As the true authority of the Northwest Secret Guard Bureau, Lu Chun sat at the head of the main hall, flanked by high-ranking officials of the Bureau. These fierce figures, who could silence a child's cries, were now sitting upright, their expressions grave, not daring to utter a sound for fear of incurring the wrath of the notoriously brooding deputy governor. The silence in the hall was palpable. Lu Chun surveyed the assembled crowd, his voice unexpectedly calm as he slowly began. You are all aware of the events from a few days ago. What was meant to be a long-prepared scheme was unexpectedly disrupted by an outsider, resulting in the loss of 178 lives. The Northwest Secret Guard Bureau has only about 1,500 official personnel, and these are dispersed across several large provinces such as Shan, West Liang, and West He. Each Secret Guard division consists of merely 300 individuals, and now we have lost more than 2/3 of our number. The entire Central Capital Division of the Secret Guard is on the verge of annihilation. As his words concluded, a sudden clap of thunder illuminated the dim hall, casting light upon the somber faces of the Secret Guard personnel. A torrential downpour descended unexpectedly in this late summer season. Raindrops the size of soybeans pelted the eaves, creating a crisp, crackling sound, and quickly formed a thin stream that cascaded down the corners, producing glimmering silver lines. The assembled individuals remained indifferent to the sudden rain. Even the armored guards standing vigil outside the hall were unaffected, allowing the raindrops to strike their armor with fervor. Lu Chen squinted his eyes, gazing through the wide-open doors at the curtain of rain, and continued, "While we must accept that death is an inevitability in this world, especially when faced with extraordinary individuals, the critical matter remains that, upon counting the bodies afterward, we discovered that one named Jiun, a small girl from the Taoist sect, is missing." Lu Chen rose from his seat and walked slowly to the door, speaking coldly. At this juncture, the original plan to incite the masses to burn the Chonglong Temple within 3 days has become nearly impossible to achieve. Furthermore, the deaths of so many cannot be concealed. The repercussions are too great. It won't be long before the Demon Suppression Hall becomes aware of this. If they were to find that young girl, you are surely aware of the methods employed by the various officials of the White Tiger Hall. They would undoubtedly regard our Northwest Shadow Guard as expendable, sacrificing our lives to quell the wrath of the Taoist sect. A chilling silence enveloped the room, for Lu Chen's words were no idle threat. It is well known that the Shadow Guard is merciless. However, what many do not realize is that their ruthlessness extends not only to outsiders, but also to their own. As the conflict among the 3 commanders escalates, countless members of the Shadow Guard have perished in internal strife over the years. The Northwest Shadow Guard has always been under the dominion of Commander Fu. Should this matter come to light, the other 2 commanders would not hesitate to strike when we are down, delivering the final blow. Lu Chen continued in a frigid tone, "No more idle chatter. It is not too late to mend the fold after the sheep have strayed. Everyone, disperse your personnel, and strictly guard all entrances and exits to the northwest. Only entry is permitted, no one shall exit. Even if we must turn the northwest upside down, we must find Ji Yun. We must see the living, or we must see the dead." All high-ranking members of the Shadow Guard rose, clasping their hands and responding solemnly, "Understood." While heavy rain poured down in the capital, the region of Shiliang was experiencing only a light drizzle. After several days, Su Beiyu and his companions arrived at Longnan, located on the southeastern border of Shiliang. This area connects to Shan and Shu provinces, serving as a strategic point among Liang, Shan, and Shu, historically a contested battleground. It has long been referred to as the key to Liang and Shan, the throat of Bashu. Thus a garrison of approximately 3,000 troops is stationed here, commanded by a 3rd-rank officer. Do not underestimate a 3rd-rank official. To the common people of a province, such a figure is akin to a celestial being, wielding authority over provincial affairs. A 3rd-rank Shadow Guard commander can turn the entire Northwest upside down, and these 3rd and 4th-rank provincial officials act as true local monarchs, capable of altering the weather with a mere flick of their hand. Some have been entrenched for decades, their power so firmly rooted that it is not an exaggeration to say they can cover the heavens with one hand. Even 1st and 2nd-rank officials from the imperial capital may not possess such influence. The elder led Su Beiyu and Ji Yun through the gentle rain into the fortified pass guarding Longnan. Due to the direct access between Shiliang and Shan to the grasslands, a multitude of merchants and horse traders frequented this region, leading to its burgeoning prosperity, almost attaining the scale of a medium-sized city. This area is largely ungoverned, with only the commanding officer, who holds 3,000 soldiers, wielding true authority. Here, his word is law. However, this commanding officer is not entirely lawless. After all, those daring to engage in trade with the grasslands are typically backed by influential officials, especially among the horse traders. Most have connections to military bigwigs and maintain substantial relationships with the chieftains on the grasslands. Without these 2 connections, attempting to engage in the horse trade would likely lead to a perilous demise before ever setting foot on the grasslands. Thus, the commanding lord generally refrains from provoking such individuals. As long as the passing merchants pay their due share of silver, both parties can coexist in peace. As the trio entered the city, they encountered a group of fierce-looking riders galloping forth, their waist knives openly displayed, while on their horses were bows and arrows that the court had expressly prohibited. Prior to their entrance, the elder had advised Ji Yun to don a large robe to shield against the wind and sand, with her face thoroughly wrapped, leaving only her eyes exposed. Consequently, these individuals paid little heed to Su Beiyu and his companions, swiftly passing by. Once the group had distanced themselves, the elder remarked nonchalantly, "These are horse traders, largely hailing from the northwest, seasoned warriors with notable prowess, approximately of the 6th or 7th rank. Did you observe those bows? The least of them is a 2-stone bow, with 1 stone equating to 120 pounds. Their strength rivals that of the elite soldiers in the border army. As for their character, it is but a hair's breadth away from the horse bandits of the plains, merely a step apart." Su Beiyu's expression grew somewhat grave. His current strength was around the 5th rank, placing him on par with these horse traders. Subsequently, The elder skillfully led the two to a time-honored inn in the bustling market, requesting 2 upper rooms. He gazed at the 2 bewildered young individuals and calmly stated, "Tonight is not particularly safe. I shall take 1 room alone, while you 2 share another. So you may look out for one another." With that, the elder departed, seemingly indifferent to the subtle atmosphere between the 2 young people. Su Beiyu opened his mouth, hesitated, and then fell silent. He had sensed his master's faint, playful smile just moments before. Upon reaching his own room, the elder's previously tranquil demeanor took on a peculiar quality, and he chuckled softly. "Young man, I have paved the way for you. It is now a matter of your discernment." Chapter 14. Unbounded joy of Avalokiteshvara. Upon entering the room, Jiyun immediately transformed into a startled little rabbit, crossing her arms over her chest, leaving even her robe untouched. Su Beiyu could engage confidently in conversation with several scions of noble families. Yet this did not imply he was equally adept in the presence of women. In such matters, he was entirely inexperienced, a veritable novice. Moreover, witnessing Jiyun's anxious demeanor, he was uncertain whether it was a subtle interplay of pride or embarrassment that caused the initial tender thoughts to dissipate. After closing the door, he removed the Tianlan's sword from his back, seated himself at the table, poured a bit of water from the teapot onto the surface, and began to write and sketch with his fingertip. Jiyun cautiously perched upon the bed, and upon seeing Su Beiyu disregard her, she lowered her guard, gradually shedding the oversized robe that obscured her femininity and the headscarf that concealed her face. In a soft voice, she asked, "Are you upset?" Su Beiyu shook his head. Remaining silent, Jiyun instinctively clutched the hem of her clothing, feeling somewhat anxious. For some inexplicable reason, Su Beiyu suddenly recalled the image of the woman riding the steed named Ziluodi. If the circumstances were reversed, and it were that dignified and graceful woman in this very scene, he would likely find himself at a loss as well. Su Beiyu shook his head again, dispelling the impractical thought, and redirected his focus to the matter at hand. In recent days, his master had elucidated the intricacies of Sword 4. According to his master, Sword 36 is, in fact, a complete and progressive system of techniques. Swords 1 through 7 can be classified under the category of swordsmanship, accessible to anyone who can wield a sword. From Sword 8 to Sword 13, the realm of sword energy emerges, necessitating that one's own cultivation level reaches at least the 3rd rank, with sufficient skills to support the practice. Swords 14 to 19 transition from sword energy to sword intent, requiring a 1st rank cultivation level to even approach. As for swords 20 to 36, they exist entirely within the domain of sword philosophy. Only those of celestial stature can truly appreciate the myriad subtleties contained within. Thus, before reaching the 3rd rank, Su Beiyu's primary objective was to commit swords 1 through 7 to memory, not seeking a comprehensive understanding. Merely rote memorization would suffice. In due time, as his cultivation deepened, the profound mysteries would naturally reveal themselves. As dusk settled, Su Beiyu became wholly immersed in his own world, pouring water onto the table and sketching sword moves with simple lines, completely oblivious to the presence of another in the room. Meanwhile, Jiyun grew increasingly restless, her attempts to speak repeatedly faltering, yet when the moment arose, she hesitated once more. In truth, she too was a young girl untouched by the outside world, timid and fearful, lacking the insight to discern the hearts of others in contrast to that perceptive woman. Thus, when Su Beiyu ignored her, she naively assumed he was angry. Despite not knowing what she had done wrong, she wished to apologize, hoping to elicit a response from him. The earlier woman who rode the spirited purple steed had hesitated to speak, uncertain of how to apologize, for she had never done so before. Now, Jiyun found herself in a similar predicament, unsure of how to express her regret, compounded by her lack of understanding of her own misstep. After the passage of 2 hours, with the sky darkening, Jiyun quietly lit a lamp. Su Beiyu had emptied the pot of water entirely, and when he reached for the teapot once more, he discovered it was completely devoid of contents, snapping him back to reality. It was then he remembered Jiyun's presence in the room. Coincidentally, she too glanced at him. Her demeanor soft and delicate. Had a seasoned suitor been present, they would have effortlessly discerned the young nun's feelings. A virtuous person would have offered gentle words of comfort, while a more unscrupulous individual might take advantage of the naive girl, leaving her in tears. Unfortunately, Su Beiyu was neither a gentleman nor a rogue. He was merely a simpleton freshly emerged from Dansha village, standing at the threshold of understanding the complexities of romantic affairs. In this regard, he and the young nun were equally matched. Su Beiyu inquired, "Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry," Jiyun replied softly, though a glimmer of joy danced across her face. As Su Beiyu pondered the seemingly unrelated connection between not being hungry and her evident happiness, A sudden cacophony of hooves thundered down the street outside. Driven by an instinctive vigilance, Su Beiyu promptly extinguished the oil lamp on the table. He instinctively grasped Jiyun's delicate hand, and the two nestled against the wall beside the window. Su Beiyu gently pried the window open, just a crack. Peering through the narrow opening to observe the world outside, he beheld a cavalry unit of nearly 100 armored horsemen galloping past, led by a young nobleman clad in a brocade robe. In Longnan, such a grand figure could only be the sole heir of the commander who controlled 3,000 border troops, Zhang Shihong. Prior to entering the city, the elder had already warned Su Beiyu of certain names that should not be trifled with, among which was Zhang Shihong's. This was not born from fear of the military scion. Rather, the elder sought to avoid unnecessary troubles and potential conflicts. This young nobleman, a prominent figure in the locality, was not particularly handsome, nor did he carry the scent of cosmetics from frequenting the company of women. Instead, he emanated a chilling aura of iron and blood. A demeanor forged not merely by slaying a few servants or maidens, but rather through the grim reality of combat, having undoubtedly taken lives on the battlefield, not just one. Accompanying Zhang Shihong were two figures clad in black brocade robes, sending a jolt of alarm through Su Beiyu. Assassins. Su Beiyu instinctively recoiled, yet fortunately, he was not the only one covertly observing the street from the shelter of the buildings lining it. Thus, he did not attract the attention of the two assassins. The imposing cavalcade of over 100 riders passed by with an air of unassailable arrogance, leaving behind a trail of chaos and dust. The term assassin evokes a dread that resonates deeply. It was not a creation of the current dynasty, but rather a legacy from the previous Great Qing dynasty. Established by the close aide to Emperor Taizu, Shaolin, their primary functions included surveillance, apprehension, military intelligence, and the subversion of enemy commanders. The leader held the esteemed title of Grand Commander of the Assassins, alongside four other Grand Commanders known collectively as the Five Grand Commanders. It is noteworthy that Shaolin was an ancestor of the current Emperor Xiaoyu, who, upon ascending the throne, posthumously honored him as Emperor Jing. Due to the origins of the assassins with Shaolin, the Xiao family maintained an indelible connection with them throughout the Great Qing dynasty. From the moment Xiaoyu began his campaign to unify the realm until his coronation, the assassins played an indispensable role. Thus, when the world transitioned from Great Qing to Great Qi, the Assassin Bureau not only endured but flourished, wielding even greater power and authority. Capable of executing decisions with little oversight, it is unfathomable that several members of the royal family and founding heroes fell victim to the assassins, underscoring the profound trust the Xiao family placed in the very organization they had established and nurtured. In light of the recent ascendancy of the Taoist sect, the assassins expanded further to counter the Jinma Temple under Taoist command. Consequently, the three commanding governors of the White Tiger Hall within the Assassin Bureau emerged as a third power center, rivaling the cabinet and the Grand Commander's office. Akin to the former Directorate of Rights, to offend such a formidable entity would be sheer folly. Su Beiyu would be lying to himself were he to claim he was unafraid. However, what could fear accomplish? He certainly did not believe that offering an apology to these cold-blooded demons would spare him from their wrath. Ultimately, from the moment Su Beiyu stepped into Chonglong Temple, he was fated to be entangled in an unending conflict with the Dark Guards. At this juncture, the room adjacent to Su Beiyu's, which belonged to the elder, lay completely vacant. Soon after the Iron Cavalry entered the city, another figure strolled leisurely into this fortress town. Clad in resplendent white garments that floated about him like a celestial being, he exuded an extraordinary grace. His eyes sparkled like cold stars. His visage akin to a jade crown. Between his brows, there was a balance of vibrant heroism and beguiling charm. His long, dark hair cascaded down freely like a waterfall. Reaching his waist, he stood apart from the mundane world, resembling a celestial being who had descended from the heavens. If there were indeed someone capable of captivating a nation, it would be akin to this individual. The elder, bearing a sword case, stood opposite this person and spoke softly. In the mortal realm, men are tainted by the sun, while women are sullied by the moon. Yet the Bodhisattva embodies both in one form, a man with a woman's semblance, a source of boundless joy. Chapter 15. Why should a house dog mock a wild dog under the luminous moon and sparse stars? A brilliant full moon hung high in the night sky, beneath which two figures faced each other on the street. The night breeze swept through, tousling the elder's white hair, causing him to blend momentarily with the flowing darkness. Indistinguishable from the surrounding world, his form ethereal, embodying the notion of unity between heaven and man. In stark contrast, the seemingly celestial figure presented an air of transcendence. Out of sync with the environment, appearing like a fleeting dream, as if a splash of vivid red had been added to a monochromatic ink painting, strikingly vivid. Judging solely by appearances, the elder with the sword could almost be considered a grandfather to this individual. Yet, the world is not lacking in extraordinary beings who can defy the ravages of time, and this person before him exemplified such a case. In truth, he and the elder were of similar generations, not far apart in age. To use Su Beiyo's words, he was an eternal, ageless specter. The elder's expression turned grave as he inquired, Wanyan Beiwe, you have deliberately revealed your aura to draw me out. What is your intention? The one addressed as Wanyan Beiwe raised his head, fully revealing his countenance. A scarlet mark appeared at his brow, resembling a singular eye, further accentuating his otherworldly demeanor, akin to a celestial being unburdened by sorrow. The elder's face shifted to one of realization. It was not Wanyan Beiwe, but Murong Xianin. Murong Xianin spoke slowly. Wanyan Beiwe is now confined in Daliang City, ensnared within a cage. Only I, a wanderer, am free to roam without constraint in this limited space. With an impassive expression, the elder responded, whether Wanyan Beiwe or Murong Xianin, over the span of 60 years, you have yet to take that final step, instead transforming into this ambiguous being. Neither wholly human nor ghostly. A fleeting violet glimmer crossed Murong Xianin's eyes as he replied calmly, it is not that I cannot take that step, but that I dare not, for the cautionary tale of Shangguan Xianqian still lingers vividly in my mind. One must tread carefully and remain vigilant. At the mention of Shangguan Xianqian, the elder's expression subtly changed, and he fell into silence. Murong Xianin continued, as for why I sought you out, it is naturally still concerning that matter. In the years when Xiao Yu was alive, you cautioned against impulsive actions. Now that he has passed, what remains to be concerned about? The elder retorted, what if Xiao Yu is not truly dead? Given his cunning nature, he could very well employ the ruse of faking his own death, waiting for those of us who have lived in the shadows for so long to unwittingly expose ourselves, paving the way for his son. Murong Xianin softly replied, this is rather unnecessary to worry about. Even if Xiao Yu were alive, he would likely be in a state of half-life. He once slew the leader of the White Lotus sect with a single strike. Yet he suffered a backlash from that very act. If he were under the auspices of the Emperor's luck, he might barely endure. Without it, he would likely perish immediately, with no hope of resurrection. How tragic, how laughable, how lamentable that a once great emperor should meet such an end. The elder, however, maintained a cold demeanor, stating, what is there to lament? In the past, the 5 prominent families of Zhang, Yi, Gongsun, Murong, and Shangguan saw 2 of their houses obliterated by Xiao Yu, while the remaining 3 fared little better, reduced to mere lapdogs, scraping for survival beneath his feet. Even if Xiao Yu meets an untimely end, the Xiao family still reigns supreme in this realm, and the nation of Wei has risen from the ashes of the former state of Wei. Murong Xianin, unfazed by his heritage as one of those lapdogs, laughed heartily. The term lapdog is aptly chosen, striking a chord of truth. From his eyes, a purple aura surged, and he declared ominously, if we speak of loyalty among these 3 lapdogs to the Xiao family, the Murong clan ranks first, followed by the Yi clan, and then the Shangguan clan. However, the Shangguan family has likely changed allegiances, quietly siding with the king of Wei. The elder responded matter-of-factly, whether it be the Xiao emperor or the king of Wei. They are both of the Xiao lineage. Murong Xianin chuckled softly, they all deserve death. The elder coldly countered, should Xiao Yu also meet her demise? Murong Xianin gradually suppressed his laughter and replied calmly, that pertains to the affairs of Wanyan Beiwe. I shall not interfere. In the past, when Emperor Zheng lost his deer, all the heroes pursued it, and in the end, it was Xiao Yu who laughed last, founding the Great Qi and ushering in a new era. Throughout this pursuit, there were inevitably tragic tales of families shattered and lives lost, as well as the age-old stories of vengeance, especially from those high-ranking families and sects that crumbled beneath the iron hooves of the Xiao cavalry. Among them were not only esteemed patrons with extraordinary abilities, but also exceptionally gifted young talents. They resembled homeless strays, driven by 2 fundamental desires, to restore their former glory and to overthrow the rule of the Xiao clan. Beyond this, they sought nothing else. Of course, there were those who recognized the prevailing winds, choosing to align themselves with the Xiao emperor and becoming the lapdogs that the elder spoke of. The elder's mention of the 5 prominent families, Zhang, Yi, Gongsun, Murong, and Shangguan, was a nod to their long-standing residence in the overseas state of Wei. After Xiao Yu unified the Central Plains, he advanced into Wei, annihilating the obstinate Zhang and Gongsun families, while the other 3 had already secretly allied with the Xiao family. not only escaping unscathed but fully siding with them as accomplices in the relentless pursuit of the remaining heirs of the other two families. Subsequently, Xiao Yu renamed the state of Wei and conferred the title of King of Wei upon his half-brother Xiao Jin, establishing a fiefdom therein. The turbulent violet aura in Murong Xuanin's eyes gradually subsided, leaving only a delicate hint of purple. Her tone was gentle and soft, akin to a woman's whisper. As she recounted, the world has begun to stabilize. Xiao Yu has assigned 4 individuals to safeguard the realm. Xiao Jin oversees the eastern Wei, Wanyan Beiwei governs the north. Wei Jinwei commands the southern region of Baozhou, and Lin Han defends the northwestern grasslands. Among them, Wanyan Beiwei and Lin Han hold the highest positions, commanding vast territories and armies of 100,000. However, since the ascension of the new emperor, some among these 4 have developed ulterior motives. While Wei Jin remains steadfastly loyal to the Xiao family, despite being the one who should have wavered. Speaking of Wei Jin, he stands as a legendary figure known throughout Deqi. As the last surviving founding general of Deqi, his martial prowess is unrivaled in the dynasty. From the first southern campaign to the decisive battle at Jiangdu, he ascended from an inconsequential duwei to the esteemed position of Grand Commander in the span of a decade. This decade was marked by the adage that the success of one general often comes at the cost of countless lives. Wei Jin is an orphan raised by his uncle, Wei Qi, who ultimately perished at the hands of Xiao Yu. Bound by the bonds of loyalty between sovereign and subject, as well as the ties of uncle and nephew, their relationship is an intricate and perplexing affair. Therefore, many believe that Xiao Yu should not have relied on Wei Jin, and that Wei Jin would surely betray him. Yet, the reality is that Xiao Yu personally elevated Wei Jin to a position of great power, and Wei Jin has reciprocated with unwavering loyalty throughout his life, even after Xiao Yu's demise. Thus, the wild dogs of Murong Xianin regard Wei Jin as the premier loyal hound of the Xiao Qi. The elder turned, saying, Murong Xianin, no matter your schemes in the north with Lin Lingqian, there is one truth you cannot evade. As long as Wanyan Beiwei draws breath, you shall never find true peace. And without that peace, do not approach me with tales of the grand affairs of the world. Murong Xuanin's eyes shimmered with a tangible intensity of violet energy, which spilled from the corners of her eyes and rose like a billowing smoke in the deepening night, strikingly clear and terrifying. She fixed her gaze upon the elder's retreating figure, her tone suddenly darkened, resembling the ominous demeanor of a powerful court official. Do you intend to live your life as a wild dog? The elder paused momentarily, responding softly, what of a wild dog, and what of a house dog? Why should a house dog deride a wild one? Having said this, the elder continued on his way, departing without further ado. Chapter 16. The puppet show of the rear establishment. The following morning, the elder appeared before Su Beiyu and Ji Yun with an air of nonchalance. After sharing a simple breakfast in the inn's main hall, they left the inn for the bustling marketplace of the city. Along the way, Su Beiyu and Ji Yun, the 2 young souls, had shed the awkwardness of the previous night. Moreover, Su Beiyu finally had an epiphany, taking the initiative to purchase several trinkets favored by young girls for Ji Yun. Having been raised in the Chonglong temple under the care of the old abbot, Ji Yun had never encountered such baubles before, and her delight was palpable as she clutched them tightly. The elder cast a look of approval at Su Beiyu before continuing on his path, while Su Beiyu, taking care to guide the wide-eyed young nun through the throngs of people, soon lost sight of the elder. Su Beiyu turned back to glance at the curious young nun, sighed in resignation, and decided to lead her to a nearby stall to watch a puppet show. The show recounted the historical battles of the later Jin dynasty, which were ignited by the treacherous act of the 5 kings of the Wanyan clan, who poisoned the young emperor of later Jin. General Murong Yan, along with his uncle Wanyan Beiwei and a group of courtiers, fled in haste to Jiulu City, seeking assistance from the then Northwest King, Emperor Xiao Yu of the Great Qi. This led to the Northwest Army's campaign against later Jin, culminating in the defeat of the 5 kings and the ascension of Wanyan Beiwei to the throne. Emperor Xiao Yu further solidified this alliance by marrying his sister to him, resulting in later Jin's submission and the establishment of a brotherly relationship between the 2 nations. As with all theatrical representations, the narrative diverged from the official history, featuring various deities and skilled individuals intervening in the battles, showcasing their powers in grand displays. These once mighty figures from the annals of history were inevitably reduced to caricatures, with Emperor Xiao Yu portrayed as a noble savior, while Murong Yin and Wanyan Beiwei were depicted as meek and indecisive, uttering the same few lines praising the prince's prowess. In stark contrast, the 5 kings of later Jin were depicted as sinister and malevolent, embodying the archetype of treacherous villains. After the performance, Ji Yun whispered to Su Beiyu, I have heard my master recount this tale. In truth, The young emperor of later Qin was unwilling to let the five kings dominate the court. He sought to reclaim power, intending to lure the five kings into the palace and signal an ambush with a shattered cup. However, the news leaked, and the five kings preemptively attacked the palace, leading to his demise by poison. My master remarked that this is a classic case of overthinking leading to one's own downfall. Su Beiyu realized, so that was the case. Ji Yun continued, however, the subsequent events are accurate. Wanyan Beiyue, this uncle, became the emperor of later Qin, forging an alliance in Daliang City with the founding emperor of our dynasty, recognizing him as a brother, and marrying Princess Wenhe, the sister of the founding emperor. Thus, after the establishment of the Great Qi, the two nations naturally became brotherly states, a relationship that is still acknowledged today. Suddenly, Su Beiyu inquired, who is the current emperor of later Qin? Ji Yun replied matter-of-factly, it is naturally Wanyan Beiyue. Although he must be over 80 years old now, he possesses the cultivation of a celestial being. My master has mentioned that there are two great exiled immortals in the world, and this emperor is one of them. The northern exile. Su Beiyu was taken aback. So, the current sovereign must refer to the emperor of later Qin as uncle? Ji Yun nodded. According to the customs of brotherly states, His Majesty would address him as uncle. However, from a familial perspective, he would call him uncle by marriage. In fact, it isn't just the emperor of later Qin. The sister of the Khan of the Steppes married the founding emperor, who later became the Empress Dowager and the mother of the current emperor. His Majesty must also refer to the Khan of the Steppes as uncle. Finally, Su Beiyu understood, realizing that this assembly of emperors and nobles was intricately connected through familial ties, perfectly embodying the notion of a family empire as mentioned by his teacher. After witnessing the captivating puppet show, Master remained elusive, and the two wandered aimlessly for the better part of an hour, acquiring a handful of trinkets of little consequence. Each held a vibrant, red candied hawthorn skewer, which, despite being unconsumable for Ji Yun due to her face covering, was delightful to behold and filled her heart with joy. Su Beiyu, with one hand comfortably entwined with Ji Yun's delicate fingers, wielded an assortment of small treasures, including the candied hawthorn, while a long cloth bundle rested upon his back. If one were to replace the Tianlan sword at his back with an infant still in swaddling, Su Beiyu would resemble a pitiable man, burdened by the weight of his wife and child, unable to lift his head. As Ji Yun walked hand in hand with Su Beiyu, the concealment of her robe and face covering seemed to lessen her previous shyness. She no longer felt the same overwhelming anxiety, instead experiencing a sense of grounded assurance. However, as the novelty wore off, fatigue set in, prompting the pair to seek a secluded spot beneath a tree, where they sat together, observing the comings and goings of people nearby and the bustling activity in the distance. Ji Yun lifted her face covering slightly, revealing the alluring lips that had once captivated even the shadow guards, and took a bite of hawthorn, savoring it slowly. Su Beiyu, meanwhile, picked up a small twig and began sketching the rudimentary form of a sword technique he had recently learned in the dirt. With her mouth full, Ji Yun asked in a muffled voice, Brother Su, where do you think we can go in the future? Su Beiyu halted his movements, discarded the twig, and erased the incomprehensible lines in the dirt with his foot, sighing, Indeed, where can we go? This entire world belongs to the Shao family. Ji Yun felt a twinge of melancholy, her gaze falling upon the peculiar trinkets in her lap and the half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand, leading her to question softly, Did these things cost a considerable amount of money? Su Beiyu shook his head, replying, Not even a single coin in total. Ji Yun responded with a muted "Oh," nodding in a manner that suggested she was only partially aware of the significance of the amount. Su Beiyu chuckled at her innocence, having grown up in the Chonglong Temple. She had never wanted for food or clothing, and may not fully grasp the distinction between a coin and a tael. In the Northwest, a single coin represented a month's worth of sustenance for a family of 3. Only the children of the impoverished truly understood the toil behind every single coin. Hence, sometimes it was not mere stinginess, but a matter of poverty, if one were affluent, who would choose to sacrifice their dignity for the sake of trivialities. Su Beiyu sighed and remarked, The only thing left to do is practice the sword. Once the sword is mastered, nothing will pose a challenge. Ji Yun softly interjected, Such a mindset may hinder your swordsmanship. I've heard that Sword Immortals emphasize the unity of man and sword, akin to our pursuit of harmony between heaven and humanity in our Taoist teachings. Su Beiyu rolled his eyes, admitting, Such lofty realms are beyond my comprehension. Ji Yun stifled a laugh. Su Beiyu closed his eyes, raised his right hand with his index and middle fingers poised like a sword, and mimicked the legendary Sword Immortals in a gesture of sword control. He mused that if one day he could extend his finger and command the sword, traversing 30,000 miles, he would have no regrets in this life. Chapter 17. The initial emergence of the Demon Suppression Hall by noon. Su Beiyu and Jiyun had not returned to the inn. Instead, they had each ordered a bowl of bang-bang noodles from a roadside stall. The vendor generously provided a small dish of spicy oil, which Su Beiyu dipped into with his chopsticks. Upon tasting, the fiery flavor exploded in his mouth, embodying the authentic cuisine of the Shaanxi region, igniting a ravenous appetite within him. He recalled his teacher frequently mentioning that Shaanxi boasts two culinary masterpieces, the spicy oil and the sauerkraut dumplings. Among these, the spicy oil was particularly enticing, arousing a longing that made one's mouth water. Historically, the true delicacies that pair well with rice have never resided within the imperial kitchens, but rather within the humble street food of the people. The two bowls of bang-bang noodles presented a delightful appearance and were remarkably flavorsome, especially when paired with the vibrant, authentic spicy oil, bringing great satisfaction to the young couple. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived at the inn where Su Beiyu and his companions were staying. There were approximately 7 or 8 of them, all clad in green Taoist robes, their demeanor solemn. The leader, appearing to be in his late 20s, bore a sword on his back, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Even the usually affable innkeeper was rendered timid, unable to greet them, compelling the proprietor to muster his courage and personally escort these individuals to a refined seat by the window on the second floor. After busily attending to their needs and serving tea and delicacies, he found himself drenched, not from fatigue or heat, but from sheer fright. Having operated the inn in this city for over a decade, the innkeeper had encountered a myriad of characters and had heard many semi-public secrets, including tales of the feared shadow guards and the equally formidable Demon Suppression Hall. In this age, the Taoist sect reigns supreme, and the hierarchy among its disciples can often be discerned from their attire. Without delving into the intricate distinctions of the various headpieces, such as the lotus crown, the hibiscus crown, the five-mountain crown, and the yellow crown, one can observe that the color of the Taoist robes signifies rank. The Grand Master wears deep purple. The chief disciple dons light purple, while the Grand Realms, Peak Masters, and Hall Leaders are clad in dark black. Those of the true ones, guest elders, and elders are dressed in plain white, regional masters in crimson, direct disciples in deep blue, inner disciples in light blue, outer disciples in earthy yellow, and only the shadow guards and the Demon Suppression Hall members don green robes. Although the Demon Suppression Hall's reputation is not as illustrious as that of the renowned shadow guards, and they are fewer in number, to cultivators of considerable skill, the Demon Suppression Hall represents a far more terrifying entity. Since its inception, the Hall has dedicated itself to subduing and annihilating all forms of opposition to the Taoist sect, as well as traitors within its ranks. Within the main hall, located atop the sect's principal peak, lies a well known for suppressing countless high-level practitioners, including a legendary tale of having subdued a Buddhist abbot who had achieved the golden body of an arhat, thus establishing its fearsome notoriety. The Taoist sect is divided into 7 lineages based on the 7 peaks of its ancestral mountain, each overseen by a peak master. Although these disciples hail from various lineages, upon achieving mastery, they must serve in one of the many significant halls, such as the Law Transmission Hall, the Punishment Hall, the Tao Repository Hall, and the Medicine Master Hall, among others, numbering over 10 in total. The Demon Suppression Hall's prominence among these numerous halls, being ranked first, undoubtedly stems from its unique capabilities. Each successive master of the Demon Suppression Hall is a person of extraordinary cultivation, generally second only to the true leader of the sect, wielding immense power. At times, the Taoist sect would rather leave this position vacant than bestow it lightly. Anyone who ascends to the role of master of the Demon Suppression Hall is undoubtedly a formidable figure of their era. The hall's administrators are meticulously selected from among the disciples of various branches or are esteemed guests who have entered the sect through mentorship, ensuring that quality prevails over quantity. Thus, the Demon Suppression Hall comprises merely over 360 individuals, aligning with the celestial cycles. Among them, 108 have achieved the first rank of cultivation, famously known as the 36 Ghost Immortals, and 72 of the first rank. The leading figure among them is a Taoist in green robes named Yi Zui, hailing from the prominent Yi family of the Wei Kingdom. Although he is still quite young, at the age of 27, he has already served in the Demon Suppression Hall for over a decade, consistently receiving commendable evaluations. With his solid first-rank cultivation and profound experience, he ranks among the 72 administrators of the hall. Initially, he was engaged in searching for remnants of the Sword sect in the northwest regions, a task that has become a yearly obligation for the Demon Suppression Hall since the fall of the Sword sect. As time has passed, apart from a few enigmatic Sword Immortals whose depths of cultivation remain unfathomable, no remnants of the Sword sect have been found, rendering this task increasingly superficial, evolving into a mere routine. The personnel of the Demon Suppression Hall have come to regard it as a pleasant diversion, a sentiment that Yi Zue shared until the shocking news arrived. The Chonglong Temple had been annihilated, leaving only a female disciple named Ji Yun unaccounted for. The master of the Demon Suppression Hall has personally traveled to the central capital to address this matter. As a core figure within the hall, Yi Zue is acutely aware that such a bold act could only be attributed to two factions, one being the court, which has increasingly viewed the Taoist sect as an obstacle in recent years, and the other, the Sword sect, which, despite its collapse, continues to resist extinction. Historically, the Sword sect and the Taoist sect share a common origin. However, a millennium ago, following a fierce dispute over swordsmanship, the founder of the Sword sect defeated 24 eminent figures and severed ties with the Taoist sect, establishing the Sword sect. Henceforth, a relentless conflict ensued between the two, which only reached a temporary resolution a century ago when the last master of the Sword sect, Shengwan Xianqian, was struck down by divine retribution, leading to the sect's catastrophic downfall and the Taoist sect's victory after nearly 1,000 years of strife. Nevertheless, many skilled practitioners from the Sword sect managed to escape amidst the chaos, retreating into hiding. If the recent incident is indeed the work of the Sword sect's remnants, then the Demon Suppression Hall, which has been dedicated to eradicating these remnants, will undoubtedly face accountability from the true leader of the sect. Consequently, the master of the Demon Suppression Hall has personally dispatched to the northwest, mobilizing all administrators and disciples in the vicinity into 9 groups to conduct a comprehensive investigation while also seeking the whereabouts of Ji Yun. If necessary, they may harness the power of various Taoist temples across the region, with Yi Zue and his party being among them. At present, Yi Zue is devoid of the exuberance that typically accompanies authority. Every action is executed with utmost caution, wary of any potential misstep. The matters concerning Chonglong Temple are destined to affect the entire situation. Thus, the Taoist sect must first ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. In this regard, the missing female disciple, Ji Yun, becomes paramount. The temple master has explicitly stated the necessity of safely returning the living Ji Yun to Daitian Peak, while urging all stewards to remain vigilant against hidden guards. After all, the role of these imperial agents in this affair remains unclear. Should they be the culprits, it is inevitable that the hidden guards will intervene, given their customary methods. Yet Yi Zue could never have anticipated that the so-called remnants of the Sword sect, the hidden guards, and the elusive little Taoist nun Ji Yun were all within this city, and so tantalizingly close. Yi Zue glanced around before retracting his gaze and murmured, "According to the information received from the temple, Ji Yun is an abandoned infant adopted by the temple master, Real Person Yuchen. Due to Real Person Yuchen's responsibilities in taking on disciples, Ji Yun is considered a junior disciple. She has spent nearly all her time following Real Person Yuchen in her cultivation at Chonglong Temple, and he has treated her as his own. A month prior to his passing, he specifically sent a message to the Law Transmission Hall, transferring Ji Yun's birth records and life lamp to the Ancestral Temple, intending for her to continue her cultivation there after his demise. Thus, Ji Yun possesses a life lamp in the Ancestral Temple, and while the lamps of others like Qingye Real Person have extinguished, Ji Yun's remains lit, indicating her survival. This suggests that Ji Yun is not a point of suspicion. The crux lies in who abducted her. If the mastermind is indeed calculating, the situation becomes intriguing. A gaunt man appearing to be in his 40s squinted slightly and remarked plainly, "The act of taking Ji Yun rather than killing her signifies that her abductors do not intend to annihilate Chonglong Temple. This implies that there is a third party involved behind the scenes, in addition to us and the perpetrator." Yi Zue coldly smirked and dipped his hand in the tea, inscribing 6 characters onto the table: Taoist sect, hidden guards, Sword sect. Just 3 factions. Chapter 18, 12 Dragon Gates. 12 swords. After Su Beiyu and Ji Yun finished their meal and prepared to return to the inn, the elderly man, who had previously vanished, suddenly appeared before them and said in a low voice, "There is no need to return to the inn. We shall depart the city directly." Observing the grave expression on his master's face, Su Beiyu refrained from asking further questions and took Ji Yun's hand as they left the city together with him. Once they crossed Longnan, they officially entered the territory of Ziliangzu, what the common folk of the Central Plains refer to as the borders beyond the Great Wall. Here, vast stretches of desert and barren land abound, with skies high and clouds broad, interspersed with the beauty of grasslands. The elder had traversed the picturesque Central Plains and the charming Jiangnan. If life could be divided into seasons, his summers and autumns were spent in these 2 regions. As for the northwest, he had visited in the spring of his youth and now returned in the winter of his old age. In his youth, he had despised the Northwest, for it was here that he first tasted the bitterness of defeat, losing to the one who would later rule the world. Thus, he had not returned during the subsequent summers and autumns. Now, with winter upon him, he found himself somewhat fond of the Northwest, appreciating the vastness of the skies and the earth, relishing solitary walks across the desolate plains, where the occasional sight of human habitation came as a delightful surprise. Yet, with the presence of 4 seasons, it follows that each season heralds a cycle, particularly as the weight of an encroaching gloom pervades his heart. The elder realizes that the time allotted to him by the heavens is dwindling. Thus, upon arriving in Ziliangzhou and resting overnight amidst a grove of poplar trees, the elder resolves to make a decision. Once Yun has succumbed to slumber, the elder beckons Su Beiyu aside, and the two sit cross-legged facing one another. The elder candidly inquires, "How well do you remember the 4 sword techniques?" Su Beiyu responds truthfully, "I have become familiar with the numerous changes, but I am still a ways from mastering them as you have instructed." The elder nods and softly remarks, "The third patriarch of the northern 5 ancestors of the Taoist sect once penned a quatrain, flowing with nearly 1,000 words, of which 2 lines resonate. In the morning, I traverse the Kangwu. By dusk, I am still. Within the cave, the sun and moon I claim as my own. The sword within the box roars relentlessly. Unless it encounters a kindred spirit, it shall not be passed on." I wholeheartedly concur. Over a decade ago, when I encountered you, it was fate, compounded by your temperament resembling that of my late brother, Washu. Thus, I entrusted the sword to you. Now, after more than 10 years, returning to the Northwest to find you once again is providence, which brings our fates together. Therefore, you shall be my successor. This time, Su Beiyu comprehends the implications but finds himself at a loss for words. The elder continues, "I have roamed the world, encountering countless successors, some of whom were extraordinarily gifted, while others were woefully lacking. Your aptitude falls within the realm of mediocrity. However, your disposition is exceptional. Your grasp of the cicada and observation of the sword have genuinely led me to decide to place this precious sword into your hands. Initially, I intended to spend 20 years refining you into a peerless sword. Regrettably, time is no longer on my side, and I must resort to more expedient methods." Finally, Su Beiyu grasps the underlying message. The elder had originally intended to observe him for a while longer, but for reasons unknown, he has chosen to impart his true skills now. This realization fills Su Beiyu with both excitement and trepidation. The elder raises his hand, and with a clang, the Tianlan sword, resting at Su Beiyu's back, unsheathes itself and plunges into the ground between them. With a solemn expression, the elder calmly inquires, "Beiyu, what do you think of this sword?" Su Beiyu furrows his brow, puzzled, and hesitantly replies, "Does the sword possess a murderous aura?" The elder flicks his fingers, giving Su Beiyu a sharp reprimand. "This Tianlan sword has not tasted blood in the 10 years you've wielded it. What murderous aura could there possibly be?" Su Beiyu gently touches the spot where he was struck and inhales sharply. The elder's reprimand was no trifling matter. It truly hurts. Seeing Su Beiyu's bewilderment, the elder can only resign himself to self-answering. The sword contains sword energy and divine intent. Su Beiyu gazes at the Tianlan sword. He understands the concept of sword energy, but what divine intent within the sword entails leaves him even more perplexed, prompting him to quietly ask, and then, the elder sighs, no longer pressing him for comprehension in this regard, and straightforwardly confesses, "I shall not hide it from you. I am indeed a member of the sword sect, a so-called remnant of the sword sect. In our esteemed sword sect, there are 36 renowned swords, passed down from our founding ancestor, each corresponding to the 36 celestial swords. Among them lie the sword's essence and divine intent left by our forebear. However, due to the prolonged conflict with the Taoist sect that has spanned nearly a millennium, many of these swords have been damaged or lost, leaving us with merely 12. Should you manage to harness the sword's essence and divine intent from these 12 legendary blades, you shall ascend to the unparalleled realm of immortal beings." Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. His master was a revered figure in the sword sect? This revelation, though unexpected, felt entirely plausible to Su Beiyu. Reflecting on the teachings of the 36 swords he received from his master and the striking sword he witnessed at the Chonglong Temple, it became clear that only a master of the sword sect could wield such formidable sword techniques. Having grown accustomed to hardship, Su Beiyu was skeptical of fortunes that appeared too good to be true. In a hushed tone, he queried, "Master, is there truly such a thing as unearned fortune in this world?" "Unearned fortune?" The elder scoffed lightly. "In the heyday of the sword sect, even if you were the foremost disciple, you would not dare to covet these 12 swords. After all, They are heirlooms from our ancestors, and once used, they are lost. However, times have changed, the sword sect has perished, and these swords now serve no purpose. It is better to bestow upon you this opportunity, thereby preserving the legacy of the sword sect. Su Beiyo's expression turned complex. The elder continued softly, on the day of the sword sect's downfall, I could only save 2 swords, one of which is the Tianlan you hold. The whereabouts of the other 10 remain unknown, lost to the world. Su Beiyu sighed in relief. I knew such fortune could not exist. The elder reached out, and the Tianlan sword flew into his palm. He flicked his finger against the blade, producing a crisp sound. To Su Beiyo's astonishment, the blade did not bend but rippled like water, dissipating the elder's force as if the clouds were unfurling. The elder tossed the Tianlan into Su Beiyo's embrace, saying, examine it closely. As Su Beiyu caught the Tianlan and scrutinized it under his master's guidance, he discovered that the sword's body revealed many intricate runes and patterns, from which a chilling aura continuously emanated. It even gave him the illusion that he was holding not a sword, but a solid block of ice. The elder remarked calmly, this is the true nature of the Tianlan sword. With newfound insight, Su Beiyu marveled, is this the so-called spirit of the sword? Indeed, there is divine intent within. The elder smiled gently and suddenly pointed at the Tianlan nestled in Su Beiyu's arms. Instantly, the sword's essence surged forth. Su Beiyu felt the sword's energy constrict him, rendering his body rigid and immovable. This contemporary Sword Immortal softly proclaimed, today, I shall teach you how to draw the sword's essence and divine intent. As he spoke, the elder began to flick his fingers repeatedly. With each flick, a strand of azure energy flowed from the sword, encircling Su Beiyu. Ultimately, 108 strands of this energy sequentially entered his body through various acupoints. In an instant, Su Beiyu's lower dantian, once akin to a small pond, expanded to the size of a lake, filling him with an overwhelming vitality. He was enveloped in the azure energy, radiant and resplendent. At this moment, Su Beiyu felt as though he were ensconced in an icy expanse, every meridian within him seemingly on the verge of fracturing from the chill. His very blood rendered to a solid state. The elder's sudden action left him utterly unprepared. However, even with preparation, the outcome would likely have been the same. As his consciousness began to fade, he recalled the words of his mentor. Only through enduring hardship can one ascend to greatness. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness enveloped him, he nearly believed his life was drawing to a close. The elder gazed at his soul disciple, murmuring softly, today, the carp in the pond leaps high into the sky. The 12 gates of the dragon gate await, leading to the heavens. Chapter 19. The 36 swords conquer the world. A tranquil night passed, with the elder sitting beside Su Beiyu, lost in contemplation. As the first light of dawn illuminated the horizon, the elder quietly mused, Beiyu, knowing the south yet traversing the north, this old fool has named you thus, perhaps not forgetting the events of yesteryear. Does he still harbor thoughts of a comeback, challenging Lanyu once more? When the sun rose fully, Su Beiyu stirred, groaning softly as he awakened. He felt a profound ache throughout his body and an overwhelming thirst. The attentive Jiyun quickly offered him a bamboo tube filled with fresh water. Gratefully, he drank it all in one gulp, the parched sensation subsiding slightly. He then sat up, stretching to invigorate his body, and sensed a torrent of vitality surging within him, flowing from his lower dantian, coursing through his limbs, imbued with boundless energy. As if he could shatter boulders with a mere wave of his hand. The elder, seated not far away, spoke. You have now attained approximately 3rd-tier cultivation. Since this is your first time absorbing sword intent, much of the energy was expended in expanding your dantian. Additionally, some of the sword intent lies dormant within your limbs, akin to silt settled at the riverbed. The moment you master this energy, you shall reach 2nd-tier cultivation. Su Beiyu paused, refraining from rising immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes to quietly assess his current state. Earlier, he had sensed an abundance of vitality within. Now, in this meditative state, he discovered that not only was his energy plentiful, but it also possessed an incisive sharpness that made his meridians tingle, truly worthy of the name sword intent. He opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, does this signify my ascent to celestial heights? The elder shook his head, smiling gently. Celestial heights? Such words are premature. Speak of ascension only after you have surpassed the 1st-tier realm. Su Beiyu chuckled, suddenly recalling something. He hurriedly inquired, Master, what of Tianlan? The elder replied calmly. Since you have absorbed the sword intent from Tianlan, it becomes naught but a piece of scrap iron in the hands of others. Yet in your grasp, it remains a divine weapon, intricately linked with your essence. When you wield Tianlan, you have barely crossed the threshold of the unity of man and sword. Upon hearing this, Su Beiyu's face brightened. The unity of man and sword, merely fanciful jargon for the ordinary, signifies one's initial foray into the true path of swordsmanship. The distance between this and the mastery of the craft is hardly fathomable. Once you achieve this without holding Tianlan, then it shall truly belong to you. The elder, having sat in contemplation all night, slowly rose and addressed Jiyun. Little girl, let us move to the side, allowing him some solitude to adapt. The elder's notion of adaptation does not merely pertain to acclimatizing to the surrounding environment, but rather to enabling Su Beiyu to become attuned to his newfound cultivation. After all, this cultivation was not attained through gradual effort, but surged forth inexplicably, which certainly cannot be wielded with precision. It could even lead to awkward instances of inconsistency. To prevent any mishaps at critical moments, Su Beiyu dutifully heeded his master's advice and began to adapt to his entirely new abilities. At this juncture, within the city of Longnan, under the orchestration of Zhang Shihong, the Dark Guards finally met with two influential figures from the Demon Suppression Hall. The representative from the hall was none other than the recently arrived steward, Yi Zue, while the Dark Guards were represented by an enchanting woman, whose true name remains unknown, only referred to by the codename Lonely Swallow. Though Lonely Swallow was in her 30s, an age that could be perceived as grandmotherly in some circles, her visage bore little trace of age, exuding an innate allure, particularly accentuated by her long legs, which could utterly exhaust a man in intimate settings. Yet, even in the presence of this woman, Zhang Shihong, the most prominent young master in Longnan, could only cast a fleeting glance, refraining from any overt advances. This restraint was not solely due to her affiliation with the Dark Guards, but also because she was a trusted confidant of the esteemed general of the Northwest Dark Guards, Lu Chun. Within a private hall of a villa rented by Zhang Shihong, Yi Zue and Lonely Swallow sat across from each other. In contrast to Lonely Swallow's captivating charm, Yi Zue appeared somewhat rigid and unapproachable, his demeanor reflecting the strict upbringing of the Yi family from the state of Wei. Even in matters of life and death, his actions were meticulous and measured. Yi Zue spoke slowly, his voice carrying the aroma of decay, as if he had just emerged from the demon suppression well. He stated, I have heard that many Dark Guards have perished, including 5 inner guards, 1 4th-rank inspector, and a 4th-rank general. Lonely Swallow's expression remained calm, displaying no surprise at Yi Zue's detailed knowledge. Her tone was light, imbued with the weariness of a mature woman who had endured much. The demise of these gentlemen is merely a reflection of your demon suppression hall's inefficacy. After years of attempting to eradicate the remnants of the sword sect, there remains one bold enough to commit heinous acts in broad daylight. Yi Zue's expression was impassive, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. The affairs of the demon suppression hall are not for you to concern yourself with. I wish to know one thing. Who is the individual responsible for the deaths of so many of your comrades? Lonely Swallow let out a cold laugh. Eliminating over 100 Dark Guards without sustaining any injuries is beyond our capability. Surely you have a solution? Summoning 36 chief stewards would be more feasible. Yi Zue replied with calm assurance. As for the depth of my sect's resources, I need not elaborate. Within the demon suppression well, there are certainly high-caliber individuals. When the time comes, they will act, and you need not worry about this. Lonely Swallow chuckled. Indeed, a person from the Taoist sect speaks with such confidence, unperturbed even by the mention of a Sword Immortal. At the mention of Sword Immortal, Yi Zue's pupils constricted slightly, yet his expression remained as inscrutable as ever. Coldly, he stated, I only wish to hear one thing from you. Do you know the identity of that individual or not? It is that simple. Lonely Swallow regarded him intently and simply replied, I do not know. Yi Zue rose from his seat without hesitation, intending to depart. Yi Steward, do not be so hasty. Gu Yin also stood, saying, although my Dark Guards have yet to ascertain the true culprit, it is undoubtedly the work of someone from the Sword sect, and a formidable one at that. Yi Zue halted his steps, gazing at her with an impassive expression. What leads you to such a conclusion? Gu Yin smiled faintly. The re-emergence of the Sword 36. Does that not qualify as a significant catch? This time, Yi Zue could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in shock. Is it truly the Sword 36? Indeed, it is authentic, the woman replied with a serene smile. The sword sects 36, each blade distinct. Below, it decides the floating clouds. Above, it governs the sun, moon, and stars. With each step, a sword is drawn. With each stride, the world is traversed. Yi Zue murmured. Few possess the skill of the Sword 36. They must be trusted and closely related to Shangwan Xianqian. Considering the sword sect's ranks, the chief sword servant perished alongside Shangwan Xianqian, while the sword emperor, Zhang Chongguang, met his demise at the hands of my Taoist ancestor, Master Wei Chen. The princess of the state, Zhang Shuiyao, remains unaffected due to her past ties with the sect leader, now living in seclusion in Jiangdu, detached from worldly affairs. Among those remaining, only the former sword sect's top disciple and a few elders are left. Gu Yin replied matter-of-factly, whoever it may be. It is beyond the reach of us mere mortals. To the ordinary folk, the governor and the prime minister are figures far removed from their grasp, seemingly not much different in their stature. Yet, in truth, the chasm between the two is immeasurable. Many who appear significant to the common man are, in reality, mere trifles. To the truly great, the distinction between the small and those even smaller is negligible. Yi Zue's subsequent remark left Gu Yin profoundly astonished, even though she had anticipated it. The palace master has personally set forth to the northwest. Chapter 20. A decade ago determines today after Su Beiyu ascended to the third rank of cultivation. The trio traveled unimpeded to the vicinity of Dunhuang City, the capital of Shiliang Prefecture. As dusk approached, they settled for the night on a yellow earth hillside. It was summer, and the night air was cool as water. The sky served as a blanket while the ground became their mat, proving to be less arduous than expected. The elder, unbeknownst to where he procured it, produced a jar of snake gall liquor, its azure liquid emanating a dreamlike, colorful luster under the moonlight. Sitting atop a towering rock, he savored the drink amidst a sky full of stars, exuding an air of carefree immortality that left Su Beiyu envious. The snake gall liquor should not be consumed in excess, for ordinary bodies may struggle to withstand its potency. However, the elder harbored no such concerns, and before long, the jar was entirely depleted. Relishing the lingering taste of the snake gall liquor, the elder squinted slightly, reminiscing about an incident from more than a decade ago. In truth, from the very first moment he encountered Su Beiyu, he had intended to take him away from the small Fong village. Yet, just before their departure, an old scholar, whom Su Beiyu referred to as teacher, obstructed his path. The elder could perceive that this caretaker who had raised Su Beiyu was no ordinary man, leading to a consequential dialogue between the two men, their combined ages exceeding a century, which ultimately determined Su Beiyu's fate. At the precipice beyond Xiaofengjai, the old scholar spoke first. It is apparent that you possess genuine prowess, not merely a superficial skill akin to that of a first or second-rate practitioner, but rather a true master who commands respect even on a grand scale. Why then do you venture to this desolate northwest to vie for a child against an aged man such as myself? The elder replied calmly. There exists a greater expanse beyond the heavens, and individuals beyond mere mortals. Until one achieves invincibility, true freedom remains elusive. You refer to yourself as an old man. Yet I am not untouched by age either. Ultimately, we shall return to dust after a century, and before that, one must seek a worthy successor to carry on their legacy. The old scholar shook his head, saying, while exceptional steeds may abound, true connoisseurs are rare. This world is never short of youthful prodigies, nor is it lacking in those who are deemed extraordinarily talented. Why must you, as a connoisseur, insist on clutching this young colt I have chosen? The elder narrowed his eyes and smiled. The one chosen by Han Wenbi must possess unique qualities. Who would have imagined that the foremost among the three heroes of Qi would be hidden away in such a humble place? How did you discern my identity? The old scholar was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his mind stirring with thunder while his countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake. Perhaps this is what one refers to as depth of character. The elder remained silent. In truth, his primary purpose for visiting Xiaofengjai was to seek out this former official, while Su Beiyu was merely an unexpected delight. After the fall of his nation and family, the elder traversed much of the world, forging connections with like-minded individuals, among whom was Murong Xianin. The old scholar, referred to as Han Wenbi, was also one of the elder's targets for connection. The old scholar, noticing the elder's reticence, refrained from pressing further and simply cast a deep glance in his direction. Han Xian, styled Wenbi, was a learned man, having studied under the great Confucian Wang Kai. Upon reaching adulthood, he fortuitously encountered Xiao Yu, who had been reappointed as the king of the Northwest. Thereafter, he devoted himself to Xiao Yu's service. Initially, he served in the royal court under Prime Minister Xiao Jin. Although he missed the epic battle at Zihuan between the Northeast and Northwest armies, he participated in the subsequent Northwest Army's northern campaign, along with Su Yin and Duanmu Ruixing. He gained Xiao Yu's favor and was thus collectively referred to as the Three Heroes. Subsequently, Han Xian transitioned to serve in the Dark Guard, where he journeyed to the eastern capital and personally swayed the leader of the eastern capital's imperial guards, Xiao Gongyu. After Xiao Yu ascended to power in the eastern capital, commanding the feudal lords alongside the emperor, Han Xian was appointed to the cabinet as a secretary. Following Xiao Yu's coronation, he served in both the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, holding the positions of deputy minister and minister respectively. Ultimately, in the 25th year of Taiping, he ascended to the cabinet as a minister, becoming the second in command, subordinate only to the prime minister Lan Yu. However, following Xiao Yu's demise, the court underwent tumultuous changes. During this period, Han Xian was cast down by Lan Yu, finding himself without a path to redemption, forced to hide in Shaofangzhai to survive. In the elder's view, it was precisely this circumstance that transformed Han Xian from a domestic dog into a wild one. The war between wild dogs and domestic dogs has never ceased. Wild dogs are continually being tamed, while domestic dogs often find themselves homeless and revert to wildness. If the elder is likened to a wandering wild dog, then Han Xian is a wild dog nursing its wounds and hiding. Both, as wild dogs, should naturally share a common purpose. Two elderly men sat in silence, and Han Xian realized he had underestimated the elder with the burden of the sword. Those who knew his true identity were few. Lan Yu was one of them. However, the Marquis, once renowned alongside the Taoist sect's master, looked down upon the idea of kicking a man when he was down. To the Marquis, even when you held the position of a secondary advisor, I could easily cast you down to the dust with a mere flick of my hand. Now, you are but a destitute scholar without a shred of power. Would I fear your resurgence? Even if you were to rise again, what would it change? The new emperor was aware of this. Yet the bond between Han Xian and the new emperor was tenuous at best, resulting in the emperor's indifference towards him. As for the others, Han Xian could not fathom their thoughts. Finally, Han Xian spoke. Your vessel, in its endeavor to traverse the bitter sea, is destined to encounter myriad tempests. Perhaps it shall sink before reaching the far shore. Beiyu is still but a child. I do not wish to make choices for him, nor do I want you to impose decisions upon him. Thus, let us wait for another decade, and after 10 years, allow him to choose for himself. The elder acquiesced, leaving behind a Tianlan sword and a manual of sword techniques for Su Beiyu before departing gracefully. Originally, Han Xian was 50% confident that Su Beiyu would follow the path he envisioned. However, he could never have anticipated the entrance of a woman, clad in vibrant purple, into Su Beiyu's realm. If a decade prior the elder had merely sown a seed of ambition in Su Beiyu's heart, the woman a decade later had allowed that seed to sprout and take root within him. Consequently, Su Beiyu, no longer content with his limited surroundings, resolved to venture forth and explore the world beyond. Thus, when Su Beiyu entered Han Xian's abode to bid farewell, Han Xian understood he had lost. Wealth and prestige, having once been grasped by him, could now be relinquished. Yet Su Beiyu had never held them. How could he speak of letting go? If he could not release them, he must then seize them. After Su Beiyu departed, Han Xian sent word to him through the method established by the elder years ago, which led to the elder rescuing Su Beiyu and Zhiyun at a critical moment in Chonglong Temple. The dialogue and schemes between the two elders were unbeknownst to Su Beiyu, who perceived his experiences as a series of fortunate encounters, oblivious to the fact that these so-called encounters were intricately woven into the plans of others, not mere coincidences, but inevitable outcomes. The elder slowly withdrew his thoughts, glancing at the young couple nestled against each other in slumber, exhaling a gentle sigh. As one ages, there is a penchant for nurturing promising young disciples, akin to the scholars of the Confucian school who, upon achieving success, increasingly value their students. Even the highest officials in the court seek to cultivate their disciples throughout the halls of power. After all, one must eventually depart this world, and the unfinished business of one's life must be entrusted to the next generation. Even the once invincible Taoist master, Zikin, could not witness the fruition of the Taoist sect's millennium-long ambitions before his ascension. He relied on his disciples to complete what remained, leading to the grandeur of the Taoist sect as it stands today. The disciple taken by the former master Zikin bore the weight of an entire sect. The last sect leader of the sword sect, Shangwan Xianxin, had an apprentice who ultimately could not bear the weight of the sect. As for the disciple I have taken under my wing, can he shoulder the responsibilities that belong to him? Chapter 21. The Path of Golden Elixirs. The Dragon and the Tiger. The next day, Su Beiyu and his companions continued their journey northward. Along the way, Su Beiyu began to regulate his internal energy using the set of incantations taught to him by his master. With each step, he inhaled and exhaled, his breath resonating like the roar of a tiger and the song of a dragon. The harmonious interplay of the dragon and tiger was seamless, coalescing into a golden elixir, turning smoothly and effortlessly. As the golden elixir was formed, a nascent being emerged, and the dragon and tiger responded in unison, splitting the air with their power. This was, in essence, a fragment of the alchemical teachings of the Taoist sect, which had been modified by the elder and passed on to Su Beiyu. For 3 days, Su Beiyu had been circulating the vital energy within his body according to the elder's instructions. Gradually, he could sense a robust energy coiling like a tiger in his lower dantian, while his limbs felt as though a dragon was flowing through them. This aligned perfectly with his master's teachings on the path of the dragon and tiger. Although he still faced a considerable distance before he could form a golden elixir in his middle dantian, he experienced a vague and profound sensation during his practice. If he could truly achieve the state of the dragon and tiger in unison, it would lead to the birth of a nascent being within the shattered golden elixir, opening the upper dantian and merging the three dantians into one, thus attaining the realm of Earth Immortal. This intuitive feeling was exceedingly mysterious, and Su Beiyu could not fathom why he possessed such knowledge, much like a monk who suddenly attains enlightenment while contemplating a wall, without any logical reasoning. The elder walking beside Su Beiyu spoke softly. This alchemical technique encompasses three realms, embracing the essence and guarding the elixir, witnessing the divine and remaining unscathed, and splitting the elixir to give birth. In simpler terms, the first realm merely signifies the initial steps into the practice. The so-called ghost immortals merely complete the first realm, while the human immortals transition to training their physical bodies, which is akin to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Those who ascend to this level possess an almost indomitable physique, rendering certain nefarious techniques laughable in comparison. In battles, they can shatter the void, witness the divine, and are as resilient as adamantine, even if they sustain injury. Their recovery is remarkably swift, hence the term witnessing the divine and remaining unscathed. Of course, other sects possess their unique characteristics. The Buddhist sect has the invincible golden body, while the Taoist sect boasts the immaculate body. The Buddhist subsects, such as the Maoyuan temple, have the immovable golden body, and the Vajra temple possesses the indestructible golden body. The demonic sect speaks of the indomitable golden body, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, but as your master, I still hope you can pursue the path of the martial artist. Su Beiyu replied earnestly, I shall heed my master's guidance. The elder nodded with satisfaction and continued. In the past, Xiao Yu followed the path of the unscathed body, exhibiting an exceedingly arrogant demeanor. However, he indeed had the qualifications for such pride, as he was renowned as invincible among his peers during the human immortal realm, with even ordinary Earth immortals hesitant to challenge him. Once he truly stepped into the Earth immortal realm, he became a preeminent figure, slaying the leader of the White Lotus sect, who had already touched upon the divine realm, far surpassing the likes of us mundane individuals. Su Beiyu listened with rapt admiration. Thus, they journeyed onward while cultivating their skills. And the elder grew increasingly pleased with Su Beiyu, whose innate talent was not particularly remarkable. After a decade of effort, he had only managed to reach the threshold between the 5th and 6th ranks. Nevertheless, with 12 swords to compensate, it was not insurmountable. The essence lies in Su Beiyu's exceptional temperament. He comprehends many matters with remarkable clarity. With a decade of sword training as his foundation, he has swiftly advanced from the 4th sword to the 7th sword in a mere span of days. It is worth noting that even the elder, with his extraordinary talent, required 2 full years to master these 4 swords initially. The name Ziliangzu evokes a sense of desolation and bleakness. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but the vast desert sands and the gobi poplars. After 2 days of travel, they are but a day away from reaching Dunhuang City. However, an overwhelming sandstorm unexpectedly approaches. In such weather, the elder navigates effortlessly. In truth, if not for the consideration of Su Beiyu and Zhiyun, 1,000 miles would seem as mere inches to him. Yet for Su Beiyu and Zhiyun, the trio must make their way towards the nearest signs of civilization. As the saying goes, a mountain's distance wears a horse to death. After walking for over half an hour, they finally spot a high flag amidst the increasing winds and sands. The flag flutters fiercely, inscribed with the 4 elegant characters, Longmen Inn. This inn, located in the northwestern frontier, starkly contrasts with those in the central plains. It is primarily a 2-story building constructed from rammed earth, capable of accommodating over 100 guests. The inn boasts 2 courtyards for storing goods and horses, and likely includes a cellar, as the severe sandstorms of the northwest necessitate a refuge from potentially destructive gales. With a whispered remark, Su Beiyu, drawing from his scant experience in the martial world, muses that it appears much like a den of iniquity. The elder merely smiles and leads Su Beiyu and Zhiyun into the inn. Having spent much of his life traversing the world, he possesses a profound understanding of the concepts of black and white, along with the shades of gray in between. However, such insights cannot be conveyed through mere words. They must be savored through personal experience. His intention in guiding Su Beiyu on foot, rather than soaring through the skies like an immortal, is to expose him to the complexities of human nature, to immerse him in the mundane, yet allow him to transcend it, to perceive the world's illusions without succumbing to weariness. Only then can one cultivate a heart as clear as that of a saint or a Buddha. Upon entering the inn, they encounter what appears to be a family-run establishment. The innkeeper possesses an unusual countenance, slender of form, his Taoist robes swaying as he moves. In contrast, his wife is voluptuous, seemingly more robust than him, with curves in all the right places and a face adorned with a hint of makeup, embodying the essence of a ripe woman. Her every gesture exudes a captivating allure that stirs various thoughts in men, succinctly encapsulated by a single word: seduction. Unaccustomed to such sights, Su Beiyu finds himself hesitant to gaze directly. The elder, however, remains unfazed, having attained a remarkable state of indifference toward beauty. Treating the fairer sex as mere skeletons, he requests 2 rooms from the innkeeper, one for himself and one for Su Beiyu and Jiyun. Su Beiyu harbors deep resentment about this arrangement, as Jiyun consistently wraps herself tightly, leaving him unable to do anything even in the same room. Thus, he is left to endure a night of solitude, which is unsatisfactory for both him and Jiyun. Why must it be so? Regardless of Su Beiyu's grievances, in this world where the reverence for masters prevails, he must heed his master's words and comply with their wishes. Reluctantly, he hoisted the old man's sword case and led the silently contemplative Yun to his room on the 2nd floor, leaving the elder alone in the dimly lit lobby below. The inn's windows were barely open due to the frequent sandstorms in the northwest, casting an oppressive gloom within the hall. The gaunt innkeeper and his alluring wife stood shrouded in shadows behind the counter, their faces veiled in a haze, rendering their true expressions indistinct, almost as if they were a pair of specters risen from the depths of the earth. The elder spoke softly, "Innkeeper, may your business flourish." The emaciated innkeeper slowly turned his gaze toward the elder, his eyes glimmering with a faint, eerie green light, reminiscent of the eyes of nocturnal creatures. His voice hoarse as he replied, "I appreciate your kind words." Just then, the inn's main door was thrust open with a sudden force, allowing a torrent of wind and sand to surge into the hall, tousling the elder's white hair, which had not been restrained by a headband or hairpin, obscuring much of his visage. Following this, a group of individuals entered the inn, navigating through the swirling dust, clad in dark robes, fine garments, black boots, and armed with swords, the Shadow Guards. Chapter 22. The turbulence of the Dragon Gate, and more than 20 Shadow Guards filed into the inn, with the foremost among them being the solitary swallow. The atmosphere within the inn momentarily froze, silence enveloped the space, and everyone stood still, resembling a static painting. Then, with a melodic laugh from the innkeeper's wife, life returned to the scene. The attendant lit a lamp, dispelling the shadows, and the innkeeper's wife approached the guests with a warm welcome, while the innkeeper remained behind the counter, no longer exuding an ominous aura or green light. The solitary swallow disregarded the innkeeper's wife and turned his attention to the elder, softly inquiring, "It seems I have encountered you somewhere before." The elder chuckled lightly. "As wanderers of the rivers and lakes, or have we not crossed paths?" "Perhaps so, though more often than not, it is merely a chance encounter." The solitary swallow appeared pensive but remained silent. The elder then addressed the gaunt innkeeper with a smile, saying, "Innkeeper, bring me 2 jugs of fine fingio, and ensure there is no water mixed in. If the wine is poor, I shall not pay." The innkeeper's tone turned ominously chilling as he monotonously replied, "This establishment is small, and profits are meager. There is no such thing as a free meal." The innkeeper's wife swiftly interjected to ease the tension, "Rest assured, esteemed guest. Though our inn is humble, we pride ourselves on honest dealings and would never commit the sin of diluting our wine." As she spoke, she deftly retrieved 2 medium-sized jars of wine from behind the counter. The elder accepted the jars, one in each hand, and with a gentle flick of his sleeve, he produced a silver coin that landed deftly on the counter, spinning momentarily, payment for both the lodging and the wine. The innkeeper's wife, quick-witted, snatched up the coin with a beaming smile. The elder, with 2 jars of wine in hand, ascended the stairs leisurely, seemingly oblivious as he mused aloud. After nights of indulgence, the intoxication lingers. Within a mere moment, the blade gleams. I ought to be a guest among the celestial beings beyond the mountains. So why confine myself to this shell of a dwelling? The smile of the innkeeper's wife faltered imperceptibly, and the innkeeper's gaze deepened, fixated on the elder's retreating figure. Shortly after the elderly man ascended the stairs, the inn's door was once again pushed open from the outside. A venerable Taoist clad in a cerulean robe entered the lobby alone. The pupils of the solitary swan suddenly constricted. The Demon Suppression Hall is home to 72 stewards and 36 chief stewards, totaling 108 individuals who do not refer to themselves by their given names. For instance, Yizue hails from the Yi family, yet his true name is not a character associated with sin. Most of the 72 stewards follow this convention, while the 36 chief stewards adopt titles reminiscent of the Fengdu underworld, ranging from the esteemed Xidagarba to the 10 Yama kings, referring to each other by these monikers. The visitor before them is none other than the 23rd chief steward, the inspector judge, with the goodness judge, evil punishment judge, and in-law judge above him. Collectively known as the 4 great judges. Whether it be the 4 great judges or the entirety of the 36 chief stewards, they are undeniably formidable ghostly immortals. Akin to the 2 jars of wine just taken by the elderly man, containing no trace of dilution. At this moment, only one thought remained in the solitary swan's mind. Could it be that Yizue did not deceive me, and the master of the demon suppression hall truly intends to grace the northwest with his presence? The inspector judge's gaze swept across the cramped inn, pausing briefly on the innkeeper and his wife, before finally resting on the solitary swan. A somewhat forced smile emerged on her naturally enchanting face as she summoned the courage to speak. This humble girl, Gu Yan from the Northwest Dark Guard, pays her respects to the inspector judge. The inspector judge spoke slowly, his voice gravelly. What a coincidence it is to encounter you minions of the Shao Emperor here. Had I possessed my temperament from years past, I would have slaughtered you all and fed your remains to the wolves to satiate my wrath. Do not hastily deny it. Little girl, we both understand certain matters all too well. The machinations of those lofty figures above, I neither comprehend nor wish to understand. All I know is that the most straightforward principle in this world is that one must pay with their life for murder. The elder's words stripped away all pretense, shattering the thin veil of decorum without a trace of compassion. Helplessly, the beautiful female dark guard could only seethe in silence, unable to voice her indignation. Above, through the cracks in the window, Su Beiyu and the elder observed the scene unfolding in the lobby. The elder, holding a wine jar with one hand, sipped leisurely, seemingly untroubled by the potion within that could incapacitate a first-rate master, and softly remarked, "What constitutes the Jianghu? Wherever people gather, there lies the Jianghu. Beyond the halls of power exists the Jianghu. The perils of the Jianghu are not mere grandiose words. Rather, they are the invaluable lessons distilled from the blood and tears of our forebears. The convergence of the Dark Guards and the Demon Suppression Hall here is no mere coincidence. Perhaps some wandering immortals will also seek to insert themselves into this affair. If you desire to secure even a modicum of standing in this world, a fraction of confidence in your voice, you must first step into the Jianghu. Now, descend and observe attentively." Su Beiyu nodded and obediently made his way downstairs. He could naturally perceive the elder's well-meaning intentions. Were it not for him, Su Beiyu, a man who had weathered countless tumultuous storms, a being who ought to transcend the mundane realm, would he truly concern himself with the intricacies of the lower Jianghu? If not for his disappointing disciple, a sword immortal who belonged to another celestial realm, would he open his eyes to witness the joys and sorrows of these earthly figures? Just as the eagle in the sky never concerns itself with the conflicts of 2 ant hills, Su Beiyu ascended the staircase, step by step. Entering the lobby on the first floor, he first cast a glance at the shopkeeper's wife, whose smile radiated warmth, and then at the shopkeeper himself, who appeared as gaunt as a skeletal figure. His gaze then swept over the 20 or so shadow guards seated in a corner, ultimately settling upon the old Taoist, known by the moniker of Inspector Judge, though he did not linger long on this figure. The old man merely lifted his eyelids, paying no heed to the scrutiny of this inconspicuous individual. Finding a corner to sit, Su Beiyu ordered a plate of beef and a bowl of clear water from the waiter. Amusingly, under Han Xin's guidance, he abstained from alcohol and had no penchant for tea, opting solely for plain water. He savored a piece of beef, followed by a sip of water, and finished the entire plate of beef just as he drained the bowl of water. At that moment, the Modestin's door swung open once more, admitting a man and a woman. The man was relatively young, appearing to be in his late 20s, strikingly handsome in his splendid white garments that accentuated his poised demeanor. He held an ivory folding fan, and notably, he was a familiar face to Su Beiyu, being the noble scion of the capital, Duanmu Yu, who had previously engaged Su Beiyu as a guide. The girl accompanying Duanmu Yu was not the same rider on the purple steed from that day, but a mere child. Seemingly around 15 or 16, her hair styled into 2 small horn-like braids secured with red ribbons. Clad in festive red attire and adorned with embroidered shoes featuring vivid red lotus flowers, she resembled a porcelain doll. The inspector judge, who had been half-closed in slumber, abruptly opened his eyes wide upon their entrance, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Gu Yan and the shadow guards had already risen from their seats, respectfully greeting. "We meet the young master." With a swift motion, Duanmu Yu unfolded his fan, gently fanning himself, the jade pendant carved from sheep's fat glimmering brilliantly beneath the dim light. This illustrious young noble, of an unimaginable pedigree, finally revealed the elevated demeanor befitting his status, starkly contrasting the humility he had displayed before the young woman on that previous occasion. In the swirling sands at the Dragon Gate Inn, a palpable stir swept through the atmosphere. Chapter 23. One step, one punch. With tranquility after exchanging a few quiet remarks with Guyen, Duanmu gestured for her to withdraw and turned his attention to the inspector judge, chuckling lightly. Old judge, one may indulge in a disordered meal, but one must speak with decorum. What do you mean by both sides are well aware? I would like to inquire further. The inspector judge narrowed his eyes and responded coldly. The young scion of the Duanmu family, though you are young, you are well versed in the bureaucratic tongue. However, since you have posed a question, I shall lay matters bare. Do not presume our demon suppression hall to be simpletons. Regarding the affairs of Chonglong Temple, you owe us an explanation. The Shadow Guard Hall was divided into 3 major factions due to the 3 presiding governors, and the demon suppression hall was certainly not a monolith. Leaving aside the natural alliances among disciples of various lineages, as well as the distinctions between external guests and Taoist disciples, the approach toward the court could be broadly categorized into 2 factions, one that advocated for aggressive action, seeking to suppress the increasingly rampant Shadow Guard Hall through force, and another that favored a more tempered approach, employing strategy over brute strength, retreating to advance. Generally speaking, Yi Zue aligned with the moderate faction, while the inspector judge represented the radical faction. Duanmu lightly waved his folding fan, a slight smile gracing his lips. An explanation? What explanation do you seek? Your sect, lacking in prowess, has been vanquished by the remnants of the Sword sect, leading to the annihilation of the Chonglong Temple's entire lineage. Our dark guards, with noble intentions, extended their aid, resulting in the loss of over 100 men. Out of consideration for our shared history, we refrained from demanding an explanation. Yet you have audaciously approached us instead, perhaps believing that our dark guards are mere soft persimmons, easily squeezed. The inspector, filled with rage yet smiling ironically, remarked, Ah, indeed. The bureaucratic tongue is quite adept at reversing right and wrong. It is easy to speak, yet difficult to render it authoritative. Oh, Duanmu replied with a smile that was neither wholly a smile nor wholly devoid of it. Then what would the esteemed inspector consider as authoritative? The inspector's expression sharpened, and he slowly rose, taking a single step forward. In that instant, an oppressive silence enveloped the air, reminiscent of the suffocating stillness before a summer storm, making it difficult to breathe. Even the flickering light of the oil lamps in the hall began to dwindle, ultimately illuminating only a few inches around the wick. Duanmu maintained his composure, calmly stating, Inspector, a master of the ghostly realm, hailing from the lineage of the Western witchcraft, once active on the grasslands 30 years ago, was compelled to seek refuge under the Dao sect due to a conflict with the Daming King of the Great Snow Mountains Moloan Monastery. 20 years ago, he ascended to the position of chief steward in the Demon Suppression Hall, ranking 23rd. One must admit, you are indeed a figure of note. Even among the reclusive and hidden masters, you could barely be considered within the top 100 of the Dao sect. The elder, darkly, retorted, The esteemed Dao sect is not something that mere mortals like you can fathom. My cultivation may not compare to that of the great immortals, yet it is sufficient to deal with you. As he spoke, a circle of visible black ripples emanated from his standing position, within which pale visages distorted grotesquely, their piercing cries inaudible to the average ear, causing harm solely to the human soul. Such a technique may appear commonplace, yet it transcends the realm of mere martial prowess, venturing into the domain of divine methods. Duanmu neither flinched nor retreated, merely chuckling lightly. The winds of the ghostly prison howl. This is indeed intriguing. At the same moment, the young girl beside him stepped forward, extending her delicate, translucent fist. With a single punch, she shattered the encroaching black ripples that were about to reach Duanmu, obliterating the spectral figures within without leaving a trace. The inspector gazed at the girl with her red hair tied in horn braids, dressed in crimson, her shoes embroidered with red lotus, and chuckled lowly, akin to an old owl's hoot, realizing his oversight and not recognizing a true master. The young girl returned his gaze with a gentle, almost fragile smile, before retreating back to Duanmu's side. Meanwhile, the inn's attendant had disappeared, leaving only the innkeeper and his wife, unfazed by the tumultuous clash of titans before them, standing side by side behind the counter as if they were mere bystanders. Of course, there was also Su Beiyu seated in the corner. But like the 20 or so dark guards, he too had become a mere spectator in this unfolding drama. At this moment, he quietly reflected. As his master had once said, that the most taboo figures in the world of rivers and lakes are the elderly, monks, women, and children, all of whom had gathered in this modest inn today. In truth, Su Beiyu found great pleasure in observing the myriad expressions of life within the inn, some filled with trepidation, others with anxiety, some as gloomy as water, and others as immovable as mountains. He pondered the deeper thoughts behind each countenance, piecing together the intricacies of events from mere fragments of conversation, which brought him a unique delight. This was not taught by his master, but rather by his mentor. Han Xian, a man of letters who had once held a high-ranking official position, had spent a lifetime navigating the treacherous waters of political intrigue. He wished for the child he had raised to become more than a mere warrior, for in this world, many matters cannot be resolved with a single sword strike. Of course, there exists a transcendent state where family matters, national affairs, and worldly concerns can all be settled with a single blow. Yet that was far beyond Su Beiyu's current capabilities. At present, the inn was a space where no one could impose their will upon another. So the anticipated conflict did not unfold. Duanmu Yu shared a table with the young girl, while Gu Yin and a contingent of shadow guards occupied 3 tables. The judge sat alone at another table, and Su Beiyu was at a table by himself. Duanmu Yu glanced in Su Beiyu's direction, his expression stiffening. Su Beiyu did not rise but clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Wherever we go in life, we meet again. I have encountered young Master Duanmu before." Duanmu Yu slowly closed his unfolded fan and replied lightly, "Ah, it is you." Su Beiyu smiled, but remained silent. Why did Han Xian regard Su Beiyu as magnanimous? Because whether facing the burdened swordsman in the past, the array of noble youths later on, or even now confronting the predatory shadow guards and the demon suppression hall, he maintained an outward composure, even if turmoil raged within. With profound depths in his heart and treacherous mountains in his mind, he could remain unflinching in the face of great adversity, exemplifying tranquility amidst significant matters. If Han Xian were to witness this scene, he would surely feel a sense of deep contentment and exclaim, "One who possesses thunderous might, yet bears a countenance as placid as a serene lake, is worthy of being honored as a general." Currently, Su Beiyu simply lacked the worldly trials and a fitting position. He resembled a sword blade yet to be honed. The burdened swordsman's task was to sharpen this new blade, transforming it from a dull instrument into one capable of taking lives. This was the first honing. The second would occur amidst the trials of life and death, leading to the creation of a legendary sword. Above, the elder had consumed 2 jars of fine fen liquor laced with a potent drug, setting the jars aside. He stepped carefully on the wooden floor, producing faint creaking sounds. The sword case, wrapped in shoe brocade, leaned against the earthen wall, appearing as an unremarkable wooden box, betraying no hint of the unparalleled weapon that had once left an indelible mark upon the world. After pacing 36 steps back and forth, he paused and gazed at the sword case. The currents of intrigue swirled within the inn, yet he could not act hastily, for once the situation warranted his intervention, it would be irrevocable, leaving behind many indelible traces, a significant risk indeed. Moreover, a crucial point remains. He wishes to ascertain how far Su Beiyu can advance relying solely on his own abilities. Chapter 24. The wind rises from the tips of the green rushes. Guyan was astonished to discover that Duanmu Yu recognized Su Beiyu. Upon seeing Duanmu Yu, Su Beiyu displayed an air of arrogance, remaining seated without rising. For a moment, he found it difficult to gauge her true nature. With a smile, he gently inquired, "This young brother appears unfamiliar. Do you happen to know the esteemed elder from earlier?" Su Beiyu nodded, replying, "Indeed, he is my master." Guyan's luscious, cherry-red lips parted slightly, revealing a charming smile. "Your master possesses a commanding presence, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. May I ask his esteemed name?" Su Beiyu shook his head, saying, drifting like duckweed, "A transient soul has no need for inquiries." A fleeting shadow of discontent passed across Guyan's face, quickly replaced by an even more alluring demeanor. She gracefully approached Su Beiyu's table, leaning slightly forward, her ample bosom creating an alluring curve. With a radiant smile, she proposed, "Shall we toast to this nameless elder?" Su Beiyu glanced at her and calmly retorted, "How can one toast without wine?" Guyan remained silent, but one of her hidden guards struck the table, sending a cup filled with wine soaring through the air towards Su Beiyu. With a swift motion, Su Beiyu caught the cup in his palm, watching it spin wildly as if attempting to escape, yet it could not elude the grasp of Buddha's mountain. He pinched the cup between his thumb and forefinger, raised it with both hands, and declared, "Then let us drink this nameless wine. Cheers." Guyan's eyes reflected deeper confusion. She felt increasingly hesitant to act rashly. Similarly, she raised her cup and replied, "Cheers." Both raised their cups and drank. Su Beiyu, refraining from consuming the wine. Would certainly not partake of an unknown brew from the inn, nor would he drink from the hands of hidden guards. Thus, as the liquid reached his lips, it was already transformed into nothingness by the sword energy expelled from his core. Since ancient times, it has been said that sword immortals could expel sword pellets from their mouths to sever heads. Among the 36 swords, the sixth sword embodies this principle, using the strength of one's internal organs to propel sword energy, refining it as if it were a dragon, and releasing it as a flying sword. Su Beiyu had once heard his master speak of this. The former leader of the sword sect, Shangwan Xianxin, had perfected this technique to such an extent that a mere breath could unleash a river of sword energy traversing the sky, instilling both fear and awe. As for Su Beiyu, he was merely beginning to grasp this path, yet it sufficed for dealing with the current situation. This cup of wine had indeed been tampered with. Hidden guards never lacked for such underhanded tactics. Guyan, having witnessed Su Beiyu consume enough of the wine to incapacitate a second-tier master, waited in vain for him to collapse upon the table. It soon became apparent to her that she had encountered a formidable opponent. The doubts within Gu Yin grew increasingly profound, judging by the hand that revealed itself when the individual before him accepted the wine cup. It was evident that his cultivation was no trifling matter, and he was certainly not a novice devoid of worldly experience. More importantly, he appeared to have had prior interactions with Duan Muyu. Although Gu Yin outwardly displayed utmost respect towards Duan Muyu, he was, in truth, not aligned with her faction. Many matters were best kept superficial, yet Duan Muyu, for reasons unknown, maintained a silent and detached demeanor, coupled with the profound elder glimpsed earlier. Gu Yin found it increasingly challenging to discern the depths of Su Beiyu. Gu Yin slowly retreated to his seat, retracting the flirtatious demeanor he had previously donned. His expression turned as solemn as still water, refraining from any rash actions. The inspector, who had suffered a minor setback in his earlier encounter with Duan Muyu, finally regarded Su Beiyu with a discerning eye, furrowing his brow slightly as he murmured, "At such a tender age, possessing third-grade cultivation is quite remarkable. I can only surmise that your esteemed master is indeed a person of great stature. I have muddled through this chaotic world of immortals for several years, surviving by sheer luck, and while I have encountered many genuine masters of the earthly realm, I have yet to hear of your master. Might you, young brother, be so gracious as to enlighten me?" Having traveled the world alongside his master and drawing upon the knowledge imparted by Han Xian, Su Beiyu was now quite adept at engaging in such polite exchanges. With a calm smile, he replied, "Not all wise individuals are renowned among nobility, even in the countryside. There are scholars who gather chrysanthemums. The world of martial arts is vast, teeming with both dragons and snakes. Countless masters abound. Who can claim to know everything? I wander the world with my master, who has long since forgotten his name, as the saying goes. Why must we have met before to become acquainted?" Duan Muyu, who had remained aloof, turned her gaze towards Su Beiyu, her slightly cool Danfang eyes betraying a hint of surprise, soon followed by a moment of realization. It was no wonder that the woman who had occupied his thoughts would harbor a slight favor for this individual. He was indeed intriguing. Duan Muyu certainly did not believe that the woman, whose standards were extraordinarily high, would take an interest in Su Beiyu, a mere bumpkin from the northwest. Instead, she found herself reflecting on her actions since arriving in the northwest, pondering where she had faltered, leading to the woman's abrupt departure, ultimately resulting in a fruitless endeavor. After much contemplation, she concluded that the matter traced back to the ancient battlefield expedition that had involved Su Beiyu. As this thought crossed her mind, the surprise in Duan Muyu's eyes dissipated, replaced by the fleeting, sharp demeanor characteristic of the sons of noble families. While she could not reach the lofty woman who inspired such awe in her, she found no qualms in directing her frustrations towards a lesser figure, particularly one who had thwarted her plans. Simultaneously, the inspector narrowed his eyes, seemingly debating whether to take action to probe the depths of the enigmatic elder behind Su Beiyu. Su Beiyu, under the scrutiny of the gathering, rested his hands upon his knees, the Tianlan sword laid across the table, even as tumultuous waves surged within him. His expression remained as tranquil as a placid lake. Even Gu Yin, the seasoned shadow guard, couldn't help but inwardly marvel at his composure, likening it to a mountain standing firm before a storm. At that moment, the sky darkened entirely, and an unexpected tempest approached. The tempest resembles the wrath of the heavens, as an inky darkness initially envelopes the expanse, swiftly engulfing the entire firmament. Subsequently, a sandstorm, roaring like a primordial beast, sweeps across the desolate wilderness, obscuring the distinction between sky and earth in a whirlwind of dust and debris. The two-story inn stands like an inconspicuous rock amidst a river. With the rain and rising tide, it is swiftly submerged in the surging waves. Inside, the occupants can only hear the fierce and hurried sounds of the wind and sand battering against the walls. In the face of such overwhelming celestial power, humanity feels as insignificant as dust. On the second floor, an elderly man sits upon a wooden chair, reclining against the backrest, his hands resting on the armrests and his feet slightly apart, embodying a sense of order and propriety. This humble chair, of inferior craftsmanship, somehow exudes the grandeur of a Zetan armchair under his presence. Thus, the old man appears less like a wandering swordsman and more akin to a high-ranking dignitary in a crimson robe. The sole window of the room stands wide open. Yet, curiously, not a single grain of sand invades the interior. Gazing through the window at the swirling yellow sands, the old man murmurs softly to himself, "The winds and clouds are ever-changing. One must heed the skies when seeking shelter." He then turns to glance at the lobby below, smiling as he remarks, "The winds rise in Shiliang Prefecture. The sword unveils at Longmen Mountain." Chapter 25. The demon subduing Taoist after falling into a stalemate. The only recourse to extricate oneself from such a predicament is to introduce a disruptor, thereby upsetting the equilibrium within the inn. Whether it be the dark guards or the demon subduing hall, Su Beiyu has been observing coldly, gradually piecing together the intricacies of the situation. Indeed, as his master had suggested, the plight of the Longmen Inn was not a mere coincidence, but rather a mutual probing between the dark guards and the demon subduing hall, particularly under the current conditions, where the sandstorm obstructs access. Ordinary individuals cannot enter, rendering the modest Longmen Inn akin to a solitary island amidst the sea. Were it not for the current impasse, where neither side can gain the upper hand, coupled with the unpredictable variables of himself and his master, a massacre would likely have already ensued within the inn. As for what each side is probing, it is quite apparent. The court has long sought to suppress the momentum of the Taoist sect, even aiming for a comprehensive crackdown. However, wary of the sect's formidable strength, they have orchestrated the Chonglong Temple incident through the Dark Guards to gauge the sect's response. Unwittingly entangled in this affair, Su has brought to light the involvement of his master, a remnant of the illustrious sword sect, complicating matters further. With the Chonglong Temple incident not fully resolved and even a survivor, Jiyun, having escaped, the Dark Guards, aware of their own culpability, are reluctant to confront the Taoist sect openly at this juncture. Having an easy target in the sword sect, they intend to shift all blame onto them. However, the Taoist sect, particularly the demon subduing hall, which has dealt with the Dark Guards for many years, is not easily deceived. In their eyes, regardless of whether it was indeed the sword sect that acted, the Dark Guards must have been complicit. Thus, the radical faction of the demon subduing hall, represented by figures such as the inspectors, is resolutely pursuing the Dark Guards, seeking to leverage this incident against them. Meanwhile, the moderate faction, represented by individuals such as Yizue, is vigorously searching for Jiyun's whereabouts, striving to contain the matter within a more manageable scope. As for the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, who gazes down upon the 360 Taoist practitioners, he is not particularly concerned with the trivial matters of war or peace. His greater concern lies in whether there truly exist remnants of the sword sect, as well as the celestial sword that has been missing since the demise of the legendary Shangwan Xianxin. Should such remnants exist, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands, severing the head of that sword sect survivor, and ideally returning the celestial sword, once taken from the Taoist sect by the sword sect's founder, to its rightful owner. This, he would deem as achieving a measure of fulfillment in his duties. When Su Beiyu heard his master recount this tale, he realized that his master was not invincible after all. If he were indeed invulnerable, what need would he have to wander the seas, when he could simply storm the Taoist sect and restore the sword sect? Surely that would be a more effective endeavor. Tempests raged, rendering it impossible for ordinary folk to traverse through the chaos. Yet, those capable of disrupting the status quo are certainly not mere commoners. This unexpected visitor did not enter through the door, which had been firmly sealed by the inn's attendants, but rather appeared mysteriously within the inn using arcane arts. The newcomer was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 70s, with a diminutive stature, though traces of her former beauty could still be discerned in her visage. Time had not spared her, and her features had become rather unappealing. The woman bore a grim expression, lacking the characteristic tenderness of the elderly. Her countenance instead radiating an intimidating aura. Her gaze swept across the inn's main hall before finally landing upon Su Beiyu. Her eyes, yellow on the outside and dark within, possessed a murky and sinister quality reminiscent of a ghostly chariot, sending a chill down Su Beiyu's spine. Turning to the old woman, Su Beiyu smiled and greeted her. "Mengpa." The old woman expressed surprise. "You recognize me?" Su Beiyu performed a respectful gesture and replied, Your appearance is distinctly different from the ordinary. And given your association with the judge of investigation, your identity is unmistakable. You must be Meng Pua, the 24th of the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall. There is an old adage that states the person who understands you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Since this elder is from the Sword sect and has been pursued by the Demon Suppression Hall for many years, she is undoubtedly well acquainted with this seemingly mysterious and sinister organization. As they conversed, she provided Su Beiyu with a detailed account of the Demon Suppression Hall, renowned as the secretive enforcers of the Taoist sect, particularly emphasizing the 36 chief stewards who dominate the upper echelons of this establishment. In the twilight of the Great Chu dynasty, the demonic sect thrived for a time, only to be subsequently invaded by the Great Army, which led to the disintegration of the Confucian sect, one of the three teachings. At that time, the Taoist and Buddhist sects joined forces to resist the demonic sect, with the Buddhist sect establishing the Eightfold Assembly, while the Taoist sect sought to elevate the status of the Demon Suppression Hall significantly. In the waning days of the Great Jing dynasty, following the annihilation of the Sword sect, numerous masters fled for their lives. The great figure Ming Chun suggested to the then leader Tian Chun that the Demon Suppression Hall be reformed, separating previous civil institutions such as the Hall of Sacred Saints and the Hall of Heaven's Repair, and integrating elite disciples from other halls into the Demon Suppression Hall, thereby transforming it into a clandestine organization of martial prowess, dedicated to hunting down the remnants of the Sword sect. Upon discovering any trace of these remaining disciples, they would be pursued to the death. Over the decades, how many formidable Sword Immortals have fallen at the hands of the Demon Suppression Hall? The Sword Chi Ascendance Hall, which once stood in opposition to the Demon Suppression Hall during the Sword sect's glory, has also been utterly obliterated, its masters either killed or grievously wounded. During this period, the Demon Suppression Hall has suffered considerable damage, and even the 36 great stewards were not exempt. However, whenever there were casualties, replacements promptly filled the vacancies, ensuring the titles of the 36 stewards remained unchanged, still named after the deities of Fengdu and the underworld. To ascend to the ranks of the 36 great stewards, one must possess the cultivation of a ghostly immortal. Among them, the elite have already reached the realm of human immortals. According to the elder, there are over 10 individuals, including the great emperor of Fengdu, the 5 directions ghost emperors, King Xidagarba, and the 10 Yama kings, all of whom have attained the human immortal state. It is even highly probable that both the great emperor of Fengdu and King Xidagarba have stepped into the legendary realm of earth immortals. As for the rarely seen foremost figure of the Demon Suppression Hall, their level of cultivation is unfathomable. A master of the earth immortal realm could establish their own sect in other places, yet within the Taoist sect, they are merely the heads of the halls, illustrating the profound heritage of the Taoist tradition. Upon hearing this, Su Beiyu could not help but sigh. Unless a celestial being descends, the notion of overthrowing the Taoist sect is but a foolish dream. Reflecting on the founding master of the Sword sect, a prodigy of remarkable talent, who left behind 36 swords, it is clear that even possessing 12 of those swords could forge an invincible earth immortal. Yet, even such a figure could only rebel against the Taoist sect. It is no wonder that my master has never mentioned revitalizing the Sword sect. He must be utterly disheartened. The despair that follows great rises and falls in the world is the truest form of despair. With Meng Po's assistance, the previously solitary and disheartened judge of the underworld regained his confidence, shedding his earlier gloom. In a calm and steady tone, he addressed Su Beiyu. The cultivator must center their mind, achieving tranquility in the primordial void, allowing qi to flow into the dantian, with a gentle breath through the navel, maintaining a continuous rhythm, hands embracing the navel, the elixir fire warm, and the 6 senses stable. One forgets both self and the world. Young man, the energy within you is coiling like a dragon and crouching like a tiger, harmonizing water and fire. It is evident that you follow the path of our Taoist dragon-tiger alchemy, since our sect has held sway over the world. Having branched out countless times and disseminated various teachings, I will not concern myself with your lineage. However, having learned our methods, you must acknowledge the bond of our sect. If today you assist me in eliminating these shadowy guards, it will fulfill this bond. In the future, if you wish to enter our Taoist sect as a guest elder, it will not be impossible. Meng Pa smiled calmly, saying, I will handle this little girl. Judge, you draw out Duan Muyu's hidden hands, and as for this young brother, simply eliminate these dozen or so 4th-tier wasteful shadow guards. How does that sound? It should not be too difficult, right? Under the gaze of everyone, Su Beiyu finally faltered, unable to maintain his composure any longer. With a bitter and helpless tone, he replied, both esteemed stewards are eminent figures of our time. It seems somewhat unreasonable for me, a mere junior, to quibble over such matters with you. The judge replied matter-of-factly, "Young man, if you find this troublesome, you may summon your master to intervene." Mengpa added, "Our Taoist sect has always been open to all. The encounter today is a matter of fate. Perhaps through this event, you may enter the Taoist sect and enjoy the esteemed position of a great immortal in the future. Do not forget the merits of our introductions." Su Beiyu steadied his spirit and said, "Esteemed seniors, you jest. My master is merely a humble villager. How could he dare to aspire to the status of a great immortal? The title of great immortal signifies both an identity and a realm. In the realm of the Tao, under normal circumstances and without special reasons, only those who have attained the earth immortal realm may be bestowed the title of great true person. Furthermore, only a great true person may assume the position of peak master. Even within the Tao, which boasts profound depth akin to the ocean, there are merely around 30 great true persons, each holding a transcendent status. If we were to liken the Tao's Grand Master to an emperor in the secular world, then the masters of various halls and the 7 peak masters would represent the ministers in the court, while the great true persons would embody the prominent families, perhaps not always basking in glory, yet deeply rooted and forming their own factions. The inspector judge remarked, "Since I am called the inspector judge, it is only natural that I possess a certain level of discernment. I must admit, I cannot fathom the depth of the aura emanating from the figure above. It seems their realm is at least equal to mine, if not surpassing it, and they are likely of the ghost immortal realm. In my early days before entering the Tao, I was merely at the first rank. It was only after entering the Tao that I broadened my horizons and ascended to the ghost immortal realm. Now, with my esteemed master surpassing my past self, how could I not be astounded?" Su Beiyu fell silent for a moment, then placed his hand upon the Tianlan's sword on the table. His demeanor shifted dramatically as he declared, "Since both esteemed elders have spoken thus, it would be remiss of me to decline further." At that moment, Mengpa let out a cold laugh, her form flickering as she appeared beside the young girl, Duanmuyu, with fingers like hooks. She summoned 5 strands of dark energy and struck downwards. The girl in the red attire remained unfazed, sitting resolutely in her seat, and retaliated with a punch that was as radiant as jade, colliding forcefully with Mengpo's claw. A sudden roar erupted within the inn, followed by a violent ripple of vital energy that spread outward. Su Beiyu and his shadow guards swiftly evaded the chaos, and the inn itself trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, contrary to expectations, the structure remained steadfast, akin to a ship navigating the tumultuous seas, undeterred by the waves. This resilience was due to the elderly figure on the second floor, immovable as a mountain, serving as the anchor of calm amidst the storm. The 2 combatants, a girl and an old woman, were both diminutive in stature, and as their exchanges intensified, they transformed into an indistinct flurry of light and shadow. Meanwhile, the inspector judge had risen from his seat, striding toward Duanmuyu. Clutching a wine jug, she poured for herself, displaying no hint of alarm even in the presence of such a formidable figure. This young nobleman from the imperial capital, though not of royal blood, was nonetheless among the elite of high society, his father being Duanmu Ruisheng, one of the 3 great talents of the Qi dynasty, alongside Su Yin and Han Xian. Although Han Xian had been reduced to obscurity by the former Chancellor Lan, Duanmu Ruisheng retained significant power, presiding over the White Tiger Hall of the Shadow Guard and wielding substantial authority. Were it not for such a distinguished lineage, Duanmu Yu would not have been able to secure the willing service of a ghost immortal expert. Duanmu Yu's journey to the northwest was driven not only by the desire to win favor with a woman of even greater lineage than his own, but also to establish connections with Lu Chun. However, he had not anticipated the incident at Chonglong Temple, which compelled him to remain behind. The events surrounding the Chonglong Temple appear to have been instigated by one of the 3 great generals of the Dark Guards, Fu Zhongtian. However, the true mastermind lies behind the scenes, in the will of His Majesty the Emperor. Without the Emperor's directive, who would dare provoke the formidable Taoist sect? Should any errors arise in this matter, Fu Zhongtian would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences, and as the head of the Dark Guards, his father would also be embroiled in the fallout. Thus, Duanmu Yu found himself compelled to assist Lu Chun in mending the aftermath, albeit it would also grant him an invaluable favor to bestow upon Lu Chun, which could be deemed a negligible loss. Of course, if the situation in the northwest escalated beyond control, Duanmu Yu would unhesitatingly withdraw, ensuring he would not be ensnared in that quagmire or risk his own safety. Both parties harbored their own intentions. The investigating judge found himself unable to discern the true nature of Su Beiyu and the elder behind him, seeking to use this situation to probe their depths. If the duo were merely paper tigers, their demise would be inconsequential. However, if they truly were formidable forces, Eliminating the Dark Guards would lead to an irrevocable alliance with the Demon Suppression Hall. Being able to draw them onto the grand vessel of the Taoist sect would be a significant achievement, and in any scenario, there would be no loss. Observing the composed Duanmu Yu, the investigating judge spoke slowly. No wonder you are a scion of the esteemed Duanmu family. Your composure is indeed remarkable. Duanmu Yu smiled and turned his gaze towards Su Beiyu, inquiring, have you made up your mind? Are you truly willing to act as an accomplice to the Taoist sect against the court? Su Beiyu replied calmly, Duanmu Gongzi. You hail from a prominent family that values the principle of 1,000 gold sun, not lounging in the hall. Yet, I am but a humble figure. To survive in this world, one must engage in risky ventures. Duanmu Yu merely chuckled in response, just as Su Beiyu struggled to comprehend the upper echelons of society. Duanmu Yu, raised in luxury and privilege, could hardly grasp the struggles and helplessness of the common folk, nor would he have any visceral understanding of the lower strata. Even if he did, his cold disposition cultivated since childhood would render him indifferent. Duanmu Yu rose from his seat, unfurling his ivory folding fan to reveal an embroidered landscape. He softly remarked, Old judge, if you wish to see my trump card, I shall show it to you. The investigating judge's expression shifted subtly. No longer hesitating in his probing, he stepped forward, reaching out to seize Duanmu Yu. Duanmu Yu was certainly not merely a delicate ornament, confined to the boudoir. His prestigious lineage and formidable skills were not to be underestimated. Had it not been for these traits, he would not have ventured to the ancient battleground without a retinue. After all, as Su Beiyu noted, the creed of noble sons is to avoid idleness. With a graceful motion, Duanmu Yu retreated like smoke, smiling faintly, Old judge. If you wish to capture me, you must employ true skill. No sooner had he spoken than the investigating judge pursued him relentlessly, spectral wisps swirling around his fingers, enveloping Duanmu Yu in a shroud of ethereal spirits. Naturally, the cadre of dark guards, led by the solitary swallow, could not stand idly by as their young master was captured by the investigating judge. A series of resonant clangs erupted, and a dazzling display of blades surged forth like a relentless torrent, striking down upon the investigating judge. Such an onslaught. Even a master of the first rank must retreat from its brilliance. However, it is unfortunate that the inspector is a ghostly expert who transcends the first rank. The subsequent scene left Su Beiyu astounded. The inspector faced the blade formation created by the hidden guards with bare hands, and with a flick of his sleeve, a wisp of white smoke emerged, drifting like willow fluff, weaving past the blades and swiftly entangling itself around the necks of 3 hidden guards, all within the blink of an eye. This was indeed a display of supernatural prowess surpassing the 9th rank of martial practitioners. With the sacrifice of 3 lives, 2 blades were finally brought close enough to strike, eliciting a sneer from the inspector. Chapter 27. A grand display of power and sorcery. The inspector turned his gaze towards the unperturbed Duanmu Yu, a ghostly expert who had emerged from the witchcraft sect into the path of righteousness, and coldly remarked, My somewhat unorthodox methods of consuming flesh may not be effective against those of equal standing, yet they prove remarkably useful against these lowly beings beneath the first rank. In years past, I merely consumed a few monks from the monastery of Maluan, and it attracted the attention of the Ming king. Had I not been astute, I might have perished on the grasslands long ago. Duanmu Yu, do you think I lack the courage to act against you? Indeed, I dare not inflict a fatal blow upon you, but I possess the audacity to leave you half alive. The 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall chose to name themselves after the deities of Fengdu, for many amongst them were akin to demons, not lacking in sinister temperaments, and outsiders regarded the suppression wells within the hall as a descent into the depths of hell. Hence, the hall boldly adopted the name of Fengdu. The inspector, unprecedentedly verbose, turned his attention away from Duanmu Yu and towards Su Beiyu, stating, Young man, I have already dispatched 6 hidden guards for you. The remaining ones are now your responsibility. Trapped by several vengeful spirits, Duanmu Yu also directed his gaze towards Su Beiyu. Speaking leisurely, Su Beiyu, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Abandon the shadows for the light, and I shall overlook your past transgressions. Su Beiyu unsheathed his sword, Tianlan. Shaking his head, I am a man of my word. Good. Now that is more like it. The inspector laughed heartily and reached for Duanmu Yu's shoulder. In that instant, he appeared utterly at ease, yet his mind was alert, anticipating any counteraction from Duanmu Yu. Duanmu Yu did not disappoint. He crushed the ivory folding fan in his hand, and the embroidered landscape depicted on its surface broke free, forming an illusionary 3-dimensional scene that not only shattered the 5 vengeful spirits encircling the inspector, but also enveloped Duanmu Yu and all the hidden guards behind him. In that moment, Duanmu Yu and his companions seemed to merge into the painting, advancing deeper into its confines. As they approached the depths of the artwork, their forms shrank ever smaller, and by the end, Duanmuyu had become a mere speck within the embroidered landscape, vanishing from sight. The inspector's expression grew solemn as he made a peculiar gesture. Within the three-dimensional landscape, 5 faint traces gradually emerged, growing larger until they burst forth from the painting. Those were the 5 white vengeful spirits he had previously used to ensnare Duanmuyu. Su Beiyu finally comprehended that these vengeful spirits had not been dispelled, but rather had been drawn into the painting along with Duanmuyu and his companions. As for the reason why the judge of inspection remains unscathed, Su Beiyu can only attribute it to his extraordinary cultivation. The judge of inspection spoke darkly. The means of the Sumru mustard seed. Within the painting lies a universe. Such a grand undertaking can only be accomplished by one of the earth immortal realm. That old fool, Indumu, is truly willing to sacrifice for his son. Su Beiyu inquired softly, what shall we do next? The judge of inspection replied solemnly, we can either delve deep into this illusionary formation like Indumuyu and others, or we can directly shatter it with external force, revealing the whereabouts of Indumuyu and the others hidden within. With a cold chuckle, he added, indeed, the handiwork of an earth immortal is no lie, but it also depends on who wields it. Today, I shall break this illusionary formation, and then you may eliminate all these shadowy guards. Su Beiyu remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. The judge of inspection then withdrew a short blade from his sleeve and made a deep incision on his wrist, blood gushing forth yet curiously suspended in the air, transforming into droplets that floated before him. Ultimately, nearly 1,000 droplets formed. He then gestured with his hand, and one by one, the blood droplets coalesced into a peculiar formation, rapidly contracting. Thousands, hundreds, tens, finally converging into one. A single drop, dark as ink, appeared at the tip of the judge's finger. He flicked it, and the blood drop shot directly into the three-dimensional embroidered landscape painting, as though a colossal ink blot had been added to a still wet ink wash. The blood spread swiftly within the landscape, engulfing mountains and waters, leaving behind a trail of murky hue. The once impenetrable landscape painting began to flicker incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Su Beiyu's eyelid twitched, and the Tianlan sword in his hand was drawn to the energy, vibrating faintly. This was the method of a ghost immortal, an invocation at the snap of a finger. Meanwhile, Meng Pe and the little girl had already burst forth from the inn, caught in the midst of a raging storm. The girl, clad in crimson, faced Meng Pe, a renowned ghost immortal master for over 20 years, with no hint of fear. Her stance was as steadfast as a mountain. Every punch she threw unleashed a violent shockwave, shattering even the boulders caught in the storm. Clearly, she had reached a level of martial prowess that transcended mere techniques. Her fists were imbued with the essence of blood and will, impervious to blades and fire, capable of breaking through supernatural laws. With a clap of her hands, 2 boulders, much larger than herself, soared into the air and hurtled towards Meng Pe. Simultaneously, she stomped forcefully, creating a massive pit beneath her, sending countless stones of varying sizes flying. With another sweep of her hands, the stones fell like rain, cascading down in pursuit of the 2 boulders aimed at Meng Pe. Meng Pe scoffed lightly, casually tossing forth a purple-gold bowl, which expanded in the wind to the size of a grinding mill, shielding her from the onslaught of boulders and flying stones that struck against it with a resonating hum. The girl bit her lip, her gaze resolute, dismissing the swirling sands and stones as inconsequential. In a flash, she vanished and reappeared before Meng Pe's bowl, delivering a fierce punch. This blow resembled a colossal hammer, causing the bowl to emit a deafening resonance, trembling uncontrollably. Meng Pe reluctantly retreated several paces, astonished. Little girl, you actually possess the essence of the Shao family's martial arts. Could it be that you hail from noble lineage? Yet, if you are of noble blood, why serve as a mere attendant to Duanmuyu? The girl smiled faintly, remaining silent, as she gathered her energy, adopting a stance that was deceptively simple. In the next moment, her spine writhed with a fierce intensity, reminiscent of a dragon or serpent rising. It seemed as though a hidden dragon stirred beneath her skin, its form pressing against the surface. Though Meng Pe could not perceive the scene behind the girl, she sensed the dramatic shift in her aura, which filled her with increasing astonishment. Remarkable martial intent, she murmured. I have heard tales that martial intent can lead to a body forged through rigorous trials. A spirit akin to the stars, unyielding in the face of the divine, transcending the heavens, and shattering the void. In nearly a century, only the martial ancestor Emperor Shao Lai has reached such a level of mastery. Yet, you must have attained a realm akin to the stars, I presume. If I had encountered this martial intent at your age, I would have perished countless times. To cultivate such a formidable martial art at your tender age, risking your very bloodline, is akin to courting death. The girl remained silent, delivering a single punch. From her chest and abdomen to her shoulders, elbows, wrists, and finally her fist, a series of explosive sounds erupted, the force of her punch slicing through the air with a thunderous roar as it struck the golden bowl. A sound akin to a great bell reverberated through the air, followed by a succession of sharp cracks. A fine fissure appeared at the point of impact on the bowl, which swiftly deepened and spread outward until the entire vessel shattered into countless fragments. Meng Po's expression changed dramatically. She propelled herself forward, vanishing into the tumultuous storm. The girl's face turned pale, her brow furrowing slightly, yet she made no attempt to pursue or speak. Chapter 28. The Ghost Emperor of the North. At the moment Meng Po retreated in defeat, the judge within the inn sensed the shift. He understood the terrifying potential of the young girl and hastened to dismantle the formation, aiming to capture Duan Muyu before her return, thereby ensuring her hesitation. Having traversed the world for many years, the judge was no stranger to peril. Even before entering the demon suppression hall, he was a formidable figure, accustomed to the fiercest storms. In such dire moments, his composure only deepened. He observed the blood-red hue of the picturesque landscape intensifying, the already precarious image darkening further, as if a candle flickering in the wind was on the verge of extinguishing. Finally, after the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, the entire image collapsed, its lines unraveling as if pulled by an invisible hand, transforming from a vibrant ink painting into a simplistic doodle, incomprehensible in its absurdity. The concealed figures of Duan Muyu and her companions re-emerged within the inn. A cold smile graced the judge's face as he seized Duan Muyu by the throat, darkly amused. Quite intriguing. Young one of the Duanmu family, do you have any further skills? Feel free to reveal them. I am eager to witness the profound heritage of the illustrious Duanmu clan. Duan Muyu, a noble scion of an esteemed family, remained unperturbed even in such precarious circumstances. Narrowing his eyes, he smiled and said, "Dear judge, do not be anxious. What is destined to arrive shall indeed come." Were these words uttered by another, the investigating judge might dismiss them as mere bravado. However, given that they were spoken by the sole heir of the esteemed Duanmu Ruisheng, the commander of the Dark Guard, it was difficult to ascertain whether it was mere bravado or if he possessed a hidden advantage. Let us depart. Delay may invite unforeseen changes. The investigating judge, unwilling to engage further in a battle of wits with Duan Muyu, seized him in an attempt to make a hasty retreat. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself immobile. A pair of icy hands silently pressed against the locations of his lower back and waist, firmly sealing his energy centers, rendering him unable to move even an inch. The judge's eyelids twitched as he struggled to maintain his composure and calmly inquired, "Who is this esteemed individual?" A chilling voice emerged from behind him, "Judge, long time no see." As the words were spoken, the lean visage of the innkeeper gradually emerged from behind the investigating judge, his yellow-brown eyes glimmering with a faint, unsettling green in the dimly lit tavern. The judge inquired with a composed demeanor, "May I ask your name?" The innkeeper replied slowly, "During the battle at Hilaoshan, had I not aided you, you would have long since perished at the hands of Qin. The Demon Suppression Hall possesses a clandestine list that enumerates the 10 most notorious rogues of the realm, all deserving of extermination, with Qin, the traitorous grandmaster, occupying the top position. Speaking of Qin, one cannot ignore the 2 contests for leadership within the Taoist sect. This is a widely acknowledged case, by lineage. Qin is the junior disciple of the former sect leader, Zichen, and the uncle of the current sect leader, having once held the esteemed title of the Peak Master of Tianshu Peak. Qin has contested the position of sect leader against Zichen and his disciples on 2 occasions, but was ultimately defeated each time. Following his last defeat, his foundation was completely uprooted by Tianshu, Zichen's trusted minister, who regarded him as a heretic, thereby securing Qin's position atop the Demon Suppression Hall's list of rogues. After Zichen and Tianshu ascended, Qin remained on Earth, possessing formidable powers that rendered him a figure of reverence among mortals. Following the reformation of the Demon Suppression Hall, Mingchen, the new leader, orchestrated a campaign against Qin at Hilaoshan, deploying the formidable Corpse Dragon Silent Abyss formation. Despite the full might of the Demon Suppression Hall being mobilized, the formation was shattered by Qin single-handedly, nearly decimating the elite forces of the Hall until the combined efforts of 6 grandmasters barely managed to stave off this legendary rogue. As a consequence of this debacle, Mingchen resigned from his position and retreated into seclusion. The investigating judge, having participated in that battle, was taken aback by the revelation, exclaiming, "You are the Northern Ghost Emperor." Should you not have perished at the Sword Pavilion in Shuzhou? The Northern Ghost Emperor ranks 11th among the 36 esteemed officials of the Demon Suppression Hall, second only to the Wheel King, a veritable master of both man and divine. Endless you leisurely pried apart the fingers of the inspector that clutched his throat, softly uttering. After the battle at Helaoshang, the esteemed Elder Dust Leaf succeeded my master, Elder Ming Chun, as the new head of the Demon Suppression Hall. The principal focus of the hall has shifted from Qing Chun to the former first disciple of the sword sect, Gongsun Zhongmo. In the pursuit 9 years ago in Shuzhou, 8 prominent stewards engaged in combat with Gongsun Zhongmo, with only a handful surviving. Notably, the Northern Ghost Emperor was among them. However, he did not return to the Demon Suppression Hall, opting instead to serve our dark guards. When the old inspector inquired about my contingency, this is it. The innkeeper, or rather the former steward of the Demon Suppression Hall, the Northern Ghost Emperor, let out a chilling laugh. Inspector, those who are aware of the times are wise. Make a decision. The inspector remained composed, for during his early years on the grasslands, he had acquired a rare artifact from the witchcraft sect, enabling him to escape peril by employing a substitute. Thus, he discreetly circulated the scattered energy within his limbs while delaying for time, saying nonchalantly, Northern Ghost Emperor, you once saved my life. Such a profound kindness is unforgettable. Yet, you are gravely wounded. Once a master of the human immortal realm, you have now been cast down to the ghost immortal realm by Gongsun Zhongmo, who even sacrificed an artifact to ambush you. You are well aware of the outcome should you face the hall's experts now. If I were to join the Dark Guards, you would be unable to protect me. I fear I would not see the sun rise again. The Northern Ghost Emperor, with a cold demeanor, replied, if you do not join the Dark Guards, you will certainly not witness tomorrow's sun. The inspector feigned contemplation, buying time. Moments later, he had managed to gather enough energy to activate the artifact, but just as he was about to do so, he felt a sharp pain at his back, and his energy began to dissipate rapidly. At that moment, silence enveloped the inn, with only the howling wind and sand outside breaking the stillness. The inspector could not see the expression of the Northern Ghost Emperor behind him, yet he caught a glimpse of Endless You, who regarded him with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a sneer, as if observing a jester. Before his demise, he heard the Northern Ghost Emperor's words. Ah, Inspector, even if I have fallen to the ghost immortal realm, a withered camel is larger than a horse. The past cannot be compared, yet I still surpass you. Did you think your petty tricks could deceive me? I offered you a chance at life, yet you chose not to take it. Very well, if you refuse the path to heaven and insist on barging into hell, I shall grant you that wish. The Northern Ghost Emperor cast aside the inspector, who was swiftly losing vitality. Su Beiyu watched this scene unfold, feeling a chill in his bones and his scalp prickling. Chapter 29. Gongsun Zhongmo Endless You turned to Su Beiyu, chuckling lightly. I had just given you an opportunity. It was you who did not cherish it. Su Beiyu remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the Tianlan sword. The Northern Ghost Emperor's eerie emerald eyes were unsettling, making it difficult to meet his gaze. He cackled. Young man, you are merely at the 3rd tier of cultivation. You wouldn't last a single round against me. Why not summon your master? We can have a proper discussion, and perhaps a path to survival may yet be found for you. As Su Beiyu was about to speak, he noticed the Northern Ghost Emperor's expression change dramatically. The Emperor swiftly grasped Duanmu Yu's shoulder and retreated, crashing through the inn's wall with his back, instantly emerging into the swirling tempest outside. Yet, despite the storm's ferocity, it could not encroach upon the two within a 3-zhang radius. Duanmu Yu asked, his voice dark and ominous, what is happening? The Northern Ghost Emperor, as if facing a formidable adversary, replied gravely, moments ago. Someone upstairs unleashed sword energy with a mere flick of their fingers, their realm approaching that of a celestial being. Duanmu Yu's expression slightly softened. He shook off the non-existent dust from his sleeves and chuckled. Su Beiyu's master is indeed a masterful figure. No wonder this lad is so audacious. Northern Ghost Emperor. What precisely is his realm? The Northern Ghost Emperor's countenance darkened as he replied solemnly, beyond Ghost Immortal. As for the specific stage of the celestial being realm, it remains uncertain until we engage in true combat. Duanmu Yu's demeanor grew serious, and he mused. I am quite curious to know which esteemed expert dares to tread in such murky waters. Inside the inn, the elderly man carrying a sword case, accompanied by Ji Yun, descended the staircase to the main hall. At that moment, aside from Su Beiyu and his companions, only the innkeeper's wife remained behind the counter, along with a group of flustered dark guards. The elderly man surveyed the surroundings before finally addressing the innkeeper's wife, stating calmly, Innkeeper, the effects of the wine are beginning to wane. The innkeeper's wife appeared to be no ordinary person. Despite the unfolding chaos, she remained unperturbed. She gracefully stepped out from behind the counter, righted a fallen bench, and sat upon it, softly saying, "Earlier, I misjudged the situation and failed to recognize a true master. Had it not been for Mr. Gongsuan's earlier display of sword energy, I would not have dared to believe I would see him again after 9 years." The elderly man raised his tone slightly, inquiring, "If the innkeeper is the Northern Ghost Emperor, then who might you be?" The innkeeper's wife retrieved a brocade pouch from her sleeve, inhaling its scent gently, her eyes narrowing in a semblance of intoxication akin to a languid cat. Yet, sadness flickered across her features as she spoke. Years ago, the Demon Suppression Hall dispatched 8 Grand Stewards to pursue Gongsun Zhongmo, the foremost disciple of the Sword sect. In Shuzhou, ultimately, only one returned grievously wounded. The elderly man feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Did the innkeeper miscount? I distinctly recall having slain 5 of the Demon Suppression Hall's hounds. 3 should have escaped." Su Beiyo's eyes widened. The elderly man's words unmistakably confirmed his identity as Gongsun Zhongmo, the direct disciple of the last Sword sect patriarch, Shangguan Xianchen. The innkeeper's wife exhaled a sigh, and a faintly sweet aroma permeated the inn, as she lamented, 2 indeed escaped. They used Gongsun Zhongmo's unparalleled sword energy to sever their connection to their life lamps, feigning death, hoping to distance themselves from the sect's conflicts and live in peace. However, it was not long before the Dark Guards found them, leaving them no choice but to serve under their command. Gongsun Zhongmo suppressed any excess expression on his face and remained silent. The innkeeper's wife tucked away her fragrant sachet and spoke with a sorrowful tone, to speak candidly. "I was once the Grand Executor of the Demon Suppression Hall, a judge of virtue, and I am among the 2 who fled from the Northern Ghost Emperor. The events in Shuzhou were indeed compelled by circumstance, not by choice." Gongsun Zhongmo suddenly interrupted her, his words laced with sweetness. The woman's expression froze abruptly, and she forced out a somewhat stiff smile, inquiring, "What do you mean by that, Mr. Gongsun?" Gongsun Zhongmo sniffed the air and replied calmly, "Your peach blossom miasma has a hint of sweetness." The woman's complexion turned as pale as snow, devoid of any color. The peach blossom miasma, a signature technique of various flower masters, is lethal to those above the first rank. However, like many ostentatious tricks, such ghostly schemes hold little efficacy against genuine masters. Outside the inn, the Northern Ghost Emperor and Duanmu Yu stood amidst the waning sandstorm, each contemplating their own strategies. To the Northern Ghost Emperor, with the significant involvement of the Demon Suppression Hall's experts and the demise of another investigating judge, the Northwest was no longer a place to linger. It would be prudent to depart swiftly, preferably returning directly to the imperial capital, a domain where the court and the Taoist sect dared not extend their grasp openly. Conversely, Duanmu Yu perceived the Northwest as a murky pool, one that seemed poised to grow even more turbulent. In such murky waters, there was ample opportunity to fish, and he believed he might catch a grand prize. If his father's position served as a stepping stone into the corridors of power, he now sought to lay down sufficient footholds for a future ascent. The thoughts of both were evidently at odds. In truth, neither held the other in high regard. The Northern Ghost Emperor viewed Duanmu Yu as a mere wastrel relying on his father's influence, while Duanmu Yu regarded the Northern Ghost Emperor as a dog nurtured by his father. As the wind howled mournfully, the Northern Ghost Emperor suddenly lifted his gaze toward the inn's entrance, his killing intent palpable. Duanmu Yu followed suit, startled and alarmed. 3 figures emerged from the inn, a man, a woman, and an elder. The elder, positioned at the center, bore a sword case on his back and held the severed head of a woman whose eyes remained unclosed. The Northern Ghost Emperor stared at the head, his eyes flickering with green light, a low, raspy growl emanating from his throat as his hands curled into fists, veins bulging. He resembled a tautly coiled leopard, poised to spring into action. Gongsun Zhongmo tossed the woman's head before the Northern Ghost Emperor, stating flatly, 9 years ago, I spared you. Now, I make amends. Duanmu Yu's expression darkened, as if he could weep. The Northern Ghost Emperor slowly bent down, trembling hands cradling the woman's head, his features contorted as he rasped, Gongsun Zhongmo. 9 years, neither long nor short. During the battle at Shuzhou's Sword Pavilion, I nearly perished at your hand. Yet, after you inflicted a strand of lifeless sword energy within me, you, in your arrogance, believed I was doomed and ceased your pursuit, allowing me to grasp a fleeting chance at survival, fleeing 100 miles before collapsing in Yinping Mountain. It was she who bore me from Yinping in her similarly grievous state. 9 years have elapsed, whether escaping the clutches of the Demon Suppression Palace or later, reluctantly falling under the command of the Dark Guards, the 2 have remained inseparable. They have never forgotten each other amidst the rivers and lakes, merely sharing life's tribulations. The Northern Ghost Emperor believed this bond would persist eternally, yet he was blindsided by her demise. On this very day, she departed before him, leaving him in anguish. Gaunt as a specter, the Northern Ghost Emperor rose, clutching his own head, his visage contorted to the point of being unrecognizable, compounded by the erratic flicker of his green eyes, suggesting he had teetered on the brink of madness. Because of you, I have been tormented by the lifeless sword aura within me, transforming into this abominable state. Because of you, I plummeted from the realm of humanity and immortality to that of the ghostly, forever barred from entering the realm of carefree, celestial beings. Today, it is still because of you that I find myself utterly alone. Ultimately, the Northern Ghost Emperor bellowed that name once more, Gong Sun Zhoumo. Chapter 30. The cataclysmic sword. With the Northern Ghost Emperor's furious roar, the winds and sands within 100 miles trembled violently. A colossal ripple of dust emanating from his standing point, spreading outward with ferocity. In this moment, he was no longer the half-dead innkeeper, but rather the notorious Northern Ghost Emperor of yore. He howled to the heavens, suddenly expelling a long white sword from his mouth. The very lifeless sword aura that Gong Sun Zhoumo had infused into him 9 years prior. This lifeless sword aura could coalesce or disperse. When gathered, it resembled a long sword. Yet when scattered, it appeared like strands of hair. It manifested as a solid form when unleashed but dispersed within his body, residing amidst his organs and bones, causing unbearable agony whenever it flared up. Typically, half of the Northern Ghost Emperor's cultivation was devoted to suppressing this lifeless sword aura, allowing him to exhibit merely the strength of a ghostly immortal. Now, he would no longer restrain it, but would instead employ all his cultivation, disregarding the injuries to his internal organs, forcibly expelling the lifeless sword aura from his body to reclaim his status as a human immortal. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and even the pores of his skin oozed crimson, drenching his garments in a matter of moments, rendering him a figure soaked in blood. At this juncture, his internal organs lay in tatters. In truth, barring unforeseen circumstances, his time was short. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yun's complexion turned pale, instinctively grasping Su Beiyou's sleeve. He clasped her hand, gently reassuring her. This innkeeper merely looks fearsome. He is yet to engage and has already brought himself to the brink of death. I doubt he possesses any remarkable skills, and likely cannot withstand Master S sword. Gradually calming, Ji Yun quietly inquired after a moment. This man is the chief steward of the Demon Suppression Palace, yet his actions resemble those of a fiend. They say the remnants of the sword sect are evil, but Senior Gong Sun appears more akin to a true Taoist. Why is that? Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before responding. Whether one is deemed a fiend is not defined by their actions, but rather by their success or failure. Because Master and the others lost, they are labeled as devils. The Taoists triumphed, thus they are considered immortals. Ji Yun seemed to grasp the essence, albeit incompletely. Su Beiyu continued, as my teacher has said, in this world, affairs are dominated by fame and fortune. It ultimately boils down to the victors and the vanquished. Take Emperor Shao as an example. Had he faltered in his uprising, the world would still have been dictated by the emperor of the Great Zhong, branding him a traitor. Yet, upon his success, the tides turned in his favor, elevating him as the illustrious emperor of the Great Qi, while the once mighty emperor of the Great Zhong became a figure of folly and incompetence. This dialogue may seem juvenile. Yet after much contemplation, Ji Yun, a novice who had never encountered the harsh realities of the world, began to question the past for the first time. If the lower world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, then the upper echelons are governed by the victors and the vanquished. Each realm has its own rules, yet morality is not always present. Morality often resides solely in the words of sages and conquerors. Gong Sun Zhoumo glanced at the young couple engaged in hushed conversation, suddenly appearing weathered by time. The simple truths articulated by Su Beiyu were clear to him. A man of noble birth who had long witnessed the rivalries among clans, and he understood them more profoundly than Su Beiyu could convey. At that moment, however, his thoughts drifted to his elder brother, Gong Sun Bofu, who had devoted his life to the family. His brother sacrificed his life for the Gong Sun clan, while he himself failed to protect it, a deep shame towards their ancestors. Yet, the heaviest burden of guilt lay with his brother. Gong Sun Zhoumo slowly diverted his gaze, his expression serene, remaining unmoved by the shocking scene before him. Years of experience had not only turned his once black hair to gray, but had also unveiled the complexities of human affairs. The sorrows and joys that did not directly concern him had become all too familiar, rendering him impervious to emotional upheaval. Standing beside Gong Sun Zhoumo, Su Beiyu, after comforting Ji Yun, instinctively glanced at his master, only to suddenly notice a sword hanging from his waist, a detail he had not previously observed. This sword, entirely black, exuded a deep luster from its hilt to its sheath, and was not suspended horizontally, but rather inclined at a near vertical angle, almost blending with Gongsun Zhongmo's dark robe. Su Beiyu was certain that this was not the sword he had seen a decade prior, which still lay dormant in his master's sword case. He recalled his master's mention of having taken 2 swords from the sword sect, one being Tianlan, which was now in his possession. Thus, this sword must be the other. Sensing his disciple's gaze, Gongsun Zhongmo paid no heed to the imminent threat before him. Instead, he slightly turned his head and softly remarked, "In a moment, I shall unleash a strike, sword 13. Pay close attention." Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, but enlightenment soon dawned upon him, and he understood the implication of his master's words. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on the moment. In the brief interval, the Northern Ghost Emperor, disregarding the consequences, had elevated his own cultivation to the brink of the human immortal peak, mere steps away from the legendary celestial realm. Whether it was due to his heightened powers or not, the Northern Ghost Emperor, now confronting Gongsun Zhongmo, found his earlier fear dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming rage, leaving him consumed by profound resentment. Once a figure emaciated to mere skin and bones, now his features contorted into a grotesque visage resembling a malevolent specter of the underworld. The Northern Ghost Emperor cackled ominously, declaring, "Gongsun Zhongmo, even if I must perish today, I shall drag you into the depths of hell with me." Gongsun Zhongmo, with his elongated fingers gracefully closing around the hilt of his sword at his waist, replied with a calm demeanor, "According to the rules of the sword sect, I shall ensure you are aware of the sword that brings about your demise. Remember, this sword is called Xianming." The Northern Ghost Emperor ceased his prattling, extending his right hand, which emitted a series of cracking noises as if bones were shattering. It suddenly expanded tenfold, the back of his hand and fingers sprouting scales, transforming his digits into claws 3 inches long, dark and razor-sharp. This was no longer a hand akin to that of a human, but rather resembled the lethal talons of an ancient behemoth. With a swing of his massive right hand, he sneered, "Though the methods of the Devil sect are shrouded in darkness, they are remarkably effective in claiming lives. Gongsun Zhongmo, I shall soon carve out your innards with my brutal techniques." Duanmu Yu retreated several paces, distancing himself from the increasingly unholy presence of the Northern Ghost Emperor, his gaze as frigid as ice. Once the foremost disciple of the sword sect, now its master, and ranked second on the list of the most feared fiends in the Demon Suppression Hall. Gongsun Zhongmo was a formidable target, one so immense that it was beyond the capacity of any single individual to consume. And a single misstep could lead to being dragged into the depths alongside this leviathan. A lamentable circumstance indeed. Sensing something amiss, Gongsun Zhongmo turned to glance at him. That singular look sent a chill through Duanmu Yu, causing his blood to nearly freeze in his veins. Could a mere gaze be lethal? For one as adept in the art of the eye sword as Gongsun Zhongmo, a glance could serve as a blade, capable of inflicting death. Yet, he did not wish to extinguish the life of this younger member of the Duanmu clan. His expression suggested disdain, as if he sought to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Gongsun Zhongmo slowly drew his sword from its sheath, softly proclaiming, "Family matters, state affairs, and worldly concerns pale in comparison to the indomitable spirit of a 3-foot azure blade. Ultimately, it is but a matter of a single sword." The obsidian blade of Xianming appeared to merge seamlessly with the encroaching darkness of night. With a subtle motion, Gongsun Zhongmo advanced, presenting Xianming forward. In that instant, the winds and sands within a 100-mile radius stilled, the hidden guards within the inn froze in place. The headless corpse of the innkeeper lay motionless. Su Beiyu with closed eyes and Ji Yun with wide open ones remained unmoving, and Duanmu Yu, with a pale and somber countenance, also stood still, as did the young girl in red who was hurrying towards them. The only entities in motion were the sword in Gongsun Zhongmo's hand, and the Northern Ghost Emperor, who was but a step away from transcending into the realm of immortals. However, even the Northern Ghost Emperor's movements were sluggish at this moment. Sensing the imminent peril, he roared in fury, whether from despair or rage, cursing, "Damn you, Gongsun Zhongmo. This is not the 13th sword, but clearly the 23rd. Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. In truth, the first half of the strike indeed embodied the 23rd sword, lethal in nature. Yet, the latter half was undeniably the 13th sword, one of salvation. With the first half of the stroke, the Northern Ghost Emperor's form disintegrated, exploding into fragments as his entire cultivation erupted into a colossal tornado that reached skyward, far more ferocious than the previous tempest, sweeping countless grains of sand into the air, causing the Dragon Gate to tremble perilously. Beneath the latter half of the sword, the land-spanning tornado was cleaved in two, dissipating into the ether before it could unleash its fury. The sword's aura soared into the heavens, parting the heavy clouds above and revealing the resplendent moon that followed. The silvery moonlight cascaded onto the earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Regrettably, aside from a handful of witnesses, none were present to behold this moment. Su Beiyu suddenly opened his eyes, gazing upon the scene, and felt his lips parched. Master, you once spoke of sword immortals. It appears my master is indeed one. Chapter 31. The bloodthirsty sword unleashed after Sword 13. Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his blade. Moments later, a girl in red darted forth, seizing Duanmu Yu's form. Her petite stature belied an extraordinary strength, effortlessly carrying another as she leapt away, resembling a shooting star across the sky, vanishing in an instant. For reasons unknown, Gongsun Zhongmo refrained from pursuit, seemingly dismissive of the notion. Before Su Beiyu could inquire, Gongsun Zhongmo proactively elucidated, I cannot afford to make an enemy of Duanmu Ruisheng just yet. The death of inconsequential shadow guards is merely a matter of duty for the governor of the shadow guard house. Since it is a matter of duty, there exists room for negotiation. However, should Duanmu Yu perish, it would become a private affair for the Duanmu family, a matter of life and death. The distinction between the two is apparent, and I need not elaborate further. Su Beiyu came to a sudden realization. He and his master had already entangled themselves with the demon suppression hall, and it was unnecessary to provoke the equally formidable shadow guard house. Even if his master were a transcendent expert of the earth immortal realm, the caution remained. Su Beiyu glanced back at the Longmen Inn, fortunate to find it under Gongsun Zhongmo's protective aura, still standing in a semblance of integrity. Gongsun Zhongmo led Su Beiyu and Jiyun into the inn, where a group of anxious shadow guards awaited, alongside the corpses of the innkeeper and the inspecting magistrate. At that moment, Gongsun Zhongmo had shed the amiable demeanor of a wandering swordsman, his expression placid as still water, betraying no hint of joy or anger. He emanated an undeniable authority that required neither words nor gestures. If Duanmu Yu was merely an inexperienced noble scion, then Gongsun Zhongmo was the epitome of a seasoned clan head. To Su Beiyu, this version of his master was unfamiliar. Or rather, this was his master's true visage. In this instant, Su Beiyu was struck with the realization that his master had never been a mere trivial figure. Strictly speaking, he and his master belonged to different realms. Su Beiyu had once been an inconsequential laborer, toiling under the sun, while his master had been the head of the prestigious Gongsun clan and the foremost disciple of a flourishing sword sect. In the eyes of this underworld, his master was as out of place as a scholar in a small village, for they were never meant to belong here. They belonged to the fantastical world his master had once described. Upon comprehending this notion, Su Beiyu did not succumb to despondency. Instead, he ignited a greater fervor within himself. He yearned for another realm, longing to extricate himself from this wretched world of the downtrodden, aspiring to step into a different existence altogether. Gongsun Zhongmo's gaze bore no trace of malice as he regarded the corpse of the innkeeper's wife. In that moment, she had unleashed the peach blossom miasma, only to have it dispersed with a mere sweep of Gongsun Zhongmo's sleeve, and subsequently, he had deftly severed her head with a flick of his fingers. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke slowly. Jiyun, as a disciple of the Taoist sect, please incinerate the body of the judge of merit and scatter the ashes outside the inn. It shall be akin to a shared grave for the couple. Whether it was due to the earlier sword strike or the imposing aura Gongsun Zhongmo now exuded, Jiyun dared not refuse and timidly acquiesced. Yes. Having cultivated for many years at Chonglong Temple, Jiyun possessed considerable prowess, though her disposition was gentle. She was not entirely devoid of strength. She dragged the innkeeper's corpse to the backyard and retrieved bundles of firewood from the kitchen. Before long, a plume of black smoke began to rise. Gongsun Zhongmo shifted his attention to the remaining living souls within the inn. Though the early dark guards were resolute soldiers, unwavering in the face of death, the recent years of rampant expansion had inevitably led to a mix of competence among them. Witnessing Gongsun Zhongmo's astonishing swordplay, they recognized that this elder, bearing a sword sheath, was an unattainable figure, a towering presence. Confronted with this insurmountable mountain, some dark guards trembled, their faces pale, resembling condemned prisoners awaiting their fate, devoid of any will to resist. The leader, the solitary swallow, wore a desolate expression, despair written across her features. Not long ago, she had boasted of exterminating them all, yet the judge of merit had perished at the hands of the Northern Ghost Emperor, who subsequently met his own demise. His body left unrecognizable. Even the judge of merit, who had once saved the Northern Ghost Emperor, was now dead. These once formidable enforcers of the Demon Suppression Hall appeared as children before Gongsun Zhongmo, lacking the strength to oppose him. This revelation imparted a crucial lesson to Su Beiyu. true strength does not require the embellishment of hollow titles. Only the weak cling to such illusions. In that moment, the solitary swallow nearly considered kneeling in supplication, yet recalling the ruthless nature of the dark guards, she reluctantly dismissed the thought. Betrayal? How could a mere insignificant figure like her escape the clutches of the dark guard's dominion? In this vast world, where could she find refuge? Perhaps this time, she would not have the opportunity to accompany Lu Chun back to the imperial capital, destined instead to perish in the desolate wilderness of the northwest. Gongsun Zhongmo's demeanor towards his disciple was gentle. He inquired softly, "Beiyu, how do you wish to deal with these dark guards, particularly the one named Solitary Swallow?" Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively grasping the hilt of the Tianlan sword, yet remained silent. Gongsun Zhongmo noted this subtle gesture with satisfaction. In the matters of the world, when an immediate answer eludes a swordsman, he ought to consult the 3-foot azure blade in his hand. However, Gongsun Zhongmo, possessing profound depth, concealed his satisfaction and maintained an outwardly tranquil demeanor, stating, "If you are uncertain on how to handle them, your master can guide you." Gongsun Zhongmo reached out to press down Su Beiyu's right hand, which grasped the sword, gently assisting him in slowly drawing the Tianlan from its sheath. He spoke softly. "In this world, wise individuals are scarce, fools even scarcer, while the mediocre are abundant. Many who are deemed wise are not inherently so. Rather, they evolve from mediocrity through a plethora of experiences. The wise can be categorized into great wisdom and petty cleverness. Those with petty cleverness tend to employ convoluted methods to resolve issues, thereby feigning profundity while obscuring their true intentions. If you encounter such individuals, how shall you contend with them?" Su Beiyu gazed at the sword, Tianlan, which bore the elegance of rolling clouds, and inquired, "How should one contend?" Gongsun Zhongmo released his grasp and replied calmly, with but a single stroke of the sword. Su Beiyu's eyes brightened, as if enlightenment dawned upon him. Gongsun Zhongmo stepped back a few paces, his expression serene, and added, "However, before you do so, you must first let the Tianlan taste blood. A sword is a weapon of death. A blade that has not tasted blood cannot be deemed a true sword." Su Beiyu turned his gaze towards the group of hidden guards, his expression gradually becoming more restrained. He had faced spectral soldiers and witnessed death, yet he had never taken a human life. This distinction was profound. Gongsun Zhongmo's voice remained unwavering. "In the realm of the martial world, who has not faced death? Go, slay these servants of the Shao family, and give your sword its first blood." Su Beiyu licked his cracked lips, raising Tianlan in hand. Gongsun Zhongmo gracefully exited the inn. Inside, the sounds of battle erupted, and in the courtyard, Zhiyun, pale as a ghost, crouched with her hands clasped before her chest, murmuring prayers, seemingly beseeching the heavens. The clamor of combat persisted for nearly half an hour, only fading as dawn approached. Su Beiyu emerged, drenched in blood, leaning on Tianlan, limping as he stepped outside. Gongsun Zhongmo glanced back at his disciple, his earlier authority dissipated, reverting to that of a wandering recluse. Su Beiyu smirked and asked, "The one called Guyan is still alive. Should we leave a survivor to plant a spy among the hidden guards?" Gongsun Zhongmo, satisfied with his disciple's remarkable progress, shook his head. "No need, nothing at all." Su Beiyu acknowledged with a grunt and turned back toward the inn. Moments later, a woman's anguished scream echoed from within, a cry of someone at death's door. Silence enveloped all. Chapter 32. The scholar of both martial and literary arts. The long men and was reduced to ashes. And Su Beiyu and his companions continued their journey towards Dunhuang City. Along the way, Zhiyun fell into a deep silence, appearing burdened by thoughts. Perhaps due to the disillusionment wrought by witnessing the true nature of the grand steward of the demon-suppressing temple, or perhaps because Su Beiyu, under Gongsun Zhongmo's tutelage, had finally begun to take lives, a notion that unsettled her. Regardless of the cause, she had changed significantly compared to before. This transformation could perhaps be labeled as maturity. Su Beiyu found himself unable to decipher the young woman's thoughts, and he had neither the time nor inclination to do so. Now, he was occupied not only with practicing the revised Longhu Danjue, as instructed by Gongsun Zhongmo, to harness the unrefined sword energy within him, but also with mastering the formidable 13th sword among the prior 13 techniques. Just these two endeavors left Su Beiyu utterly fatigued, leaving no room for other concerns. As for Gongsun Zhongmo, the renowned yet ostensibly ineffective master of the sword sect, he, while imparting wisdom to his disciples, began to prepare for a return to his former pursuits. Hence, when the trio finally beheld the capital of Shiliang province, Dunhuang City, Gongsun Zhongmo informed the two that he was to meet an old friend, bestowing upon Su Beiyu 500 taels of silver, bidding them to enter the city independently. Su Beiyu, cognizant that this was a recurring endeavor of his master over the past decades, refrained from inquiring further. Armed with a forged travel pass provided by his master and having offered 30 coins to the gatekeeper, he and Jun smoothly entered Dunhuang City. Upon entering, Su Beiyu's foremost task was to select an inn located at the northwestern corner of Dunhuang City, a place teeming with a diverse array of individuals, yet deemed a relatively respectable refuge. In the absence of Gongsun Zhongmo, he requested 2 rooms, one for himself and one for Jiyun. This decision stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, without his master's presence, Su Beiyu wished to avoid the previous awkwardness. Secondly, Gongsun Zhongmo had never been lacking in financial support for Su Beiyu. Although both the Sword sect and the Gongsun clan had fallen, remnants of their legacy lingered, for Gongsun Zhongmo possessed a substantial and concealed inheritance, most of which lay hidden in an unknown location, with a smaller portion residing in various money exchanges. This meager amount, albeit a fraction, still represented an astronomical sum that commanded respect in Su Beiyu's eyes. Once settled in the inn, Su Beiyu did not continue to hone his swordsmanship, but instead retrieved a thick, bound book from his luggage, inscribed with the characters Chronicles of Xiliang Province. This was a recent stipulation set forth by Gongsun Zhongmo. While en route, he was to focus on refining his sword skills, yet upon reaching a destination, he was to delve into the study of classical texts and histories. This was also part of the original agreement between Han Xian and Gongsun Zhongmo, as both wished to prevent their sole disciple from becoming merely a sword-obsessed recluse or a brutish tool in the hands of the powerful. Thus, Su Beiyu's education was divided into 3 components: the art of strategy and cunning, martial prowess and swordsmanship, and the experience of traversing the world alongside Gongsun Zhongmo, gaining insight into the complexities of human nature and the treachery of society. Should Su Beiyu have been the sort to feel daunted by the sight of books, it would have been a grave misjudgment of Gongsun Zhongmo and Han Xian's discernment. On the contrary, Su Beiyu was not only astute but remarkably intelligent. Having laid a solid foundation under Han Xian's tutelage over the past decade, he now sought to absorb knowledge with an insatiable appetite. He was not required to partake in the imperial examinations, thereby achieving a state of learning that eschewed superficial understanding for a broader, more encompassing grasp. Within his satchel, alongside the Confucian classics, were texts from Taoism such as the Nanhua Jing and the Shangqing Dadao Jinjing, legalist works like the Fa Jing and Han Fizi, as well as military treatises including Wu Bei Jiao and Magong Bing Fa, in addition to a myriad of eclectic volumes such as Taiping Huan Yuji, Hanlong Jing, Hainong Jing, Yijing, Shujing Jijia, and Dijian Tushua. Among these, Shujing Jijia and Dijian Tushua were the works of the esteemed Zhang Jiangling from the preceding dynasty, held in high regard by the founding emperor of the Great Qi, Xiao Yu, who praised his contributions to the present age and the prosperity of future generations, ultimately declaring him the sole worthy minister of his time and posthumously bestowing upon him the title of Wenzhong. Moreover, the various governance directions adopted by Xiao Yu after ascending the throne were profoundly influenced by Zhang Jiangling. Therefore, if Su Beiyu sought to comprehend the court, he could not circumvent Zhang Jiangling. Gongsun Zhongmo would periodically provide Su Beiyu with certain texts tailored to the current circumstances, such as the Chronicles of Ziliangzu, which Su Beiyu was presently perusing. In essence, the Chronicles of Ziliangzu is a local gazetteer, rather tedious and uninspiring. Yet it offers a swift insight into the region of Ziliangzu, cross-referencing the text in hand with his own observations. Su Beiyu had formed a preliminary impression of the Ziliangzu beneath his feet, before the late Emperor Xiao Yu claimed dominion over the Central Plains. He had long been the sovereign of the Northwest. Within this vast expanse, Ziliangzu undoubtedly held paramount importance. Its Hushi Plain and Xiliang corridor were renowned as the south of the northern frontier, boasting the most fertile lands in the entire Northwest, making it both a military stronghold and the granary of the region. At that time, aside from the central capital, Ziliangzu was of utmost significance. Following Xiao Yu's ascension to the throne, a multitude of military generals hailing from Ziliangzu were rewarded for their loyalty. Although most chose to settle in the imperial capital, a small faction of them opted to return to their roots. After 2 generations, this led to a remarkable phenomenon of numerous military lineages flourishing throughout Ziliangzu, with the peak boasting as many as 800 military houses. The 3 Li brothers Su Beiyu encountered at Danxia stronghold originated from one such military lineage. As the capital of Ziliangzu, Dunhuang City was naturally of utmost importance, often referred to as a city of 300 military houses, where various factions intertwined, rendering even the 3 administrative offices hesitant to act with impunity. The burgeoning power of military aristocracy not only influenced the actual authority of local governance, but also significantly weakened the influence of the Taoist sects in the region. This situation plunged Su Beiyu into deep contemplation. His perspective diverged somewhat from that of his mentor, Gongsun Zhongmo, perhaps due to the clarity of an observer. He believed that relying on the remnants of the previous dynasty or the remnants of the sword sect to confront the court and the Taoist sects was akin to chasing phantoms. In the current state of affairs, only the court could contend with the Taoist sects, and conversely, the Taoist sects were the only ones capable of challenging the court. If revenge were the goal, one must align with one side to strike against the other. Leveraging strength to counter strength was essential. He did not believe his mentor was oblivious to this reality, but rather that for some unspecified reason, he was either unwilling or unable to act accordingly. From the hour of the hare to the hour of the dog, Su Beiyu hastily finished reading the chronicles of Ziliangzu, rubbed his eyes, and rose to call for Zhiyun to join him for a meal. His time was indeed precious. That evening, he intended to study the Book of Rites under candlelight. Originally, Gongsun Zhongmo had suggested he commence with the diagram of imperial reflection, but Su Beiyu acknowledged that the Book of Rites was already at the limit of his understanding. Beyond this point, it would not merely be a matter of seeking depth, but rather an encounter with genuine incomprehension. Additionally, he contemplated reading the Nanhua Jing and the Shangqing Daodong Jinjing, for after practicing the techniques of the Longhu Dan sect, Su Beiyu had gained considerable insights into the principles of the Taoist sects, aspiring to carve out time to delve into these texts. Striving to commence his study of the Taoist canon, a tome that many Taoists have devoted their lives to studying. In the vast realm of Taoism, countless paths exist, with more than half derived from the comprehensive treatise on Taoist principles. As a former part of the Taoist sect, the sword sect naturally possesses its own scriptures. The extent to which Su Beiyu can comprehend these teachings depends upon his own insight. While dining in a corner of the inn's hall with Zhiyun, Su Beiyu, with a mouthful of food, suddenly declared, "I aspire to become a person of stature, one who excels in both martial and literary pursuits." Intrigued, Zhiyun inquired, "What constitutes a person excelling in both?" Su Beiyu beamed widely and responded, "In terms of martial prowess, being capable like my master suffices. As for literary skill, one must be able to compose magnificent essays akin to the Edict to the World." He then set down his chopsticks and began to recite slowly. When the sound of the class resonates, the north wind rises. With the sword's energy surging, the southern constellation calms. In silence, mountains and valleys may crumble. With a commanding voice, the winds and clouds change color. With such means to subdue foes, who could withstand? With such ambitions for achievement, what victory could elude? The words linger in the air. How could loyalty be forgotten? With a handful of soil still damp, who shall support the solitary figure of 6 feet? He pondered. Look at today's realm. Whose world is it truly? Chapter 33. The Thousand Buddha Caves Beyond the Human Past, though Su Beiyu did not voice it. Upon returning from the ancient battlefield, the seed of ambition within him had fully sprouted. No longer content with the confines of Danxiao village, he yearned to explore the vastness of the world beyond, even beginning to covet the realm his master had depicted. This young man, born and raised in the Northwest, refused to be limited by its boundaries. He harbored no romantic notions of wealth as mere transient smoke. Nor did he subscribe to the belief that mere happiness is the essence of life. His aspiration was straightforward, to become a person of exceptional status, akin to the noble woman riding the spirited horse. Moreover, a previously unspoken thought began to take root in his heart. His future wife should not be a naive village girl. At the very least, she ought to be a refined beauty like Zhiyun, and ideally, a lady of noble birth akin to the aforementioned equestrian. He wished for his future son not to endure 2 decades of toil under the sun, as he had. Thus, like a drowning man grasping at anything within reach, he fervently sought to enrich himself with cultivation, knowledge, and experience. He aspired that when he next stood before Duanmuyu, he would not feign tranquility but possess genuine composure. Su Beiyu understood that what a scion of a noble family is born into, an ordinary person might toil a lifetime to attain, and even if achieved, it would demand an unimaginable price. More crucially, transitioning from one world to another requires not only effort, but also a considerable measure of luck and opportunity. Now, he had the opportunity. All that remained was to strive diligently. After sharing dinner with Zhiyun, Su Beiyu returned to his room alone, lit an oil lamp, and began to diligently study the Book of Changes, direct interpretation, a task for him akin to an arduous siege. After nearly half an hour of study, he felt slightly dizzy, which stirred a deep longing for his master, who would undoubtedly elucidate the text's complexities if he were present. Until the stroke of midnight, Su Beiyu finally retired to his bed. However, he had grown accustomed to sleeping very little. often substituting slumber with meditation in pursuit of absorbing the remaining essence of sword energy and spirit, striving to transcend to the third rank and truly become a master. The second rank was, in the imperial capital, sufficient to serve as a second-class imperial guard. The martial cultivation of a warrior is akin to that of the court nobles. Only those of the first and second ranks are considered to have entered the core of the empire, separated by an invisible yet distinct line. Meanwhile, Gongsun Zhongmo did not enter the city, but continued westward along the path leading from Dunhuang. At the far west of the empire lies the Jade Gate Pass, known for its spring breezes that do not reach it. Between these 2 points, a series of Buddhist caves stretches, encompassing over 800 chambers adorned with more than 2,500 colorful sculptures of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, vajras, guardians, and celestial beings, hence the name Qinfua Cave. Renowned as the most significant Buddhist site in the world, Gongsun Zhongmo's destination was indeed the Qinfua Cave. Qinfua Cave is undeniably a sacred place for Buddhism, its reputation second only to the ancestral temple of the 3 ages of Buddha. Unlike the ancestral temple, however, it does not prohibit outsiders from entering. Pilgrims and tourists may freely visit and worship, leading to a bustling congregation during daylight hours. Gongsun Zhongmo chose not to reveal himself by day, exercising patience until nightfall, when a full moon hung high in the sky, before he officially stepped into the realm of Qinfua Cave. In truth, Qinfua Cave is overseen by a supervisory monk appointed by the Buddhist community, tasked with preventing thieves from stealing statues and scriptures. At that moment, as the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, the supervisory monk, accompanied by his only disciple, a young monk, was conducting a meticulous inspection of the caves. The monk, now middle-aged, bore a dignified appearance. Had he not taken monastic vows, he would undoubtedly have been a refined elder rivaling Gongsun Zhongmo. After all, men, like fine wine, become richer and more aromatic with age. Holding a torch in one hand and leading his disciple with the other, a ceremonial dagger hung at his waist. The title of supervisory monk was merely a facade within the Buddhist community. They were accustomed to referring to him as the guardian of the cave, a position that has been passed down for centuries, primarily used to exile errant monks. The middle-aged monk was no exception. He had been personally banished to this place by the abbot of the temple. Before coming here, he had been stripped of his monkhood and reverted to his secular name, Zhang Wubing. As they approached a cave, Zhang Wubing suddenly halted, gazing up at the large Buddha statue obscured in the night, letting out a gentle sigh. He then softly instructed his disciple, "Let us call it a night. You may retire to rest." The already drowsy young monk nodded and wandered off in a daze towards their quarters. Zhang Wubing turned around, facing away from the Buddha, and calmly declared, "Please, esteemed guest, reveal yourself." His voice resonated throughout the expanse of Qinfua Cave. Shortly thereafter, the sound of measured footsteps approached. As an elder bearing a sword case gradually emerged before the monk, Zhang Wubing tossed aside his torch, which fortuitously landed between the fingers of the great Buddha behind him, and remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, it is an honor to welcome you, Mr. Gongsun." Gongsun Zhongmo looked up at the Buddha and chuckled. "It is rare for the Dragon King to remember me." Zhang Wubing remained unperturbed, replying evenly, "I am no longer the Dragon King." Gongsun Zhongmo reined in his smile, sighing with regret. To expel the Dragon King, who ranks among the top 3 in martial prowess, from the 8 factions is not an act of wisdom. Is it the Deva King or the Azura? Zhang Wubing shook his head and replied, "It is neither. They do not wield such power. It was the abbot who personally decreed the annulment of my title as Dragon King." Gongsun Zhongmo nodded, then abruptly shifted the subject. "I have met Murong Xianin." Zhang Wubing seemed to have anticipated this, responding coldly, "And what of it? Both you and Murong Xianin are listed among the fiends in the Demon Suppression Hall, 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Do you wish to enlist me as the 4th? Gongsun Zhongmo continued, "I have also encountered Han Xian." Zhang Wubing's expression suddenly stiffened, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "So Han Xian spoke of me to you?" Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head. "Han Xian merely mentioned you. He did not recommend you to me. We are not of the same ilk." Zhang Wubing nodded. Indeed, Han Xian still yearns to return to the court, so he would not align himself with a traitor like you. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled, his laughter resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wubing slowly inquired, "As the leader of the sword sect, do you still aspire to restore it?" Gongsun Zhongmo's expression dimmed. He had often dreamt of the past, unable to relinquish his obsession. Though his master had departed, the legacy of Zhu Xian remained, and the 36 swords still existed. As long as Gongsun Zhongmo drew breath, his resolve would not waver. Zhang Wubing sighed. "To act against the tide is to defy the heavens. Even your master, the transcendent Shangguan Xianxin, met his demise. What can you hope to achieve? Gongsun Zhongmo, who had traversed the world for nearly half a century, remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wubing spoke solemnly. It is not that the monk has relinquished his anger, but rather that the currents of fate are inevitable. Even with you, Gongsun Zhongmo, at the helm of the sword sect, what can be accomplished? The Taoist sect's leader persists, the demon suppression hall endures, and the 8 great peak masters remain. As for the court, even if Emperor Xiao has passed, what of it? The Chancellor Lan Yu lives on, the Grand General Wei Jin endures, the Northern Han is still alive, Prince Wei, Xiao Jin, breathes yet, and the founding monarch of the later dynasty, Wanyan Beiyue, has not perished. Moreover, do not forget the tomb of Meishan. Constructed by Emperor Xiao himself, none can guarantee that he is truly dead. Gongsun Zhongmo was left speechless, just as the Dragon King prepared to turn away. Gongsun Zhongmo suddenly remarked, I have taken on a disciple. The Dragon King, Zhang Wubing, paused, I too have a disciple. Gongsun Zhongmo retreated, his voice carrying from a distance. The Buddhist path encompasses both the compassion of the Bodhisattva and the fierce gaze of the Vajra, who suppresses heretical ways. The Dragon King is the embodiment of that fierce gaze. Should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure my successor pays a visit to you. As his words faded, Gongsun Zhongmo's figure vanished entirely. Chapter 34. The fierce dragon crosses Jiangxi to Liangzhou. Although Dunhuang City was built upon yellow sands, its interior, adorned with the residences of various military families, rivaled the grand cities of the Central Plains. Notable projects such as the construction of gardens and the diversion of water into estates were frequently observed. Furthermore, this place possessed a distinct characteristic: numerous military families, each maintaining private armies, boasted forces ranging from dozens to over 1,000. The generals of Xiliang refer to these private troops as household retainers, generously bestowing gold and silver upon them, their combat prowess surpassing that of the regular border troops. It is through these retainers that the generals of Xiliang maintain a disdainful attitude toward local authorities, treating the entire region as their private estate. Su Beiyu resides in an inn located in the western part of Dunhuang City, a common refuge for wandering heroes and traveling merchants. In stark contrast, the eastern part of the city houses the majority of the generals' residences, the boundary between the two cities clearly demarcated, presenting a disparity as vast as heaven and earth, resembling two distinct worlds. However, the atmosphere in the eastern city today is particularly somber, as two formidable figures are set to convene here. Following the incident at the Dragon Gate Inn, Duanmu Yu has come to realize that the situation has spiraled beyond his control. With the interference of the remnants of the Sword sect, it is inevitable that the Taoist Temple of Demon Suppression will soon intervene. Conversely, the Dark Guard's focus has always been on the remnants of the White Lotus sect, which once dominated Jiangnan and stood in opposition to Xiaoyu across the river, rather than the Sword sect's remains. Thus, the Dark Guard will not expend further efforts on this matter. The prudent course of action for the Dark Guard is to withdraw. Lacking subsequent strength, Duanmu Yu understands that seizing opportunities in the northwest will be exceedingly difficult. Although the prospect of capturing Gongsun Zhongmo is alluring, it is beyond his reach. Therefore, he opts to return to the imperial capital and refrain from direct involvement. As for the aftermath in the northwest, it will naturally be left to Lu Shishu to handle, for Lu Chun is the appointed governor of the Dark Guard in the northwest. Although I, Duanmu Yu, have a father who serves as the chief governor of the Dark Guard, I remain an unremarkable individual without any official title. The Dark Guard's assistance is a matter of goodwill, while withholding it is merely their duty. Without hesitation, Duanmu Yu departs from the northwest, compelling Lu Chun to journey personally to Xiliang province. The other formidable figure crossing the river is undoubtedly the Taoist Temple of Demon Suppression. Following the incident at the Dragon Gate Inn, 3 survivors remain: Duanmu Yu, the little girl in red, and Meng Pe. After escaping, Meng Pe realizes her colleague, the judge, has not returned, leading her to conclude that he has likely perished. Adhering to protocol, she reports this to the temple master, unaware that Gongsun Zhongmo has intervened, thus naturally attributing the blame to the Dark Guard. This time, the Temple of Demon Suppression dispatches a chief steward and a steward, with the latter being Yi Zue from the esteemed Yi family, and the chief steward ranking among the top 10 Wheel Kings. The Wheel King resides outside the shadowy realm of the underworld, directly facing the world's 5 turbidities. Although he ranks last among the 10 Yama Kings, he holds the 3rd position within the Temple of Demon Suppression, second only to King Qin Guang and King Yama. Even during the zenith of the Northern Ghost Emperor, his rank remained beneath that of the Wheel King. In regard to these two formidable figures, the local Xiliang generals adopt a stance of caution rather than hostility, even assuming the role of intermediaries. They designate the long-abandoned site of the Shiliang governor's office as the location for the negotiations. Yes, negotiations. Once shrouded in darkness. Both the Temple of Demon Suppression and the Dark Guard have shed many of their past traditions following the rise of their respective leaders, now emerging into the light. There is nothing new under the sun. After all, the facade that once aided Emperor Shao in pursuing dominion over the world cannot be entirely torn asunder. The Wheel King and Yi Zue arrived at the governor's mansion of Shiliang ahead of Lu Chun, walking along a narrow, overgrown path in the mansion's rear garden. One following the other. Judging by his appearance, the Wheel King seemed relatively young, perhaps comparable in age to Yi Zue, yet his complexion was strikingly pale, imbued with a hint of pallor reminiscent of illness. However, in the realm of practitioners, judging a person by their looks is the most foolish of endeavors. A 3-year-old child might be an ancient master rejuvenated, while an elderly figure could merely be a pitiful soul who has faltered in their cultivation. Countless are those who defy the passage of time. The true age of this Wheel King remains a mystery, but he is certainly not a mere youth in his 30s. The Wheel King halted, gazing at the now dry lake, and sighed. Returning to this old place, how things have changed. Yi Zue softly inquired, "Have you been here before?" Wheel King. The Wheel King turned his head, exhaling a sigh. 60 years ago, I accompanied the Grand Master to the northwest. At that time, Emperor Shao was not yet Emperor Shao, and the Grand Master was not yet the Grand Master. I, then a nameless disciple among 200 followers of the Tao, witnessed some perish and remain forever here, while others survived to return to the Taoist sect. After 60 years, Emperor Shao has passed, and the Grand Master resides atop the Daxiang Peak, while I have become what is now called the Wheel King. Some believe that we of the Taoist sect and the court are destined for endless conflict, but it is not so simple to sever ties. Figures like the judge are always clamoring for bloodshed, yet for us old-timers, we once shared snowdrifts, fought alongside one another against cavalry, and journeyed south into the Central Plains, even facing life and death together. Now, those old comrades have become lords and officials of the court, with families aplenty, while we have become masters and ancestors within the Taoist sect. To now engage in violence against our former companions seems utterly devoid of purpose. Yi Zue appeared somewhat taken aback, hesitating to respond. The Wheel King smiled gently, and continued, "This is precisely why I wish to converse with Lu Chun. If we can find common ground, it would be the best outcome for the Taoist sect. Once we pass away, and the old guard of the court has also vanished, you may create as much chaos as you wish, and none shall care." Yi Zue remarked, "I am not aligned with the judge." The Wheel King glanced at him, remaining silent, before turning to depart. Upon returning to the main hall prepared for discussions, the Wheel King found it freshly tidied by the servants. Meng Per awaited his arrival and hesitated momentarily before cautiously asking, "Wheel King, does the higher authority wish for Yi Zue to replace the judge?" The Wheel King took his seat in the main position, exuding an air of ease, and replied with a light laugh, "Yi Zue is a descendant of the Grand Master. As his family business expands, it is inevitable that trivial matters arise. He abandoned his identity as a son of the Yi family to serve as a steward in the Demon Suppression Hall, which must harbor ulterior motives. However, the Grand Master has not concerned himself with the Yi family for 60 years, and I fear his ambitions may come to naught." Although Meng Pa had aged into an elderly woman, she was still over 20 years younger than the Wheel King when she first joined the Demon Suppression Hall. He had already been one of the 72 stewards, and over the years, she had grown accustomed to being cautious in his presence. Upon hearing this somewhat ambiguous response, Meng Pa chose not to pursue the matter further and instead inquired about the remnants of the sword sect mentioned by the Dark Guard mansion. The Wheel King narrowed his eyes and sighed. "Ah, the remnants of the sword sect. In my youth on the grasslands, I was fortunate enough to witness the sword sect's foremost disciple, Gongsun Zhoumo. In those days, he wielded his sword with such elegance, unleashing a torrent of sword rain like splashes of ink, his flowing sleeves dancing with each step, each strike a fatal blow. He was truly a figure of unrestrained charm. I wonder, after all these years, does he still possess the same flamboyance?" Meng Pa chuckled. "After so many years, Gongsun Zhoumo has likely become a frail, old man." The Wheel King, who still retained the appearance of youth, clicked his tongue in reflection. The way of the sword does not nurture longevity. Decay inevitably comes with the passage of time. The once handsome young master will surely transform into a feeble elder, which is indeed lamentable. Ultimately, charm is swept away by the storms of life, yet the imperial capital and the peak of heavenly sovereignty remain steadfast. Chapter 35. The azure blade trembles uneasily. The Wheel King's gentle demeanor inadvertently alleviated the tense atmosphere between the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard mansion, allowing many soldiers from Shiliang to breathe a sigh of relief, as did Lu Chun, who was en route to Dunhuang City. The intricate web of factions within the Demon Suppression Hall mirrored the internal struggles of the Taoist sect, with the Wheel King being a trusted confidant of the Grand Master. His stance reflected that of the Grand Master. Since the Grand Master valued past relationships and was reluctant to sever ties, it was likely that the conflict between the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard would not escalate. The undercurrents surging through Shiliang province began to show signs of subsiding. Albeit this was confined to the eastern city, while Su Beiyu in the western city remained blissfully unaware. In recent days, aside from the essential act of dining, Su Beiyu spent the remainder of his time alone in his quarters, poring over the text the Analects explained. His master once remarked that Confucianism also embodies a spirit of righteousness, and it was not inconceivable to attain a terrestrial immortal realm through scholarly pursuits. As evidenced by the illustrious Zhang Shofu, a preeminent figure within the Confucian school, his master also mentioned that Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism are collectively esteemed, with the Taoist sect currently holding sway over the practitioners of the realm, a congregation of eminent talents within. Although the Buddhist sect remains discreet, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a few enlightened monks contemplating within their ancestral grounds. At present, the Confucian school is in decline. Yet every century births a figure of profound accomplishment, wisdom, and virtue, ensuring their legacy endures. Now, over a century has passed since the last great leader, Zhang Jiangling, and it is time for someone to step forth and shoulder the responsibilities of the Confucian school. Whether Su Beiyu could cultivate the righteous spirit of Confucianism was of little concern to him. He preferred to traverse the world through literature, believing that only by truly understanding the world could one thrive within it. He approached this endeavor with calm determination, progressing steadily. Finally, on the fourth day of his arrival in Dunhuang, Su Beiyu had completed a cursory reading of the Analects explained. Though many concepts eluded him, he had managed to glean a rough understanding. The extensive reading had left him mentally fatigued, unable to focus on any further material. Thus, on the following day, he departed the inn with Ji Yun and began to explore Dunhuang City. Generously, Su Beiyu purchased a variety of delicacies, sharing them with Ji Yun as they strolled along. Within the city, one frequently encounters armored soldiers, their military bearing solemn and composed. Although the realm has enjoyed peace for merely a few decades, it is far from a time when horses can roam freely in the southern pastures. Thus, the combat readiness of various border troops remains largely intact, and the scions of noble families are not merely indulgent in pleasures, but are, for the most part, adept in both wielding weapons and engaging in spirited discourse. Su Beiyu must concede that these offspring of esteemed lineages, steeped in the profound teachings of their ancestors and fortunate to have excellent mentors, possess lofty aspirations and expansive perspectives. The few among them who are inept are but a minority. The vast majority rightfully embody the essence of elite status, and it is these elites who uphold the very structure of the empire. The common folk, however, find themselves at a significant disadvantage from the outset. While the children of the populace toil in the fields, tending to livestock for mere survival, the offspring of noble families are already immersed in the scholarly pursuits alongside venerable scholars. When the children of the commoners are engaged in rudimentary tasks, the noble children are strumming delicate strings or perusing ancient texts. By the time the children of the common folk begin to grasp the complexities of human relationships, the noble children are already well versed in the subtleties of social maneuvering, having learned the art of duplicity and the subtleties of facade from their forebears. The disparity between these two groups is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, making it exceedingly arduous for the underprivileged to ascend into the upper echelons of society. Consequently, those from humble backgrounds must exert themselves manifold, enduring great hardships and relying on fortuitous circumstances to even glimpse that unfamiliar world above them. For the children of the nobility, however, this process appears to be a natural progression, hardly worthy of mention. Such inequity stirs discontent. Just as objects cry out when they are unbalanced, so too do people. Su Beiyu, unwilling to acquiesce to this state of affairs, harbors profound dissatisfaction within his heart. With such discontent, silence is not an option when he speaks. The world shall listen. Having arrived in Dunhuang, he felt compelled to behold the world-renowned Mogeo caves. After aimlessly wandering through the city for half a day, the two decided to venture forth to witness the legendary caves. The distance between Dunhuang and the Mogeo caves spans 50 li. As they finally glimpsed the outline of the caves, the sun was nearing its descent. Ji Yun, exhausted, plopped down on a stone. Her small face creased in dismay as she rubbed her legs, refusing to take another step forward. Su Beiyu, observing that they were close to their destination, contemplated briefly and decided to carry her. With her legs now numb and feeling detached from her body, Ji Yun found herself succumbing to fatigue, her modesty yielding to necessity as she hesitated only slightly before acquiescing to Su Beiyou's offer. She climbed onto his back, her arms encircling his neck, her cheeks flushed, exuding an undeniable charm. Thus, he bore her, while she carried the burden, as they continued their journey towards the Mogeo caves. Gradually, fatigue faded, and her modesty reclaimed its foothold. Ji Yun suddenly grasped the meaning of being in a predicament, for this was her first experience of such close proximity to a man, causing her heart to race wildly. Her grip around Su Beiyou's neck tightened, and the warmth of his presence rendered her momentarily dazed, leading her to silently regret her decision to allow him to carry her. Today, Ji Yun donned her customary oversized robe, which not only shielded her from the biting wind and sand, but also concealed her visage, sparing her from many unnecessary troubles. Yet, even the most ample robe could merely serve as a veil. When two souls stood in such close proximity, the intimate contact left the inexperienced Su Beiyou feeling somewhat flustered, causing his back to stiffen with tension. In an attempt to mask his awkwardness, he buried his head and hastened his pace. The young Taoist maiden seemed to sense Su Beiyou's discomfort, growing increasingly bashful, her cheeks flushed as if they might spill with water. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the western sky in hues of crimson, with clouds ablaze like fire. The girl's rosy cheeks mirrored the blood-red sunset, rendering it impossible to discern whether the sunset illuminated her or if she, in turn, kindled the sunset. In that fleeting moment, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Regrettably, Su Beiyou remained oblivious to this enchanting tableau. Ji Yun quietly nestled against Su Beiyou's back, gradually acclimatizing to this unfamiliar yet exhilarating state. Her arms remained securely wrapped around his neck, her chin resting gently on his shoulder as he cradled her legs in his hands. She closed her eyes, inhaling softly. Her breath caressed Su Beiyou's ear, evoking a tingling sensation that spread to his heart, igniting a torrent of errant thoughts. Just when he had managed to quell his fanciful notions, they surged forth anew, like chives that regenerate after each harvest. In that moment, Su Beiyou's mind became a muddled mess. The teachings of the 4 books and 5 classics, along with his master's instruction in the art of the sword, seemed utterly useless. Here, he had only himself to rely upon. He began to comprehend why his master had remarked that a beautiful woman could pierce one's heart with a single sword. In this world, there exists a sword that kills without shedding blood, a weapon of the unseen, known as woman, which preys upon the foolish men of the earth. Chapter 36. The hidden sword in the Buddha cave. The eternal battle between men and women has never ceased. The outcome is either the eastern wind overpowering the western wind or vice versa, or perhaps both sides suffer mutual defeat. Yet, in this protracted conflict, men often hold an inherent advantage, predominantly assuming the offensive, while women frequently find themselves on the defensive. As the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. Thus, the struggle between Su Beiyou and Ji Yun culminated with Ji Yun conceding by leaping down from Su Beiyou's back. By the time they arrived at the Thousand Buddha Cave, twilight had settled in, and most of the daytime visitors had departed, leaving behind a multitude of Buddha statues engulfed in darkness. Stripped of the ethereal aura they possessed in daylight, now exuding an eerie and daunting presence, the two ventured into the dimly lit hall at the center. Ji Yun gazed at the shadowy structure, a chill creeping up her spine, prompting her to lower her voice and whisper, "Shall we not ascend?" Su Beiyou retrieved a fire stick from his bag, igniting it to illuminate the surroundings with its faint glow, and remarked, "Now that we are here, it would be a pity not to take a look." Ji Yun grasped Su Beiyou's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, "But it's so dark, it looks frightening." Su Beiyou, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You fear the dark, yet are unafraid of the dead?" To which Ji Yun muttered softly, "Isn't that different? The deceased have long since departed, leaving behind merely a foul carcass. Yet, who can discern what lurks in such a shadowy realm? Perhaps there lies a malevolent fiend that feasts on human hearts, or an ancient specter that devours souls." Su Beiyou came to understand that the little Taoist nun was not afraid of the darkness itself, but rather the uncertainties that it concealed, akin to the reverence mortals hold for the divine and the demonic. Coupled with the terrifying impressions left by the 2 senior deacons of the Demon Suppression Hall at the Longmen Inn, this naive young nun was increasingly timid as a mouse. Su Beiyou, feigning bravado, declared, "What is there to fear? With me here, no evil spirit shall dare approach." Ji Yun glanced at Su Beiyou, then at the ominous, ravenous blackness of the Buddha cave, weighing the two against each other in hesitation. At that moment, 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged from behind the grand Buddha statue on the left side of the hall. Su Beiyou looked over to see 2 monks, the larger one brandishing a torch, his countenance gentle and refined in the flickering light, The smaller monk, hand in hand with the larger, gazed curiously at Su Beiyu and Ji Yun with his bright, dark eyes. The monk appraised the two, his gaze lingering slightly on Tianlan, before asking, "Are you a disciple of Gongsun Zhoumo?" Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively grasped the hilt of the Tianlan sword, positioning Ji Yun behind him for protection. The middle-aged monk waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for alarm. I am Zhang Wubing. Gongsun Zhoumo has visited me before." Su Beiyu recalled that his master indeed intended to meet an old friend before entering Dunhuang. Thus his vigilance lessened slightly as he inquired in a low voice, "How did Master Zhang discern my identity?" Zhang Wubing smiled gently, "Young man, your sword is rather conspicuous. It would be wise to conceal it, much like this young lady here, to avoid unnecessary troubles." Su Beiyu felt a tinge of shame. 10 years prior, when his master entrusted him with the Tianlan, he had been warned not to reveal the gleaming blade to outsiders. He had wrapped it in cloth. But upon reuniting with his master, he had wholly disregarded that caution. Gratefully, Su Beiyu replied, "Thank you for your guidance, master." Zhang Wubing shook his head. "I am no master. Simply call me Zhang Wubing." Su Beiyu nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, Zhang Wubing." Zhang Wubing's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he regarded Su Beiyu, saying slowly, before departing, "Gongsun Zhoumo mentioned that his disciple would come to visit me, though I did not anticipate it would be so soon." Su Beiyu felt a touch of awkwardness. He had not seen his master in days and certainly had not come to visit Zhang Wubing on his master's orders. It was merely a coincidence. Zhang Wubing shook his head, murmuring to himself, "Well, since you are here, it must be fate. Please, follow me." He gestured for the small monk to retire for the night and proceeded to lead the way. Su Beiyu hesitated momentarily, instructing Ji Yun to remain behind while he followed Zhang Wubing alone. The two walked in succession through the myriad of Buddha caves. Su Beiyu ventured to inquire, "Elder Zhang Wubing, are you familiar with matters concerning my master?" Zhang Wubing did not turn back, responding nonchalantly, "I know a bit. Gongsun Zhoumo is both the head of the Gongsun family and the leader of the Sword sect, a man of considerable renown. However, both the Gongsun family and the Sword sect have vanished, leaving only a hollow title. Over the years, Gongsun Zhoumo has sought to connect with various disillusioned individuals, hoping to unite them against the Taoist sect and the imperial court. I am but one of the disillusioned in his eyes." Su Beiyu furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating to speak. He had long held a vague suspicion about his master's undertakings, which could perhaps be encapsulated in the phrase, "The grass snake conceals its tracks, while the hidden pulse runs 1,000 miles. As for the number of hidden agents his master had placed or the contingencies prepared, Su Beiyu was entirely in the dark. Zhang Wubing chose not to elaborate further, instinctively pressing the hilt of the dagger at his waist. The Taoist sect has the Demon Suppression Hall. The imperial court has the Shadow Guard, and the Buddhist sect, once a peer of the Taoist sect, established the Eightfold Assembly. The Eightfold Assembly bears the responsibility of protecting the Dharma, symbolizing the fierce gaze of the Vajra beyond the compassion of the Bodhisattva. The Eightfold Assembly consists of the Devas, the Dragon Assembly, the Night Spirits, the Gandharvas, the Asuras, the Garudas, the Kinnaras, and the Maharagas. The Dragon Assembly holds a high status, second only to the Devas, the foremost of the Eightfold Assembly. Even in terms of martial power, they are merely inferior to the Devas, presided over by Indra and Brahma, and the Asuras, renowned for their ferocity and bloodlust. Zhang Wubing, once the leader of the Dragon Assembly, the king of the 5 dragons, is known as the Dragon King. After walking for about half an hour, Zhang Wubing halted before a dark and diminutive Buddhist cave. Slowly speaking, the 12 swords of the Sword sect, aside from the Tianlan and Xianming swords already in your master's possession, 10 swords remain scattered across the world. Now, Gongsun Zhoumo seeks to gather the 12 swords anew, and coincidentally, I happen to possess one. Su Beiyu maintained a semblance of calm on the surface. Yet tumultuous waves surged within him. He comprehended the significance of each sword. The Tianlan sword alone could elevate him from the 5th rank directly to the 3rd, with further potential for ascension. What magnificence would accompany the acquisition of another sword? The 12 swords embody 1/3 of the sword energy and spirit of the Sword sect's founder, who once subdued 24 great immortals with a single sword. Even 1/3 of that is tantamount to the prowess of 8 great immortals, rightfully earning the title of invincible celestial being. This secret of the Sword sect, even Zhang Wubing, the former Dragon King, could not fully fathom. He only vaguely surmised that Gongsun Zhoumo's desire to reunite the 12 swords bore some connection to the young man before him. Zhang Wubing turned to face Su Beiyu, extending his right hand as a beam of light shot forth from the cave, landing in his palm. As the light dissipated, its true form was revealed. It was a slender sword, its material unknown, emanating a faint dark red luster, with an aura of sword energy that was formidable. Zhang Wubing did not possess the unique sword control techniques of the sword sect, so the longsword acted like an untamed wild stallion, quivering and leaping, eager to escape from his grasp. Countless strands of sword energy swirled around Zhang Wubing's right hand, casting a dark red glow on his visage, yet leaving no trace behind. Were Gongsun Zhongmo to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim in admiration at the sight of such an invulnerable body. Zhang Wubing raised the sword in his hand and gently flicked his finger, causing the sword's aura to vanish without a trace, and the blade fell into a serene silence. He spoke slowly. This sword is named Chuexia, a treasure I acquired from a cannibalistic fiend in my youth. Chapter 37. The Ill Tiger. Dragon King Zhang Wubing Su Beiyu did not hasten to respond. Fully aware that their encounter was merely a fleeting one and that there was no such thing as a free lunch, a negotiation was inevitable. As the saying goes, ask for an exorbitant price and settle for a discount. This bargaining was also a form of combat. Whoever spoke first would lose the initiative. Zhang Wubing softly remarked. As you can see, this sword can only be wielded by a disciple of the sword sect. Keeping it serves little purpose for me. Hence I wish to exchange it for something of value. Su Beiyu cautiously inquired, what is it that you desire? What my master cannot provide, I most likely cannot either. Zhang Wubing smiled. It is different. Gongsun Zhongmo requests far too much while offering far too little. It is not that he cannot give, but rather that he is unwilling, as he must contemplate the bigger picture and cannot afford to expend too much energy on a single individual like myself. Curiosity piqued, Su Beiyu asked, what did your master promise you? Zhang Wubing leisurely replied, a pie in the sky. Su Beiyu was first taken aback, then burst into laughter, realizing that his master aimed to achieve something for nothing, which explained the lack of tangible results. Suddenly, Zhang Wubing said, before we proceed, would you like to hear about Gongsun Zhongmo? After a moment's hesitation, Su Beiyu nodded, very well. I suspect you are unaware that you have a stepmother. Zhang Wubing's opening statement was astonishing, leaving Su Beiyu momentarily speechless. A wife for his master? This revelation was not entirely surprising, given that Gongsun Zhongmo hailed from a prestigious family and must have been a refined young gentleman like Duan Muyu in his youth. Even in his old age, traces of his former elegance remained, and it was only natural for him to establish a family. Indeed, it would have been more peculiar had he been unmarried. However, his master had never mentioned this, leading Su Beiyu to believe that his stepmother had long since passed, and that his master was akin to a widowed gentleman. Zhang Wubing seemed to see through Su Beiyu's thoughts and continued, your stepmother is alive and well. I encountered her a decade ago, though of similar age to your master. She still possesses an enduring charm, resembling a woman in her 30s. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Beiyu. Zhang Wubing lamented. Your stepmother hails from the Zhang family of the state of Wei, sharing the same lineage as your master. They were a match made in heaven, yet alas, fate is unpredictable. They ultimately became a pair of estranged spouses, once respectful, then cold, and finally, living apart until death. Su Beiyu remained noncommittal, clearly skeptical about how Zhang Wubing could be privy to such intimate matters. Zhang Wubing patiently elucidated. The entanglements of their past are known to nearly everyone of the older generation. It is only you young ones who find it astonishing. In truth, the affairs of Gongsun Zhongmo are not particularly remarkable. There exist individuals whose deeds surpass his. Consider the illustrious Emperor Taizu, a hero of unparalleled stature, who swept across the realm to restore order to the world, yet was a man who feared his own wife. Despite being an emperor of great renown, he spent his life without concubines, marrying only the empress, and his sole progeny was the present emperor of the Great Qi. Su Beiyu exclaimed in astonishment. The Taizu emperor was indeed a man who feared his wife. Zhang Wubing smiled faintly, stating, though I have not had the fortune to meet the late Empress Dowager, I have heard my master speak of her as haughty and authoritarian. During the time of Emperor Zhao's serious illness, she even took over the governance of the court, and even the esteemed Prince of Wei, known for his exceptional strategies, suffered greatly at her hands. Su Beiyu nodded, treating Zhang Wubing's words as mere legends. Small individuals are often captivated by the extraordinary tales of the great, but they only wish to hear what they desire, disregarding the underlying truths. Thus, everyone interprets the narrative according to their own whims, ultimately arriving at a version that diverges significantly from reality, even becoming utterly contradictory. Zhang Wubing flicked his fingers upon the sword Chuexia, producing a resonant clang. The reason I recount this ancient tale is that the matter I seek is intertwined with these individuals. Your master and the late Empress Dowager once had a minor dispute. Decades ago, they wagered a bet, the stakes being a villa, which your master ultimately won. Su Beiyu, not lacking in wit, cautiously inquired. Is there something you desire within that villa? Zhang Wubing replied with a smile, astute. Su Beiyu pressed on, and what of my master? Zhang Wubing shook his head. If it were your master, what should have been a good fortune would turn into a misfortune, and he would truly be turned away. Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before asking, what exactly is it? Zhang Wubing responded calmly, that cannot be disclosed at present. Gongsun Zhongmo is well aware of the entire matter. You may inquire of him in the future. Reassured by his master's knowledge of the situation, Su Beiyu sensed that the monk named Zhang Wubing was not as unassuming as he appeared. Zhang Wubing tossed the sword Chuexia to Su Beiyu, stating, since this is a transaction, I will demonstrate my sincerity by first providing the reward. Su Beiyu caught the sword and hesitated before asking, are you not concerned that I might take the money and not fulfill my end? The seemingly refined monk laughed heartily. Lending money to others presupposes the ability to collect debts. Otherwise, it becomes akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Were Gongsun Zhongmo to make such a statement, he would have to ponder it carefully. As for you, you are still far from that. Su Beiyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Realizing he had posed a foolish question, Zhang Wubing's tone remained casual, yet the essence of his words bore an implicit threat. Gongsun Zhongmo cannot protect you forever. Su Beiyu held Chuexia with both hands inverted, cupping them in a gesture of respect. I am enlightened. Zhang Wubing turned away, facing the shadowy Buddhist grotto, and waved his hand. Su Beiyu then took his leave. As Su Beiyu retraced his steps back to the hall, he discovered that in addition to the waiting Zhiyun, there was another individual meticulously examining the colossal Buddha statue that had stood for centuries amidst the winds and sands. It was Gongsun Zhongmo. Su Beiyu cradled the Chuexia in his hands and spoke softly, Master. Gongsun Zhongmo withdrew his gaze and glanced at the Chuexia held by Su Beiyu, murmuring, Zhang Wubing. Su Beiyu nodded, saying, Zhang Wubing entrusted the Chuexia to me, instructing me to retrieve an item from my master mother. Gongsun Zhongmo emitted an unusual, soft grunt, leaving one to ponder whether it stemmed from dissatisfaction with his wife, discontent over the mention of bygone matters regarding Zhang Wubing, or perhaps frustration with Su Beiyu's audacity. Su Beiyu felt a twinge of anxiety. However, Gongsun Zhongmo swiftly regained his composure and elucidated to his disciple. The Buddhist sect maintains a military force, which is hardly a novel concept. Zhang Wubing, as the Dragon Lord of the Eightfold Assembly, also leads the monk soldiers, hence his title. In the past, he was not known as the Dragon Lord but rather as the Sick Tiger. Over 2 decades ago, he was the commander of the Imperial Guards, even regarded as a potential successor to the esteemed General Wei Jin. Yet, fortune and misfortune are often dictated by the court. Being a subordinate of Han Xian, he misaligned himself and, alongside Han, fell from grace, losing heart and eventually renouncing the world to become a monk, transforming from the court's Sick Tiger into the Buddhist sect's Dragon Lord. Su Beiyu was well aware of who Lan Yu was. Since the inception of the Great Ancestors' uprising, Lan Yu had been a loyal aide to him. After the establishment of the Great Qi, he was granted the title of Duke Zhao and ranked first among the meritorious ministers in the Lingyan Pavilion, becoming the first chief minister of the Great Qi, alongside the title of Pillar of the State. Subsequently, he served as the prince's teacher and was further bestowed the title of Grand Teacher. After the prince ascended the throne, Lan Yu reached the zenith of power, becoming the second civil minister to receive the title of Grand Teacher during his lifetime, following Zhang Jiangling. Following the passing of Su Lin, the Duke of Shihe, who ranked second among the meritorious ministers, no one in the court, whether civil or military, could compare to Lan Yu. Not even Wei Jin, Su Lin's successor. Today, Lan Yu stood on the brink of a posthumous honor, his accomplishments nearing completion. Gongsun Zhongmo casually remarked, Han Xian, styled Wenbi, once served as the second assistant in the cabinet. After losing power, he departed from the eastern capital and ventured to the northwest, ultimately residing in a place called Zifangshai. The eastern capital was the ancient name for the imperial capital, a term preserved only by the elderly. Su Beiyu remained silent for a protracted moment before softly stating, So, Master is Han Xian, the second assistant of the cabinet. Just as you are Gongsun Zhongmo, the leader of the sword sect. Gongsun Zhongmo was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Su Beiyu, feeling a sense of helplessness, inquired, How many more secrets do you and the master conceal from me? Gongsun Zhongmo jested. Why don't you take a guess? Chapter 38. The gates of Shiliang province. Instinctively, Su Beiyu tightened his grip on the Chuexia, contemplating deeply. His mentor had once stated that all matters in the world revolve around the pursuit of profit. The bustling of the world is driven by gain, and the clamor of society is for profit's sake. Being immersed in the mundane, it is inevitable that his master cannot escape this pattern. Profit is not merely gold and silver, but the desires one seeks. By discerning what his master yearns for, one can surmise the actions he is likely to undertake. Gongsun Zhongmo regarded his disciple with mild astonishment and urged him to continue. Su Beiyu loosened his grip on the Chuexia and, with greater emphasis, declared, "What my master seeks is nothing but family and sect. The cord is the one that has extinguished the Gongsun family, while the Taoist sect has overthrown the sword sect. It is precisely these two towering mountains that stand as the greatest in the world, formidable even for a sword immortal such as my master, who finds it difficult to surmount them alone, let alone to overturn their might. Thus, my master seeks to connect with more like-minded individuals, and the identities of these allies remain his greatest secret." Gongsun Zhongmo sighed, stating, though not entirely accurate, "It is close enough. Beiyu, you truly possess remarkable qualities." Su Beiyu paused momentarily, attributing his capabilities to the guidance of his master and teacher. Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head, remarking, "A decayed tree cannot be carved, and mere soil cannot form a wall. If you lack inherent talent, no amount of teaching can prove fruitful." Su Beiyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. A brief silence enveloped the two. Suddenly, Su Beiyu exhaled deeply, pondering, "Do emperors and generals possess inherent qualities?" This was a phrase once uttered by a woman riding a purple steed, which Su Beiyu had not fully comprehended at the time. Yet, over the course of a month, he had grasped its profound significance. Gongsun Zhongmo replied nonchalantly, "Generals and ministers have no innate qualities. A man must strive for self-improvement. Duanmu Yu's current power stems from his father, Duanmu Ruisheng, who fought tirelessly alongside Xiao Yuxiang decades ago. Beiyu, your father has not bequeathed you a legacy. You must rely on your own efforts." Su Beiyu responded with a firm affirmation, gazing up at the starry sky above. The night was calm, devoid of wind and rain, and the stars shone brilliantly. The darkness of the night contrasted sharply with the brightly lit former governor's mansion of Shiliang. At last, Lu Chun, the head of the Northwest Shadow Guards, arrived in Shiliang Prefecture to meet with the 10th High Steward of the Demon Suppression Temple, the Wheel King. The losses incurred by the Northwest Shadow Guards were unprecedented in the past 2 decades. The central capital Shadow Guards had nearly been annihilated, resulting in the deaths of numerous officials, including over 10 from the Inspectorate, along with 5 inner guards dispatched from the imperial capital. Following this, the tragic demise of the Lone Swallow and her companions further devastated Lu Chun, causing him to lose 2 trusted confidants within a month. However, these losses were merely painful reminders. What truly pained Lu Chun was the death of the 2 high stewards who had defected from the Demon Suppression Temple. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Duanmu Yu had wisely withdrawn from the murky waters of the Northwest, leaving Lu Chun in a predicament. Reluctantly, Lu Chun ventured to Shiliang Prefecture to manage the aftermath. Fortunately, the envoy from the Taoist sect was a moderate key figure, the Wheel King, which left room for negotiation. The main hall of the Shiliang governor's mansion was not a place just anyone could enter. Even the provincial magistrate of Shiliang was not permitted. Within the hall, only a handful of individuals gathered: the Wheel King, Yi Zue, Lu Chun, and as an intermediary, Li Jinj, the head of the prominent Li family in Shiliang. Li Jinj's role as an intermediary was not due to his ability to influence the decisions of the Demon Suppression Temple and the Shadow Guards. Despite being a prominent figure in Shiliang, his influence had waned significantly since his retirement, now limited to the confines of Shiliang. The core reason for his involvement lay in his ability to communicate with both parties. Having previously served within the Shadow Guards, he was regarded as an elder statesman, and he shared a long-standing acquaintance with the Wheel King from the Demon Suppression Temple. Before the turn of the century, Xiao Yu was but a mere figure, cast out by his father and reliant on his wife, commanding a modest army of merely a few thousand, struggling for survival amid the strife of competing factions. Fortune smiled upon him when his father-in-law, the Khan of the Steppes, Lin Yuan, passed away, drawing him into the internecine conflicts of his wife's clan. It was amid this turmoil that Xiao Yu, leveraging his wife's name, consolidated a faction of his late father-in-law's former subordinates, thus taking his first step towards dominion over the realm. As Xiao Yu's power burgeoned, he caught the attention of the Taoist sect. The Taoists rallied to his cause, while the sword sect opposed him, siding with the former queen. In the end, Xiao Yu and the Taoists triumphed over the former queen and the sword sect, allowing him to inherit his father-in-law's throne and become the sovereign of the steppes. At that time, Gongsun Zhongmo, the sword sect's representative in the steppes, departed in shame, never to return for the next 2 decades. It was during this period that Li Jinj and the Wheel King forged their acquaintance. At that time, Li Jinj was merely a sergeant, and the Wheel King was an ordinary inner disciple of the Taoist sect. Now, at the venerable age of 80, Li Jinj stands tall, his gaunt visage still echoing the authority of his youth. Leaning on an ebony cane, He embodies the adage of aging gracefully. Upon seeing the Wheel King, he erupted into a hearty laugh, as if he might upend the venerable old governor's mansion with his mirth. Each wrinkle on his aged face shimmered with a peculiar brilliance, and after decades apart, one could see that his companion remained much the same as in bygone days. The Wheel King rose from his seat, extending his arms like a man of the steppes, and replied with a smile, "You have indeed transformed greatly. The young man who could slip beneath a horse's belly has now become an elder leaning on a cane." After sharing a traditional embrace, Li Jinj shook his head with a sigh, acknowledging the relentless passage of time. At that moment, Lu Chun, seated across from the Wheel King, also rose and cupped his hands in greeting, addressing him as Li Gong. Li Jinj's smile remained undiminished as he regarded Lu Chun, remarking that the esteemed gentleman was a rare visitor. This time in Shilyang, he would ensure that the old man extends his utmost hospitality. Lu Chun responded with a warm smile, showing no trace of his earlier somber demeanor, affirming, "Absolutely, indeed." The cunning old fox, Li Jinj, would not forget the young Yi Zue, for the Yi family boasts a legacy of a millennium, having produced a leader of the Sword sect and 2 heads of the Buddhist order. Presently, the head of the Taoist sect is not only the uncle of the current Yi family patriarch, but also a longtime ally of the reigning Shao family. The Yi family is, therefore, regarded as one of the foremost noble families of the age, far surpassing the newly affluent Duanmu clan. Thus, even though Yi Zue is merely one of the many scions of the Yi family who found himself on the losing end of familial strife, he nonetheless warranted a smile from Li Jinj. The elder's choice of words was deft, referring to him as Yi Shiji rather than young Master Yi, a subtle gesture that, while transparent in its formality, inevitably elicited a sense of goodwill towards the elder. This exemplifies the elder's nuanced understanding of human nature, honed over decades of experience, a skill that cannot simply be acquired through the reading of a few books. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Jinj, acting as the intermediary, finally reined in his smile and spoke in a solemn tone. It was at the debate on the banks of the Azure Biluo Lake that the esteemed master and the founding emperor first became acquainted, forging a lifelong friendship. Alongside the later Lord Lan, the three established the foundation of the Northwest, which ultimately led to the unification of the realm and the quest for supremacy. Thus, whether it be the Taoist sect or the court, we are essentially all of the same kin. Why should we make things difficult for our own? The elder paused briefly, casting his gaze over each individual in the room without lingering on any one person, and continued, "Not long ago, the Chonglong Temple was annihilated, and there are those who assert that it was the work of the Dark Guard. In my view, such claims are utterly unfounded and defamatory. It appears some believe that with the passing of the founding emperor, they can act with impunity and seek to sow discord between the court and the Taoist sect." The Wheel King clasped his snow-white fingers across his chest and murmured, "The remnants of the Sword sect." Lu Qin calmly remarked, "It is also possible that it was the remnants of the White Lotus sect. They excel at obfuscation and framing others." Li Jinj continued to steer the conversation, his voice resonating like the clash of weapons, clear and commanding. "The court and the Taoist sect are allies, united as one. Whether remnants of the White Lotus or the Sword sect, they are our adversaries. Decades ago, we trampled them underfoot, and decades hence, they shall not rise again." Chapter 39. The two saints stand together in the realm. In today's world, there exists a subtle, yet widely circulated notion. The two saints jointly govern the realm. The so-called two saints refer to His Majesty the Emperor and the esteemed Master of the Tao, one wielding supreme power within the mortal realm, the other holding the highest status beyond it. Together, they command the entire world. However, since ancient times, there has been another adage. The heavens do not have two suns, nor does a nation have two sovereigns. The conflicts arising between the court and the Taoist sect due to power are destined to be difficult to reconcile. While Xiao Yu was still alive, he shared a close friendship with the master of the Tao, and the founding heroes of the court were often old comrades of the Taoist elders, much like the Wheel King and Li Jinj, who maintained a bond of kinship. Yet, with Xiao Yu's passing and the gradual decline of the elder generation, the successors who rose to power lacked this sense of kinship, leading to a reluctance to maintain harmonious relations, especially with the current Emperor Xiao, son of Emperor Xiao, while he may consider the thoughts of his father's old ministers. This consideration will inevitably have its limits. When the elder generation, such as the Wheel King and Li Jinj, eventually passes away, the court and the Taoist sect will tear away the last remnants of cordiality. Fortunately, a significant portion of the elders still remain alive and wield substantial power. The current emperor is not his father, and his authority is insufficient to sway so many old ministers. More importantly, although Emperor Xiao has departed, The esteemed master of the Tao and Lord Lan remain. They serve as stabilizing pillars for both the Taoist sect and the court. Of course, among the elders, there will be those who advocate for war, just as among the youth, there will be proponents of peace. One cannot generalize absolutely. However, overall, the elders tend to favor peace while the younger generation leans towards conflict. This is the inevitable trend. In the present day at the Shiliang governor's office, there exist, strictly speaking, three factions advocating for peace: Yi Zue, Li Jinj, and the Wheel King, while Lu Qin stands alone as the sole proponent of war. Yet, due to the prevailing circumstances necessitating a shift in strategy, this war hawk has reluctantly adopted a stance of conciliation. Thus, when Li Jinj articulated his sentiments, all present nodded in agreement. The negotiations progressed smoothly. After Li Jinj set the overall tone, it was only natural to designate the culprits as remnants of the Sword sect, thereby encapsulating the earlier events. This conclusion aligned with the desires of the Dark Guard, yet for the Demon Suppression Hall to recognize this outcome, the Dark Guard must demonstrate greater sincerity, essentially, as the Wheel King articulated, providing an explanation to the Taoist sect, which constitutes the crux of this negotiation. The preceding exchanges of tentative explorations and light-hearted banter ultimately served the purpose of sealing the agreement. The Wheel King reclined against the chair's back, appearing youthful only in countenance. Internally, he bore a decay akin to that of Li Jinj, with fatigue barely concealed. He spoke slowly. The inspector has perished. Lu Chun reigned in his previously feigned affability, revealing the commanding presence befitting a regional official, and responded calmly. He fell to the hands of the Sword sect remnants. Both men, in a tacit understanding, refrained from mentioning the intricate rivalries that transpired within the Longmen Inn. The Wheel King remarked with a hint of amusement. It is hardly surprising that the inspector met his end at the hands of the Sword sect remnants. After all, those who have survived repeated hunts are undoubtedly masters of the human saint realm and above, while he was merely a ghostly immortal. However, Mengpa specifically mentioned a young man named Su Beiyu, who is said to have a master. Although the master did not make an appearance, Mengpa, relying on her perceptive abilities, could not discern his true depth. Lu Chen nodded. On the night of the Changlong Temple incident, an elderly man and a young man also appeared. The Wheel King lightly tapped his index finger on the armrest, resting his chin on his hand, contemplatively stating, "They must have taken Ji Yun, and if we calculate the time, the older remnants of the Sword sect should indeed be preparing to cultivate their successors." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt a slight sense of relief, allowing a gentle smile to grace his features, dispelling the earlier gloom. After all, the Dark Guard had emerged as the loser in this contest. What could not be achieved on the battlefield could hardly be reclaimed at the negotiating table. Achieving a stable conclusion to this deadlock was already a satisfactory outcome. Furthermore, the Wheel King's mention of Ji Yun was not devoid of an unspoken warning. Thus it would be prudent to know when to withdraw. Lu Chen's voice took on a somber tone, exuding sincerity intermingled with a hint of sorrow, skillfully maintaining a balance that prevented the grief from veering into schadenfreude. The Changlong Temple, located within the central city, had its entire lineage extinguished by the remnants of the Sword sect. The Dark Guard in the northwest bore the responsibility for its defense and could not escape culpability. Hence, a modest offering was prepared, not daring to seek the Taoist sect's magnanimity, but merely hoping to appease the spirits of the deceased. The Wheel King adjusted his posture slightly, finally adopting a more formal demeanor. His lack of opposition implied tacit agreement. Lu Chen could not suppress a sigh. The success of the negotiations concurrently signified a comprehensive failure for the Northwest Dark Guard, leaving only a thin veil of dignity. This further indicated that his career was nearing its conclusion, with the prospect of returning to the imperial capital becoming increasingly remote, and even his position as deputy governor precariously hanging in the balance. Lu Chen picked up the purple sandalwood box he carried with him, and even through the box, he could sense the intense sword aura within, a chilling essence that penetrated deeply. He spoke softly. This sword was acquired from a master of the Sword sect. It measures 3 feet and 4 inches in length, with a hilt of 3 inches. Its design is elegant, the blade a pale white, while the guard and tip are of a deep black, extraordinarily sharp, indeed, a masterpiece among contemporary swords. Zhuan Luanwang sat up straight, a serious expression crossing his face as he murmured, "It is the mysterious blade." Lu Chen nodded in affirmation. Zhuan Luanwang gazed at the sword box in Lu Chen's hands, a look of satisfaction dawning upon his face for the first time as he smiled and remarked, "The Dark Guard Bureau truly demonstrates its sincerity." Lu Chen set down the sword box and retrieved a hefty tome, hesitating slightly before he spoke slowly. "This is the information collected over the past 2 decades regarding the remnants of the Sword sect by the Dark Guard Bureau. Today, I shall transfer it to the Demon Suppression Hall, with the hope that it will be utilized effectively to eradicate these remnants and avenge today's grievances. Zhuan Luanwang rose to accept the weighty tome, his expression grave and speechless. To him, this tome was even more precious than the mysterious blade. Over the years, Gongsun Zhongmo had been networking extensively, and while the Demon Suppression Hall was not oblivious to this, they struggled with their own limited manpower. Pursuing enemies was feasible, but gathering intelligence paled in comparison to the Dark Guard Bureau, which boasted an alleged 200,000 personnel. Lu Chun had skillfully catered to Zhuan Luanwang's interests, making it difficult for him to decline. Yi Zue, who had remained silent, quietly remarked, Lord Lu certainly wields significant influence. Lu Chun smiled in response, rising to present the sword box to Zhuan Luanwang with both hands, his tone shifting to one of calm gravity. Zhuan Luanwang, this matter has escalated significantly, alarming both the Taoist sects and the court. If we allow this situation to continue, you, Zhuan Luanwang, and I, Lu Chun, will become mere pawns in this game, unable to act freely. Thus, I hope we can consider this matter resolved as of today, leaving no lingering threads, for the future is long, is it not? Zhuan Luanwang handed the sword box and the tome to Yi Zue, lost in thought, clad in his flying fish robe. Lu Chun awaited Zhuan Luanwang's response with quiet patience. Li Jinj nodded slightly to Zhuan Luanwang, hoping for his agreement. After a prolonged silence, a smile finally returned to Zhuan Luanwang's face, though it fleetingly bore a hint of menace. He nodded and declared, I have one request. The Dark Guard Bureau must assist the Demon Suppression Hall in capturing 2 remnants of the Sword Sect. Lu Chun replied softly, very well. Chapter 40. The present day of temples and rivers Shiliang Prefecture is nearing the western regions. Beyond the Yumen Pass lies a landscape of deserts and rocky plateaus, populated by numerous small states. The Dark Guard Bureau and the Demon Suppression Hall have some foothold here, yet it pales in comparison to their influence in the Central Plains. Thus, to apprehend the 2 alleged remnants of the Sword Sect, they must intercept us before we enter the western regions, Gongsun Zhongmo remarked. The distance from Dunhuang City to Yumen Pass represents their final opportunity. In truth, the Guardian of the Thousand Buddha Caves is tasked with safeguarding the gateway to the western regions, but Zhang Wubing is evidently not the dutiful guardian one might expect. He has his own ambitions, especially since the Buddhist sect has stripped him of his Dragon King title. He will not linger in the sect for long. At this moment, Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu were traversing the streets of East Dunhuang, while Jiyun had already returned to the inn. Unlike the dark and somber West City, the East City remains brilliantly illuminated even in the dead of night. As one traverses a street lined with opulent brothels, many flamboyantly adorned young women and their patrons are actively soliciting clients. Today, Gongsun Zhongmo has donned an unprecedented new attire, exuding an air of dignified authority that deters the women from approaching him. In contrast, Su Beiyu, who is evidently a novice, finds himself in a rather awkward predicament, being jostled and tugged by a throng of ladies, his clothes disheveled and unavoidably brushing against certain delicate areas, causing a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. After much effort, Su Beiyu finally extricates himself from the clutches of these flirtatious ladies. He waves a hand to dispel the cloying scent of cosmetics and resumes the earlier conversation. Are we to journey to the western regions? Or perhaps, does our master have connections there? Gongsun Zhongmo shakes his head, replying, that territory belongs to the White Lotus sect. I possess no foothold there. Su Beiyu remains perplexed. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckles, who said we are headed to the western regions. Indeed, west of Ziliangzhou lies the western regions, but to the east of Ziliangzhou stretches a vast grassland. If we traverse the entirety of the grassland, we shall reach the northeast, the stronghold of the Liao King, the last surviving princely lord of a different surname in this era. Though he has faced significant suppression from figures such as Emperor Xiao and Lan Yu, as well as Wei Jin, his situation is indeed quite desolate. Yet even a dying camel is larger than a horse. His voice still carries considerable weight in the 3 northeastern provinces. Years ago, I shared a bond with him, one that is worthy of trust. Crossing the grassland, Su Beiyu cannot help but feel a deep admiration for his master's audacity. The grassland is vast. He recalls hearing the teacher speak of it, that traveling eastward from the grassland royal court on horseback could lead one to wander for a month with nothing but the endless expanse of grassland surrounding them. Should 2 individuals walk, it might take years to find their way out. Of course, if the master employs his sword to travel 1,000 miles, that would be a different matter altogether. The thought of traversing the boundless grassland on foot fills Su Beiyu with trepidation. This is a natural reaction. He aspires to strive for greatness, yet he is not yet at the level of a wandering ascetic. Observing his disciple's thoughts, Gongsun Zhongmo continues. We shall not head to the northeast for now. Our first destination is Julu City. Su Beiyu inquires, Julu City? I have heard of it. It seems to be a fief of a certain royal family member. Gongsun Zhoumo reveals with a smile, originally, Julu City was the seat of the protectorate of the Great Chu dynasty, located in the Central Plains, at the confluence of the three regions, the plains, the grassland, and the mountains. However, as the Great Chu declined and changed hands multiple times, it gradually fell into disrepair, becoming a place neglected by all three factions. Consequently, it attracted many displaced persons, bandits, and even fallen nobles who had lost their power, along with some monks who had defected from their sects and wandering cultivators, a veritable melting pot of chaos. Su Beiyu furrows his brow. How did it become a fief then? Gongsun Zhoumo explains, the Shao family is actually divided into two branches. One branch is the Hojian lineage, from which the empress of the Hojian state originates before marrying the emperor of the Shao. The other branch is the current royal family of the Great Qi, both stemming from the same roots. After the establishment of the Great Qi, the royal kin were granted fiefs, with the Shao branch receiving substantial allocations and holding a revered status known as the direct lineage, indicating their close kinship. The Hojian branch, however, occupies an ambiguous position, above common nobility yet below the direct lineage and the imperial relatives. They are referred to as the branch lineage, signifying their status as collateral relatives. The city of Julu was bestowed upon the noble lineage of the Lingwu County prince, Shao Mo, by Emperor Shao. Not long ago, Su Beiyu had perused a tome that detailed the genealogies of the prominent aristocratic families of the present day, thus forming a vague impression of Shao Mo. He was the legitimate eldest son of the previous Lingwu County prince, Shao Shu, who himself was the 23rd among the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion. Gongsun Zhoumo spoke softly. Shao Mo is a man of the Shao dynasty, not of Lanyu. After a moment of contemplation, Su Beiyu grasped the underlying message within his master's words. It was evident that his master understood the art of leveraging power against power. However, he had no intention of aligning himself with either faction. Rather, he sought to incite mutual destruction between the Taoist sect and the imperial court while remaining an observer. In truth, the seeds of rivalry had long been sown within both the Taoist sect and the court, yet the elders had suppressed such tensions. Gongsun Zhoumo aimed to continually undermine the pro-peace faction led by these elders, thereby assisting the younger, more militant faction in rising to prominence, ultimately leading to a complete rift between the court and the Taoist sect. Since Shao Mo was not aligned with Lanyu, he naturally belonged to the militant faction. In other words, he was a figure ripe for exploitation. Furthermore, Gongsun Zhoumo's discourse revealed a more significant insight. Emperor Shao himself was the foremost proponent of the militant faction. This emperor, who had reigned for 2 decades, could no longer tolerate the existence of the dual saints concept, nor could he endure the constant hindrance posed by the elder statesman, Lanyu. Having pieced together the sequence of events, Su Beiyu solemnly stated, the destruction of Chonglong Temple was orchestrated by the Dark Guard, which is directly answerable to the emperor. Gongsun Zhoumo nodded in approval, saying, thus, the truth behind the Chonglong Temple incident is that Emperor Shao circumvented Lanyu to gauge the Taoist sect's reaction. Should the Taoists acquiesce or retreat, the emperor would reveal even more of his hidden strategies. Su Beiyu remained somewhat perplexed. To quell external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Why does the emperor not address Lanyu, who stands above all others, before turning his attention to the Taoist sect? Gongsun Zhoumo produced a flask of wine from somewhere, inhaled its scent, and replied calmly, it is quite simple. Lanyu is backed by the Taoist sect. The downfall of Han Xian and Zhang Wubing was not solely due to Lanyu's machinations. It was largely a consequence of the Taoist sect's interference. During Emperor Zhao's rise to power, he, the Taoist sect's leader, and Lanyu were considered the 3 pillars of the Northwest, bound by a significant camaraderie. If Lanyu were to face adversity, the Taoist leader would not remain an indifferent spectator. Therefore, the emperor must first engage with the Taoist sect. If I am not mistaken, there are already individuals within the Taoist sect who have pledged themselves to Emperor Shao, merely awaiting the opportune moment to turn against Lanyu. This powerful prime minister will not enjoy many more days of tranquility. Gongsun Zhoumo uncorked the wine flask and took a sip. Su Beiyu marveled. 2 decades of restraint and patience. This emperor is far from ordinary. Gongsun Zhoumo chuckled. Indeed, he is remarkable. Shao Yu has only this one son, raised and educated under his personal guidance, with Lin Yinping also imparting wisdom through both words and actions. It would be truly bizarre if he were a fool. As they spoke, the two arrived before an immense mansion. The crimson doors stood firmly closed, flanked by imposing stone lions that exuded an air of majesty. Su Beiyu observed that the stone lion bore 13 distinct tufts of whiskers upon its neck, indicating that this residence was no ordinary abode of the affluent, but rather a genuine estate of nobility. Gongsun Zhongmo quietly remarked, "The court and the underworld are seemingly unrelated. Yet, in truth, the court influences the underworld, and vice versa. Those distant from the underworld may still stir the lofty halls of the court. This is the private residence of Xiao Mo in Shiliang Prefecture. I shall meet him shortly. You wait here." Chapter 41. A night visit to the prince's mansion. The residence appeared rather desolate, devoid of guards at the entrance and lacking any passers-by, as if it had long been abandoned. However, since Gongsun Zhongmo claimed it to be Xiao Mo's retreat, it must harbor hidden intricacies. It seems this prince of Lingwu is cautious, reluctant to adopt the demeanor of a formidable dragon crossing the river on the territory of the Shiliang gentry. Had it been the estate of the prince of Lingwu, the atmosphere would likely be entirely different. After Gongsun Zhongmo gracefully entered the mansion, Su Beiyu withdrew into the shadows beside the estate, beginning to regulate his breath and concentrate his spirit, silently drawing upon the residual sword energy within his limbs. As the hour of the rat approached, Gongsun Zhongmo had yet to emerge from the mansion. Su Beiyu began to waver. After several moments of hesitation, he moved to a secluded corner, his form suddenly darting forth soundlessly, soaring over the high courtyard walls and landing within the estate. In any noble residence, regardless of its size and layout, there are always established protocols, particularly at the level of princes and dukes. The corridors twist and turn, paths meander, and without an understanding of the underlying mysteries, one may easily lose their way upon entry. This reminded one of a widely circulated anecdote from years past, about a brash individual attempting to infiltrate the imperial palace to assassinate the emperor, only to wander aimlessly throughout the night without ever locating the emperor's quarters, ultimately becoming disoriented and unable to retrace his steps. Su Beiyu found himself in such a predicament. Yet fortune favored him as the mansion's servants and attendants were not overly abundant. Most areas were shrouded in darkness, save for the brightly lit main hall. Thus, he resolved to proceed towards the light. Veiled by the night, Su Beiyu's figure moved with the stealth of a cat, silent and unobtrusive. At present, he had attained the 3rd rank of cultivation, which, while not exceptional, would suffice for a mere guard in the imperial capital. However, in the distant Shiliang prefecture, such prowess could be deemed commendable. Shiliang was home to many elite warriors, yet true masters were scarce. Su Beiyu dared not approach the enigmatic main hall directly. Instead, he ventured into an inconspicuous side courtyard. There, he detected the presence of individuals, bright lights illuminating the interior. Cautiously, he refrained from drawing too close, for it was the cusp of late summer and early autumn, the lingering warmth of summer still palpable. A window had been opened, revealing the scene within, causing Su Beiyu's pupils to constrict and involuntarily stifle his breath. Within, a brooding man clad in a 3rd-rank flying fish uniform sat, his brow clouded with an unmistakable gloom. Beside him was a young man adorned in a crimson python robe. The robe, made of fine satin, varied in the number of pythons depicted according to status, with colors differentiating the ranks: red, green, yellow, white, and black forming the upper 5 colors, known as the primary colors, while purple, pink, blue, lake, and fragrant constituted the lower 5, referred to as secondary colors. Members of royal lineage or high-ranking nobles, specifically those of the 1st and 2nd ranks, are permitted to don the majestic python robes, with the latter adorned in 5 hues beneath the former's regal attire. In the realm of Qi, black is esteemed above all, followed closely by white, and then red. The young man clad in a crimson python robe, intricately embroidered with 9 majestic dragons representing the 3 rivers, holds a status equivalent to that of a duke. This setting is the residence of Xiao Mo, who has now reached the venerable age of nearly 70. It is evident that the young man's identity is that of the prince's heir. Su Beiyu diligently reflected upon the contents of the genealogical commentary, a collaborative work by several esteemed scholars, dedicated to evaluating the prominent families of the realm. This tome not only records the current heads of the illustrious clans, but also lists the younger generation eligible to inherit such titles. Naturally, the heir of the Lingwu Duke is among those mentioned. It is also noteworthy that although the Gongsun family has fallen into decline, it still retains a mention in the commentary, with the head being Gongsun Zhongmo, yet the line of succession remains tragically vacant. After much contemplation, Su Beiyu finally recalled his name, Xiao Shiliu. He is the youngest son of Xiao Mo, who previously had an elder brother named Xiao Shilian, who tragically passed away several years prior, leading Xiao Mo to designate Xiao Shiliu as the heir. Due to the succession of 2 heirs, the commentary explicitly indicates this detail. Su Beiyu found himself puzzled by the naming conventions of the Shao family, despite Shao Mo and Emperor Shao being contemporaries. The names of his two sons suggest that this generation coincidentally aligns with the character Shi. However, in reality, the current crown prince shares only two characters in his name. In direct lineage with Emperor Shao Lin, Emperor Shao Lai, and the present Emperor Shao Xian. Shaking his head, Su Beiyu concluded that the Shao family's naming system was exceedingly perplexing, rendering it impossible to discern generational lines solely based on names. Reliance on the genealogical commentary was essential. Shao Shilyu personally poured himself a cup of clear tea and took a delicate sip, inquiring, "Is Lord Lu burdened with worries?" Lu Chun, unable to conceal his fatigue, sighed. "It is indeed due to the matter concerning the Chonglong Temple." Shao Shilyu responded with a smile. "Hasn't Lord Lu already reached an accord with the Demon Suppression Hall?" Lu Chen scoffed. "The practitioners of the Demon Suppression Hall, emboldened by their martial prowess, forced my hand into an untenable alliance. If I do not avenge this grievance, then my 23 years of service in the Dark Guard would have been in vain." Shao Shilyu shook his head. "To be fair, the Wheel King is somewhat manageable. Had it been the likes of the Eastern Ghost Emperor, the Dark Guard would have truly descended into chaos." Lu Chun gently stroked his long beard and spoke slowly. "Should the Eastern Ghost Emperor or his ilk dare to provoke us, it would not merely be me, Lu, as the acting governor receiving them. One of the 3 governors of the White Tiger Hall would likely intervene personally, and at that juncture, the Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall would be irreparably at odds." Just as Shao Shilyu was about to respond, he suddenly gazed outward, narrowing his eyes with a cold smirk. "I was careless earlier. I failed to notice a little mouse lurking in the courtyard." Su Beiyu, realizing the precariousness of his situation, hesitated on whether to reveal himself or flee. However, Shao Shilyu acted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the wall before him, leaping through the debris directly towards Su Beiyu's hiding place, while Lu Chen merely observed, showing no inclination to intervene. Shao Shilyu was indeed a formidable expert, his prowess having reached the first rank. In an instant, a formidable fist intent surged forth like a torrential river, reminiscent of the young girl from the Dragon Gate Inn. Su Beiyu, having followed Gongsun Zhongmo on his journey, diligently practiced without respite. He had progressed from Sword 4 to Sword 13, further supported by the Tianshan Sword Qi. His mastery of the sword had reached an impressive level. With a clang, the Tianshan sword unsheathed behind him, performing a graceful spin in midair before striking towards Shao Shilyu's arm. For disciples of the sword sect, the simplest way to demonstrate one's swordsmanship is to release the sword from one's hand. Even the most rudimentary display is a tangible manifestation of sword control. Shao Shilu scoffed, clearly dismissive of this so-called sword control, and casually swept his arm across. The impact of his forearm colliding with the blade produced a resonant sound akin to metal clashing. Rather than the anticipated gruesome spectacle, Su Beiyu leapt upwards, catching the returning Tianshan sword, yet the fierce fist intent attached to it surged into his body, draining the color from his face. The Shao family's fist intent, when mastered, could shatter the void itself. Su Beiyu believed he had prepared sufficiently, yet he underestimated Shao Shilyu's prowess. Gripping the Tianshan tightly, he dared not conceal any of his strength, unleashing Sword 9, manifesting 5 sword shadows before him. Among the 36 swords, Sword 9 is the most enigmatic, a blend of reality and illusion, reaching a pinnacle that can create myriad sword shadows. However, given Su Beiyu's limited cultivation, 5 shadows were already his utmost. Seeing this, Shao Shilu did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he expressed interest. 36 swords? A remnant of the sword sect, you possess quite the audacity to attempt such a trick in the royal manner. State your name. This young master does not slay nameless specters. Su Beiyu remained silent, waving his hand as the 5 sword shadows shot forth. 2 were real, and 3 were mere illusions. Shao Shilu smirked coldly, charging forward with both fists, effortlessly dispersing 2 of the sword shadows. Yet, unbeknownst to him, those 2 were false. The 2 genuine shadows struck at his lower and middle dantians. At last, Shao Shilyu's expression shifted slightly, abruptly halting his advance. The sword shadows failed to leave a mark on him, merely tearing through his crimson python robe. Yet the blue stone floor beneath him cracked under the pressure of his stance. Su Beiyu, unwilling to linger, executed Sword 7, moving in harmony with the blade, akin to an arrow shooting forth from the side courtyard, vanishing into the night. Chapter 42, The Duke of Lingwu. Xiaomo Su Beiyu dared not remain within the estate any longer, even if this residence harbored no hidden experts, or if those experts had been dispatched to deal with his master. He was still no match for Shao Shilu alone. Earlier, he had faced a first rank with his 3rd rank cultivation, relying on 2 advantages. the benefit of Tianshan, and the fact that Xiao Shilu fought unarmed. Furthermore, the intricacies of the 36 swords allowed him to escape under Xiao Shilu's carelessness. Should he encounter him again? Su Beiyu had no confidence in surviving 3 exchanges under the young master's fists. Xiao Shilu, at such a young age, had already attained first rank. The illustrious Duke of Lingwu, Xiao Mo, a seasoned general whose reputation was built upon military accomplishments, likely possessed a realm beyond that of mortals. Regrettably, when Su Beiyu arrived, he was drawn towards the light, but as he departed, he was in a hasty and frantic rush. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with the grand estates of the powerful looming like shadowy beasts slumbering in the night. Despite several leaps, Su Beiyu found himself not escaping the estate, but rather sinking deeper into its entanglements. Sweat began to bead on his palms. If he could not flee before dawn, the absence of night as cover would spell dire consequences. After vaulting over yet another wall, he unexpectedly encountered 2 figures, leaving even the composed Su Beiyu momentarily speechless. Before him stood his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, alongside a similarly white-haired elder. The elder, tall and imposing, was clad in a black python robe adorned with 9 embroidered dragons, and his waist was cinched with a jade belt. 6 large eastern pearls gleamed under the moonlight atop his coronet. According to the customs of the Great Qi, the number of eastern pearls on a crown was predetermined. The emperor had 9, the crown prince 8, and so forth, decreasing with each rank. The elder's identity was unmistakable. Casting a glance at the impetuous Su Beiyu, the elder remained composed and smiled, saying, "Brother Gongsun, your disciple is quite remarkable." Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled lightly, replying, "Your Highness is too kind." It seemed Gongsun was well acquainted with the elder, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor as he gestured for his disciple to approach. Once Su Beiyu was near, Gongsun spoke gently. "This is the Prince of Lingwu, who previously served as the governor of Shiliang province. In the 5th year of the Chengping era, Lan Yu was deposed from his gubernatorial position and appointed as the protector of the western regions. Not wishing to endure the sands at Yumengwen, this prince gracefully withdrew. According to the seasonal customs, he resides in Jilu City, Dunhuang City, Zhongdu, and the imperial capital throughout the year. As it is now late summer, he is currently in Dunhuang, and if he were to delay his departure a few more days, he would have moved to Jilu City." After mentioning his longtime acquaintance, Xiao Mo turned to Su Beiyu with a warm smile and continued, "In my youth, I served under the Khans of the steppe, accustomed to the seasonal migrations dictated by the climate, avoiding the cold in autumn and winter, and seeking refuge from the heat in spring and summer. Thus, upon returning from the steppe, I devised a similar arrangement, residing in Zhongdu in early January, migrating to Dunhuang in mid-April after spring's end, and then departing from Dunhuang to Jilu City in early July. Once the weather turns cold, I leave the northwest for the imperial capital to escape the chill." Su Beiyu was not surprised by Xiao Mo's service under the Khan, as that ruler was not only the leader of the steppe tribes, but also recognized by the central court as the Prince of the North. More importantly, his sister was wed to the founding emperor, who had risen to power with the support of his wife's family. In more straightforward terms, the Khan of the steppe was, in fact, the uncle of the current emperor, a true first-degree relative by marriage. Su Beiyu performed the customary bow of respect, addressing, "I have met the prince." Perhaps out of consideration for Gongsun Zhongmo, Xiao Mo did not adopt the airs of a princely figure, but instead resembled a common elder. Smiling and saying, "I am of the same generation as Brother Gongsun. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Uncle Xiao." Su Beiyu smiled in return, hesitant to take the elder's words literally, and refrained from addressing him as Uncle Xiao. Xiao Mo, unfazed, merely chuckled in response. Gongsun Zhongmo suddenly spoke. "When discussing the Khan of the steppe, one cannot overlook the esteemed Emperor Xiao Yu of the Great Qi. In his time, Xiao Yu was the sovereign of the world, yet now he is merely the Emperor of Great Qi. Beiyu, do you comprehend the distinction?" Su Beiyu shook his head in ignorance. Xiao Mo elucidated. While the late emperor was alive, neither the steppe nor the Hojian dared to entertain any rebellious thoughts. However, following his demise, not only the steppe and Hojian, but even the king of Wei and the king of Liao in the northeast have begun to stir, showing a facade of loyalty while harboring ulterior motives. Thus, one could argue that the current majesty can only be regarded as a nominal sovereign of the realm. Su Beiyu contemplated. "Are you suggesting that this Khan of the steppe is exhibiting signs of unrest?" Xiao Mo laughed heartily. "Ah, the youth is indeed teachable." Gongsun Zhongmo dismissed the notion. In times devoid of heroes, it is merely the youth who gain renown. Were it not for the late Empress Lin, how could he bask in such glory today? When speaking of certain unattainable women, especially those with intriguing stories, even the most taciturn men become loquacious. Although Xiao Mo is a renowned prince of Lingwu, he too succumbed to the norm, a wistful expression gracing his countenance as he reminisced. Ah, the Empress Lin. I can barely call her sister-in-law. Her Majesty is indeed unparalleled among women for a century. During her lifetime, who in the court dared to defy her? Even the late emperor would often find himself in a state of embarrassment. At that time, there was a saying in the court about the presence of two saints, referring not to the emperor and the supreme teacher, but to the emperor and empress themselves. The late emperor and his wife shared their lives in unity, attending court together. Their bond profound and enduring, with the 6 palaces remaining unoccupied and devoid of other heirs. Merely 3 months after the emperor's passing, the empress followed suit. Their love transcending even life and death. Perhaps reminded of his own wife, Gongsun Zhongmo unexpectedly displayed a hint of wistfulness. Xiao Mo's smile revealed a trace of disdain. The late Empress Lin was the daughter of the previous Khan Lin Yuan and the sister of the current Khan Lin Han. My dear Gongsun, you speak truly. Without the Empress Lin's unwavering support, Lin Han would never have ascended to the throne of the steppe. Su Beiyu reflected. With such a partnership, what more could one desire? Xiao Mo chuckled. Young man, one should not become too fixated on matters of the heart. After all, the vast and splendid realm lies before you. If one cannot bear the weight of it, what a lamentable fate that would be. Su Beiyu shook his head. I am but a humble commoner. How could I dare to contemplate such matters? Xiao Mo finally displayed a semblance of the princely authority of Lingwu, his voice deepening. I do not appreciate such sentiments. As one who has traversed this path, I understand the fervor of youth. I have encountered countless individuals and believe I possess some discernment. I refuse to accept that you are one to settle for mediocrity. Su Beiyu glanced at his master, noting his calm demeanor, and finally revealed a fraction of his innermost thoughts. It is not that I am unwilling, but that I am afraid. I fear that one misstep will lead to a cascade of errors, ultimately leading me astray. Xiao Mo instantly returned to his earlier joviality, laughing. Whether it is a wrong path or not, that is not for you to decide. With your master watching over you, you shall not stray. Furthermore, everyone inevitably makes mistakes in their lifetime. If all were to strictly adhere to the rules, life would surely lose its charm. Chapter 43. Who is the mantis and who is the cicada in the early hours of the morning? Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu departed from the residence of the princely lord. During their journey, Su Beiyu recounted his experiences from the previous night in detail, particularly mentioning the dark guard in the flying fish attire and the heir, Xiao Shilu. Gongsun Zhongmo was not surprised. At the level of a statesman like Xiao Mo, one typically prefers to maintain control over most matters. Although he appeared familiar with Gongsun Zhongmo, there was an underlying wariness. No matter how deep the ties of affection, true intimacy was elusive. This was true for Xiao Mo, as well as for the king of Liao in the northeast. The master and disciple chose not to linger in the eastern city. After retrieving Jiyun from the southern inn, they stepped into the morning light and made their way directly out of Dunhuang city gates, approximately 20 miles from the city. Su Beiyu could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, Master, why are we in such haste to leave Dunhuang? Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly. The Demon Suppression Palace and the Dark Guard are preparing to strike. Su Beiyu felt a jolt of surprise, but refrained from probing further into how his master had come by this information. To him, it was evident that since his master could associate with figures like Xiao Mo, he was far from the superficiality he appeared to possess. Perhaps there were old friends of his master within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Palace and the Dark Guard. Gongsun Zhongmo's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. In truth, he felt little sentiment. The remnants of the Sword sect had been pursued for decades, and the bounties from the Demon Suppression Palace had persisted for over 10 years. He had long been entrenched in a state of pursuit and counter-pursuit, devoid of the anxiety or fear that once accompanied such situations. Conversely, those from the Demon Suppression Palace who hunted him were enveloped in these very emotions, for they were pursuing the current head of the Sword sect. A single misstep could lead to death, and the terror between life and death was a burden few could face with equanimity. This alliance between the Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Palace was neither the first nor would it be the last. An hour after Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo exited the city, a horse-drawn carriage followed suit, flanked by 200 guards from the Shilyang military, their presence formidable. The sound of hooves echoing. Inside the carriage were 3 individuals, Lu Chun, the Wheel King, and a figure clad in blood-red armor. Lu Chun lifted the carriage curtain to glimpse the outside world and sneered. Gongsun Zhongmo does not conceal his movements. He is merely waiting for us to fall into his trap. Leaning against the carriage wall, the Wheel King replied nonchalantly, the mantis stalks the cicada. Who is the mantis and who is the cicada? Gongsun Zhongmo is undoubtedly a master, yet he harbors the flaws of the Sword sect. placing excessive faith in his blade and being overly self-assured, believing that with his sword, he can conquer the world. In the past, the founding emperor wove a vast net over the realm with the Dark Guard, while the headmaster positioned the Demon Suppression Palace as a spider within this net, both working in tandem to capture the flying insects with great success. Unfortunately, in recent years, the Taoist sect and the court have drifted apart, leaving the spider with the skill to eliminate insects yet unable to ensnare them. The net may catch insects, but it cannot eradicate them, merely watching as they slip through its grasp. Today, with our combined efforts, failure is not an option. Lu Qin replied with a hint of sarcasm. If it were as simple as you and I killing Gongsun Zhongmo, he would have perished long ago and wouldn't still be roaming about with such vigor. The Wheel King's complexion grew paler, and after a few light coughs, he chuckled. Who said that you and I must kill Gongsun Zhongmo? We possess no extraordinary prowess. And even if we did, it would not be our place to claim such accolades. We are merely a fraction of this vast web, with the true architect residing elsewhere. For us, success may not equate to destruction, nor failure to mercy. As long as the objective is achieved, that suffices. Lu Qin, contemplative, remarked, the Wheel King is indeed the right hand of the King of Hell. Such insight, I cannot rival. The Wheel King laughed heartily and replied, what insight? Merely a stroke of luck in surviving longer, gaining some understanding of what ought to be done and what ought not. Lu Qin sighed, acknowledging that we have ultimately become mere pawns on this chessboard, at the mercy of greater forces. The Wheel King, his pale fingers interlaced before him, spoke slowly. The world resembles a chessboard, with the Taoist sect and the court as the players. The Central Plains and Jiangnan are the great dragoness domain, while the Northwest, a remote corner, ought not to be embroiled in the struggle against the dragon. Yet, for some reason, the idol piece of Chonglong Temple has transformed into a critical element of this corner conflict. The slightest tug can shift the entire game, resulting in our current predicament. In truth, we have long been pieces in this game, only now becoming aware of it. Lu Qin bowed his head, tacitly accepting the Wheel King's assertion. The Wheel King continued, this is the chess match of the court and the Taoist sect. Our faction hopes for a stalemate, while yours insists on a definitive winner. Yet, regardless of the outcome, a fundamental condition remains. The game must adhere to the established rules. Transgressing these rules will inevitably lead to a dismantling of the board, transforming strategy into chaos, resulting in mutual destruction. Lu Qin lifted his head, gravely stating, it would allow others to reap the benefits. The Wheel King nodded in agreement, recognizing that Gongsun Zhongmo had discerned this truth. Hence, he seeks to disrupt the game, inciting the court and the Taoist sect to overturn the board. Only then does he stand a chance to revive the sword sect. Lu Qin murmured, what a remarkable Gongsun Zhongmo. He truly embodies the essence of the sword sect. The Wheel King nonchalantly remarked, years ago, the master of sword peak forsook the shadows for the light, betraying the sword sect and personally slaughtering the disciples of the sword Qi Ling Kong Hall. This was known only to ancestor Tian Chun and Emperor Shao. Even Shangwan Xianxin did not foresee it. Yet, Gongsun Zhongmo saw through it, escaping Bio Island in time to evade death. From that moment, I recognized his greatness. Had he not hailed from the sword sect, but rather from the Taoist sect, he would surely be among the players today. Lu Qin felt somewhat disheartened. If the world is indeed a chessboard, he found himself perilously close to being a discarded piece. Escape? In this vast realm, where could one evade the net of the Dark Guard? The Dark Guards have always been more ruthless towards traitors than towards enemies. The mere thought of the three grim commanders occupying the White Tiger Hall sent shivers down his spine. The Wheel King sat cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, and softly stated, Gongsun Zhongmo has broken the rules. Thus, he must perish. The Taoist sect and the court are united in this regard. Even if it requires temporarily sealing the game, Gongsun Zhongmo must be eliminated. He gazed at Lu Qin, his profound eyes seemingly penetrating the depths of his thoughts, stating plainly, this is also your final opportunity to atone for your past. Lu Qin straightened, remaining silent. The atmosphere within the carriage thickened with an aura of impending bloodshed. However, the source of the ominous aura was not Lu Qin, but rather the blood-clad figure beside him. Lu Qin could hardly conceal his profound gloom, weakly stating, many years ago, the martial ancestor emperor bequeathed 12 guardian blood warriors, which, after modifications by King Wei, have become even more formidable than before. Due to the increasingly tense situation in the Northwest, Governor Fu specifically entrusted one of these warriors to my care. The Wheel King nodded slightly, displaying no surprise. Lu Qin reached out and removed the sealing talisman from the forehead of the guardian blood warrior. In the next instant, the warrior crashed through the carriage, beginning a frenzied sprint, resembling a flash of blinding crimson across the heavens and the earth. Chapter 44. A tremor of thunder across 500 miles just as the guardian blood warrior departed, the Wheel King, who had been seated beside Lu Chun, also vanished without a trace. 10 miles away, Gongsun Zhongmo suddenly halted, pressing his hand against the hilt of his sword, Xianming. Moments later, a blood-red lightning bolt violently entered the fray, akin to a divine weapon descending from the heavens, charging directly at Gongsun Zhongmo with its own corporeal form. Unfazed, Gongsun Zhongmo did not draw his sword. With a casual stroke, he repelled the blood-red lightning. Only then did Su Beiyu discern the true form of the crimson entity. It was a towering figure, standing 8 feet tall, clad in impenetrable blood-red armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of sanguine energy. It bore an eerie resemblance to the spectral soldiers of ancient battlefields, though their strengths were worlds apart, one being a mere cannon fodder and the other a formidable warrior of countless battles. Their fundamental essence bore little distinction. Both were devoid of any consciousness, existing in a grotesquely half-alive state. Zhiyun, visibly tense, whispered to Su Beiyu, "I have heard my master mention that the Dark Guard possesses 12 guardian blood warriors, each impervious to blades and fire. A match for no ordinary transcendence." Indeed, Gongsun Zhongmo's single strike, while having repelled the guardian blood warrior, inflicted no substantial damage. Its blood energy surged skyward, inducing trepidation in all who beheld it. Su Beiyu, wide-eyed, scrutinized the guardian blood warrior and inquired, "Master, what exactly is this guardian blood warrior?" Gongsun Zhongmo, with Xianming slightly tilted, replied nonchalantly, "This entity is known as the guardian blood warrior. Its name is rather impressive. We used to refer to it as the blood armor man originally crafted by Xiao Lai as a trinket for his son Xiao Jin. It served little purpose as a mere guard. Later, Xiao Jin, in collaboration with Ming Chun, enhanced it by integrating 36 Taoist talismans, which granted it some semblance of utility. It seems that the imperial ministry and the Tianji pavilion under Lan Yu also became involved, expending vast resources, ultimately producing only 12 of these blood armor men." Su Beiyu marveled. With the treasury's resources, it could only yield 12 guardian blood warriors. This indeed must be an extraordinarily precious item, invaluable beyond compare. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled and shook his head. "It is worth far more than mere gold. Even if worldly merchants were to offer 100,000 gold pieces, they could not acquire such a blood armor man, nor would they dare to, as it is entwined with various mystical energies. If an ordinary person attempted to wield this blood-soaked armor, they would likely perish within 7 days." Su Beiyu was left speechless, taken aback by the revelation. Gongsun Zhongmo raised the Xianming in his hand and suddenly declared, "If you do not emerge soon, I shall indeed shatter this formidable blood guardian of the abyss, leaving you with nothing." A young Taoist appeared behind the blood guardian, his right hand as pale as snow, covering his mouth as he coughed lightly. He then folded his sleeves and bowed respectfully, addressing Gongsun, "I have come to pay my respects to you, esteemed Gongsun." Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly, as the 10th-ranked Will King, "Have you come to seek a sword from me, or have you been sent by Chunyi to hunt me down?" The Will King spoke softly, "I am not here to contend with you, but rather to request the return of a person." Gongsun Zhongmo remained composed and inquired, "Who do you seek?" The Wheel King extended a pale finger, pointing towards Zhiyun beside Su Beiyu. "She was once my disciple and the sole survivor of the Chonglong Temple. She must return with me to the Duxiang Peak to meet the master and discuss the events concerning the Chonglong Temple." Upon noticing the Wheel King's gaze, Zhiyun recalled the fearsome inspector and the Northern Ghost Emperor, her face paling as she instinctively hid behind Su Beiyu. "And if I refuse to hand her over?" Gongsun Zhongmo thrust the Xianming and its sheath into the ground, clasping his hands atop the sword's hilt. The Wheel King, unfazed by Gongsun's response, forced a wry smile, saying, "Why must you make things difficult for a mere insignificant figure like me?" "Insignificant?" Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled lightly. "Then who, pray tell, is the significant one?" The Wheel King replied solemnly, "Certainly the Lord of the Hall, the various peak masters, and the master himself." Gongsun Zhongmo stated calmly, "Then let the significant ones come to claim her from me." The Wheel King fixed his gaze on Zhiyun, slowly saying, "If you are unwilling to show leniency, then I have no choice." His words were interrupted as the immobile blood guardian of the abyss suddenly moved, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Gongsun Zhongmo's face. With a mere hair's breadth to spare, Gongsun Zhongmo positioned his sword horizontally before him, the sheath vibrating 9 times as it absorbed the force of the blow. His form unwavering, as steadfast as a mountain. Su Beiyu, observing intently, discerned the essence of the blood guardian's punch, which bore a hint of the Shao family's martial arts, powerful and unyielding. In contrast, his master employed the second sword technique, overcoming strength with gentleness. embodying the principle that the highest virtue is like water. Suddenly, Su Beiyu felt a chill at his neck. At the moment the Blood Guardian struck, the Wheel King vanished. Not attacking Gongsun Zhongmo, but instead appearing instantaneously beside Su Beiyu, his icy fingers pressing against his neck. Su Beiyu found himself utterly powerless to resist. His energy completely stifled in that instant. The Wheel King coughed lightly, one hand covering his mouth while the other rested on Su Beiyu, whispering, "Esteemed Gongsun, how about exchanging a life for a life?" Gongsun Zhongmo feigned indifference, stepping forward. The Xianming remained sheathed as he struck the Blood Guardian's chest with the hilt of his sword, sending the massive figure staggering backward. The sword need not be drawn to unleash its formidable energy. Even sheathed, it could radiate a fierce aura. The Blood Guardian retreated over 100 paces before finally coming to a halt. Gongsun Zhongmo's sword energy was so potent that it resonated like thunder, even without unsheathing the blade. As the former chief disciple of the Sword sect and its current leader, he truly embodied the name of the sect. The Blood Guard of the infernal prison, having expended countless resources and manpower, was far from being easily vanquished. In the next moment, it rose with a thunderous roar, instantly launching into a sprint. The figure resembled an ancient beast, carving a deep chasm nearly 100 yards long into the ground, with the ensuing shockwaves causing varying degrees of collapse around it, the cacophony merging into a deafening roar, ferocious and chaotic. Gongsun Zhongmo gripped the sword sheath with one hand, positioning the sword before him. The Xianming within the sheath emitted a clear, resonant note, akin to a game of chess where opponents are eager to engage. The Blood Guard of the infernal prison crashed against the horizontally held sword sheath, reminiscent of tumultuous waves crashing against a sturdy dam. Gongsun Zhongmo maintained his stance, unwavering as a mountain. Yet, the Blood Guard was repelled by the force of the impact, retreating several dozen yards, leaving behind deep marks on the ground. With an expressionless visage, Gongsun Zhongmo twirled his long sword and grasped the hilt with nonchalance. The Xianming trembled slightly within its sheath. Sword 14, the Azure Thunder, resonated with intent. The swords will summoned a resonance, turning the heavens and earth into a grand drum, with the green blade in his hands serving as the mallet, producing a thunderous sound that echoed across the expanse. Years ago, when Shangguan Xianxin first stepped onto the scene, he wielded this very sword against the foremost swordsman of the southern lands, Mr. Dongxing, creating a shockwave that reverberated for 500 miles, followed by another that extended 4,500 miles, decisively defeating Mr. Dongxing and marking the world's first awareness of Shangguan Xianxin's name. The formless thunder instantly penetrated the armor of the Blood Guard, reverberating within its body for 500 miles. A series of muffled thunderclaps echoed from within the Blood Guard, causing it to stagger backward, cracks beginning to appear on its armor, dark blood oozing from the crevices. Gongsun Zhongmo stepped forward once more, covering 100 yards with a single stride. The Xianming finally unsheathed with a resounding clang. In an instant, the sword's aura filled the air. Moments later, as the sword's energy dissipated, so too did the Blood Guard, reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 45. The Sword That Cuts Life and Death. The Wheel King observed this scene with a grim countenance. The thunderous roar of that single sword strike still echoed in his ears, persistent and unrelenting. Though he wielded no sword himself, he understood the sheer dominance of that strike. The path of swordsmanship typically encompasses 4 essential stages: technique, qi, intent, and Tao. These stages are interlinked, and the most perfect sword is one that harmoniously integrates all 4. The young man before him had merely grazed the threshold of qi. If sword 13 epitomized the ultimate refinement of qi, then sword 14 represented the unification of technique and qi. The Wheel King mused that if he were to face such a sword, retreat would be his only recourse, waiting until the sword's momentum was spent before contemplating a counterattack. Turning to Gongsun Zhongmo, the Wheel King spoke in a low voice. "What is the intent behind your actions, Mr. Gongsun?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied flatly, "In my lifetime, I have never been coerced by others." The Wheel King furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you not afraid that your painstakingly cultivated disciple may meet his end?" As he spoke, a wave of blue-white chill emanated from his fingertip, instantly encasing most of Su Beiyu's body in crystalline ice, clear and translucent. Knowing this scene, Ji Yun was so terrified that she could not utter a word, desperately covering her mouth, fearing she might scream. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Hall had truly revealed to her the dark side of the Taoist sect, far more terrifying than the Shadow Guard. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed at the Wheel King, and in his eyes, there was no trace of the cloudiness characteristic of age. Instead, they gleamed with clarity, akin to that of a newborn. The Wheel King's expression shifted subtly, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. A murderous intent surged forth. In that moment, a shadow of a sword manifested slowly within Gongsun Zhongmo's crystalline gaze, reminiscent of a submerged sword gradually rising from the depths of a lake. In his pupils, there resided a blade. The next instant, darkness enveloped the Wheel King's vision. His eyes transformed into two abyssal pits of blood. He was blinded. Without a moment's hesitation, the Wheel King summoned an icy chill that surged through him, instantly encasing Su Beiyu in a lifelike ice sculpture, fragile enough to shatter into irreparable fragments with the slightest touch. However, Gongsun Zhongmo granted him no such opportunity, flicking his fingers once more to unleash another strike. This time, the entire right hand of the Wheel King was severed, driven to a desperate corner. The Wheel King could no longer afford to concern himself with Su Beiyu and unleashed his full power. 6 precious wheels began to manifest around him, spinning incessantly. Why did the Wheel King bear the name of the wheel? It was for his dominion over the cycle of life and death. The 6 wheels coalesced into a singular entity, forming a massive, slowly rotating disc in the void. With a sweeping motion of his arms, the wheel began to spin rapidly, each rotation amplifying its size. After 36 revolutions, the wheel had grown as grand as a mountain, obscuring the sky and sun, with countless vengeful souls laboring within, their anguished cries propelling the wheel of life and death. As the wheel rotated forward, symbolizing the cycle of reincarnation, a palpable aura of death emanated from it, threatening to extinguish any mundane martial artist who dared approach. Even those of the ghostly or human immortals would find their spirits clouded and bodies tainted. The Wheel King rightfully earned his place as the 10th guardian of the Demon Suppression Palace. A somber haze of death pervaded the atmosphere, casting a dreary pallor over the land. Except for Su Beiyu and Jiyun, even the ground was shrouded in a layer of murky darkness. Gongsun Zhongmo stood unfazed at the forefront, wholly absorbing the Wheel King's deathly assault, his robes billowing as if stirred by a tempest, resounding with an ominous rustle. Veiled behind the wheel and the miasma of death, the Wheel King's countenance fluctuated between light and shadow, his remaining left hand gripping a piece of black stone, as if weighing the pros and cons, hesitating to flee at once. Logically speaking, the sword sect was not akin to the Buddhist sect, known for its defensive prowess. It had always favored offense over defense. Thus, it was unexpected for Gongsun Zhongmo, a being of earthly immortality, to remain unscathed amidst the stifling death energy. Yet, he stood there, astonishingly unharmed, raising his Xianming sword before him, delicately gliding his fingers along its blade. In an instant, 100-foot radius erupted with sword energy. Centered around Gongsun Zhongmo, countless streams of sword energy swirled, dissipating the surrounding death aura entirely and forming an inescapable cage of sword energy. Akin to a river encircling a city, the Wheel King's expression shifted slightly, yet Gongsun Zhongmo's formidable prowess was anticipated. Witnessing this, he ceased to hesitate and softly intoned. In the 10 halls of Yama, the 10th hall, the Wheel King resides beyond the dark stones of the underworld, judging solitary souls and wild ghosts, determining the fates of men and women, distinguishing between wealth and poverty, sending them forth into reincarnation, wielding the authority over life and death. The reason why the Wheel King ranks just below the first king of hell, Qin Guangwang, and the renowned king of hell himself, is undoubtedly justified. Even if I am not a match for you, Gongsun Zhongmo, I can certainly impede you to some extent. The black stone in the Wheel King's grasp soared into the air like a meteor, tracing a dark trajectory as it pierced through the myriad sword energies, crashing forcefully into Gongsun Zhongmo's chest. Gongsun Zhongmo's white hair danced violently, his form recoiling. For a fleeting moment, the torrent of sword energy experienced a brief stagnation. Seizing this opportunity, the Wheel King intended to transform into a black rainbow and escape this place of chaos. However, just as he began to morph, a smirk of derision appeared at the corner of Gongsun Zhongmo's mouth. A sword, long awaited behind the Wheel King, descended with devastating force. Taken completely by surprise, the Wheel King was pierced through the heart by Chuexia in an instant, his aura collapsing in an instant. Gongsun Zhongmo raised his sword, Xianming, and delivered a decisive strike. The sword energy cascaded like the Milky Way, tearing apart the clouds in the sky. Still, it was the magnificent Sword 13. Under the weight of this sword, the wheel of life and death crumbled with a thunderous crash. The Wheel King was cleaved in two, blood pouring forth like rain, staining Su Beiyu, who was on the verge of becoming an ice man, in a crimson hue. Amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, Lu Chen arrived just in time. First left speechless by the scene before him, then filled with sheer terror. His agreement to ally with the Wheel King to hunt down Gongsun Zhongmo was not a reckless decision. He believed that with the Wheel King ranked 10th in the Demon Suppression Hall, alongside a blood guardian of the Abyss on par with most in the immortal realm, they would surely be safe. Even if they could not defeat Gongsun Zhongmo. Yet, Lu Chun could not have anticipated that within the span of a single incense stick. Not only was the blood guardian annihilated, but the Wheel King also perished beneath Gongsun Zhongmo's sword. Typically formidable opponents crumbled before Gongsun Zhongmo like paper, reduced to ashes in mere moments. Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed both Xianming and Chuexia, turning his gaze towards Lu Chun. So you are Lu Chun? If I recall correctly, you are affiliated with Fu Zhongtian. Today, I shall spare your life. Go tell Fu Zhongtian that I have long remembered the debt incurred when he orchestrated the assassination attempt against me, involving 8 high-ranking assassins from the Dark Guard. One day, I, Gongsun Zhongmo, will settle this score. Lu Chun nodded repeatedly, then cautiously turned to leave. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with hunting down the remnants of the Sword sect, nor with his own identity as a deputy governor. He simply wished to flee this place as swiftly as possible. Gongsun Zhongmo's eyes were icy as he flicked his sleeve. All 200 elite guards were thrown into disarray, their lives extinguished along with their horses. One of Lu Chun's arms fell limply to the ground. His complexion pale, he dared not utter a word. Nor did he look back, hastily departing alone. How could he not feel fear? This man had wielded his sleeve as a sword to slay over 200 elite warriors. What could he possibly do? Stumbling 5 miles away, the deputy governor of the Northwest Dark Guard finally croaked in a hoarse whisper, "The Wheel King deceived me." Chapter 46 and 47. The autumn's coolness sunlight cascaded upon the frozen figure of Su Beiyu, mingling with blood to create a crystalline facade. Beneath this sanguine glow, Su Beiyu's expression remained remarkably composed, exuding an exquisite yet cruel beauty. In stark contrast, Ji Yun, drenched in blood, let tears cascade down her cheeks like a string of pearls, her hands pressed firmly against her mouth to stifle any sound. Fearing that a single sob would render Su Beiyu irretrievably lost, Gongsun Zhongmo approached the ice with measured steps, pausing momentarily before declaring, "He will not perish. My disciple's life is mine to safeguard, and none shall take it away." As he spoke, Gongsun Zhongmo raised his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, and calmly continued, "Having practiced the sword for 80 years, I possess the power to kill, yet I can equally save." With a deft motion, he sliced through the ice with his formidable sword energy, ensuring that the interior remained untouched. It was crucial to note that Su Beiyu had now fused with the ice. Any miscalculation could result in both man and ice shattering into countless fragments. The very fact that Gongsun Zhongmo dared to act indicated his unwavering confidence. With a series of fluid movements, Gongsun Zhongmo unleashed a flurry of ice shards, showcasing a swordsmanship that reached unparalleled mastery. It appeared grand and sweeping, yet was imbued with meticulous precision, revealing the profound depths of skill within constrained confines. After nearly half an hour, the ice enveloping Su Beiyu was entirely eradicated. Gongsun Zhongmo then infused Su Beiyu with a breath of sword energy, guiding his internal energy. An additional hour passed, during which he meticulously tapped Su Beiyu's body hundreds of times. Even a master of Gongsun Zhongmo's caliber appeared slightly pale, but once Su Beiyu's complexion began to normalize, he exhaled a sigh of relief and gently placed his disciple into Ji Yun's arms, softly stating, "He shall awaken in about half an hour. You may watch over him." With the weight of anxiety finally lifted from her heart, Ji Yun sat on the ground, cradling Su Beiyu and wiping away her tears as a smile broke through her sorrow. "It is well that he is safe." Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his swords. Appearing nothing like the notorious fiend listed second on the Demon Suppression Hall's wanted list, nor resembling the revered sword sect leader of the Nine Heavens, he took on the demeanor of a diligent farmer, beginning to clear the battlefield of fallen bodies, leaving this place for Su Beiyu and Ji Yun. Ji Yun gazed at the peacefully sleeping Su Beiyu, hesitating for a moment before cautiously extending her hand to caress his face resting against her chest. However, the instant her fingertips brushed against his slightly cool skin, the young girl, scarcely past her adolescence, recoiled as if startled, her cheeks flushing crimson as she averted her gaze, as though Su Beiyu might awaken at any moment. The initial attempt had proven challenging. After the first failure, her courage to reach out again waned. Instead, she began to observe Su Beiyu closely for the first time. Upon noticing the thick calluses on his fingers and the inconspicuous scars on his wrists and forearms, she instinctively glanced at her own hands, smooth and untouched by toil. Having lived a sheltered life within the Chonglong Temple, particularly under the protective wing of the venerable master, she could hardly fathom the hardships of the lower echelons or the perils of the martial world. To her, being chastised by her master and witnessing her beloved bird take flight constituted a grave misfortune, one that would haunt her for several days. The annihilation of Chonglong Temple by the Shadow Guard was akin to the sky itself collapsing. Yet, on the whole, she considered herself fortunate. While all others from Chonglong Temple perished, she emerged unscathed. The time that preceded this calamity had been nothing short of spring. After a span of over half an hour, Su Beiyu stirred from a drowsy slumber, realizing he was nestled against a soft, warm surface. He seemed to have just awoken from a gentle nap, feeling a slight chill, yet experiencing a profound sense of comfort, as if his internal energy had surged significantly. Although he still fell short of the second-tier realm, he was no longer comparable to an ordinary third-tier martial artist. Instinctively, he shifted slightly. Ji Yun, having just reached maturity, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson, warmth creeping from her ears down to her neck, her skin glistening as if it might drip with dew. As Su Beiyu gradually became fully awake, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He abruptly sat up, turning to see Ji Yun with her head bowed, and felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over him. In that moment, the two innocent youths found themselves ensnared in an awkward silence, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, regardless of the discomfort, this moment would indelibly etch itself into their memories. If youth is likened to the springtime of life, then the emotions and sentiments blossoming at this juncture are akin to the most resplendent flowers bursting forth in spring, pure and unblemished. Absent of the scheming and calculations that accompany maturity, and devoid of the burdens of later years, what remained was the most sincere and genuine affection of youth. In the distance, Gongsun Zhongmo, having reduced the last body to dust, smiled faintly and remarked softly, "The youth knows not the taste of sorrow. Ascend to greater heights." Ascend to greater heights. Indeed, Su Beiyu, blissfully unaware of sorrow, uttered something, and Ji Yun's face finally lost its fiery hue. In an unprecedented gesture, she reached out and lightly tapped Su Beiyu. Her small face puffed in indignation, though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of mirth. As Gongsun Zhongmo, now with hair as white as snow, observed this scene, a shadow of melancholy crossed his gaze, tinged with solitude, nostalgia, and reminiscence. That year, as the Taoist sect and the Sword sect braced for inevitable conflict, a critical juncture arose. Elder Xiao Shun of the Sword sect betrayed his own, clandestinely aligning with his nephew Xiao Yu, and simultaneously assuming the mantle of the Sword Peak Master within the Taoist sect. It was also that year that Xiao Shun unleashed a massacre atop the Lotus Peak, ruthlessly slaughtering the unsuspecting members of the Sword Qi Sky Hall. The entirety of the Sword Qi Sky Hall was nearly annihilated, with only Gongsun Zhongmo and a woman miraculously escaping with their lives. Soon after, the situation worsened. News of their master, Shangguan Xianxun, being struck down by heavenly retribution shook the Sword sect to its core, transforming it into a crumbling edifice overnight. The Sword sect, along with the White Lotus sect, faced a devastating rout, as the forces of the Shao Emperor and the Taoist and Buddhist sects surged victoriously. Ultimately, the beleaguered Sword sect collapsed entirely, and the Taoist sect began a ruthless hunt for the remnants of the Sword sect. The two could do naught but flee together into the unknown. While the world knows only of their eventual parting, perhaps never to cross paths again, it remains oblivious to the times they once supported one another in the face of life and death. At that time, Gongsun Zhongmo was not as invincible as he is today. His cultivation was still rudimentary. Under the relentless pursuit of the demon suppression hall, he might not have been in a constant state of panic, but he was indeed in a dire and precarious situation, with his life hanging by a thread. It was during these most challenging times that two individuals, already bound by a marriage contract, formally became husband and wife. There were no elaborate ceremonies, no grand halls, no family or friends, no bridal palanquin, and not even a single wedding gown. Only the two of them, 2 swords, 2 joyous candles, and 2 jugs of coarse wine. With heaven and earth as witnesses, they entwined their fates. That summer marked a pivotal moment in Gongsun Zhongmo's life, a season characterized by the scorching sun and tumultuous storms. As for the estrangement that followed, it is quite simple. 20 years later, the woman grew weary, no longer desiring to continue the relentless chase. While he could not offer her the stability she sought, when an opportunity for tranquility finally presented itself, it was only natural for their paths to diverge. Though they had shared mutual support, it ultimately could not withstand the tides of forgetfulness in the world. Gongsun Zhongmo recalled the scene of their parting, where neither spoke a word, simply resolutely turning away from each other. In hindsight, it was perhaps influenced by the circumstances. Yet was it not also a consequence of youthful arrogance? Now, as age encroaches and the twilight years grow desolate, does he harbor regrets? A breeze has risen, carrying a hint of early autumn's chill. Gongsun Zhongmo glanced at the young couple nearby and sighed, reflecting, in old age, one tastes the flavor of sorrow. wishing to speak, yet holding back, for the autumn heralds a refreshing chill. Chapter 48. The carefree immortal. On the 18th floor, a knight galloped from the outer city into the inner city, taking no detours. Directly traversing a significant portion of the inner city until he arrived at the gate of the Dark Guard's office. Compared to the grandeur of the Demon Suppression Hall, the Dark Guard's establishment in the imperial capital appeared somewhat unremarkable, even somewhat humble. However, this was to be expected, for being under the Emperor's feet. One could not mention the palace itself, nor the various government offices, the cabinet, and the Grand Marshal's residence overshadowing it. Despite the Dark Guard's formidable authority, it dared not openly bestow power to others. Nevertheless, due to its direct allegiance to the Emperor, the Dark Guard held a prestigious position. Unlike other military offices scattered throughout the inner city, it was located near the main gate of the imperial city, the Qingtian Gate, adjacent to the Grand Marshal's office on the west side of the Thousand Steps corridor, and facing the 6 ministries across the street, thus occupying a central position within the empire. The cabinet, meanwhile, resided within the One Yuan Pavilion inside the imperial city, separate from the major government offices. The armored guards at the entrance of the Dark Guard, with their cold gazes, scrutinized the weary knight until he produced a black jade token from his bosom, at which point their piercing stares were slowly retracted. This token signified the knight's identity as one of their own. Approximately half an hour later, the knight found himself in a secret chamber deep within the Dark Guard's headquarters. The space was cramped and dimly lit. Aside from a bed, a table, and a cabinet, there was little else. A middle-aged man clad in the robes of a second-rank military officer sat cross-legged on the bed, his features obscured by the dim light. The knight knelt before him, presenting a sealed letter with unbroken wax. Given that the man was dressed in the uniform of a deputy commander, his identity needed no further speculation. He was none other than Fu Zhongtian, the right deputy commander of the Dark Guard. As one of the 3 hall officials of the White Tiger Hall, Fu Zhongtian oversees the regions of Shuzhou, the northwest, and the western grasslands, with the Dark Guard of the northwest falling under his command. Prior to becoming the right deputy of the Dark Guard, he had presided over the inner guards, renowned for his unparalleled cultivation and ruthless decisiveness. Over the years, countless so-called powerful officials have fallen victim to his apprehensions and executions. It can be said that he ascended to the position of right deputy of the Dark Guard atop the blood of numerous dignitaries. Fu Zhongtian received a confidential letter, but refrained from opening it immediately. He lightly tapped his index finger on the Kong table and inquired, "What is your name?" The knight prostrated on the ground respectfully replied, reporting to the esteemed deputy, "I am called Gu Yan, with Gu from the solitary and Yin from the wild goose." The voice was crisp, revealing her to be a woman. Fu Zhongtian nodded and stood to converse. "Thank you, deputy." The woman rose from the ground, revealing a visage strikingly similar to that of the deceased Gu Yan, though the latter bore a more worldly air, while Gu Yan exuded an aura of cold beauty. Gu Yan and Gu Yan were a pair of orphans adopted by Lu Chun in his early years. In their youth, they resembled each other so closely that even Lu Chun could not tell them apart. However, as they matured, their similarities faded, leaving only a resemblance in appearance. Gu Yan was lively, whereas Gu Yan preferred tranquility. Their differing temperaments were apparent in their demeanor. With Gu Yan now deceased, they were no longer the inseparable sisters they once were. Fu Zhongtian glanced at Gu Yan and softly inquired, "How is Lu Chen faring?" Gu Yan replied in a hushed tone, "News has just arrived from the northwest. Lord Lu has lost an arm and has returned to the central capital, awaiting your disposition. Esteemed deputy." Finally, Fu Zhongtian opened the letter in his hand, which contained 2 pages filled with fine script. His expression remained devoid of emotion as he meticulously read through the content, neither expressing joy nor anger, nor commenting on the information therein. As one of the 3 principal officials of the Dark Guard, he had other avenues to verify the truth of Lu Chen's words. Fu Zhongtian placed the letter on the oil lamp atop the Kong table, watching it gradually turn to ash before he slowly spoke. Gongsun Zhongmo, with a single sword strike, has slain the Wheel King, ranked 10th in the Demon Suppression Hall. Truly, he embodies the essence of the sword sect's master, wielding his power with unparalleled force. Having failed to eliminate the nascent threat that was Gongsun Zhongmo back then, any attempt to do so now would be both belated and arduous. Gu Yan dared not speak, for that was Gongsun Zhongmo, the current master of the sword sect and the second most formidable figure on the Demon Hall's list, surpassed only by the transcendent Qingchen, the great sage, and even overshadowing the formidable demon, Morong Xianin. Gu Yan, though a member of the Dark Guard's upper echelons, had only a tenuous connection to secrets beyond the grasp of the general populace. The realm of the Earth Immortal, transcending the realm of human immortals, is profound and vast. encompassing a breadth that far exceeds the sum of the preceding realms. The so-called immortals, dwelling in the earth immortal realm, disdain the mortal world and strive tirelessly, refining themselves into pure gold, concocting elixirs of jade, and transforming their essence into qi. In harmony with the primordial energies, they achieve a state of completeness, transcending their physical forms to become immortal, casting aside the mundane, returning to the three mountains, thus earning the title of immortals. The three mountains refer to the legendary overseas peaks, Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong. The Taoist master Lu Zhu once stated that if one wishes to reach Yingzhou, one must first pass the majestic 18 floors. Hence, the realm of earthly immortals is often referred to as the 18 floors of earthly immortals. Figures such as the wheel-turning king are merely at the threshold of the earthly immortal realm, barely ascending to the second floor. As for Gongsun Zhongmo, a wise individual speculated that he possesses a realm beyond the 12th floor, yet the specifics of this realm remain unspoken for over the years. No one has compelled Gongsun Zhongmo to exert his utmost effort regarding the celestial realm above that of earthly immortals in the last century. Apart from the already ascended former headmaster of the Taoist sect, who is of this realm, only the current headmaster, renowned for being invincible, remains a figure of speculation. The world can only conjecture that he is likely at the 18 floors of earthly immortals, yet none dare assert that he has stepped into the realm of celestial beings, illustrating the rarity of such transcendence. There is an old saying, the ghostly immortals perceive the autumn winds before they stir, the human celestial beings are attuned to divine sensations. The earthly immortals wander the vast seas by day and the Kangwu mountains by night, while the celestial beings embody eternal life. This suggests that only by reaching the earthly immortal realm can one truly revel in the world. However, even earthly immortals are not entirely unburdened. They remain under the immense pressure of the heavenly Tao, unable to escape the cycle of life and death dictated by the laws of the cosmos. Only those who attain the celestial realm can be regarded as truly transcendent and immortal. Should one fail to reach the celestial realm, no matter how formidable their mystical prowess, they cannot evade the path of dissolution, thus giving rise to the distinction between carefree earthly immortals and eternal celestial beings. Fu Zhongtian murmured to himself. Gongsun Zhongmo is accompanied by a young individual, and upon closer inspection, this old fellow is already 80 years of age. The sword path does not foster longevity as the Buddhist path does. It seems he is nearing the end of his lifespan and must be preparing to cultivate a successor. The solitary goose quietly concurred. Indeed, it seems so. Suddenly, Fu Zhongtian rose from his couch, his countenance emerging from the shadows. With an elegant demeanor, 3 wisps of long beard framed his face, resembling a cultured scholar more than a martial artist, startling the solitary goose, who instinctively stepped back. Fu Zhongtian grasped the solitary goose's chin, scrutinizing her for a moment before exclaiming, "What a beautiful woman!" The solitary goose, her body stiffened and unsure, stammered, "My lord." A faint smile curled at the corners of Fu Zhongtian's lips as he remarked, "Lu Chun has committed such a grave error. He ought to die." The solitary goose's complexion instantly turned pale. To her, Lu Chun was akin to a father. How could she remain passive while her father faced peril? As she opened her mouth to speak, Fu Zhongtian leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "However, Lu Chun has sent you here, a most exquisite gift, precisely to my liking. I could grant him a reprieve." The solitary goose was momentarily stunned, gradually losing her strength. Fu Zhongtian straightened, supporting her with both hands, looking down upon her. He recalled that Gongsun Zhongmo once said in his youth, "A sword is akin to a beloved wife. A beautiful woman resembles a renowned sword. One should never be parted from their sword. While a renowned sword may be treasured and displayed, enjoyed in leisure. Bestowing a renowned sword is akin to a nobleman gifting a concubine, a tale worthy of admiration." Wasn't he, himself, holding a sword of exquisite beauty? Chapter 49. The splendid landscape and the heavenly path. Su Beiyu now finds himself in a predicament akin to being surrounded by a group of exquisite beauties, only to lament the reality that he remains but an immature child, filled with helplessness, sorrow, and frustration. Tianlan, Chuexia, and Xianming appear as 3 enchanting maidens, each with their distinct backgrounds. Tianlan represents the childhood sweetheart, a gentle and refined beauty who has already transcended the stage of innocent hand-holding and kissing, standing on the precipice of a final, decisive step. Chuexia, on the other hand, is a recently acquainted noblewoman whose dignified demeanor is laced with an air of ambiguity, as if to beckon, "Come, conquer me, and you shall instantly ascend to the ranks of a top-tier master." Yet, Su Beiyu struggles even to win over Tianlan. rendering his pursuit of Chuexia even more daunting, leaving him to merely gaze at the captivating beauty, swallowing his frustration in silence. As for Xianming, she embodies the epitome of beauty, having encountered numerous men of the world. With her former master, Gongsun Zhongmo, by her side, she pays Su Beiyu no heed, exuding an aura of indifference that suggests she regards men as mere fleeting shadows. The group had now departed from the borders of Dunhuang, setting their sights eastward. Upon traversing the Wuqiao Ridge, they would enter the Xiulong grassland, and beyond that lay their destination, the grand city of Jiulu. As they navigated the rugged paths of Wuqiao Ridge, Gongsun Zhongmo led the way, with Jiyun in the middle and Su Beiyu bringing up the rear. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed into the distance at the verdant horizon, reminiscing. In the past, there were several grand gatherings, the debates at Biluo Lake, the mysteries of Jinglu Lake, the mutual market of Jiulu City, the discussions of the Taoist sect, the Ulambana festival of the Buddhist sect, and the sword duels at Biyo Island, each a showcase of vibrant discourse. Yet now, only the Taoist discussions and the Ulambana festival remain. Curious, Su Beiyu inquired, Master. What is the mutual market of Jiulu City? Gongsun Zhongmo, without any pretense, replied candidly. The mutual market is simply a place for trade. For instance, if you are of the Taoist sect and by chance acquire a Buddhist artifact that you cannot utilize, while I, a follower of the Buddhist sect, possess a Taoist artifact that is equally of no use to me, we would have no means of exchanging them. Thus, the mutual market of Jiulu City was established, providing a venue for such transactions. Intrigued, Su Beiyu remarked, that sounds like a splendid place. Gongsun Zhongmo continued softly, alas, you missed that era. When the General Murong Yen was defeated and retreated to Jiulu City, he ruthlessly expelled the local cultivators. Since then, the mutual market has ceased to exist. Su Beiyu expressed little disappointment, merely shaking his head and murmuring, what a pity. Gongsun Zhongmo elaborated, in recent years, the Taoist sect has grown disproportionately powerful, leading to an increase in wandering souls like us. This time, Xiao Mo aims to revive the mutual market in Jiulu City, inviting heroes from all corners, which is no small ambition. I suspect that it is perhaps the Xiao Emperor supporting him from behind, for although the Prince of Lingwu County is not insignificant, he pales in comparison to the Taoist sect. They could easily crush him, and afterward, he would merely appease the court, saving face without substantial repercussions. In my day, even when I executed several prominent elders, it merely caused the Taoist sect some discomfort, but it hardly constituted a crippling blow. Su Beiyu listened, utterly astonished. Initially, one might have presumed that the Duke of Lingwu was a figure of immense stature. However, according to my master, he is merely a puppet of Emperor Xiao. Meanwhile, the Taoist sect has suffered the loss of several esteemed elders, yet such losses hardly amount to a formidable blow. How profound must the foundation of the Taoist sect be? Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled to himself, acknowledging that with the Taoists holding dominion, all talents of the world seem to converge within their grasp. The masters of the Taoist sect proliferate like chives, continuously harvested, yet never exhausted, and the demise of a few elders is trivial. After all, during the battle at Huliao Mountain, almost all 36 elders perished. What of it? Shortly after Chun Yi ascended to power, he restructured the Demon Suppression Hall, efficiently eliminating rivals while maintaining its essence. Su Beiyu hesitated to speak. Although Gongsun Zhongmo's back faced him, he could discern his disciple's contemplations with clarity. He smiled lightly and remarked, are you pondering how we might revive the sword sect, given the Taoist's formidable prowess? Su Beiyu, undeterred by the exposure of his thoughts, nodded affirmatively, stating, I dare to inquire, Master. Gongsun Zhongmo continued, before the turn of the millennium, there was talk of a grand scheme within the Taoist sect. This so-called millennium plan commenced when the sword sect seceded from the Taoist fold and persists until its near extinction, a span of approximately 1,000 years. In essence, the Taoist sect of a millennium ago bears little distinction from today's, both asserting their unmatched supremacy. Yet, during this intervening millennium, the Taoists lost their hegemonic status, allowing Confucianism and Buddhism to flourish, thus giving rise to the notion of the three teachings standing together. Ultimately, the Millennium Plan is but a quest for the revival of the Taoist sect. Su Beiyu, an astute individual, pondered briefly before articulating, Master. Are you suggesting that while the Taoist sect was once at its zenith, it eventually declined, and thus the contemporary Taoist sect is not truly unassailable? Gongsun Zhongmo nodded in approval, affirming, indeed. 1,000 years ago, our sword sect's founder wielded a single sword to subdue the Taoist sect's leader and 24 eminent immortals, leading the sword peak to break away from the Taoists and establish the sword sect upon the East Sea. The current circumstances mirror those of yore, should a champion arise. It is not beyond possibility for the Taoist sect to be overturned once more. My master, Shangwan Xianxin, was poised to become the next founding figure. Yet he perished under the heavenly tribulation. Su Beiyu, can you inherit the legacy of our ancestors? If so, I wonder if I shall witness it in my lifetime. Su Beiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Me? Gongsun Zhongmo replied with calmness. The 18 levels of earth immortals. The 9 heavens of celestials. Our founder nearly glimpsed the threshold of the celestial realm. My master crossed the threshold of the 18 levels before his demise. The path I now present to you may lead to celestial ascendance, or it may be a perilous dead end. Whether you embark upon it, and the distance you traverse is entirely contingent upon your own resolve. With unwavering determination, Su Beiyu declared, I shall certainly proceed. However, I have yet to comprehend why you and my mentor have shown such favor toward me. I cannot believe that there are blessings in this world devoid of cost. Even if such exist, it is unlikely I would encounter them. Gongsun Zhongmo offered no response, merely stating, in this world, many things defy reason. Your disbelief stems from yet unencountered experiences. Take, for instance, Xiao Yu, once regarded as a discarded scion. How could such a person, in the eyes of outsiders, have caught the attention of that lofty princess from the grasslands? How could he have been valued by the venerable Taoist sect? Why is it that amidst countless talented individuals, it is this insignificant one who ultimately claims dominion over the realm? Many speak ill of Xiao Yu, branding him as cruel and ungrateful. Yet how is it that he commands the allegiance of the world? Such matters elude the understanding of many, who can only attribute it to the whims of fate. Lamenting that without heroes, a mere boy has risen to prominence, speculating on how things might have unfolded had others triumphed over Xiao Yu. Nonetheless, the truth remains, in the struggle of power, Xiao Yu has emerged victorious, seizing the world, a testament to the inevitable course of destiny. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow, awaiting further words from his master. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke with an air of calm. You assert that there are no good things in this world that do not require silver. Hence, I pose to you this question. Does a noble scion, born into luxury and abundance, not enjoy a good fortune without expenditure? Does a disciple favored by the sect leader, swiftly ascending to prominence, not experience a windfall? Those who achieve greatness, if they lack a measure of opportunity, how can they stand out among the multitude? Had Xiao Yu been as hesitant as you, preoccupied with the minutiae of opportunity, he would have missed his chance, and today's Grand Qi would not exist. He would have faded into obscurity, unburied and forgotten. Su Beiyu exhaled softly, acknowledging, I realize my error. Gongsun Zhongmo gently remarked, water that is too clear harbors no fish. Caution is commendable, yet excessive caution breeds suspicion. Such doubt can drive those who occupy neutral ground to the opposing side. This is a grave pitfall you must remember. Su Beiyu nodded respectfully. With a soft sigh, Gongsun Zhongmo continued, ultimately, it all boils down to fate. The Taoist sect often speaks of destiny, luck, innate talent, merit accrued through good deeds, and the pursuit of knowledge. In my youth, I was skeptical of this. Yet now I am utterly convinced. Take the current court officials, like Lan Yu and Wei Jin. They indeed possess exceptional qualities. Yet, what of others like Duanmu Ruixing? Do they possess any remarkable skills? Were a commoner to occupy that position for a decade or more, they too could maintain a calm demeanor. Equally adept in guile and diplomacy. Can we truly call that talent? To sit in such a position merely reflects a stroke of good fortune. Stripped of their official robes, what remains? A heart full of vice or a splendid realm? Chapter 50. The 10 individuals of the heavenly mechanism list. Han Xian once advised Su Beiyu that one's humble origins do not preclude success, provided one adapts to the changing world. It matters not if one has never witnessed grandeur. However, when faced with the unfolding of great events, if one remains preoccupied with trivial matters, such as calculating the cost of a meal or trying to extract a free bowl of soup from the innkeeper, then one has surely failed. This realization was born from Han Xian's own experiences. Upon his arrival in Xiaofeng village, he approached the impoverished life with the demeanor of a high-ranking official, only to find his funds quickly depleted, leading to a dismal existence. Conversely, aspiring to rise with the mindset of the common folk ensures a low ascent. Even if one fortuitously reaches great heights, the fall will be catastrophic. Gongsun Zhongmo's purpose in guiding Su Beiyu through various locales is to cultivate a broader perspective, to navigate the intricacies of society, to expand horizons, and to elevate one's character, thereby embodying the grandeur expected of them, enabling them to shoulder the weight of the responsibilities envisioned by the two elders. As Gongsun Zhongmo once articulated, one's fate, fortune, and inherent qualities are paramount, followed by the accumulation of virtuous deeds and the pursuit of knowledge. Destiny is predetermined by the heavens, immutable, ancestral merit is established and unchangeable. Su Beiyu possesses the requisite qualities and is diligent in his studies, and now, with Gongsun Zhongmo and Han Xian uniting to bestow upon him a significant fortune, the outcome hinges upon whether fate favors their endeavor. Wuqiao Ridge, also known as the Watershed Ridge or Hanqi Ridge, derives its name from the language of the steppes. Since the era of the Great Zheng, the name Wuqiao Ridge has gradually supplanted the original designation of Watershed Ridge. Gazing eastward, it overlooks Longdong and Shan Prefecture, while to the west, it commands the Ziliangzhou and Heshi Plain. Since ancient times, it has served as the gateway and throat of the Shiliang Corridor, connecting to the Shilong Steppe, standing as the first line of defense against the cavalry of the steppes. In the days of the Great Zheng's founding emperor, although he returned from the steppes without triumph at Wuzhuan, he reclaimed the Heshi Plain, incorporating it into the Great Zheng's dominion. 2 fortifications were erected at the base of Wuqiao Ridge, namely Anyuan City to the north and Anmen City to the south, interspersed with numerous beacon towers along the line connecting them. Near Anyuan City, the number of armored warriors grew increasingly evident. Gongsun Zhongmo stood atop a high slope, gazing at the ancient city nestled against the mountains. The city walls, ravaged by the relentless winds and sands, bore the marks of time. He murmured softly, the ancient city, once vibrant, now witnesses the passage of ages. In the whispering winds, one can still hear the echoes of clashing swords and galloping steeds. Su Beiyu refrained from interjecting. The northwest, particularly the steppes, held a complex emotional significance for his master. It was the birthplace of Emperor Shao and the onset of the Jian sect's demise. Gongsun Zhongmo pointed towards Anyuan City and quietly remarked, after the great defeat of Puyuan, it was from here that I fled the steppes, in a disheveled state, narrowly escaping the clutches of the Taoist sect. Su Beiyu seldom probed into his master's past. Firstly, out of respect for the teacher-student hierarchy, and secondly, because such tales often recounted the tragic downfall of a nation and family. Although his master now exuded an air of calm and confidence, traversing the world with an impressive presence, Su Beiyu believed that the memories of the past were not so easily forgotten or relinquished. The more his master appeared unperturbed, the heavier the burdens of history weighed upon his heart. Gongsun Zhongmo then declared, "Let us descend the mountain." Su Beiyu, pulling Ji Yun along, silently followed in his master's wake. Wuqiao Ridge, a strategic stronghold, had become less stringent in its restrictions since the steppes had submitted, allowing passage to most areas, save for Anyuan and Anmen cities and their accompanying beacon towers. With a hint of evaluative intent, Gongsun Zhongmo addressed his disciple. Xiao Mo has extended an invitation for me to visit Jilu City, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. It is likely that both the Taoist sect and the court are already aware of this development, eagerly preparing a trap for me to unwittingly step into. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this information disseminated by the Prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo? Does he wish to incite conflict?" Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head with a smile. It cannot be classified as a mere ploy to use another's hand. It is more akin to the clam and the snipe contending while the fisherman profits. He seeks to provoke a confrontation between me and the Taoist sect, hoping to benefit the court, which remains a passive observer. I believe this is not Xiao Mo's true desire. However, whether one resides in the court or the martial world, one is invariably bound by the rules of the realm. There has never been a truly carefree individual outside the bounds of established conventions. Su Beiyu inquired, "Master, will you go or not?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a smile, "Of course I shall go. Why would I not? They have prepared the stage, eagerly awaiting my entrance as the protagonist. It is an immense spectacle, and there is no reason to abstain." Although he had anticipated this, hearing his master voice, it left Su Beiyu momentarily dazed. The sword sect's philosophy is clear. With a single sword, one can attain enlightenment, rendering all schemes mere trifles. Such is the essence of the sword sect's path. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered a figure clad in the armor of a border general, who had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Gongsun Zhongmo, the individual knelt on one knee and presented a scroll with both hands. Gongsun Zhongmo accepted the scroll and waved his hand dismissively. The messenger rose and swiftly vanished from Su Beiyu's sight. Su Beiyu felt a surge of astonishment. This person likely possessed a first-grade cultivation. Could he be a disciple of the sword sect? After all, his master bore the title of sect leader, and it was improbable that he had only one disciple. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke calmly. "I have roamed the world for much of my life and have established some foundations. When I depart this world, they will recognize you as their leader. Whether you can hold them in your grasp depends on your own abilities." Su Beiyu nodded, remaining silent. As dusk approached Anyuan City, Gongsun Zhongmo unfurled the scroll in his hand and, after a cursory glance, remarked, "After 40 years, Lan Yu has once again unearthed the Heavenly Secrets list from the depths of his chest. His Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has released a so-called list of the top 10 figures in the world. Unsurprisingly, the leader of the Tao sect occupies the top position. Deemed the invincible number 1, while the long-standing second, the abbot of the Buddhist sect, ranks second. Murong Xianin has also made the list, claiming the third spot. And fourth is the venerable Zhang Baisui, who has long resided in the confines of the palace. Lan Yu, the old rascal, has managed to exclude himself from the list, claiming his role as the evaluator exempts him. Had he participated, he would surely rank within the top 3. Su Beiyu had heard of the illustrious Heavenly Secrets list, renowned for its profound mysteries. It was said that once one attains the realm of human divine resonance, one's name would grace the list. Unless one possessed supreme insight or held the treasure itself, it was challenging to obscure the list's resonance. Thus, among cultivators, there is a saying, true masters are those who can remain unlisted. The leader of the Tao sect presumably possesses the ability to sever the resonance with the Heavenly Secrets list, yet there is no need for him to conceal himself. The Tao sect stands tall in this world, and its leader rightfully claims invincibility. Ji Yun, typically silent during their exchanges, felt a surge of curiosity and bravely asked, Senior Gongsun, what is your ranking? Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled and shook his head. Only 8th. I am ashamed before my late master. Su Beiyu silently pondered the significance of being 8th. Among the millions of cultivators, 8th may not sound lofty, yet it places one among the select few standing at the pinnacle of the world. As Xiao Mo prepared to reopen the trade in Jilu City, Lan Yu stirred the pot in the imperial capital with the announcement of the Heavenly Secrets list. This old man certainly harbors ulterior motives. Gongsun Zhongmo then turned to Su Beiyu and said, Do not concern yourself with the strengths and weaknesses of the old fellows. Beneath the top 10, there exists a list dedicated to evaluating the younger generation, the Levexual list. Within it, several young individuals may become your formidable adversaries in the future. One is a direct disciple of the Taoist sect's leader, named Qi Xianyun, who, despite his tender age, has already cultivated the 3 Pure Ones technique to the 5th level, achieving the realm of human immortals, a feat not to be underestimated. The other is a young girl from the Shao family's collateral branch, practicing the Shao family's martial arts, also at the human immortal level. Additionally, there are 2 more individuals, a swordsman from the grasslands and a rogue hailing from the bustling streets, both formidable in their own right. Su Beiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Among the 4, he had already encountered the girl from the Shao family, who had saved Duan Mu Yu at the last moment. He had yet to meet the other 3. Chapter 51. Cultivation is like commerce. Su Beiyu and his disciples did not enter the heavily guarded Anyuan city, but instead circumvented this important town of Shiliang, heading directly towards Xiulong grassland. The boundary between Xiliang Prefecture and Xiulong grassland is marked by the Wujia River, a tributary of the Qinghe, where the air is thick with moisture and one can sense a subtle dampness from afar. The 3 traveled northeast along the Wujia River, resting by the water each time they paused. After a day's journey, they finally discovered a ferry crossing, with a sheepskin raft available to transport passengers across. The ferryman was an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, his hands bony and worn, the dark, weathered skin revealing prominent veins. Beside him was a child, equally poorly dressed, suggesting they were a grandfather and grandson duo. Upon seeing the 3, the old man promptly offered his services, asking if they wished to cross the river. He explained that they could wait until the raft was full for 2 coins per person, or pay 10 coins for an immediate crossing. Su Beiyu counted out 10 large coins from his pouch and handed them to the old man, insisting on crossing right away. The elder accepted the payment with a smile breaking across his aged face and turned to untie the raft. The 3 boarded the sheepskin raft, with the child sitting at the front facing away from the river, while Ji Yun was seated in the middle, flanked by Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo on either side. The old man stood at the stern, steering the boat. Having left Dunhuang, Ji Yun no longer wore the large cloak, revealing her true appearance. Now facing the child, he gazed at this celestial sister, his dark little face flushing with color. Amused, Ji Yun playfully asked, What is your name? The child glanced at her, quickly lowering his head and stammering, I am called Shui Sheng, because my mother gave birth to me on the boat. Ji Yun reached out to gently pat Shui Sheng's little head. His face reddened further, and gathering his courage, he said, Sister, you are truly beautiful. Ji Yun paused, instinctively glancing at Su Beiyu beside her, and softly replied, You are the first to say I am beautiful. Shui Sheng's face turned almost as red as a monkey's backside, and he stumbled over his words. How could you be so beautiful? Surely many people. Ji Yun smiled faintly, but her expression shifted to one of melancholy midway. The long road stretches endlessly, And when one reaches the end, where shall they go? Seeing Ji Yun fall into silence, Shueisheng assumed he had said something wrong and dared not speak further. The sheepskin raft soon reached the opposite shore, and as the three disembarked, Ji Yun once more patted Shueisheng's little head, causing the innocent child, still unaware of what the written word meant, to blush anew. Ji Yun cast a seemingly indifferent glance at the man beside her and noticed that Su Beiyu appeared to be lost in a reverie, completely oblivious to her presence. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her face. Gongsun Zhongmo observed this scene, shaking his head in silence. Perhaps considering that his disciple was a hopeless case in this regard and unwilling to expend further effort. Let it be, he mused. Indeed, Su Beiyu was in a state of abstraction, currently immersed in the cultivation of the formidable Sword 13. To be fair, without Gongsun Zhongmo's guidance, it is unlikely that Su Beiyu would grasp its essence even after years of diligent practice. The path of cultivation has historically been one where finding a great mentor is a rarity, no matter how exceptional one's innate talent or formidable one's techniques. The presence of a teacher to clarify doubts and illuminate the way is indispensable. Even the venerated Confucian sage, who was said to be unparalleled since time immemorial, sought wisdom from the Taoist patriarch in his youth. The mundane martial arts realm, ranging from the 9th grade to the 1st grade, presents a significant threshold at the 1st grade. Without a master to lead the way, most martial artists in the secular world find themselves stagnating at the 2nd grade. It is only by ascending to the 1st grade that one can truly enter the inner sanctum, shedding the heavy impurities of the acquired state and nearing the pinnacle of the innate realm, thereby paving the way toward the 5 immortal realms that follow the 1st grade. In the eyes of the esteemed Taoist masters, the ghost immortal realm is merely a stage of cultivation, while the human immortal is but a practitioner of truth. It is only upon reaching the earth immortal realm that one can be considered to have truly crossed the threshold of immortality. The 18 tiers of earth immortals resemble a staircase to the heavens. Upon reaching the summit, one completes the path to longevity, yet has not fully traversed the celestial ascent. To truly ascend to the heavens, one must once again scale the 9 heavens to witness the boundless mysteries beyond, achieving the supreme status of an immortal who commands the forces of creation, unyielding and everlasting. The so-called Supreme Tao Patriarch, the boundless light and longevity Buddha, and the celestial demons of the outer domain all exemplify this principle. To draw an imperfect analogy, the journey of cultivation is akin to engaging in commerce with the heavens. The ghost immortal is merely a peddler wandering the streets, the human immortal a vendor with a fixed stall, while the earth immortal possesses a legitimate establishment, the size of which varies according to one's cultivation level. Ultimately, all three must still heed the will of the Tao, and only upon attaining the status of a celestial immortal can one be likened to a wealthy merchant, possessing the leverage to negotiate. As for the celestial immortal realm, it represents a level of wealth rivaling nations, with the teachings and disciples akin to a vast fleet of horses and ships spanning the land. Even in seclusion, one can amass wealth effortlessly, nearly on par with the Tao itself. Su Beiyu contemplated the treasures he had accumulated within his heart. By treasures, he referred not to material wealth, but to profound insights and abilities that he had internalized and could wield effectively. Having just embarked on the path of the dragon and tiger elixir, revised by his master, he had merely scratched the surface, with further mastery still required. He had memorized the first 12 swords of the Sword 36, yet found himself halted at the 13th. A heavenly mist, drawing upon 2/3 of the sword's essence and spirit, indicated that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The 2nd grade realm was indeed within reach. Within the confines of his satchel, Su Beiyu has perused a multitude of esteemed tomes, including the Chronicles of Shiliang, Tao Te Ching, Essentials of Military Preparedness, Book of Documents Annotations, and Illustrated Guide to the Emperor's Mirror. He is presently engrossed in records of the Peaceful Universe, Tao of Supreme Clarity, and the Dragon's Tremor Scripture. Additionally, he has traversed the regions of Longnan and a small portion of Shiliang, witnessing the myriad local customs and cultures. The pursuit of knowledge is a delightful yet arduous endeavor. However, Su Beiyu perceives himself as fortunate, feeling he has reaped immense blessings compared to those who strive to ascend yet find themselves adrift. While reading a myriad of books is commendable, it pales in comparison to journeying countless miles. The prospect of sharing both literary pursuits and travels with companions is unparalleled. Su Beiyu embodies this sentiment, recognizing that if he were to embark on a solitary journey, he might falter. However, with the presence of his master and the ever-enthusiastic Ji Yun, the endeavor becomes considerably more manageable. During their travels, most of the time is devoted to his master imparting wisdom and instruction, teaching him how to harness the sword energy within and balance the dual paths of the dragon and tiger. To speak frankly, this is an extraordinary opportunity. In any sect, unless one is a biological offspring, it is rare for a master to engage in such detailed mentorship, particularly one as distinguished as Gongsun Zhongmo, who typically addresses his disciples in a more general manner. The depth of his teachings, where every inquiry is met with a response, is indeed a rare fortune for Su Beiyu. Moreover, the esoteric practices he is learning, whether related to the dragon and tiger alchemy or the 36 sword techniques, are considered supreme secrets within the Taoist realm, sought after by many yet attained by few. Gongsun Zhongmo has generously bestowed all this knowledge upon Su Beiyu, marking yet another significant stroke of fortune. In moments of leisure, Su Beiyu often immerses himself in the various texts contained within his bag. Whenever he reads the illustrated guide to the Emperor's Mirror, Ji Yun would lean in to admire the exquisite illustrations, prompting memories of the romantic notion of a scholarly beauty reading by candlelight. Though it is not night, and there are no incense burners present, the young Taoist maiden beside him appears still in her formative years. Nevertheless, this scene profoundly satisfies Su Beiyu's long-held fantasies of enchanting literary companions. Much time later, when Su Beiyu has ascended to greatness, he will still find it difficult to forget this moment. Beneath him lies an expansive grassland, dotted with knee-high verdant grasses and concealed yellow sheep. Behind him looms the indistinct outline of the mountains, crowned with ancient cities steeped in history and clad soldiers. A young swordsman, aspiring to greatness, carries a satchel brimming with books, accompanied by his white-haired master and the petite Taoist maiden, who, despite her complaints of fatigue, wears a captivating smile. Chapter 52. The passage of time. Jiulu City, founded during the era of Dechu, has endured through the ages, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, including the Southern Expeditions and the Great Zhong, spanning over 6 centuries. It commands a formidable position on the northwestern grasslands, earning the esteemed title of the City of Overlords, its silhouette reminiscent of a reclining tiger, exuding a grandeur that rivals the central capital. In the days of Dechu, it served as a pivotal border stronghold, teeming with soldiers and armaments. However, when the forces of the Southern Expeditions advanced into the Central Plains, this stronghold became the first to succumb, ravaged and largely destroyed, ultimately succumbing to desolation. Until the era of the Great Zhong, a branch of the Shao family, founded by Shao Zhong, arrived at this location, restoring the grandeur of Jiulu City and initiating the Jiulu Mutual Market, thus garnering significant acclaim. In the late years of the Great Zhong, Jiulu City once again fell victim to the ravages of war, as the 5 Wanyan princes of the later dynasty rebelled, resulting in the assassination of the young emperor. General Murong Yin was compelled to retreat to Jiulu City, fortifying his position and forcefully expelling the local cultivators, leading to the swift demise of the once thriving Jiulu Mutual Market. Subsequently, Murong Yin forged an alliance with Xiao Yu, who was then the prince of Northwest Great Zhong, and together they quelled the rebellion of the 5 princes, supporting Wanyan Beiyu's ascension to the throne of the later dynasty. This continued until the establishment of the Great Qi, when Jiulu City was returned to the Great Qi court, and Emperor Shao allocated it as a fief to the inaugural prince of Lingwu, Xiao Shu. Upon Xiao Shu's passing, the territory was inherited by the current prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo. It is worth noting that the former lord of Jiulu City, Xiao Zhong, was indeed the father of Xiao Shu and the grandfather of Xiao Mo, making Emperor Zhao's action a mere restoration of rightful ownership. Presently, Jiulu City can still be described as flourishing. Among the Central Plains, the grasslands, and the later dynasty, aside from the overtly recognized T-Horse Ancient Road, numerous clandestine trade caravans operate. While ostensibly organized by border merchants, they are, in truth, backed by powerful nobles and officials. As long as things do not become excessively disruptive, both the Shao Emperor and the rulers of the later dynasty, along with the Khans of the grasslands, tend to turn a blind eye. The Prince of Lingwu's residence is one such noble entity engaged in the T-Horse trade. Given Jiulu City's strategic location at the intersection of these 3 regions, it possesses an inherent advantage for transit trade. Moreover, with Xiao Mo's deep-rooted influence in the northwest, the Prince of Lingwu's residence and Jiulu City stand as a formidable pillar on the border, where every caravan that arrives must pay homage at the mountain peak and present tributes to the royal residence. Since the news of Xiao Mo's intention to reopen the Jiulu Mutual Market has spread, the already bustling Jiulu City has become even more vibrant. In addition to numerous merchant caravans, a substantial influx of cultivators from various regions has entered Jiulu City, transforming it into a murky abyss, where both newcomers and established locals risk being overwhelmed. Rumors abound that both the Taoist and Buddhist sects will send representatives, and indeed, prominent figures are anticipated. Although the origins of these rumors remain unclear, Every individual who has heard them speaks with conviction, asserting that at the very least, a great master will personally visit Julu City. A great master, even among the multitude of eminent figures within the Taoist sect, is undeniably a significant personage. While a terrestrial immortal may not necessarily be a great master must certainly attain the realm of terrestrial immortality. Within the Taoist tradition, only those of the terrestrial immortal realm may be bestowed the title of Great Master, and only a Great Master may assume the position of the Eight Veins Peak Master. Akin to the court's rule that only those who have passed the imperial examination may enter the Hanlin Academy, and only those from the Hanlin Academy may enter the cabinet. The court's ability to contend with the Taoist sect, and even maintain an equilibrium in the realm of cultivators, stems from two primary factors. Firstly, the court's dominion over the realm, boasting an abundance of extraordinary talents, and secondly, the necessity of governance by erudite scholars, even in a martial context. Although the Confucian school has become fragmented and can scarcely be regarded as a cohesive sect, this very dissolution has allowed it to merge almost seamlessly with the court. The officials and nobles within the court are far from being feeble scholars lacking in martial prowess. At the pinnacle of the court stands the chief minister, Lan Yu, who has been remarked upon by Gongsun Zhongmo as a paragon of excellence, worthy of being ranked among the top 3 in the realm. However, the Confucian school does not dominate the court entirely. The primary backbone sustaining the dynasty remains the military, led by the Grand Commander's office, from which the once mighty Zhang Wubing hailed. The 5 armies of Daqi each represent an immense stronghold, governing the regions of Ziliangzhou, Shanzhou, Zhezhou, Hennanzhou, and the capital of Zhongdu. Among these, the northwest border forces stand out, owing to Emperor Zhao's origins in that region. Though it is not the emperor's immediate domain, many venerable generals hail from the northwest, endowing the military with a depth of loyalty that other border armies cannot rival. In the past, Emperor Shao forged ceremonial swords for his ministers, inscribing the characters for Northwest upon their blades, a testament to the profound bond with that region. Furthermore, the Northwest is renowned for its fierce spirit and abundant military resources, thus securing its position as the foremost among the various border armies. In the Northwest, the influence of local officials and civil servants pales in comparison to that of the Jiangnan region, where a hierarchy is often cited: first-rank generals, second-rank officials, third-rank Taoists, and fourth-rank commoners. The Shiliang generals, emboldened by their association with the Northwest border forces, act with an audacity that reveals their reliance on this formidable foundation. Xiao Mohe's considerable influence in the Northwest stems not from his title as the Prince of Lingguo, but from his extensive service within the Northwest military for over a decade. Even Chief Minister Lan Yu has expressed, during a casual conversation with the emperor, his admiration for the Northwest, referring to it as a grand mountain. Given these circumstances, the position of the left commander of the Northwest Army, often referred to as the vanguard, is of paramount importance. Previously held by the venerable General Zhuge, his advancing age and declining health have created a power vacuum within the Northwest forces, sparking ambition among several right commanders who aspire to ascend. However, this role is of such significance that neither the emperor, chief minister, nor grand commander have yet made their positions known, and the stance of General Zhuge remains crucial. After all, he has presided over the Northwest military for over 20 years, and his endorsement would greatly enhance any candidate's chances. The Northwest Commandery is situated in Zhongdu, adjacent to the royal palace. An unremarkable carriage, swaying as it approached through the east gate, traversed the city with an air of indifference to the soldiers present, eventually coming to a gentle halt before the Northwest Commandery. An elderly man clad in deep blue attire emerged from the carriage, though he appeared to be in his 60s. His snow-white hair and beard suggested a venerable age, meticulously groomed, reflecting a life lived with integrity and precision. 5 generals, fully armored and armed, stood in disciplined formation at the entrance of the commandery, their eyes fixed on the old man as he disembarked, swallowing hard at the sight. Judging by their armor and insignia, it was clear they held the rank of high officials within the military. In the northwestern region, the number of high-ranking officials of the second tier is exceedingly rare. The only individuals who can be seen before the gates of the Northwestern Governor's office are the 5 right governors, the protector of the western regions, the governor of Shihe Prefecture, the governor of Zhongdu, the governor of Shanzhou, and the protector of Qinghe. 2 of these are protectors and 3 are governors, all holding the title of right governor, classified as second tier. How many individuals within the entire dynasty could command the presence of these 5 right governors simultaneously? The Grand Governor Wei Jin could be one, yet he is currently recuperating in Jincheng, Shuzhou, making his sudden appearance in the northwest improbable. The Taoist patriarch, surely, does not count. as he has resided above the Qian Palace and has not graced the mortal realm for nearly a decade. As for others, they are either too young or have already departed from this world. Counting carefully, only one remains, the current Prime Minister, Lan Yu. The elder strides directly towards the Northwestern Governor's office. The 5 right governors part to the sides, kneeling in unison to pay their respects. The humble minister pays homage to the Prime Minister. The Northwestern Governor's office, somewhat shrouded in shadow due to the nearby royal residence, feels dim. Upon crossing the main entrance, the Prime Minister halts, standing within the shadows and surveying his surroundings. Decades prior, he often resided here, in the company of the late emperor. The former Grand Governor Su Lin, the current Grand Governor Wei Jin, the King of Wei, Xiao Jin, and the present Left Governor of the Northwestern Army, Zhuge Gong. Alongside Min Xing, Lin Han, Han Xian, Duanmu Ruixing, Su Yan, and countless venerable officials of the Northwest. Su Lin was the first to pass away, followed closely by the late emperor, and subsequently, Min Xing and others have also gradually departed. An increasing number of venerable officials from the Northwest have vanished, and it is likely that Zhuge Gong cannot endure for much longer. A generation has aged. Lan Yu resumes his steps, his gait somewhat faltering, murmuring softly to himself. I have grown old. Chapter 53. The sorrowful autumn wind transforms the world. The various border armies of the dynasty, each led by different commanders, possess their own distinct demeanor. Take, for instance, the Central Army stationed in the imperial capital of the Central Plains. This is the old guard that once accompanied Emperor Xiao in conquering the world, representing the authentic continuation of the first generation of the Northwestern Army, and is renowned as the Emperor's personal army. Long accustomed to being in the presence of the Emperor and situated in the most esteemed location, the Central Army exudes an air of grandeur and holds the highest perspective. In contrast, the Northwestern Army, also a continuation of the first generation, inevitably bears the label of being of lesser status compared to the Emperor's personal army. While the Northwestern Army ranks first among the border forces, it remains overshadowed by the Emperor's personal army. Consequently, the entire Northwestern Army has been harboring a sense of indignation, resulting in a particularly rigorous approach to military discipline over the years, starkly contrasting with the demeanor of the Emperor's personal army. A great scholar once remarked that the Central Army, known as the Emperor's personal force, embodies the royal way, while the Northwestern Army, referred to as the vanguard, represents the hegemonic way. The ongoing military rivalry within the dynasty thus echoes the age-old debate between royal authority and hegemonic power. Zhuge Gong is not a harsh individual, but upon assuming command of the Northwestern Army, he cannot escape the necessity of implementing stringent measures. The Northwestern Governor's office, from within to without, emanates an aura of formidable weaponry, capable of chilling one to the bone even in the height of summer. Lan Yu walks slowly through this space, followed closely by the 5 right governors. They reach the threshold of a bedroom deep within the residence, where Lan Yu raises his hand, signaling those behind him to halt. He entered the room alone, pushing the door open. The interior was somewhat dim, and upon rounding a screen, he beheld an elderly man, frail and near the end of his days, reclining upon a bed. Upon hearing footsteps, the old man struggled to open his eyes, and a barely perceptible smile flickered across his withered visage. In a hoarse voice, he greeted, Mr. Lan. Lan Yu initially served as a military advisor to Emperor Xiao, and out of respect, the generals of that era referred to him as Mr. Even to this day. Some elder figures still adhere to this title. It has indeed been quite some time since he last encountered Mr. Lan. The bedridden elder continued, albeit with difficulty, pausing to catch his breath. The last time I saw Mr. Lan was in the 3rd year of Qingping. 20 years have elapsed, yet you remain unchanged. Lan Yu approached the bedside and softly remarked, I may remain the same, but you have grown exceedingly frail. The elderly man lying there was none other than Zhuge Gong, the left commander of the Northwest Army. Even during Emperor Zhao's rise to power, he belonged to the most venerable circle of leaders. Back in the day, when Xiao Yu commanded merely a few thousand troops and Lin Han was still following his brother-in-law as an aide, Zhuge Gong had already attained the rank of centurion. Had it not been for his limited circumstances, he would have long earned a title akin to that of Su Lin, a prince of a different surname. Zhuge Gong coughed a few times, his voice weak as he said, Aging is a natural process. Of the brothers who once fought for our cause, few remain. The great commander Su Lin was the first to depart, followed closely by the tumult of the 19th year of Taiping, which took Min Xing and Han Xiong with it. Since the new emperor ascended, the old comrades who had surrendered, such as Xiao Gongyu, Zhang Haijiu, Wei Huang, and Sun Ligong, have all passed one after another. The greatest loss has been Su Yan, who succumbed to illness before reaching 60. To put it bluntly, there are hardly any who have lived as long as I have. In comparison to those brothers who left us early, I have lived long enough. Lan Yu sighed softly. I have long advised you to spend some time in Jiangnan or Shuzhou, for it is a nurturing place, far superior to this harsh northern realm. It would be beneficial for your health, yet you stubbornly refused. Zhuge Gong turned his head southward, a slow smile gracing his lips as he replied, in my youth, I always yearned to journey south with His Majesty, to conquer the world beyond the passes. Yet now, in my old age, I no longer wish to venture south, nor do I desire to die in a foreign land. Lan Yu reached out to grasp Zhuge Gong's hand, now marked with age spots, and remained silent, lost in thought. Zhuge Gong cleared his throat with effort, yet his words remained somewhat indistinct. I once pondered that if the day came when we conquered the realm, I would not venture to the central plains, nor to Jiangnan, but return to the grasslands. 20 years ago, when I visited the imperial capital during our last meeting, I witnessed the young heir transform into the current emperor. Suddenly, a thought struck me. It is time to return to my roots. I have no idea where my ancestral home on the grasslands has relocated, so I shall remain here in the northwest. Zhuge Gong raised his gaze to the canopy above and squinted, declaring, I shall stay in the northwest, venturing nowhere else. Throughout my life, I have traveled from north to south, visiting Shuzhou and the imperial capital. That is sufficient for the southern lands. I should have journeyed alongside His Majesty in the first year of Qingping. Now, every moment I continue to live is a gain. Lan Yu sighed softly, shaking his head with a smile. Among the loyal ministers who rallied to the dragon in those days, you were the most unpretentious. Zhuge Gong turned to glance at this venerable old acquaintance, now a high-ranking official, and spoke in a measured tone. In my lifetime, there are few matters worthy of my concern. My descendants will find their own fortunes, and I shall not dwell on them. The only thing that troubles my mind is the Northwest Army. Today, when I share these heartfelt words with you, it is my hope that you, Mr. Lan, will safeguard this final threshold and ensure that the Northwest Army is entrusted to the right hands. Lan Yu inquired, whom do you favor? Zhuge Gong, a veteran general who had once witnessed the tumult of war, exhaled deeply. In this weather, just emerging from the oppressive heat, he seemed somewhat cold and murmured, in this era of peace, not only ordinary citizens and court officials, but even many valiant generals have never witnessed true grand battles, fierce and deadly confrontations. The situation in Jiangnan and the southern front is manageable, but the northwest is different. It borders the steppes. Should the forces from the grasslands choose to advance southward, this region will become the front line. Lin Han's temperament is well known to you, Mr. Lan. During the reign of the late emperor, things were tolerable, but since both the late emperor and the empress dowager have departed, no one commands his genuine respect anymore. With ambition akin to that of a wolf, war will inevitably break out along the northwest border within the next decade. Therefore, the new governor of the northwest must be knowledgeable about military affairs. Lacking prestige is unacceptable, and inept mediocrity is even worse. Looking across the court and beyond, there is only one candidate. At this point, Zhuge Gong hesitated for a moment before slowly continuing. Only the ailing tiger, Zhang Wubing, from those days. Lan Yu merely nodded, remaining silent. Zhuge Gong gradually closed his eyes, unable to conceal his weariness, and said, in the past, Zhang Wubing followed Han Xian and opposed you, Mr. Lan, and was expelled from the court by your own hand. I understand the predicament you face. Inviting him back would be akin to losing face. Yet, so many years have passed, and Zhang Wubing must have learned from his mistakes. For the sake of the court and the nation, I implore you, Mr. Lan. Suddenly, Lan Yu spoke softly. In a few days, write a memorial to be submitted. I shall instruct the cabinet to prepare the draft. Zhuge Gong was immediately invigorated. Opening his eyes and tremulously clasping his hands in salute towards Lan Yu, raising his voice slightly, Lord Rue, your noble intentions are commendable. Lan Yu shook his head and turned to exit. In early autumn, the cool winds began to rise, penetrating the air. Lan Yu clasped his hands behind his back, concealed within his sleeves. The mournful autumn breeze now ushered in a changed world. Chapter 54. The nameless swordsman slays the bandit. A significant upheaval that would impact the entire Northwest unfolded gradually within the brief exchange between the two elder statesmen. The transition of the region's most powerful local rulers signified that both the political sphere and the military would soon experience a seismic shift. If Zhang Wubing were truly to return to court and secure the position of left governor of the Northwest Army, it would likely render the efforts of Su Beiyu and his disciple fruitless. Little did Su Beiyu realize that just months prior, he had been a mere inconspicuous figure at the lowest echelons of the Northwest, and now, he had inadvertently become acquainted with a figure poised to become the new master of the region. Yet, there are two types of individuals in this world, those who define themselves by their actions, and those who define themselves by their associations. Su Beiyu was unwilling to be the second kind of person. He did not wish for the world to speak of him as this is Su Beiyu, the disciple of Gongsun Zhoumo. Instead, he preferred others to say, this is Gongsun Zhoumo, the master of Su Beiyu. In the first 30 years of his life, he observed the respect of a father from a son. In the latter 30 years, he witnessed the reverence of a son toward his father. While reading the Avatamsaka Sutra, Su Beiyu encountered a profound Buddhist verse. To become the dragons and elephants of all Buddhas, one must first be the horses and cattle of all sentient beings, which left a significant impression on him. At the time when Lan Yu arrived in Zhongdu, several noteworthy events transpired not far from the Xiulong grassland. Recently, due to a surge in travelers to Julu City, the grassland witnessed an influx of swift-moving horse bandits. These marauders dared not target the large merchant caravans backed by powerful patrons, but specifically preyed upon smaller, less protected trading groups, and even solitary warriors were not spared. Consequently, the grassland became littered with corpses. However, in recent days, these malevolent bandits faced retribution, as several groups of nearly 100 were mercilessly slaughtered by an unnamed swordsman wielding a single sword. Their severed heads were displayed on wooden stakes, prompting numerous merchants who had suffered at the hands of these bandits to express their admiration. Speculations arose regarding the identity of this avenger. Some claimed he was a high disciple of the Taoist sect, others referred to him as a lay disciple of the Buddhist order, while some insisted he was a scion from the Wei state. Yet, those with discerning eyes dismissed such rumors. Had he truly been a disciple of a prominent sect, he would not have acted so covertly. He would have revealed his name to seize a reputation for chivalry in Julu City, and with the aid of friends, he could have gained some notoriety over time. On a chilly autumn night, the cold of the grasslands cut through to the bone. In a sheltered spot on a small hillside, a flickering bonfire illuminated a gathering of over a dozen brooding, robust men who were feasting upon 2 roasted yellow sheep. Several horses were tethered nearby, devoid of carts or goods, making it clear that these individuals were not legitimate merchants, but rather bandits thriving on plunder. A figure, bearing a sword, appeared atop the high slope, coldly surveying the group below, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if he were observing a gathering of the deceased. Early autumn was a suitable season for killing. The wild grass had grown to a height that obscured bodies tossed within, leaving no trace. Moreover, these corpses would soon be consumed by the wolves emerging to scavenge, thus saving the effort of digging graves. The leader, gripping the hilt of his sword, raised his gaze to the swordsman on the slope and sneered. You are the infamous nameless swordsman who has been slaying horse bandits lately? Young man, every profession has its own rules. By breaking these rules, you have drawn the ire of those who have placed a bounty of 500 taels of gold on your head. Encountering us today is your misfortune. I mention this to ensure that, when you meet the king of hell, you do not remain a fool, so that in your next life, you may be a wise person. The young swordsman, his face obscured by a black scarf, remained silent, slowly drawing the sword from his back. Under the moonlight, the blade shimmered like rippling water. The 12 men, who appeared to be more than ordinary bandits, rose slowly, their massive blades glinting coldly with a sinister light in the moon's glow. They are collectively known as the 12 wolf thieves, not engaging in the common trade of burglary, but rather specializing in exorcising misfortune for a fee. This time, they accepted 500 taels of gold from an employer, lying in wait for the unruly nameless swordsman to come to his demise. The leader, nicknamed Wolf Head, fixed his cold, penetrating gaze on the nameless swordsman, neither careless nor overly concerned. Although this young man had slain numerous bandits, demonstrating some merit, Wolf Head remained skeptical of the youth's ability to escape their grasp. The nameless swordsman was none other than Su Beiyu, a disciple of the renowned Gongsun Zhoumo, who had previously assigned the unfortunate bandits as targets for his practice. While these bandits were elusive, they left no trace in their swift movements. Yet before Gongsun Zhoumo, concealment was futile. Upon being discovered, Su Beiyu would practice his swordsmanship on them. Although these marauders had not mastered formal martial arts and mostly hovered around the 5th and 6th ranks in strength, their skills were honed through relentless combat, exhibiting the fearless ferocity typical of the most ruthless. Their numbers and their ability to charge like a small cavalry unit made them ideal for Su Beiyu, who had yet to be steeped in bloodshed. It must be noted that before entering the 5th rank, the chaos of life and death battles was the most effective means of refining one's cultivation. In all his encounters with the bandits, Gongsun Zhoumo did not accompany him, merely providing a location for Su Beiyu to operate independently. Armed with only his sword, Su Beiyu ventured forth, sustaining numerous deep wounds, yet ultimately decapitating 87 bandits. The latent sword energy within his limbs and torso was largely absorbed through these encounters, leading him to glimpse the dawn of the 2nd rank. The 12 wolf thieves represented his final and most critical battle. Su Beiyu gripped his sword, Tianlan, advancing rather than retreating, striding forward boldly. Wolfhead and the other 11 thieves were momentarily taken aback. After their astonishment, they even scoffed in derision. This audacious young man dared to challenge 12? The 12 wolf thieves were no mere decorative pillows, each member above the 3rd rank. With Wolfhead himself having reached the 2nd rank, without genuine skill, one could not engage in the business of exorcising misfortune. With a glance, Wolfhead signaled, and the wolf claw and wolf tail surged forward, racing towards Su Beiyu. Just a few paces away, they raised their massive blades, resembling backward curved wolf fangs, and struck down fiercely. One was swift, the other ruthless. Su Beiyu deftly sidestepped, deflecting Wolf Claw's massive blade with a seemingly effortless stroke that sent Wolf Claw staggering back several paces. Following this, he struck down with the hilt of his sword, deflecting Wolf Tail's strike, and then delivered a powerful kick to Wolf Tail's chest, sending him flying. It was executed with precision and efficiency. Wolfhead's expression turned grave as he raised his hand. Including the slightly disheveled Wolf Claw and Wolf Tail, all the thieves raised their massive blades, fanning out like a peacock's tail around Wolfhead. Su Beiyu took a deep breath, having just stepped into the 2nd-tier realm. The prospect of confronting one adversary of the same rank alongside 11 3rd-tier opponents seemed to be the act of a reckless madman. Yet, as the saying goes, without madness, there can be no enlightenment. To attain the exalted status of a Buddha, revered by countless souls, one must possess the audacity to sacrifice one's life. Su Beiyu brandished his sword and advanced. The wolf leader squinted at the masked swordsman, a smirk tugging at his lips, before personally launching a downward strike. This blow appeared straightforward and unremarkable, yet in an instant, an aura of blade energy emerged, unparalleled in sharpness. This was the wolf leader's signature technique, the illusory blade art, which had led many unsuspecting opponents of the same realm to their downfall. Su Beiyu remained unperturbed, extending his sword with a serene and balanced demeanor, resolute against the chaotic fluctuations of reality. This was the 5th sword, unmoving. At its pinnacle, the sword could manifest as a towering mountain. As the blades clashed, a resounding reverberation echoed, and a fierce wind swept outward, causing the surrounding grass to bow and retreat, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 55. The 12 wolf thieves display their heads with a vigorous shake of his long sword. Su Beiyu deflected the massive blade, stepping forward to confront the wolf leader nearly face to face. He unleashed a fierce sword energy from his palm, intent on shattering the heart of the notorious bandit chief. However, this leader of the marauders was not easily bested. He retaliated without hesitation, launching a punch that clearly signaled his willingness to trade injury for injury, life for life. Su Beiyu, unwilling to engage in such reckless exchange, redirected his palm to strike the back of the wolf leader's hand, leaving a wound in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf leader retreated with his blade, while the 11 other thieves refused to grant Su Beiyu the chance to engage in one-on-one combat, simultaneously descending upon him with their massive blades. Su Beiyu skillfully parried one strike, effortlessly darting through the opening like a startled swan, gracefully evading the encirclement of the 11 marauders. The wolf leader's expression darkened with rage as he barked, "Form a formation." Initially, he had felt a sense of amusement at the sight of the lone swordsman, but after their exchange, his amusement was replaced by seething frustration. As the proud leader of the 12 wolf thieves, he had never been in such a disheveled state. The 12 marauders raised their gigantic blades and charged towards Su Beiyu. Though he could not match the remarkable reach of Gongsun Zhongmo's sword energy, which could stretch over dozens of yards, he wielded the Tianlan sword, capable of pushing back an opponent with just 3 feet of sword energy. Relying on his superior cultivation in the Dragon Tiger Dan realm, Su Beiyu's aura far surpassed that of his peers. He wielded his sword with abandon, not fixated on killing, but rather honing his martial skills. As the 12 marauders moved in unison, their formations sought to trap Su Beiyu's escape routes. Yet he remained unfazed, moving with an ethereal grace amidst the relentless onslaught of the massive blades, as if a master painter wielding ink, demonstrating no hint of constraint, only a sense of unrestrained artistry. The wolf leader's countenance grew increasingly grim. He could only wonder from whence this anomaly had emerged. The realm exists merely as a threshold between the 3rd and 2nd tiers. However, the profundity of the internal energy within exceeds that of my own, who has already ascended to the 2nd tier, even rivaling the 1st tier. Moreover, the swordsmanship displayed is extraordinarily exquisite, unmistakably a pinnacle of celestial swordplay. Had it not been for my extensive combat experience, I might have perished at the hands of this swordsman during our initial encounter. Suppressing the surge of astonishment and fury within, the wolf leader felt no fear. After all, this youth had yet to reach the second tier. Even if he did attain that level, facing one second-tier opponent alongside 11 third-tier adversaries would surely lead to his demise. The wolf leader held immense confidence in the combined assault of his 12 brothers. In years past, they had successfully dragged 2 second-tier masters to their deaths on the prairie, thereby gaining a significant reputation and establishing their presence in this vast land. Frustrated, the wolf leader exhaled heavily, gritting his teeth. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Wear him down to nothing. I shall see if this young man truly possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Whoever can sever his head shall receive my newly acquired wife as a reward, to indulge in as they please. The onslaught of the wolf bandits intensified, their blades intertwining to form a vast net that ensnared Su Beiyu. With an impassive demeanor, Su Beiyu navigated through the melee with Sword 7, then wielded Sword 6 to command Tianlan, which he released in an instant, guided by his energy, and executed a spinning slash that clashed successively with the 12 massive blades, producing a series of resonating metallic sounds. The wolf bandits, lacking the prowess of the scion of the Lingwu Duke, Xiao Shilu, who had cultivated the Xiao family's martial arts to the first tier, found themselves at a disadvantage as they attempted to parry the flying Tianlan. Their hands went numb from the force of Su Beiyu's released sword, exchanging glances of bewilderment. The wolf leader, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "A flying sword?" Su Beiyu remained expressionless, seemingly untouched by Tianlan as he sent his long sword flying once more, aimed directly at the wolf leader's heart. The wolf leader snorted coldly. His internal energy surged like a spring, augmenting his strength in an instant. A brilliant light erupted from the tip of his blade. The renowned wolf bandit leader, known for his ferocity, flexed his arms, using the back of his blade to deflect the approaching sword. In that seamless motion, he executed a counterattack, descending with his blade in one fluid motion, an embodiment of the true art of life and death combat. Just as he was about to pierce the swordsman's chest, an instinctive caution surged within the wolf leader. Without hesitation, he spun around, delivering a powerful strike that carved 2 deep grooves into the ground, barely intercepting the flying sword that sought to claim a life. Now in an advantageous position, the wolf leader was reluctant to exchange blows, having narrowly escaped disaster. He felt a swell of frustration and anger, retaliating with another fierce slash, his form rolling like a spinning blade, the glimmer of his knife dazzlingly bright. The flying sword danced and twirled, continuously clashing with the massive blades, in stark contrast to the wrathful wolf leader, who was consumed by fury. Su Beiyu maintained an air of tranquility, exuding a sense of leisurely elegance. Mastering Sword 6, he harmonized his movements, with a mere wave of his hand. He guided the flying sword with precision, advancing and retreating with purpose, already displaying the burgeoning demeanor of a true master. Gongsun Zhongmo had once wielded Sword 13, slicing through the tumultuous sands that obscured the heavens and earth, revealing the resplendent moon hidden behind the dark clouds. After Tianlan clashed 3 times with the formidable blade wielded by the wolf leader, Su Beiyu finally ceased to manipulate his sword with mere energy and extended his hand to catch Tianlan. In that moment, the sword's aura surged within him, cascading forth like a mighty river, manifesting a nascent form of the 13th sword technique. This strike reached the realm of the first grade. The wolf leader was utterly astounded, unable to fathom how a mere second-grade youth could unleash such a powerful blow. Straining with all his might, he raised the massive blade to block, but it shattered into pieces in an instant. With a desperate push, the wolf leader leaped back amidst his 11 companions, howling ferociously, "Kill them!" The 11 thieves, previously hesitant due to the fear of collateral damage during the fierce duel, surged forward with their blades. As they approached Su Beiyu, who remained 10 paces away, they simultaneously swung their weapons. Su Beiyu, embodying the essence of the second-grade sword art, drew a perfect circle, deflecting 5 blows while colliding with the remaining 5. Yet, one final strike managed to graze his shoulder. The wolf claw, who delivered that blow, felt a fleeting joy and was about to exert force to sever the young swordsman's arm when he met Su Beiyu's cold, indifferent gaze. In an instant, Su Beiyu's arm pierced through his chest. The wolf claw collapsed backward, powerless. Su Beiyu shook the blood from his left hand, now wielding his sword with both hands, and charged directly toward the already severely wounded wolf leader. The wolf eyes and wolf waist attempted to block his path, but he cleaved through both man and weapon with a single stroke, sending thick blood spraying into the air. The wolf leader, with no retreat left, wore a mad and savage expression, choosing to advance recklessly towards Su Beiyu, intent on taking them both down. Simultaneously, the remaining 9 thieves also drew their blades. Su Beiyu remained unfazed, impaling the wolf leader through the skull with his sword, then expressionlessly sidestepped to block 2 strikes with a resounding clash of metal. Leaping lightly, he stood atop the blades, delivering another horizontal strike that sent 2 heads soaring into the sky. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 6 out of the 12 thieves fell, including the second-grade leader. Upon the wolf leader's demise, the remaining 6 were gripped by terror, fleeing without hesitation. A cruel smile crept across Su Beiyu's lips as he began his pursuit. After a brief half-hour, all 12 thieves lay slain. Su Beiyu, drenched in blood, bore a half-man-high wooden stake upon his shoulder, with Tianlan in his left hand and a string of severed heads in his right, resembling a gruesome display of oversized blood-soaked candied fruit. The earliest victims had dried blood and contorted faces, while those who died slightly later still bore drops of blood, their features eerily lifelike. Throughout the ordeal, Su Beiyu exchanged not a single word with the notorious bandits. Upon reaching the summit of the hill, he drove the wooden stake into the ground and hung the grisly trophies from it, turning away with his sword in hand. Chapter 56. The path of roots and talent descending from the hillside. The campfire ignited by the 12 thieves still flickered, and near the fire lay a relatively intact yellow sheep, still warm. Su Beiyu discarded his blood-stained outer robe into the flames and sliced a piece of tender meat from the sheep's neck, savoring it slowly. Killing 3 individuals at the second-tier realm and 1 at the first-tier realm was the objective set by Gongsun Zhongmo for Su Beiyu. Until this goal is achieved, Su Beiyu cannot return to Gongsun Zhongmo's side. Su Beiyu had once heard of the monthly assessments, annual examinations, and the 3-year grand examination in the Taoist sect. Given that the sword sect shares the same roots and origins with the Taoist tradition, it seemed that this moment marked his inaugural monthly assessment. Though he was unaware of the consequences of failing the assessment, he was certain they would not be trivial. Thus, Su Beiyu dared not afford even the slightest negligence. The battle against the 12 wolf bandits was pivotal. Following this confrontation, Su Beiyu would manage to channel the dormant sword energy within him into the lower dantian. And with time, he could transcend the threshold of the second-tier realm, evolving into an authentic second-tier master. The second-tier inner guards who had besieged Chonglong Temple were merely at that level. After departing from this place, Su Beiyu continued his journey on foot towards Julu City. The prairie was rife with bandits, akin to locusts, and only as he approached Julu City would their numbers swiftly dwindle. According to a geographical record left by his master, Su Beiyu was still 200 miles away from Julu City, requiring a few more days to enter its territory. His current location was precisely where the bandit threat was most rampant. As he journeyed, Su Beiyu diligently practiced the still immature Sword 13. Yet he could not grasp the essence of Sword 14. Occasionally, he would don the guise of an unnamed swordsman, wielding his sword to slay bandits, hanging their severed heads as grim trophies. Thus, he traversed a path drenched in blood. On this particular day, the autumn sun blazed fiercely, and had it not been for the presence of the Longhu Hill, merely walking under its rays would have been an immense torment. Su Beiyu treated it as a form of ascetic practice, remaining undeterred as he walked, silently cultivating his Longhu energy, exhaling 24 times, inhaling 36, and nurturing his vital essence 12 times. His master once remarked that the talents of individuals can be broadly classified into 5 tiers. The first tier is that of the transcendent immortal, born extraordinary, possessing innate wisdom, with both character and foundation of the utmost caliber. With an unparalleled memory and the ability to learn without a teacher, they are destined for ascension and eternal life. Those in this category include the current Taoist sect leader, the former peak master Tian Shun of Kaiyang Peak, the deceased leader of the White Lotus sect, the previous sect master of the Sword sect, Shangwan Xianxian, Prince Wei, Xiao Jin, and the founder of the later Jin dynasty, Wanyan Beiwei. The second tier encompasses those of celestial human stature, whose foundations may not rival the transcendent immortals, but possess extraordinary comprehension. They may achieve harmony with celestial beings and aspire to become earth immortals in their lifetime. If they encounter wise mentors and acquire the rightful teachings, they too may ascend to eternal life. The previous Taoist sect leader, Zi Chun, was a distinguished figure within this tier, having already attained enlightenment and ascended. Others such as Gongsun Zhongmo, Emperor Xiao Yu, the Chancellor Lan Yu, and the foremost demon on the Demon Suppression Hall leaderboard, Qing Chun, also belong to this category. The third tier consists of entities of the true human stature, lacking the brilliance of the preceding 2 tiers. Their foundations and comprehension are merely average. If they lack significant opportunities, they will likely remain stagnant at the human immortal realm in this lifetime. However, should they encounter extraordinary circumstances, They might cross the threshold between humanity and immortality, stepping into the carefree realm of earth immortals. Yet, without immense fortune, they are destined for dissolution or reincarnation, much like the judges and Meng Su Beiyu had previously encountered. The fourth category embodies the essence of mediocrity, drifting aimlessly, lacking self-awareness, with a heart clouded by dust. The first rank represents the pinnacle of existence. Should fortune favor them, they might inadvertently step into the realm of ghostly immortals, becoming practitioners. Yet they cannot truly be deemed cultivators of the Tao. Even when confronted with extraordinary opportunities, they struggle to seize them. As for the final category, they are regarded as failures in the eyes of the Taoist sages, their meridians obstructed, incapable of mastering martial arts. Their journey on the path of cultivation is abruptly halted before it even begins, rendering them unable to discover the way throughout their lives. Even if they fortuitously acquire the art of cultivation and diligently practice, they may never transcend the threshold of the second rank. Su Beiyu once inquired of his master regarding his own qualifications, but Gongsun Zhongmo refrained from providing a direct answer, merely stating that he possessed the enlightenment of a celestial being, the innate qualities of a true sage, yet bore the temperament of a fallen immortal. Leaving the question of his rank shrouded in ambiguity, Su Beiyu gazed skyward, pondering aloud, to live freely for a lifetime or to attain immortality. At that moment, a voice interjected, cultivating the Tao without the promise of longevity is ultimately a futile endeavor. Su Beiyu abruptly turned, encountering an elderly Taoist clad in a pale blue robe standing behind him. Although the robe did not belong to the style of the Demon Suppression Hall, he appeared to be an unregistered itinerant Taoist. However, Su Beiyu remained cautious, for the ability of this individual to appear silently at his side indicated he was no ordinary practitioner, especially in such a perilous place as the grasslands. The old man, hands clasped behind his back, chuckled lightly. "Youngster, you practice both alchemy and swordsmanship. Are you a disciple of the Taoist sect or the sword sect?" Though Su Beiyu felt a tempest of emotions stirred within it being seen through, he maintained a calm demeanor and remained silent. The old man, with white hair and beard, wore a somewhat faded blue robe, yet it remained untouched by dust. As his garments fluttered, an aura of ethereal grace surrounded him. Noticing Su Beiyu's reluctance to speak, he did not press further, instead continuing, "I have traversed the world after leaving the Taoist sect, seeking a few young friends on the USI plane. Passing through this area, I observed you operating the Qi mechanism with the techniques of the dragon and tiger alchemy, which differ somewhat from the orthodox teachings of the Taoist sect, exhibiting elements of the sword sect's mysterious methods. Thus, I inquired, if I have overstepped, please regard me merely as an old man who has overstayed his welcome. And do not take offense." Su Beiyu gradually responded, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" The old man shook his head with a smile. "After wandering this world for 60 years, I have long forgotten my original name. If you must know, you may call me the Blue Taoist." Su Beiyu respectfully bowed. "I am honored to meet you, Blue Senior." The Blue Taoist smiled and said, "Our meeting is fated. Young man, if you do not fear my potential to mislead, would you allow me to share some insights on cultivation?" Su Beiyu earnestly replied, "I humbly request your guidance." Blue Senior, the Blue Taoist continued, "Young man, you have established a foundation in the Taoist dragon and tiger alchemy while cultivating the external sword techniques of the sword sect, achieving a harmonious balance of inner and outer realms, subtly aligning with the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, a remarkable spectacle indeed. Furthermore, by honing your sword intent through combat, you are preparing for the subsequent practice of the 4-9 white gold sword Qi, a methodical and gradual approach, indicative of having a distinguished teacher to guide you." The Taoist priest, well-versed in the secret techniques of the sword sect, spoke of the 4-9 white gold sword Qi with great familiarity, something Su Beiyu had never heard mentioned by his master. Nevertheless, the first half of the Taoist statement resonated deeply, prompting Su Beiyu to nod in acknowledgement, saying, "Your insights are indeed profound, esteemed elder." The old man tempered his mirth and continued, "The 4-9 white gold sword Qi is the very foundation of the sword sect's cultivation. Fierce and unyielding, it is utterly invincible. When combined with the techniques of the dragon and tiger alchemy, it becomes like adding fuel to a fire, enhancing its ferocity by threefold. However, one must remember that excessive rigidity leads to fragility. While it may prevail before attaining the earth immortal realm, transcending to achieve longevity is a formidable challenge." Su Beiyu shook his head, replying, "The path to longevity and enlightenment you speak of feels exceedingly distant for me." The Taoist, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "Whether to speak or not is my concern, whether to listen is yours. Our fates diverge here. Allow me to impart some parting words. To escape the peril of excessive rigidity, I see two paths, the Great Way and the Lesser Way. The Great Way entails perfecting the sword path to its utmost, achieving harmony between yin and yang, as the founding masters of the sword sect once did. This path is arduous and requires great fortune, determination, and innate talent. The Lesser Way, however, is simpler. Find a woman adept in nurturing feminine techniques for mutual cultivation. While it may not address the root of the issue, it can serve as a temporary remedy. Su Beiyu was left speechless, taken aback. The old man smiled, turned, and soon vanished from his sight. A woman spouse? Dao partner? Su Beiyu shook his head, exhaling a long breath as he continued his journey northeastward. Chapter 57. Autumn winds and autumn rains are deadly. After bidding farewell to Su Beiyu, the Taoist traveled north, bypassing the city of Jiulu and traversing the entirety of the Xiaolong grassland in a matter of mere hours, reaching the heart of the vast plains, the Wisuan. This marked the transition from the earth immortal realm. As one travels from the sea at dawn to the lofty peaks at dusk, the ends of the earth feel but a stone's throw away. Were Su Beiyu to walk this distance, even with tireless effort, covering 100 miles a day, it would take him over a month to cross the Xiaolong grassland. At the center of Wisuan stood the royal tent of the grassland king, where the Khan Lin Han resided, alongside the visiting Murong Xianin. Thousands of miles away in Jiulu City, the architecture was meticulously arranged, with strict hierarchies and intricate regulations that one could not dare to transgress. At the very heart of the city lay the former lord's residence, now the Duke of Lingwu's palace. This residence was incomparable to that of the duke's estate in Dunhuang. Despite being officially a duke's abode, due to its remote location from the emperor, it occupied an entire block, rivaling some princely residences in the imperial capital. It was a grand edifice, a sight to behold, second only to the imperial palace, the central palace, and the estate of the Wei prince. In the southeast corner of the Duke of Lingwu's palace stood a lofty watchtower, 30 zhang in height, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. Within this tower, two individuals knelt facing each other. One individual exudes an aura of cold elegance, adorned in a resplendent palace gown. Her demeanor is regal, yet her expression remains indifferent. As she kneels, she showcases her alluring form with exquisite grace, tempting yet not licentious, suggesting she hails from a noble lineage. Perhaps a wealthy lady emerging from a court steeped in opulence. The other figure, clad in a somber black python robe and crowned with a diadem embellished with 6 eastern pearls, wears a jade belt at his waist. Time has stolen the youth from this elder, but it has also bestowed upon him an air of dignified authority. He is none other than the current lord of Lingwu County, Xiao Mo. The woman carries an air of haughty disdain, unyielding even in the presence of the formidable Lingwu County lord, and coldly states, Xiao Mo. This trade in Jiulu City has been sanctioned by both the master of the teachings and His Majesty the Emperor, entrusted to you for oversight. Even the esteemed palace master is merely there to offer guidance. Thus the weight of responsibility rests heavily upon your shoulders. Should you falter in this endeavor, it is likely that the title of county lord you bear will no longer be tenable. Addressed so directly, Xiao Mo remains unfazed, smiling as he replies, His Majesty does not disdain the frailty of this old man, entrusting me with such a significant responsibility. I shall endeavor to repay His Majesty's trust, even if it costs me my very life. This matter is of no concern to you, fair maiden. The woman scoffs lightly. In that case, let me be explicit. Gongsun Zhongmo must die. As for how my demon suppression palace intends to execute this, it is not for you to inquire. However, should any misstep occur on your watch, do not fault the palace master for being ruthless. Even if you are the Lingwu County lord, you will be regarded as a remnant of the Jian sect and dealt with accordingly. Faced with such blatant threats, Xiao Mo remains composed, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. Ah, the palace master of the demon suppression palace. What a grand title. The world may liken you to the master of the teachings, yet are you truly so blind to your own folly? Has the recent glory clouded your judgment? Or do you genuinely believe yourselves to be significant? To claim my life in such a manner is a bold statement. Neither the palace master nor the master of the teachings would dare utter such words. After all, I still carry the Shao surname, and only the current emperor, who shares my name, possesses the authority to decree my fate. The woman's expression darkens, and after a moment of silence, she remarks with heavy emphasis, What a splendid Lingwu County lord. Truly unyielding. I hope that your highness may continue to embody such fortitude. Xiao Mo gazes calmly at her and smiles. If you wish to eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo, then proceed with your plans. Although I share some acquaintance with him, we are not bound by ties of life and death. Therefore, I shall remain an observer. Whether you succeed or not will depend on your methods. Allow me to impart a piece of advice. Rather than wasting energy on me, it would be wiser to contemplate how to bring down Gongsun Zhoumo. He is not a mere fish in a pond for you to manipulate at will, but rather a dragon in the river, one misstep. And both you and your vessel could find yourselves at the bottom of the depths. The woman retorts coldly, the Jin sect has been annihilated. What great waves can a mere stray dog like Gongsun Zhoumo possibly stir? Xiaomo suddenly erupted into laughter, a raucous and unrestrained sound. It is true that the sword sect has fallen, but it was not your demon suppression hall that brought about its demise. Shangguan Xianxin perished at the hands of heavenly retribution. The sword Qi Lingkong Hall was destroyed by the Sword Peak's master, Xiao Shun. And the great sword slave met his end at the hands of the master of Tianji Peak. The sword tomb, the Isle of Buried Swords, and the 36 islands including Baiyu Island were seized by the master of Yuhing Peak. What connection do any of these events have with your demon suppression hall? Over the years, aside from hunting down the remnants of the sword sect, what accomplishments can your hall truly boast? Xiaomo chuckled, speaking of which, there is indeed one noteworthy event. The Battle of Huoyao Mountain, where the great sage Qingqin nearly annihilated half of the demon suppression hall single-handedly. The lessons of the past lie before us. The woman abruptly raised her head, meeting the gaze of the prince of Lingwu County, and spoke slowly. Are you provoking the demon suppression hall? Who do you think you are? Qingqin, or Gongsun Zhoumo? Indeed, there are those who can disregard the demon suppression hall, but you, Xiaomo, are certainly not among them. Xiaomo replied calmly. In truth, you and I are merely pawns, much like pieces on a chessboard. Some pieces carry more weight than others. A formidable chariot is indeed more valuable than a pawn that cannot turn back. Yet if it is to protect the king, even a chariot may be sacrificed. The woman's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Xiaomo replied matter-of-factly. Consider this a warning. Jilu City is a chessboard. Though Gongsun Zhoumo has but a single king remaining, it is a king that does not adhere to the rules, unrestricted by the confines of the 9 palaces. It will not be so simple to slay him. Moreover, your demon suppression hall has very few pieces left on the board. There is a long-standing rule of chess where kings do not confront one another directly. Ultimately, it is still the king that can balance the king. The wheel king acts recklessly, and the lessons of the past are evident. Do not become that pawn that cannot turn back. The woman fell silent for a long while, not uttering a word. Xiaomo turned his gaze to the outside, where the sky was now shrouded in dense clouds, heralding an impending storm. He sighed softly. What a splendid autumn rain. The woman suddenly inquired, where's Gongsun Zhoumo? Xiaomo pointed downwards and whispered, he is within this city. As the autumn wind blew, it carried with it the chilling raindrops, and the long-awaited cold rain finally fell from the heavens. Delicate droplets struck the eaves, the green tiles, the streets, and the stone walls, splashing countless fine sprays, enveloping the entire Jilu city in a veil of white mist. The originally dust-covered bluestone streets revealed their true, deep blue hue after being moistened by the rain. An old man, shouldering a sword box, walked along the damp streets, holding an already yellowed, oiled paper umbrella, his pace unhurried. The autumn rain was far less fierce than the summer storms. It merely produced a rustling sound against the umbrella, akin to autumn winds stirring dry leaves. He suddenly halted, extending his hand to catch a few raindrops, feeling their refreshing chill in his palm. With a blank expression, he muttered to himself, autumn winds and autumn rains are indeed lethal. Chapter 58. Celestial beings clash. Mortals flee since the day Gongsun Zhoumo set foot in Jilu City. This autumn rain has persisted for 3 days, and judging by its momentum, it shows no signs of abating. In just 3 days, Su Beiyu traversed over 200 li, slaying 32 bandits, including 2 leaders of the 3rd rank. His journey was neither rushed nor slow, aside from dealing with the bandits. Su Beiyu devoted much of his energy to the sword 13. At this stage, eliminating these ordinary bandits held little benefit for his own swordsmanship. He merely hoped that those who had hired the 12 wolves would engage another wave of assassins, as such easy targets were precisely what he desired. As night fell, the autumn rain intensified, making the already cold grasslands even more chilling. Su Beiyu, carrying Tianlan, trudged through the dark expanse, his clothes soaked by the icy rain. Fortunately, the energy within him provided some support, sparing him from severe discomfort. A common person would likely succumb to the cold after a night in such weather. After walking for most of the night, he finally spotted distant flickers of firelight. Approaching, he discovered a few merchants who had hastily erected a shelter from the rain, gathered around a fire for warmth. Upon seeing the lone Su Beiyu, the merchants exhibited a hint of wariness. Yet they did not regard the young man as a significant threat. Su Beiyu shook off the water from his drenched sleeves, creating tiny splashes, and produced a small handful of loose silver. Gentlemen, he said, I am but a traveler seeking refuge from the rain and a chance to dry my clothes. Might I impose upon you for a moment? The lead merchant glanced at the silver in Su Beiyu's hand, pondered briefly, then nodded. With a smile, Su Beiyu tossed the coins into the merchant's palm and entered the shelter, settling into a corner. The presence of silver brought smiles to the merchants' faces, prompting them to extend simple acts of kindness. A lean man handed him a flask, saying, "Young brother, you must be soaked. Have a sip to warm yourself." According to the wisdom of seasoned travelers, one should never drink unfamiliar spirits outside. However, Su Beiyu accepted the flask without hesitation, took a hearty swig, and returned it with a grateful smile. His trusting demeanor evidently won the favor of the other merchants. The leading merchant introduced himself. "I am Zhang Suong, a trader from the Shan prefecture. We are but a band of itinerant merchants. Young brother, do remove your wet clothes. I have an outer robe you may wear." Being among men, Su Beiyu felt no need for modesty. He removed his soaked garments, leaving only his trousers, and donned Zhang Suong's robe. After draping his wet clothes over the fire, the merchants resumed their previous conversation. The lean man took a swig of his drink and remarked, "This nameless swordsman truly is a figure of note. I've heard he has already dispatched over 100 bandits. Rumor has it that several prominent bandits have spread word of hiring the 12 wolves to claim the head of this swordsman." As he spoke of the 12 wolves, the lean man raised his voice slightly, adopting a tone reminiscent of a storyteller in a tavern. Who exactly are these 12 wolves? In the vast expanse of the Xiongxing Xiulong grassland, countless lives have been claimed by the ruthless and malevolent wolves that roam its territory. Over the past few years, many skilled warriors have fallen victim to these marauding bandits. For instance, a couple of chivalrous heroes from the Central Plains, both formidable in their second-tier prowess, encountered the notorious 12 wolf thieves and ultimately met their tragic fate at their hands. The woman, in particular, endured unspeakable torment, stripped of her garments and subjected to the cruel machinations of 12 burly men before meeting a gruesome end. The scene was truly heart-wrenching. Zhang Suong nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I have indeed heard whispers of this tale. So, it seems the nameless swordsman was slain by the 12 wolf thieves?" The lean man slapped his thigh in excitement, replying, "Indeed, he was slain, but not by the 12 wolf thieves. Rather, it was the nameless swordsman who vanquished them, leaving 12 severed heads strung together on a stake, each pair of eyes eternally wide with disbelief." Several merchants, unfamiliar with this account, exchanged skeptical glances, clearly incredulous that the infamous 12 wolf thieves could be so easily dispatched. One could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Is that truly the case? Was the nameless swordsman really that formidable?" The lean man, growing increasingly animated, exclaimed, "How could it be false? Just 2 days ago, witnesses confirmed the gruesome sight. 12 heads, the signature weapons of the 12 wolf thieves, and 12 horses, all present and accounted for. Who else could it have been if not the 12 wolf thieves?" Zhang Suheng's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "If that is indeed so, then the nameless swordsman must be quite the remarkable figure, perhaps even a first-tier master. Eliminating a scourge from the Xiongxing Xiulong grassland is undoubtedly a commendable deed." Suddenly, Su Beiyu interjected, "You gentlemen appear to have just emerged from the bustling city of Julu, where the grand market event is currently underway. Why, then, have you chosen to depart so early?" Zhang Suong exchanged a glance with the lean man, both wearing wry smiles. To be candid, the atmosphere in Julu is tumultuous, with eminent figures converging from all directions. It is truly no place for mere small fry like us. Even if we were to procure wealth, we must possess the means to enjoy it, mustn't we? Young brother, if you wish to visit Julu, heed my counsel and turn back while you still can." Su Beiyu, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Suong slowly elucidated, "You are aware of the rumors surrounding the arrival of a great master from the Taoist sect at this market event, are you not?" Su Beiyu nodded in affirmation. Zhang Suong continued, "The rumors hold truth. Indeed, a great master has graced Julu, and remarkably, it is none other than the master of the Taoist sect's Demon Suppression Hall. In my years of travel, I have encountered tales of the Demon Suppression Hall, which is comparable to our own court's shadow guard. Just imagine the stature of the master of such a hall." Pausing for effect, Zhang Suong lowered his voice slightly. "However, if it were merely this master, it might not be such a significant concern, for celestial beings seldom trouble us mere mortals. Yet, curiously, a notorious figure has also appeared, embodying the adage that when celestial beings clash, it is the common folk who suffer. Should these two engage in conflict, we small fry would surely have to flee post-haste to avoid being caught in the crossfire." Observing the expressions of the others, it was evident they grasped the gravity of the situation, while Su Beiyu pressed on, What sort of fiend would dare to confront a great master from the Taoist sect? Zhang Suing murmured. It wasn't exactly a confrontation with the Lord of the Demon Suppression Palace, but rather an encounter with a Taoist master known as the Eastern Ghost Emperor. This Eastern Ghost Emperor is indeed a celestial being, capable of traversing the heavens and summoning storms. As for that demon, I believe his name is Gongsun Zhoumo, who appears to be some sort of sect leader. The clash between him and the Eastern Ghost Emperor was so fierce that it was as if the very heavens were darkened. With a mere wave of his hand, the raindrops transformed into swords. For every raindrop, there was a sword. That magnificent spectacle is forever etched in my memory. As it nearly turned the Eastern Ghost Emperor into a sieve, the lean man chimed in. Indeed, those countless swords fell like rain. Su Beiyu maintained a serene expression and gently inquired, and then what happened? Zhang Suing could hardly conceal his sense of wonder as he replied. What followed was truly a celestial dialogue. A voice from beyond the skies resonated, clear enough for the entire city to hear. If I am not mistaken, the speaker must have been that lord of the Demon Suppression Palace. They agreed to determine a victor in 3 days, which is precisely why we ordinary folk must distance ourselves from this place of turmoil. He instinctively glanced at the young man, only to catch him bowing his head. Zhang Suing withdrew his gaze with a sigh, lamenting that divine beings do not engage in their battles for just anyone to witness. The lean man asked, by the way, who is Gongsun Zhoumo that he can contend with that dark-robed leader? Zhang Suing hesitated, uncertain, and remarked, since he is a demon, he is likely from the later sects. As I have heard, there are many demons from that side. Su Beiyu raised his head, his expression inscrutable, and softly stated, he is the leader of the Sword sect. Zhang Suing was taken aback and responded, but the Sword sect has perished, has it not? Su Beiyu sighed deeply. Indeed, the Sword sect is no more. What remains are merely its remnants. Chapter 59. The umbrella as a sword. The lean man, who had only recently embraced the Tao, scoffed upon hearing this. If they are merely remnants, what claim do they have to the title of leader? How utterly ridiculous. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt an unsettling gaze upon him. Glancing sideways, he noticed the young man staring intently, his eyes sharp as blades. Under this piercing scrutiny, the lean man found himself swallowing the latter part of his sentence. Observing the young man's stiff demeanor, Zhang Suing sensed a shift in the atmosphere and hastily changed the subject. You know, being a man, especially in middle age, is no easy feat. With aging parents above and a wife and children below, the weight of the family rests heavily upon our shoulders. If it weren't for this burden, who would willingly risk their necks for this livelihood? To be honest, I haven't returned home in over half a year, and I wonder if my son still recognizes me. Su Beiyu replied calmly, indeed, it is no easy task. A woman seeks stability. A man can offer her that stability but cannot secure it for himself. A lifetime of toil and struggle. My master is a prime example. Zhang Suing asked, how is your master faring these days? Su Beiyu softly answered, my master has gone to Jilu City. I am on my way to find him. Zhang Suing took a swig from the wine jug and spoke in a somewhat somber tone. Once this business is concluded, I shall return home. He extended a hand, gesturing to indicate a height, and the previously stern expression on his face softened in an instant as he remarked, my son must be this tall now. Su Beiyu replied, I am born of the earth, unaware of my parents, with only 2 kin, one who raised me, my mentor, and the other who imparted my skills. My master is currently in Jilu City, and as a disciple, I have no reason to refrain from visiting. Zhang Suing slowly spoke, in my youth, I encountered a wandering sage who imparted many truths to me. He stated that there are 2 paramount concepts in this world, rules and principles. There are no rules that lack reason, nor principles that disregard rules. Su Beiyu nodded, affirming the wisdom of this statement. The two fell into a contemplative silence. As dawn broke, the rain began to lessen. Su Beiyu donned his clothing, secured the Tianlan's sword upon his back, bid farewell to the merchants, and continued his journey to Jilu City. Yi Zue, a name that seemed peculiar, hailed from the esteemed Yi family. His own cultivation was unremarkable among the many stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall, preventing him from engaging in significant matters, yet he was not entirely an outsider. Since joining the hall 5 years prior, his lineage as a Yi family scion afforded him a degree of favor, allowing him to gain the goodwill of several influential stewards. Despite the fact that the headmaster had never spoken directly to him, provided the right circumstances arise, Yi Zue could swiftly ascend within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Hall. Yi Zue was not one to take pride in his status. He maintained a decent rapport within the hall and preferred to lower his stature to cultivate friendships with disciples from outside the hall. He was among the few stewards with a commendable reputation. During the harrowing battle in Jilu City, he found himself present but merely observed from a tavern, refraining from revealing his identity. After all, Engaging with a formidable master like Gongsun Zhongmo was far beyond his capabilities, even those at the first-grade realm. Let alone the ghostly immortal realm, would not dare interfere, and he could only watch from a distance. Having witnessed Gongsun Zhongmo wielding the rain as a sword, Yizue's eyes were opened wide. Although the Taoist sect was not devoid of powerful individuals at the Earth Immortal realm, these great masters seldom intervened directly. Imagining the spectacle of an Earth Immortal's prowess through mere words was a stark contrast to experiencing it firsthand. After observing the clash between Gongsun Zhongmo and the Eastern Ghost Emperor, the gravely injured Eastern Ghost Emperor entrusted him with a task before retreating to recuperate, to ambush Gongsun Zhongmo's disciple outside Julu City and to seek the whereabouts of the last surviving disciple of Chonglong Temple, Jiyun. Thus, Yizue departed Julu City, prepared to lie in wait. Just half an hour after Yizue's departure, another individual left Julu City. Across the vast grasslands, two figures walked in tandem, covering a distance of over 10 miles until they reached a secluded area. Finally, Yizue turned and said, "Since you have followed me for so long, you might as well reveal yourself and have a conversation." As his words echoed, a woman appeared not far behind him, holding a delicate oiled paper umbrella, dressed in pale blue garments, and adorned with white embroidered shoes, the tips of which were embellished with charming pom-poms. Her hair, elegantly tied with a silk scarf, framed a countenance that exuded a simple elegance, and her smile revealed 2 delightful dimples. Yizue appraised the woman before him and inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you must belong to the sword sect?" The woman smiled, feigning surprise, and replied, "Shouldn't it be referred to as the remnants of the sword sect?" To hear such words from a steward of the Demon Suppression Hall truly astounds me. Yizue shook his head and remarked, "Whether you call yourself a member of the sword sect or its remnants, it ultimately amounts to the same. For a millennium ago, the Taoist sect and the sword sect were one and the same. I have had the fortune of perusing the confidential archives of the Demon Suppression Hall, which state that the sword sect's leader, Gongsun Zhongmo, once re-established the Hall of Sword Qi in the sky, boasting 12 sword masters and 36 sword warriors. Might I inquire what position you hold among them?" A fleeting expression of surprise crossed the woman's face as she chuckled lightly. "Yilanyi, since adopting the name Yizue and entering the Demon Suppression Hall, you have fared much better than during your time in the Yi family. You have access to such secrets. It is indeed true that an orange born in the south is but a bitter orange in the north. Since you have uncovered my identity, I shall reveal it without hesitation. I am Song Guangguan, a sword master of the Hall of Sword Qi in the sky." Unperturbed by having his true name exposed, Yizue smiled and asked, "Pray tell, what brings you to accompany me, Miss Song?" The woman smirked slightly and replied, "On the orders of the sect leader, to retrieve the unfathomable sword." Yizue gestured toward the unfathomable sword strapped to his back and chuckled. "I had thought you were here to safeguard your sect, young master." Song Guangguan replied nonchalantly, "The young master has his own destiny. Since he has voluntarily ventured into the martial world, regardless of his origins, it is a matter of relying on one's own capabilities. To assume the burdens of the sect leader, one must possess the resolve to face life and death. If one lacks the skill and is drowned in the martial world, they cannot blame others." Yizue clapped his hands and praised, "Well said," as the autumn rain drizzled incessantly, turning the grasslands into a quagmire. Song Guangguan traversed the muck without a trace of dirt upon her. With a graceful flick of her fingers, she spun her oiled paper umbrella, which unfurled like a blooming blue lotus, leaving a distinct trail across the vast curtain of rain. She then moved forward, following the path of the paper umbrella. The rain fell with a sound, dispelling any remnants of previous tranquility, replaced solely by an overwhelming aura of menace. Yizue drew the unfathomable sword from its sheath, the clanging sound instantly overpowering the symphony of wind and rain. The sword was imbued with a lethal energy. In the next moment, the white rain curtain was cleaved in two by this strike, a faintly discernible sword aura descending directly toward the umbrella. At that instant, Song Guangguan grasped the handle of her umbrella and with a sharp snap, closed it. When open, it was an umbrella. When closed, it transformed into a sword. The paper umbrella met the sword aura, creating a ripple effect. Countless raindrops shattered into mist, rising between the two figures, enveloping them in a thick, white haze. Unfazed, Song Guangguan pressed on, her paper umbrella pointing forward, advancing with the relentless momentum of a sword, penetrating the veil of white until she collided thunderously with the unfathomable sword. Two magnificent waves of sword aura erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The sword energy surged freely, laced with a deadly intent. Chapter 60. The sword hidden beneath the umbrella amidst the ethereal sword qi that soared through the air, Song Guangguan, despite being the least among the 12 sword masters, had already reached the realm of ghost immortals, even with Yi Zue wielding the enigmatic sword and possessing numerous secret techniques. He dared not let his guard down in the slightest. He directly used the blade of the enigmatic sword to counter the dispersing sword chi while advancing, his feet gliding over the rainwater without touching the muddy ground, as if skimming across the surface of the water. The enigmatic sword lightly tapped towards Song Guangguan's brow. With a sharp sound, the umbrella unfurled once more, resembling a grand shield that deflected the strike. Then, with a swift twist of the umbrella, countless raindrops splattered forth like a barrage of rain swords. The paper umbrella possessed 12 beaded tails, thus producing 12 rain swords. The rain curtain surrounding Yi Zue erupted in a series of explosions, yet he remained unperturbed, calm and collected, navigating life and death with each sword strike. He unleashed 9 swords, shattering 9 rain swords, but still, 3 rain swords blossomed into brilliant crimson flowers upon his arm and shoulder. Song Guangguan chuckled softly, closing the oiled paper umbrella once again. This time, the surrounding rain curtain tilted accordingly, enveloped by the umbrella, forming an immense rain sword that lunged toward Yi Zue. This sword cascaded down like a whirlwind, scattering the rain curtain in tumult. With no avenue for evasion, Yi Zue could only position the enigmatic sword before him. Forced back nearly 100 paces, his feet sinking into the ground, carving 2 deep ravines. In a state of disarray, his robes became muddied, losing the elegant demeanor he once possessed. Yi Zue glanced down at the vivid scarlet mark upon his chest, then wiped the rainwater from his face with his sleeve, calmly stating, "I concede." He had not anticipated that this young woman would possess such extraordinary skills. To reach the realm of ghost immortals at her age was already formidable, and she was not far from the realm of human immortals, far exceeding Yi Zue's expectations. It was only reasonable that he was outmatched. Even more perplexing to Yi Zue was why Gongsun Zhongmo would choose a young man who had yet to attain the first-tier realm as his successor, rather than this astonishingly ascendant woman. Song Guangguan raised the umbrella once more, resting it at an angle upon her shoulder. A playful smile gracing her lips as she gently remarked, "A wager must be honored. Since you concede, young Master Yi, should you not surrender your sword to this young lady?" Yi Zue chuckled softly, choosing silence. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a mystical talisman from his sleeve. Song Guangguan's expression shifted dramatically as her figure moved with sudden swiftness, resembling a delicate butterfly, her toes lightly touching the ground, leaving behind a trail of lotus flower imprints. With each step, a lotus was born. With every stride, a flower blossomed. The mystical talisman, akin to a malignant growth, was Yi Zue's means of survival. The Taoist talismans were categorized into a comprehensive system, with the talismans divided into the heavenly 3 pure ones and the earthly 8 trigrams. Alongside the basic yellow paper talismans, the talisman Yi Zue employed was a suppression and aversion talisman from the heavenly jade purity talismans. Even someone of Song Guangguan's cultivation, if marked by this talisman, would find most of her vital energy sealed away, rendering her no different from an ordinary woman. The art of aversion and suppression was considered the foremost technique of the Taoist school for confinement. In the past, within the imperial court of the previous dynasty, a fierce rivalry arose between the empress and the noble consort, culminating in a power struggle. The empress, in a clandestine maneuver, summoned a practitioner from the Taoist sect to employ a method of suppression against the noble consort's fortune. This incident ultimately attracted the attention of the reigning emperor. Following this event, the Zheng court harbored a profound disdain for the Taoist sect, which, coupled with various other factors, led to a sustained campaign of repression against them. Consequently, the Taoist sect later chose to support Xiao Yu in his uprising to seize control of the Great Zheng realm. During a moment of evasion, Song Guangguan fashioned a paper umbrella into a sword and executed 7 swift strikes, momentarily halting the relentless pursuit of the talisman that shadowed her. With a sudden burst of speed, she charged towards Yi Zue. No matter how formidable the talisman might be, it would remain inert without its wielder. Yi Zue's grasp trembled inexplicably, the resonance palpable even amidst the cacophony of rain. The umbrella and sword clashed once more, producing a resonant sound akin to metal striking stone, fracturing the surface of the paper umbrella. With a slight smile, Song Guangguan tightened her grip on the umbrella's handle and, with a resonant sound, drew forth a slender sword concealed within. Although the delicate blade failed to pierce Yi Zue's throat, it did penetrate his chest, causing a profusion of blood. Clutching his wound, Yi Zue staggered backward, his vitality dissipating. In that instant, the jade purity talisman lost its essence and fell to the ground. A practitioner possesses 3 vital gateways: the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Only by reaching the realm of earth immortals can one unlock the upper dantian, the purple mansion and sea of consciousness. After attaining the first grade realm, one can access the middle dantian located in the chest, making it crucial. This explains why the inspecting judge's vitality dissipated instantly after being pierced through the chest by the Northern Ghost Emperor. Song Guangguan spoke slowly. My master has ties with the Yi family. In light of our shared history, I shall spare your life today. I reiterate. After you hand over the nameless one to this young lady, you may tread your own path, while I tread mine. With a smile, she added, Young Master Yi. What say you to Yilanyi? Yi Zue snorted derisively. Unperturbed, Song Guangguan continued. Yilanyi, if you refuse, I shall take it myself. With a deep breath, Yi Zue tossed the nameless one towards her, calmly stating, Take it. The girl extended her hand to receive the nameless one. Crimson threads of blood seeping from her delicate palm, indicative of the sword energy's potency from the 12 swords of the sword sect. Yi Zue remarked, This sword has been refined with my essence using the Taoist sword technique. The sword is yours. But how you erase the traces I have left upon it, ensuring the sword energy does not harm your young master, is your responsibility. Releasing her grip, Song Guangguan allowed the nameless sword to fall to the ground, where it trembled incessantly. Then, with a graceful motion, she summoned the jade purity talisman from the muddy earth into her hand. Affixing the talisman to the sword's blade, the previously vibrating weapon fell silent. She smiled, saying, Let this talisman serve as your rental fee for the nameless sword. As for other matters, the sect leader will handle them. So there is no need for young Master Yi to concern himself. Yi Zue retrieved a small jade vial from his robe, poured a crimson elixir into his mouth. And soon the bleeding from his chest ceased, his pallor slightly improving. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Guangguan clicked her tongue and remarked, Truly, the scion of the Yi family is extravagant. Carrying the priceless Hulian Dan for life-saving purposes seems trivial to him, unlike us impoverished children, for whom merely catching a whiff is a distant dream. Yi Zue remained oblivious to her words. His eyes closed in concentration as he endeavored to neutralize the potency of the medicine, attempting to harmonize the erratic energies within his body. Song Guangguan pursed her lips, choosing to say no more, and decisively turned away, clutching the enigmatic sword. The sect leader had assigned her 2 tasks. She had completed one, retrieving the sword from Yi Zue, but the other, delivering it to Su Beiyu, was complicated by the fact that Yi Zue had already refined it, making the removal of his mark a formidable challenge. While she professed that the sect leader would handle it, Gongsun Zhongmo was currently engaged in a standoff with the master of the Demon Suppression Hall in Jilu City, leaving little time for trivial matters. A subordinate who cannot alleviate their master's burdens is hardly a worthy one. Complaining about such matters was merely a formality. After walking a distance, Song Guangguan glanced at the sword inscribed with talismans in her hand, scratched her head in frustration, and forcefully cast it to the ground, exclaiming, Young Master, Young Master. What a nuisance. Chapter 61. The first encounter of Young Master, and made walking alone on the path to Jilu City. Su Beiyu encountered several waves of merchants departing from the city. He felt a sense of recklessness akin to knowingly venturing into danger. What compelled him to Jilu City? As he traversed the muddy grasslands, he pondered that beyond rationality, there lingered a hint of youthful chivalry. In his childhood, he had heard his master speak of a world unlike any other and had listened to Zhang Suing recount tales of Gongsun Zhongmo's battle with the Eastern Ghost Emperor, as well as the master of the Demon Suppression Hall's challenge to Gongsun Zhongmo. Su Beiyu was captivated, feeling a stirring in his heart, drawn to the very essence of adventure, the ability to soar through the skies, traverse mountains and seas, and summon the winds and rains. Was this not the world he yearned for? Since he longed for it, how could he possibly let the opportunity to step into such a realm slip away? Jilu City represented the first stride into this celestial world. Su Beiyu believed he knew his master well. Typically solemn and reserved, he occasionally displayed a wistfulness for past events, yet in critical moments, he exuded a calm detachment born from experience, embodying the wisdom of a weathered soul with countless stories, yet never becoming tiresome. However, throughout his journey, Su Beiyu heard various rumors about Gongsun Zhongmo. Some claimed he was a fearsome killer, honing his swordsmanship through bloodshed, leaving no survivors, and once slaughtered an entire city. The souls of countless victims haunting his blade, his mere aura enough to fell an ordinary person. Others asserted that he was an unparalleled sword enthusiast, slaying only deities, with the Taoists despising him for having killed 3 grand masters of their sect. There were even whispers that he was a puppet secretly supported by the court. His true identity that of the foremost guest official in the imperial palace, a prodigy left by the late emperor for the new sovereign. His departure from the palace sanctioned by imperial decree. As for the most extraordinary and audacious claim, it is said that Gongsun Zhongmo and the Taoist sect's headmaster were once close friends in their youth. However, due to a bitter rivalry over the third of the four great beauties, Zhang Shuiyao, their brotherly bond turned to enmity, culminating in a fierce conflict. Ultimately, Gongsun Zhongmo won the heart of the beauty, leading to their irrevocable separation. Although the Taoist headmaster later took Murong Xian, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, as his partner, the resentment from that past betrayal lingered in his heart. Upon ascending to the position of headmaster, he ordered the Demon Suppression Hall to pursue Gongsun Zhongmo relentlessly, vowing to not rest until one of them was dead. It must be said that the imagination reflected in these rumors is so rich that it leaves listeners astonished, leaving those involved both amused and bewildered. And it even fills Su Beiyu with awe. As Su Beiyu strolled leisurely and contemplated these tales, his mood inexplicably brightened. In this regard, his master had indeed become a legendary figure. How could a legendary figure easily find trouble? Just as he momentarily drifted in thought, Su Beiyu suddenly felt a sense of alertness. But before he could react, a pair of icy little hands covered his eyes from behind, followed by a soft voice laced with mirth whispering in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Su Beiyu's body stiffened abruptly. After a brief pause, he replied calmly, "Forgive my dullness. I cannot guess. Here as a hint, sword chi soaring through the air. Could it be from the sword chi soaring hall? Might you be someone from the sword sect? Does the young master now know who I am?" Still in the dark. "Young master, you are now the sword sect's heir." "That still leaves me unsure. I have no knowledge of how many members the sword sect has. All I know is that the sect master is Gongsun Zhongmo." "Could you possibly be Gongsun Zhongmo?" "Such words should not be spoken lightly. Even though you are the heir, you must not casually utter the sect master's name, nor joke about him. Be wary of being punished to kneel before the sword." "Is it truly that severe?" "Indeed. Back when the lady was still in the sword sect, she managed the department of strict punishment. Be it kneeling before the sword, hanging by the sword, or even being pierced by the sword, it was truly a harrowing experience." "Would you care to hear more? If so, allow me to regale you with the details. How come I never perceived my master to be so stern?" "Oh, many believe you to be the sect master's illegitimate son. This is the first time we have seen the sect master display such patience. He treats his own son no differently. Upon meeting my master, I shall certainly relay this sentiment to him." "Young master, I was mistaken. That statement must never reach the sect master's ears. Should he find out, I would be doomed." At that moment, Song Guangguan, the sword master of the sword chi soaring hall, released her hold over Su Beiyu's eyes, stepped out from behind him, grasped his hand, and began to shake it incessantly, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. Su Beiyu, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, "You need not speak of it, but you must reveal your identity to me." Finally, Song Guangguan, having tempered her playful demeanor, took a step back, tucked her sleeves, and with a respectful bow, announced, "I am Song Guangguan, sword master of the sword chi soaring hall, here to pay my respects to the heir." Su Beiyu furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to accept the title of young master. To him, the sword chi Lingkong hall represented a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon others as well as oneself. To hastily embrace this identity of young master would be akin to a child wielding a sharp blade. It would not harm others, but would only result in self-injury. Even with a master standing behind him, it would invite widespread dissatisfaction and disdain. Su Beiyu slowly shook his head and said, "What kind of young master am I? I am merely a disciple of my master. As for who will inherit the sword sect in the future, it cannot be determined until my master speaks." Song Guangguan smiled and replied earnestly, "Young master, it would be pointless to deceive yourself. The sect leader has invested tremendous effort in nurturing you. Who else could possibly inherit the esteemed position of sword sect leader if not you? Moreover, you have Han Wenbi behind you, a figure of considerable influence, far surpassing us mere laborers." Su Beiyu frowned and said, "Do not call me young master. I am Su Beiyu." At just over 20, Song Guangguan, perhaps due to her youth, still retained a hint of youthful innocence. She pouted and said, "Your name can be called by the sect leader, but I cannot say it. That is the rule. If I were to break the rule, I would be punished by the sect leader." Su Beiyu remained silent. After a moment's thought, Song Guangguan suddenly linked her arm with his and suggested, "How about I just call you young lord instead? What do you think?" Having recently ascended to the second tier of cultivation, Su Beiyu found himself unable to evade the whims of the formidable Song Guangguan. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced, "Very well, young lord it is." Song Guangguan continued to cling to his arm without releasing it, and inquired, "Are you headed to Jilu City, young lord?" Su Beiyu nodded, "Indeed. I wish to take a look." In a soft voice, Song Guangguan remarked, "You are arriving at a fortuitous moment. The current situation in Jilu City is fraught with entangled factions, intricate and complex. I have just come from there and can be considered somewhat familiar with the circumstances. Presently, there are several factions worth noting. Firstly, there is the Taoist sect led by the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, boasting the strongest power. Next is the local tyrant, the Lingwu Duke's residence, which represents the imperial court. Then comes our sword sect, forming a tripartite balance of power. Additionally, there are the Prairie Royal Court, the Maluan Temple, and even pawns from the Northwest Border Army mingling within, eager to fish in troubled waters. Su Beiyu sighed. It truly is a chaotic mix of fish and dragons. Resting her head on Su Beiyu's shoulder, Song Guangguan gently said, "Not long ago, I heard that there was an unnamed swordsman on Xiaolong Prairie who had slain 12 wolf bandits. I believe that unnamed swordsman is none other than you, young lord, practicing your swordsmanship while eliminating foes. Since I could deduce this, the people from the Demon Suppression Hall are not fools either. They have laid traps around Jilu City, waiting for you to arrive. I have already dealt with one on my way here, so let me escort you to Jilu City, shall we?" Su Beiyu softly agreed. "All right. Miss Song," he said. "Just call me Guangguan, young lord," she replied. "Guangguan, please let go. I won't run away," he said. "But young lord, you are now the young master of the sword sect, highly esteemed, and I must protect you at all times," she insisted. "That may be so, but as the saying goes, men and women should not touch each other casually. Such behavior is inappropriate. Since childhood, I have been practicing the sword, but I have never delved into the teachings of sages, nor have I ever learned about the virtues of obedience and propriety. As for the matters of men and women that you speak of, I remain entirely ignorant. Is it not appropriate for a young lady to maintain some modesty? The sect master has stated that I shall henceforth serve as the young master's maid, attending to his attire and meals, and eventually becoming his intimate companion. Where then is the room for modesty?" After a playful scuffle, the two of them casually dispatched a few oblivious bandits along the way and chose to ride on horseback. With 2 riders and 2 steeds, Su Beiyu finally escaped from the clutches of Song Guangguan. They pressed on without pause, traveling day and night, and after approximately 3 days, amidst the sweet calls of young master, they finally beheld the majestic outline of Jilu City. Due to its role as a marketplace, Jilu City welcomed visitors from all directions. At that moment, the city had no restrictions, with gates wide open, allowing pedestrians to come and go freely. However, 3 miles outside the city stood a cavalry force of over 30,000 men, ready to enter at a moment's notice with a command from the Prince of Lingwu. Xiaomo. The two halted their horses before the city, and Su Beiyu gazed up at the towering walls of Jilu City, which still bore the scars of past battles. Weathered and worn. If the central capital were likened to a robust general in the prime of life, then Jilu City resembled a veteran soldier, entering the twilight of his years, stripped of past glory, yet adorned with numerous wounds. After a prolonged silence, Su Beiyu remained contemplative. Song Guangguan chuckled, remarking that Jilu City had little to offer in the present. However, if one were to travel back several decades, the city was a hub of trade and intrigue, where one could find anything for a price, be it goods, lives, or even people. All manner of curiosities could be acquired with wealth. Su Beiyu replied calmly, "Money is indeed a valuable asset." Song Guangguan blinked and said, "Young master, to speak of money so openly is not the mark of a wise person. True sages regard wealth as nothing more than refuse." Su Beiyu self-deprecatingly laughed. "Who am I to be considered a sage? Simply to hold one's head high in this world is no small feat." Song Guangguan lowered her head, lost in thought. Su Beiyu continued, "To conduct oneself with dignity is an even greater challenge." A moment of silence enveloped them. "Young master," she ventured, "shall we enter the city?" "Yes, let us proceed." The vast grasslands are a realm of survival of the fittest, while Jilu City stands as a sanctuary, untouched by bloodshed, governed instead by layers upon layers of intricate rules. These complex regulations are seldom inscribed in writing, often passed down through oral tradition as unwritten laws. Here, the most convoluted tales abound. Perhaps the storyteller in the tavern, sipping wine, was once a renowned figure in the Central Plains, welcoming guests from all corners. Perhaps the drunken patron once wielded a sword with grace, and the butcher, brandishing his cleaver, was once a formidable warrior on the battlefield. Even the lively girl with twin ponytails should not be underestimated. Who knows if she has transcended to the realm of youthful vigor once more? As the saying goes, the greatest concealment is found among the powerful, the moderate among the common folk, and the least among the wild. Within the city, alongside these moderate individuals, lurk numerous fugitives, notorious bandits, assassins, and even those marauders who, having struck it rich, come here to retire. Coupled with the spies from the Shadow Guard, itinerant preachers from the Taoist sects, elite soldiers from the Northwest Border, various merchant guilds, and nomadic tribes, the city of Jiulu has transformed from a mere murky pool into a treacherous quagmire, where entry is easy but exit proves exceedingly difficult. In the most chaotic of places, rules are oftentimes most stringently observed, albeit these rules are shrouded in obscurity. Many who venture into Jiulu for the first time find themselves ensnared before they grasp the intricacies of these customs. The city has never shied away from bloodshed. However, each death must adhere to its established protocols. Should anyone dare to take a life outside these rules, whether it be the esteemed Lord of Jiulu, Xiaomo, or any other, there will invariably be someone to enlighten the transgressor on the city's code. There are indeed those who have dared to flout the rules of Jiulu and emerged unscathed. Though they are rare, such as the Lord of the Demon Restraining Hall and Gongsun Zhoumo. The former commands respect due to his status, while the latter wields power rooted in martial prowess, transcending many rules when one's strength reaches a certain zenith. This is why members of the sword sect often assert that all matters in the world can be distilled to the essence of the sword. Rather than entering through the nearby west gate of Jiulu, the two chose a circuitous route, entering through the south gate. Su Beiyu recalled that, according to the records of the Taiping Huanyu, the former Lord's residence, now the estate of the Duke of Lingwu, was uniquely oriented, facing north and turning its back to the south. Entering through the south gate would bring them to the rear of the Duke's residence, conveniently circumventing the most chaotic area of the city. Before their entry, Song Guangguan shared numerous city customs with Su Beiyu, though her explanations were somewhat cursory. In her view, as the young master of the sword sect, Su Beiyu was akin to a dragon crossing the river, thus not overly burdened by these so-called rules. Rather, it was the local serpents of influence, the sects and families that he needed to heed, for they were the architects of these regulations. Upon entering the city, Song Guangguan pointed towards several towering watchtowers and elaborated. Each tower represents a family, a rule of Jiulu. Only those who have crossed a certain threshold are permitted to construct such towers. Currently, 5 towers stand, indicating 5 families. The tallest belongs to the Xiao family of the Duke of Lingwu, while the others belong to the Wei, Min, Shi families, and the Xianshui Pavilion. Excluding Xianshui Pavilion, which is a sect dedicated to cultivation, the remaining families are deeply entrenched, intricately linked to several prominent families of the current dynasty. The Min family, for instance, descends from the 6th-ranked minister of the Lingyan Pavilion, Shun Guogong Min Xing, having harbored resentment after failing in a power struggle against Wei Jin, was eventually executed by the late Emperor Xiao Yu for his involvement in a conspiracy against the throne. However, out of gratitude for his past services, the emperor spared his family and relocated them to Jiulu, where they were placed under the care of the then Duke of Lingwu, Xiao Shu. Subsequently, Min Xing's son altered the family name from Min to Min, thus birthing the Min family as it exists today. Su Beiyu inquired with astonishment, "So, is the Wei family the one belonging to the Grand General Wei Jin?" Song Guangguan elucidated, "As the Grand General of the current dynasty, Wei Jin holds immense power, with his direct lineage residing in the imperial capital. However, after forging the alliance of Daliang City in the past, he was commanded by Emperor Xiao to strategize in Jiulu City, where he left behind an illegitimate son, with Wei Jin's support. This son established the Wei family in Jiulu City, which, albeit a mere offshoot, has developed into a considerable estate." Su Beiyu frowned slightly. Having encountered 2 thunderous names during his journey, one was Lan Yu, and the other was Wei Jin. Both were esteemed figures, one in civil affairs and the other in military matters. Comparatively, Wei Jin appeared more reserved, while Lan Yu exuded an air of recognition that seemed to overshadow all others, almost suggesting a sense of overreaching ambition. Su Beiyu continued to probe, "And what of the Shi family?" Song Guangguan chuckled. "That pertains to the 24 meritorious ministers of Lingyan Pavilion, specifically the 22nd, Duke Dingwu Shilu. He was once a subordinate of the northern protector King Lin Han. After Lin Han was granted a fief in the grassland, Shilu served as a deputy at the Grand General's office. Following the incident in the first year of Qingping, he was dismissed from his post and returned to Shiliang Prefecture, secretly aligning himself with his former lord, the northern protector king. With clandestine support from the royal court, he founded the Shi family in Jiulu City in the 12th year of Qingping. Though their roots are shallow, they should not be underestimated." Before Su Beiyu could respond, Song Guangguan continued, "As for Xianshui Pavilion, its origins are shrouded in mystery. Neither our Sword Qi Lingkong Hall nor the Demon Suppression Palace has been able to trace its foundations. However, I once overheard the sect leader mention that Xianshui Pavilion may harbor some inexplicable connection to the later established Murong Xianin, possibly even linked to the later founded Xian sect." Su Beiyu felt a thread of understanding beginning to weave together in his mind, the Northern Protector King and the Shi family, Morong Xian Yin and Xian Shui Pavilion, Emperor Xiao and the Duke of Lingwu, coupled with the Taoist sword sect. It appeared that a significant portion of the most renowned powers in the world had converged upon Julu City. As they walked along the cobblestone street, a few robust middle-aged men, seemingly locals, gradually approached them. Song Guangguan stepped forward, tossing a few pieces of loose silver. The men weighed the coins in their hands, scrutinized the pair, and then turned to leave. Noticing Su Beiyou's surprise, Song Guangguan chuckled softly. The King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. It is not worth entangling ourselves with these local ruffians over a few taels of loose silver. Su Beiyou nodded, suddenly asking, "By the way, Guangguan, what is your realm?" Song Guangguan replied with a gentle laugh, "Above ghost immortal, but below human immortal. I cannot be considered a master. I can handle some lowly minions adequately." Chapter 63. The renowned scholar Song Diwang. Upon entering the city, Su Beiyou and Song Guangguan had dismounted, each leading their horse along the path. After walking for a while, they noticed an inn with available space. Su Beiyou hesitated for a moment, handing the reins to a doorman who was beckoning passers-by, and walked directly into the inn to take a seat. The sharp-eyed server, noticing that this pair of young individuals, though not dressed in the finest attire, possessed an uncommon demeanor, did not dare to be negligent. He hurried over with a flattering smile, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Would you like to dine or stay overnight?" Song Guangguan inquired, "Is there any wine?" "Indeed, indeed. How could a wine house be without wine? We have an extensive selection, Wujiao Pai, Zweiking, Huadiao, Finjiao, and Shadaozi. Whatever you desire, feel free to ask." After a moment's contemplation, Song Guangguan decided, "Bring me a jar of Huadiao and a few of your signature dishes." "Understood." The waiter, with a voice characteristic of his trade, called out and swiftly made his way to the back kitchen. Before long, the table was adorned with an array of dishes and wine. Su Beiyou picked up his chopsticks and stated, "I do not drink." Song Guangguan widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can a man not drink?" Su Beiyou merely smiled, choosing silence. Realizing her words might imply a subtle mockery of his masculinity, Song Guangguan, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, stuck out her tongue, removed the seal from the wine jar, and poured herself a bowl. Taking a small sip, she consumed it swiftly. Akin to a dragon drinking from the water, Su Beiyou continued to focus on his meal. After finishing her drink, a rosy flush appeared on Song Guangguan's face, reminiscent of an apple ripening to perfection. With her eyes half closed in delight, she languidly remarked, "The taste of this wine is akin to a woman. One only knows its true delight after experiencing it." This establishment's Huadiao, while not on par with the authentic brews of Jiangnan, possesses a respectable quality, sufficient to be palatable. "Sir, will you not indulge in even a sip?" Su Beiyou remained unmoved, replying, "No." "Then I shall consume it all." Song Guangguan shook her head, seemingly lamenting Su Beiyou's lack of taste, yet also fearing he might regret his decision. This time, she grasped the entire wine jar and, with another gulp, the liquid surged forth like a dragon emerging from the water, flowing straight into her mouth. With the jar emptied into her stomach, Song Guangguan, without any cultivation to dissipate the effects of the alcohol, transformed from an apple ripened to 5 points into one nearly overripe. Her eyes first grew hazy, then began to glaze over, and after a loud belch, she collapsed onto the table. Su Beiyou was initially taken aback, then rendered helpless, finally finding himself in a state of amused exasperation. The inebriated Song Guangguan continued to murmur, her words a jumble of thoughts, amidst the din of the wine house. Su Beiyou could not hear her clearly, but he discerned she spoke of her hometown, its temples, its stone caves, its spicy soup, and the peonies, truly beautiful landscapes. Ultimately, she mentioned her parents, who had passed away when she was very young. Su Beiyou sighed softly, realizing they were both wanderers in a world of misfortune. He finished the dishes laid out before him, preparing to awaken Song Guangguan. At that moment, a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard approached the wine house. Dressed in a blue cloth long gown and wearing a square scarf, he bore the appearance of a scholarly gentleman. Suddenly, the previously intoxicated Song Guangguan lifted her head, her gaze now clear and focused on the entrance. The street was bustling with people, yet in her eyes, only the middle-aged man approaching the wine house remained. He appeared to be in his 40s, walking slowly with one hand behind his back, the other gently stroking his long beard. Were it not for his rather shabby attire, he could easily be mistaken for a refined scholar wielding a whisk. Su Beiyou followed the gaze of Song Guangguan and suddenly recalled what his master had once said about the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall. Among them, one was of Confucian lineage, well versed in the doctrines of the 3 teachings. This individual had engaged in debates with several eminent Buddhist monks, gaining a reputation for his eloquence and philosophical depth in the scholarly circles of Jiangnan. However, due to scandalous rumors involving an inappropriate relationship with his widowed daughter-in-law, his reputation was irrevocably tarnished, leading him to retreat into the Taoist sect, abandoning his original name and becoming one of the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall. The man before him bore a striking resemblance to this once great scholar. The middle-aged man slowly entered the tavern, gazing at Su Beiyu, and remarked with a soft chuckle, "What a magnificent fish." Song Guangguan stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Su Beiyu, and declared, "Song Di Wang, the 14th among the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall." With that, the middle-aged man, Song Di Wang, produced a jade ruler from his sleeve and said leisurely, "Will you surrender willingly, or shall we resort to violence? However, I believe the former would be more prudent. It would spare you some physical suffering and save me some effort." Song Guangguan retorted with a cold laugh, "Song Di Wang, are you not afraid that the wind will twist your tongue?" Song Di Wang smiled lightly and casually waved the jade ruler. Su Beiyu did not sense any fluctuations in energy. Yet Song Guangguan felt an impending threat. In the next moment, half of the tavern collapsed, splitting the structure in two. As debris rained down and several unfortunate souls plummeted alongside the crumbling edifice, buried beneath the rubble, their lives extinguished in an instant. The residents of Julu City had grown accustomed to such divine confrontations, and upon witnessing this scene, the other patrons scattered in a panic, with the tavern keeper and staff fleeing to the back courtyard, leaving only 3 individuals remaining in the establishment. A slender sword appeared in Song Guangguan's hand, the very same she had employed in her earlier clash with Yizue. The sword, yet to be fully refined, remained strapped to her back. After all, this was Julu City, and Song Di Wang, wary of delays leading to unforeseen changes, stepped forward and waved the jade ruler towards Song Guangguan, unleashing an invisible force. With the slender sword poised across her chest, Song Guangguan felt a sudden, oppressive pressure bending the blade into a terrifying arc. Her complexion paled, and with a muffled grunt, she severed the invisible force, drawing her sword and gracefully lunging towards Song Di Wang. Her sword's energy surged dramatically, extending over 10 zhang in length, broad as a man's arm, exuding a formidable aura. Song Di Wang, with a casual flick of his sleeve, effortlessly seized this strike, the slender sword trembling violently, yet unable to escape his grasp. Simultaneously, he brought the jade ruler crashing down upon her. This jade ruler was no ordinary artifact, crafted from the sky blue and white jade of Eastern Kunlun. Infused with the essence of golden metal, it was modeled after the legendary celestial treasure, the measuring ruler, inscribed with the 8 major talismans of the earth character. It formed a formidable array, feeling as light as a feather in hand, yet bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds in combat. Should this ruler strike its target, save for the golden-bodied monks of the Buddhist order, others would surely meet a gruesome fate, and Song Guangguan was no exception. Song Guangguan's expression shifted dramatically as she stepped forward, her delicate embroidered shoes leaving 2 lotus flower imprints on the ground. With remarkable agility, she narrowly evaded the immediate threat, her slender sword bending as she transitioned into a powerful sword technique, directly contesting with the Song Emperor. The sword emanated a fierce energy, fiercely slicing at the Emperor's palm. The Song Emperor chuckled coldly. Having attained the realm of immortals, his external martial prowess was at its zenith. How could he fear a mere girl who had yet to step into the realm of mortals? Eventually, the delicate sword could no longer withstand their fierce clash. After bending into a menacing arc, it shattered inch by inch. A flush of crimson surged onto Song Guangguan's face, only to be swiftly replaced by pallor. As she staggered backward, she formed a sword seal with her hand, and the remnants of her broken sword, seemingly imbued with a spirit of their own, shot towards the Song Emperor. With a sweeping motion of his wide sleeves, the Emperor deflected the shards effortlessly. At that moment, Song Guangguan gracefully retreated to Su Beiyu's side, grasping his shoulder as she attempted to escape. The Song Emperor sneered, "Where do you think you're going?" Instantly, a jade ruler transformed into a beam of white light that shot forth. In a split second, Song Guangguan forcefully pushed Su Beiyu out of the inn, but the jade ruler struck her in the back, draining her of color and vitality. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as her energy dissipated. With her last ounce of strength, she uttered a single word, "Leave." Chapter 64. The sword chi in the air. Su Beiyu crashed through the wall and landed on the street outside the tavern. Moments later, the Song Emperor emerged, dragging the incapacitated Song Guangguan with him, calmly stating, "Can you still escape?" The terrifying aura of the realm of immortals bore down on Su Beiyu, who, with his mere second-tier prowess, found it difficult to even stand, teetering on the brink of collapse. He gazed at Song Guangguan, whose throat was gripped by the Emperor. and grasped the Tianlan behind him, whispering, "I never intended to leave." The Song Emperor mocked. The esteemed young master of the sword sect is willing to risk everything for this girl? How touching. I wonder how Gongsun Zhongmo will feel upon learning this. I suspect he will be quite disappointed. A robust figure approached from the far end of the street. The Song Emperor remained unfazed by this appearance. With both the Dao sect and the sword sect converging in Jilu City, it was only logical that such individuals would appear here. The newcomer halted 3 paces from the Song Emperor, tall and imposing, clad in black with a massive sword strapped to his back, his face betraying an unmistakable indifference. He glanced at Su Beiyu and disdainfully remarked, "She was always a dead soldier. Dead soldiers are meant to die. You risk your life for a dead soldier? Truly an unbearable burden." His gaze then shifted to Song Guangguan, scoffing, "A useless waste." Su Beiyu closed his eyes, silent. His acquaintance with Song Guangguan had been brief. Merely a few days. Declaring deep feelings would be disingenuous. Yet, she had risked her life to save him, and he could not abandon her to flee alone. The Song Emperor let out a cold laugh, preparing to snap Song Guangguan's throat. The tall man simultaneously grasped the hilt of the enormous sword behind him. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Guangguan was one of the 12 sword masters. Allowing her to be slain before his eyes would be inexcusable, both to the other sword masters and to the sect leader. The Song Emperor halted his actions and turned his gaze toward the towering sword master before flinging Song Guangguan at Su Beiyu's feet, once again drawing the jade ruler. The imposing figure slowly unsheathed the colossal sword from his back, its sword energy robust as a tree trunk, soaring toward the heavens. Although he and Song Guangguan were both sword masters of the sword Qi Soaring Hall, Song Guangguan was the weakest among the 12 sword masters, whereas he ranked among the top 3 as the Red Fire Sword Master, having transcended the realm of ghost immortals and become a true cultivator. Firmly established in the realm of human immortals, what lay ahead was destined to be a fierce contest between the Taoist sect and the sword sect for supremacy among the human immortals. However, Su Beiyu paid little heed to this impending conflict. He sat on the ground, retrieving the inexplicable sword that had fallen beside him and gently cradling Song Guangguan in his arms. Yet, as he moved, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering it across Su Beiyu's chest, a shocking crimson that was hard to ignore. Song Guangguan's complexion had turned as pale as parchment, and blood began to seep from her 7 orifices. Her exhalations grew more frequent while her inhalations dwindled, each breath becoming increasingly labored. The orthodox cultivation system of the Taoist sect is divided into 3 primary dantians: the lower dantian, or Qi Si, the middle dantian, or Qi Mansion, and the upper dantian, or Purple Mansion. The positions of the heart and chest correspond to the Qi Mansion's vital gate. After being struck by the Song Emperor in the heart, Song Guangguan's Qi within the Qi Mansion became chaotic and reversed, disrupting her meridians. Had she been at the realm of human immortals, her physical constitution would have provided some measure of support, and she would have suffered only minor discomfort. However, her ascent to the realm of ghost immortals at such a young age stemmed from her practice of a rapid cultivation method that neglected physical enhancement. Without a robust physique to support her, this chaotic Qi became a harbinger of her demise. This distinction between her and Su Beiyu was stark. He advanced steadily, harmonizing his physical form, cultivation, and swordsmanship. Despite the concerns voiced by the Qin Taoist, such a dire situation would not have arisen prior to this moment. Su Beiyu gazed helplessly at the woman in his embrace, whose breath was as fragile as a whisper. All he could do was silently wipe away the increasingly abundant blood from her face. The stark contrast of white and red was particularly jarring. In that moment, Su Beiyu deeply comprehended that the world of cultivators, while seemingly carefree and untroubled, harbored a cruelty more profound than that of the mundane world. It was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Lying in Su Beiyu's arms, Song Guangguan managed to open her eyes with great difficulty and uttered, "Life and death are determined by fate. I lack the extraordinary talents of the noble sir, destined only to be a useless martyr. Though I have never wished for death, it is simply my fate." At this moment, she finally ceased to refer to herself in a servile manner, instead using I. As Su Beiyu had stated, to stand tall and proud in this world was no small feat. Su Beiyu forced a smile, declaring, "Nonsense. We disciples of the sword sect never believe in fate." Song Guangguan gasped for breath, each inhalation piercing her heart with pain, nearly rendering her speechless. Su Beiyu spoke softly, "It will be all right. My master will surely have a way. I will seek his help." Song Guangguan shook her head, speaking in a fragmented manner. "The sect leader is preparing for a battle with the master of the demon suppression temple and will not concern himself with these trivial matters. Besides, my life is cheap yet resilient. I may not perish, though it does hurt a bit." Su Beiyu retorted angrily. Is the value of human life merely a trivial matter? What then constitutes a grave concern? Must the heavens themselves collapse for it to be deemed significant? Song Guangguan's lovely visage contorted in agony, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Young master, I do not wish to die. Su Beiyu gently lifted her. Rising slowly as he reassured her, you will be fine. Leaning weakly against his chest, Song Guangguan gradually closed her eyes, silencing her words as her breaths grew faint. Su Beiyu gazed down at the woman in his arms. During their recent fierce battle, the scarf binding her hair had fallen away, allowing her raven locks to cascade and frame her face, enhancing her delicate beauty and rendering her even more pitiable. He began to walk slowly away from the battlefield, whispering in her ear, you once said that the peonies in Luoyang are exquisite. If we survive this ordeal in Jilu City, I shall take you to Yuzhou, to see the ancestral temple of Buddhism in Luoyang, to visit the stone caves, and to admire the peonies. Would that be agreeable? Song Guangguan offered no response. Su Beiyu managed a sorrowful smile. An elderly man appeared nearby, speaking in a calm tone. You maintained composure throughout your encounters at the Longmen Inn and with the 12 wolf bandits. Yet you falter for the sake of a mere girl. Such is not fitting. Su Beiyu turned to the elder, kneeling slowly and solemnly requesting, I beseech you, master, grant her a chance at life. Gongsun Zhongmo flicked his fingers, channeling a stream of energy into Song Guangguan as he softly instructed, take her to the Xian Shui pavilion in the south of the city. Return in 7 days. If she still lives, she shall be yours to command. If she has passed, find a suitable resting place for her, honoring the bond between master and servant. Su Beiyu responded with a calm affirmation, carrying Song Guangguan southward. Following Gongsun Zhongmo's appearance, Emperor Song exhibited no hesitation and withdrew immediately. Having witnessed the downfall of the Wheel King, the other senior officials of the Demon Suppression Temple approached Gongsun Zhongmo with utmost caution. A tall swordsman knelt before Gongsun Zhongmo, respectfully addressing him as the sect leader. Gongsun Zhongmo waved his hand dismissively. The red-scaled swordsman rose and retreated. Standing in the deserted street, Gongsun Zhongmo, hands clasped behind his back, mused quietly. Yu Jia, how many among the 12 swordsmen can truly submit to Su Beiyu? A voice emerged from the shadows, rough and weathered, reporting, of those below Qi Bing, only 4 are willing to serve the young master. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled softly. 4? That is rather few. From the shadows, Yu Jia replied calmly, I and Xian Yi will follow the sect leader as command without question. Gongsun Zhongmo responded evenly. If there comes a day when I am no longer present, take him to meet Han Xian. Once he reaches the realm of earth immortals, bestow upon him the sword energy of Ling Kong Tang. Finally, Gongsun Zhongmo added slowly, Yu Jia, have Xian Yi extend a greeting at the Xian Shui pavilion. With such a ruckus here, they are bound to have caught wind of the disturbance. After a soft acknowledgement, Yu Jia retreated into the shadows. Subsequently, Gongsun Zhongmo departed from this place, leaving behind a dilapidated tavern that silently recounted the events that had just transpired. Su Beiyu cradled Song Guangguan as he made his way to the southern city, where a strikingly prominent structure with dark tiles sprawled across a vast expanse. Its winding paths led to hidden wonders, and at its heart stood a towering watchtower, signifying its identity as the Xian Shui Pavilion, one of the 4 esteemed sects of Jilu City. Forewarned of the recent happenings, a woman clad in a flowing black robe awaited at the entrance, accompanied by a retinue of maidens. Upon sighting Su Beiyu, she gracefully gathered her sleeves and remarked, I am Lung Xiaoshui of the Xian Shui Pavilion, honored to meet you. Young Master Su. Although the title of Young Master had lost its former prestige, no longer reserved solely for sons of nobility, as even the most ordinary young man might now be addressed thus. Su Beiyu had, in his first 20 years, never been called by such a title until he encountered Song Guangguan, who inadvertently bestowed it upon him. Leaning slightly forward, Su Beiyu returned the gesture. Lung Xiaoshui gazed at Song Guangguan nestled in his arms and softly inquired, This must be the young lady mentioned by Mr. Gongsun. I kindly request that you entrust her to our pavilion. However, as our establishment is composed entirely of women, it would be inappropriate for a man to enter. Therefore, I ask that you return in 7 days. Gently placing Song Guangguan into the care of 2 maidens beside Lung Xiaoshui, Su Beiyu replied, I appreciate your assistance. Pavilion Master Lung. With a serene smile, Lung Xiaoshui responded, It is merely my duty. I cannot claim it as a burden. Taking a step back, Su Beiyu clasped his hands in farewell. I bid you farewell. Maintaining her smile, Lung Xiaoshui replied, No need for formalities. The 2 imposing black doors slowly closed behind him. As Su Beiyu turned to leave, a figure clad entirely in a black robe stood solemnly not far off. Upon noticing Su Beiyu, the figure intently declared. I am Xian Yi, the swordsman of the Air Sword Hall, here to greet the young master. The sect leader awaits you at the Jinyu Garden. Su Beiyu paused, a smile inexplicably gracing his lips. Young master, he mused, has he now attained a certain status? Shaking his head, he chuckled at himself. What status? Among the swordsmen of the Air Sword Hall, how many would deign to spare him a glance were it not for the favor of his master? Even now, as they addressed him as young master, how many truly held him in esteem? When the support of others crumbles, one must rely solely on oneself. Su Beiyu nodded respectfully to the second-ranking swordsman among the 12, then departed with an air of nonchalance. The swordsman Xian Yi stood momentarily stunned. And once Su Beiyu had distanced himself, he shook his head and chuckled softly. Indeed, one who has caught the sect leader's eye possesses a certain intrigue. Jinyu Garden. Its name alone suggested it was no ordinary establishment. This was a grand brothel, sprawling in size, rivaling the opulence of noble residences, yet distinctly separate from the typical haunts of pleasure. Within the resplendent confines of the Golden Jade Garden lies a hidden realm, where the courtyard is deeply ensconced, exuding tranquility and elegance, free from the slightest hint of bustling extravagance. It is not solely a haven for courtesans, it also accommodates musicians, tailors, craftsmen, and numerous servants. Many dignitaries from the city of Julu frequent this place, seeking not merely the pleasures of beauty, but rather a sanctuary for seclusion and self-cultivation. A serene retreat amidst the clamor of the world. The presence of Gongsun Zhongmo, a scion of a prestigious family, settling here is unexpected, yet perfectly reasonable. The Golden Jade Garden enjoys considerable renown in Julu, and Su Beiyu, with merely a few inquiries from passers-by, easily located its whereabouts. Guided by a servant adorned with a green headscarf, he traversed corridors and winding paths, ultimately arriving at the courtyard where Gongsun Zhongmo resided. Upon entering, he was greeted by a verdant tapestry of flourishing flora, the refreshing ambience washing over him, devoid of any trace of the usual revelry, resembling more a scholar's secluded retreat. Su Beiyu, taken aback, realized that this was far from a place of frivolity. His ignorance had led him astray. Although he did not encounter Gongsun Zhongmo at that moment, he was delighted to see Ji Yun, whom he had not met for some time. Ji Yun remained unchanged, a bashful girl, in stark contrast to Song Guangguan. Upon seeing Su Beiyu, she merely fidgeted with her garment, casting her gaze downward at her shoes, hesitant to speak. Su Beiyu jested, "What is this? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" Ji Yun's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "Not at all." A gentle smile graced Su Beiyu's face as he proposed. "Then shall you show me around?" Ji Yun looked up, her face brightening with a radiant smile as she led the way. As evening descended, Su Beiyu finally encountered his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, and the two engaged in a profound discussion within a pavilion. Rather than a clandestine exchange, it resembled a dialogue between mentor and disciple. Seated across from one another, Gongsun Zhongmo, the esteemed leader of the sword sect, spoke softly. "Once you ascend to the realm of the earth immortals, regardless of my presence, you shall be the head of the sword sect." Su Beiyu nodded, unfazed. A sudden breeze stirred, the night air carrying a hint of coolness, while the moonlight cascaded down, fragmented by clusters of foliage and blossoms, casting peculiar shadows upon the ground. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed at the luminous moon above and expressed, "My lifelong aspiration has been to restore the sword sect. Now, having surpassed 80 years, the prospect of immortality eludes me. One might say I have already placed one foot in the grave. Thus, I seek a successor to carry forth my legacy." Su Beiyu gently inquired, "Master, have you not already re-established the sword sect?" Gongsun Zhongmo withdrew his gaze, first glancing at his disciple, then taking a sip of the snake gall wine resting on the stone table before him. "What I envision for the sword sect is not merely a hall of soaring sword energy, but rather a comprehensive establishment encompassing the sword pavilion, the judicial department, the sword repository, the sword cave, Bo Island, Zhongjian Island, and 34 other islands, along with 300 sword tombs, 500 sword pools, and nearly 1,000 sword furnaces. In essence, what I desire is a complete sword sect, yet such a sect no longer exists." Su Beiyu remained silent, pondering the weight of his master's words. Gongsun Zhongmo's voice was ethereal, akin to the snake gall liquor in his hand. "Here, it was just the two of us, master and disciple, without any outsiders. I shall speak candidly. When the Taoist sect was divided, its status plummeted drastically. It took nearly a millennium to revive the sect. Thus, the reconstruction of the sword sect is not a task for a single generation. Your master's wife is correct. Each generation must concern itself with its own affairs, while the burdens of the future should be entrusted to those who come after." Su Beiyu nodded in agreement, affirming, "What my master's wife said is indeed true. Gongsun Zhoumo drained the contents of the pot in one gulp, sighing, "What my generation has accomplished is merely the establishment of the Sword Qi Ascendant Hall. The only legacy I can leave you is this very hall, and whether you can grasp it depends upon your own capabilities. To put it bluntly, I hope that while I am still alive, you can secure the Sword Qi Ascendant Hall in your hands. That would grant me peace of mind. For even in my absence, the hall shall not falter or disperse." Su Beiyu, somewhat sidestepping the topic, inquired, "Does Master lack confidence in the impending battle against the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall?" Gongsun Zhoumo shook his head, saying, "It is not that, indeed. The Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall possesses formidable cultivation, yet it has not reached a point where I find myself helpless. However, in my advanced years, I cannot help but contemplate matters of the future." At this juncture, Gongsun Zhoumo hesitated briefly before continuing. "Certain matters require individuals to step forth and take action. Once a decision is made to act, one must confront life and death. When faced with mortality, if one wishes to avoid death, the task cannot be accomplished. To achieve one's goals, one must be prepared to face death. Ultimately, someone must perish, whether it is you or me. If we die but fulfill our aspirations, then our deaths bear meaning, and we have died justly." Su Beiyu softly remarked, "To die without regret." The elder chuckled, a smile of contentment gracing his features. Chapter 66. The Sword Immortal's overwhelming presence. The realm of cultivation is undeniably vast. To carve out a name swiftly within it, one must possess profound skills, alongside the backing of a sect, notable achievements, or extraordinary traits. How did the young Shangwan Xianxin rise to fame? Quite simply, he slaughtered 5 grandmasters of the Earth Immortal realm with a single sword, including the then Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, creating a sensation throughout the cultivation world, earning him the title of the unparalleled Sword Immortal. There exists another shortcut, the direct ascent to the top 10 of the Heavenly Mechanism ranking, ensuring one becomes a household name. However, it must be noted that those who reach the pinnacle of the Heavenly Mechanism ranking are invariably seasoned veterans or towering figures like the sect leaders, who require no such rankings to establish their renown. If 2 individuals from the top 10 were to engage in a duel, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the cultivation world. The 8th-ranked Gongsun Zhoumo and the 7th-ranked Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, Chen Yi, have agreed to a duel in Jiulu City. This news struck like a massive stone on the surface of a tranquil lake, stirring countless waves and ripples. Merchants began to flee Jiulu City, yet more and more cultivators flocked to the scene. After all, both of these near-divine figures had spent years forging their formidable reputations. Their true powers were no longer in question. For many years, Gongsun Zhoumo has traversed the world, and the number of Taoist masters who have perished by his sword is beyond counting, truly a figure of legendary prowess. The master of the Demon Suppression Palace, Chen Yi, has presided over the palace for nearly half a century, rarely deigning to intervene personally. This time, however, his target is Gongsun Zhoumo, second only to Qin Xun on the demon ranking list, an encounter of unparalleled magnitude. Should one be unable to arrive from afar, it could be excused, yet to miss such an opportunity when it lies so close at hand would be a source of lifelong regret. Upon the towering watchtower at the North City Gate, which does not belong to any particular faction, it was here that Emperor Xiao Yu forged a verbal alliance with General Morong Yin during the Northern Expedition to establish the 5 Kings. This location, much like the many unwritten rules within Jiulu City, is deemed a forbidden ground, inaccessible to those of lesser standing. At this moment, within the empty watchtower, 2 figures stand. One is the palace-dressed woman who once visited Xiao Mo, yet she now bears no trace of her usual aloof demeanor, her fatigue and weakness from grievous wounds evident. She addresses the middle-aged man gazing out the window at the scenery. "I am incompetent. I could not penetrate the essence of Gongsun Zhoumo's Sword 20. The middle-aged man, tall and clad in a black robe, his feet adorned with matching cloud-soled shoes, secures his hair with an obsidian dragon hairpin. His long, dark hair cascades neatly down his back, and his hands, clasped behind him, appear as youthful and unmarked as those of a young maiden. Devoid of any signs of the passage of time, he turns to reveal a strikingly handsome face, exuding an air of authority befitting one of his station. Yet the habitual curve of his lips suggests a perpetual smile, softening his presence and rendering him less imposing, more genial. With a gentle smile, he replies, "There is no need for self-recrimination. Beyond Sword 20 lies the realm of lethal intent. Had you truly compelled Gongsun Zhoumo to wield it, I would not have the pleasure of your company today." The woman lowers her gaze, and though she refrains from argument, a hint of defiance lingers, akin to a petulant daughter. In the presence of this middle-aged man, she indeed appears but a girl, both in stature and in years. She is the Eastern Ghost Emperor, second only to the central ghost emperor among the lineage of the emperor of Fengdu, while the man before her is the very master of the demon suppression palace. Chen Yi, the master of the demon suppression palace, belongs to the same generation as the late Emperor Shao, the former Chancellor Lan Yu, and Gongsun Zhoumo, among others. The youthful figures of Ur have now transformed into the seasoned rulers of the present, their long-standing grievances and alliances having morphed into an inscrutable ledger through endless struggles. Having served in the demon suppression palace since his youth, akin to today's Yi Zue, Chen Yi's decades of diligent management have deeply entrenched him within the establishment. Following the resignation of the previous master, the venerable Master Mingchen, it was only natural for Chen Yi to ascend as the new master, completing a generational transition within the palace. Since his elevation, myriad tales have emerged, crafting multifaceted portrayals of him. Some depict him as a ruthless butcher, driven by hunger to consume flesh and thirst to drink blood, capable of annihilating entire families, echoing the legends of Gongsun Zhoumo's deadly swordsmanship. He is often described as an ambitious individual, likening himself to the enigmatic master of the dark garb, which clearly indicates his desire to supplant the true master. For years, he has been orchestrating a grand scheme. Amidst the cacophony of voices, most of which echo with infamy, there are but few who speak of his virtue. In the past, when various lords vied for supremacy, conflict raged incessantly, causing countless common folk to suffer. It was during this tumultuous period that the Eastern Ghost Emperor was discovered by Chen Yi and brought back to the Dao sect. To her, Chen Yi embodies a complex mixture of mentor, father, and sovereign. Figures like Gongsun Zhoumo and Shao Mo appear to her as mere decrepit relics of a bygone era. Even with their formidable skills, they do not invoke fear in her, and the younger generation, such as Su Beiyu, completely fail to capture her regard. Only the current Lord of the Hall can compel the proud Eastern Ghost Emperor to relinquish her haughty demeanor and serve with the humility of a handmaiden. Chen Yi remains undeterred by the Eastern Ghost Emperor's defiance, slightly lost in thought as she remarks, "You youngsters, having never experienced the events of yore, fail to grasp the essence of Gongsun Zhoumo. In terms of temperament and talent, he is indeed a paragon of his time. It is merely a lack of fortune that has rendered him unfulfilled. Had he been a member of the Dao sect, his accomplishments might have far surpassed ours." The Eastern Ghost Emperor, now even more incensed, lets out a huff of frustration. Chen Yi merely smiles in response. From the northern gate of Jiulu City to the estate of the Lingwu Duke stretches a broad and straight avenue. The master and disciple stroll along this path. At the end of the road lies the northern city gate. Su Beiyu, trailing behind his master, squints at the towering watchtower and softly murmurs, "Master, when I was a child, I asked you what a sword immortal was, and you told me that with a breath, one could form a flying sword. With a wave of the hand, swords would fall like rain. Riding a sword could take one to the heavens, and wielding a sword would allow one to tread the world alone. I found the notion of a sword immortal truly majestic." Ahead, Gongsun Zhoumo does not turn back, but inquires with a smile, "What is it?" Su Beiyu replies with a chuckle, "How about you show me that majesty today, master?" Gongsun Zhoumo laughs heartily. "Very well." What follows resembles their first encounter a decade ago. The elder, with a sword case on his back and white hair billowing in the wind, pauses 300 paces from the northern city gate. He slams the sword case down before him, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground, while an invisible ripple of vital energy spreads outward, akin to a tempest sweeping through, rattling the tiles on nearby rooftops. In the next moment, Gongsun Zhoumo stands in the street, finger poised as if wielding a sword, pointing skyward. Initially, a single sword shadow appears, followed by 2, then 4, 8, and 16, each multiplying in succession. Soon, countless sword shadows cascade, blotting out the sun. A smile graces Gongsun Zhoumo's face as he gently pushes his arm forward and begins to walk slowly. The myriad sword shadows follow suit, all aimed at the northern city gate's watchtower. With a solemn voice, Gongsun Zhoumo declares, from the Dao sect, "Chen Yi, today I challenge you to a duel." Inside the northern city gate's watchtower, Chen Yi chuckles softly. Gongsun Zhoumo has arrived. "You shall remain here to observe. Do not intervene," she instructs. The Eastern Ghost Emperor bites her lip and nods in acquiescence. The figure of Chen Yi suddenly vanished, only to reappear at the eaves of the watchtower's rooftop. His voice resonated throughout the entirety of Jiulu City. "Chen Yi is here. I implore the esteemed Gongsun Zongzhu to draw his sword." On this day, within the bustling Jiulu City, all present bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Countless sword shadows cascaded from the heavens, dense and overwhelming, obscuring the sky above. What a deluge! A rain of swords. Chapter 67. The thunder pool presses down. Celestial thunder falls. Shao Mo stood atop his own watchtower, gazing at the expansive sword rain that blotted out the sun, squinting with a smile. This time, the thunder is indeed loud, and the rain plentiful. It has truly begun. Shilu, who do you believe holds the greater odds? Standing not far behind Xiao Mo was the heir of the Lingwu County, Xiao Shilu. Upon hearing the question, he softly replied, it should still be the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. After all, he is reputed to be the foremost figure beneath the true immortal of the Taoist sect, the black-clad master of the Tao. Without considerable cultivation, he could not suppress the 36 chief deacons, and moreover, on the Tianshu ranking, the master of the Demon Suppression Hall surpasses Gongsun Zhongmo by 1 rank. Yet, Xiao Mo shook his head. If we consider power, Chunyi indeed qualifies as the foremost figure beneath the Taoist sect's master. However, if we gauge by cultivation, that may not hold true. It is undeniable that the elder generation of the Chun lineage is gradually dwindling, yet a few remain. Some are in seclusion, seeking longevity, while others linger in a state of half-death. The old masters, having surpassed a century in age, are the true foundation of the Taoist sect and seldom reveal themselves, let alone appear on the Tianshu ranking. This tacit understanding between the Tianshu pavilion and the Taoist sect suggests that while the ranking can be observed, it should neither be wholly trusted nor entirely dismissed. Xiao Shilu gently acknowledged, his expression unchanging, though internally he was stirred. For who among cultivators would not be captivated by the prowess of 2 immortals? Furthermore, this matter involved the long-standing grievances between the Taoist sect and the Sword sect. The conflict from decades past, after all, was propelled by both sects from behind the scenes. Although the Sword sect met its demise, Gongsun Zhongmo single-handedly upheld its legacy, stirring the world for nearly 60 years. Was the Taoist sect not powerless against this? As the current sword dispute unfolds, who shall emerge victorious? Perched at the eaves of the watchtower, Chunyi softly reflected, what a remarkable move, Sword 9. As his words echoed, the myriad sword shadows abruptly froze in midair, neither advancing nor falling, transforming into a backdrop against the sky. Gongsun Zhongmo remained unfazed, gesturing with his hand. Instantly, the clouds above churned and boiled, as if a true dragon coursed through them. In the next moment, an invisible giant hand seemed to grasp the sky, and a cloud pillar, as thick as a mountain, cascaded down like a waterfall, connecting heaven and earth. Witnessing this scene, the tens of thousands within Jiulu City were rendered speechless, the vast city enveloped in an eerie silence. Was this not a sword? An unfathomably grand cloud sword? Gongsun Zhongmo spoke slowly. Years ago, the master of the Taoist sect wielded the snow of Baishan as his sword, cutting down the capital with 1 stroke. Today, I shall wield the floating clouds above as my sword, cleaving through Jiulu. The towering cloud sword stood majestically, its aura overwhelming. Before this strike, the master of the Demon Suppression Hall appeared as insignificant as an ant. The soldiers stationed at the North City Gate and upon the city walls occupied a commanding height, situated closer to the impending threat. Acutely aware of the suffocating pressure brought forth by the sword, they gazed upwards in a trance, paralyzed by fear of the blade descending upon them, lest they, along with the gate and walls beneath their feet, suffer dire consequences. The subsequent scene validated their worst fears. Gongsun Zhongmo, with empty hands, mimicked the motion of grasping a sword before delivering a downward slash. The celestial sword in the sky followed suit, crashing down with a thunderous force, akin to a mountain collapsing. Su Beiyu observed this spectacle, murmuring, indeed, a sword immortal, truly magnificent and imposing. In the face of this formidable strike, the master of the Demon Suppression Hall remained composed, extending his right index finger to meet the descending blade, halting it a mere 3 feet away from him. A single gesture was sufficient to designate the sword's trajectory. It was true that the former leader of the Taoist sect had once wielded a sword forged of the snow-covered mountains, but at that time, he was not yet the esteemed leader, his cultivation far from complete. That sword was shattered by the then Grand General Su Lin with a single punch, rendering such feats somewhat ineffective against true masters of the same realm. Gongsun Zhongmo softly uttered a word of dispersal. The enormous cloud sword disintegrated instantaneously into nearly 1,000 swords of normal size, hovering in the air to form a circular sword array, with the tips of these 1,000 swords still aimed squarely at Chunyi. In an instant, the sword energies intertwined, as countless flying swords executed intricate trajectories, ruthlessly assaulting Chunyi. Even more astonishing was the fact that despite the onslaught of over 1,000 flying swords directed at Chunyi, none harmed the watchtower beneath his feet, demonstrating Gongsun Zhongmo's astonishing mastery over the sword energies. Chunyi, no longer merely on the defensive, made no visible move, yet swiftly dissipated over 200 flying swords, tearing a massive gap in the previously flawless sword array. He then slipped through this opening, appearing above the heavens. Standing in the void, Gongsun Zhongmo smiled, raising his arm to perform another gesture of grasping. The sword energy erupted forth, surging like a dragon ascending into the sky, coiling tightly as it aimed directly at Chun Ye's face. Sword 20, Ascending Dragon Sword. The master of the Demon Suppression Hall spread his fingers, a flash of lightning dancing in his palm, casually striking against the overwhelming sword energy. In an instant, the sword energy exploded before him, scattering like lightning, wreaking havoc upon the structures within the city. Those fortunate enough merely had their walls pierced, leaving a gaping hole, while those less fortunate were cleaved in two, collapsing amidst a thunderous roar. Chun Yi employed a technique from the Five Thunder Heart method of the Taoist tradition, wherein the art of thunder has been revered since ancient times. The thunder method, particularly the Five Thunder Heart method, is one of the principal paths within the Taoist sect that can lead to ascension and enlightenment. In the realm of earth immortals, it stands comparable to the Three Purities technique of the sect's leader. In a low yet distinctly audible voice, Chun Yi proclaimed, his words penetrating the ears of all within the city, rendering any attempt to cover their ears futile, regardless of distance or location. Gongsun Zhongmo, will you not draw your sword? The disparity for those of the sword sect, whether they possess a sword or not, is indeed profound. Gongsun Zhongmo let out a hearty laugh, his figure soaring upward as his robe billowed dramatically, a pitch-black long sword appearing in his right hand. Chun Yi smiled faintly, his gaze indifferent. Finally wielding a sword with his own hands, Gongsun Zhongmo truly carries an air of grandeur. Chun Yi spread his arms wide, his flowing black Taoist robe rustling in the wind. After Gongsun Zhongmo transformed the clouds into his sword, the sky above became a clear azure, but in that moment, clouds began to surge and gather, eventually cloaking the sky in darkness. Gongsun Zhongmo cast a glance at the heavens, then calmly withdrew his gaze, elevating himself to a height equal to Chun Yi, standing poised with his sword. Chun Yi, ranked higher on the heavenly secrets list than Gongsun Zhongmo, remarked nonchalantly. To come without reciprocation is impolite. The eastern azure dragon, the western white tiger, the southern vermilion bird, and the northern black tortoise, accounting for 28 constellations, shall jointly forge a thunder pool for your observation. As Chun Yi spoke, the inky black clouds above thickened, revealing 28 points of light, akin to stars in the night sky. The thunder pool formation is renowned within the Taoist sect, the previous generation's headmaster, Master Zicheng, and even the great Master Weichen, as well as the Emperor Shao, were all adept in this art. Master Zicheng had once suppressed the incompletely cultivated Shanghuan Xianxin using this very method. Chun Yi had presided over the Demon Suppression Hall for several decades, earning the title of the Black-Clad Headmaster in recent years, indicating his esteemed position within the Taoist sect, second only to the headmaster himself. This time, as he personally challenged Gongsun Zhongmo, it was astonishing that Gongsun did not confront him with a sword. Even a mud Buddha possesses some ire. How much more so the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, standing atop the contemporary pinnacle? At this moment, Chun Ye's invocation of the Thunder Pool carried a heavier connotation of humiliation and provocation. Years ago, Gongsun Zhongmo's master, Shanghuan Xianxin, had been suppressed for months by the headmaster of the Taoist sect using the Thunder Pool technique. Could Gongsun Zhongmo possibly shatter this formation today? The illumination of the 28 orbs within the black clouds intensified, ultimately revealing their true form. Not stars, but 28 thunder pearls radiating a brilliant blue-purple glow, each the size of a human head. In the next instant, thunder rumbled within the dark clouds. Holding the Xianming sword, Gongsun Zhongmo stood at ease, awaiting the descent of the thunder. It is said that the once unparalleled Sword Immortal, Shanghuan Xianxin, perished due to the heavy sins he had committed, ultimately falling to the divine retribution. However, Gongsun Zhongmo knew the truth was otherwise. His master had endured 9 bolts of heavenly thunder, nearly exhausted, yet still possessing the strength for battle. At that moment, the Emperor Shao, having just slain the leader of the White Lotus sect, arrived and struck at his master with the Emperor's sword. His master countered with 35 sword techniques, successfully blocking the Emperor's strike, but ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Neither reincarnation nor survival was sought. Death was simply death, always striving for the direct path, rather than seeking through convoluted means. This is the way of my sword sect. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water vat crashed down. Almost simultaneously, Gongsun Zhongmo thrust his sword forward. The momentum of the sword was magnificent and overwhelming, standing resilient even before the symbolic heavenly thunder. With this sword, I honor my master. Chapter 68. Who can match a sword in the balance of equals? The heavenly thunder loomed overhead. Even those of the earth immortal realm must bow their heads in submission. Heavenly thunder descended directly upon Gongsun Zhongmo, perfectly meeting the sharp edge of his sword. A torrent of majestic sword energy surged upwards, resembling an inverted Milky Way flowing against the current. It echoed the legendary moment when Shangwan Xianxin unleashed a long river of sword energy. The sword energy shattered the heavenly thunder, leaving the city's cultivators in stunned disbelief. Was the swordsmanship of the sword sect truly this domineering? The very embodiment of heavenly tribulation. The thunder was effortlessly cleaved apart by Gongsun Zhongmo's strike. Chimei, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. That initial bolt of lightning was merely a test of strength. Given that this was the thunderpool formation, it was only fitting to witness the spectacle of all 28 thunders unleashed in unison. The brilliance of the 28 thunder pearls intensified, mimicking the earlier heavenly thunder, as they broke through the sea of clouds, weaving a grand net that enveloped Gongsun Zhongmo. The heavens and the earth trembled with the sound of thunder, and none dared to step beyond the confines of the thunder pool. This formation, constructed from the arcane principles of the Tao, was far superior to any ancient thunder pool. Gongsun Zhongmo extended his hand and calmly requested, "Please, the sword." The sword box on the ground burst open with a resounding crash, releasing a surge of azure sword energy that soared into the sky. Following this, an unparalleled celestial sword ascended gracefully from the box, bridging the gap between Gongsun Zhongmo and Chimei. As the sword emerged, the previously obscured sky was instantly painted a brilliant azure, rendering even the dazzling thunderpool formation dull in comparison. With his flowing white hair, Gongsun Zhongmo grasped the hilt of the sword, stating calmly, "This sword is designed to slay the carefree earth immortals." This sword was not only the weapon of the sword sect's leader, but also that of the sect's founding master. Named Zhu Xian, it had claimed the lives of nearly 100 earth immortal souls over the past millennium. Holding Zhu Xian, Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily, proclaiming, "It is said that one must not step beyond the thunder pool, yet today, I shall boldly step across it to see what this master of the demon suppression hall can do against me." True to his words, Gongsun Zhongmo advanced towards the thunderous net. With a casual stroke, Zhu Xian traced a radiant arc through the air. Thunder fell silent, and the dark clouds lost their color. One sword crossed the thunder pool, and another shattered it, effortlessly dismantling the opposition. Xu Beiyu watched this scene, his heart in turmoil. This was the true essence of a carefree earth immortal, a genuine sword immortal. And that sword, Zhu Xian, he had witnessed its emergence a decade ago. It was from that very moment that a bond of master and disciple was forged between him and Gongsun Zhongmo. A summer cicada and a celestial sword. What a poignant reunion it was. From the watchtower of the Lingwu Duke's residence, Xiao Mo shook his head with a sigh. Chimei had lost, and Gongsun Zhongmo had triumphed. Xiao Shilu, his face a mask of astonishment, incredulously remarked, "The master of the demon suppression hall actually lost? And this sword? I have never heard of it before. There are no rumors in the cultivation world. This makes no sense." Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes and softly replied, "This sword is named Zhu Xian. It was once one of the 3 great artifacts used by the Taoist sect to suppress fortune. Over 1,000 years ago, during the conflict of swordsmanship, the Taoist sect was divided, and this sword was taken to the sword sect by its founding master, becoming the sect's treasured heirloom, overseen by each successive leader. At the moment of his demise, the former leader of the sword sect, Shangwan Xianxin, bequeathed a treasured sword to Gongsun Zhongmo. The Taoist sect found itself unable to reclaim this invaluable artifact, rendering them unable to speak of it without losing face. Naturally, the Taoists were reluctant to elaborate, as no one in the cultivation world dared provoke their ire. Furthermore, given that the sword had long been absent from the world, it was only natural that the present generation had not heard of it. Xiao Shilu hesitated for a moment before softly inquiring, "Father, since Gongsun Zhongmo emerged victorious, what of the upcoming mutual market in Jilu?" Xiao Mo replied calmly, "The reason I invited Gongsun Zhongmo was precisely to create disruption. This event is ostensibly a mutual market, yet in reality, it serves to consolidate scattered cultivators for the court and His Majesty. The Taoists, who are most averse to this scenario, would have been utterly preoccupied had it not been for Gongsun Zhongmo, the formidable remnant of the sword sect, standing in their way. Without him, the so-called mutual market of Jilu would hardly be conceivable. However, the current situation has exceeded my expectations, as Gongsun Zhongmo's confrontation with Chunyi has drawn an unexpectedly large audience of cultivators, which is a delightful surprise." A smile graced Xiao Shilu's face as he congratulated his father. "If this endeavor succeeds, His Majesty will undoubtedly be greatly pleased. And perhaps this opportunity will elevate your status further." Xiao Mo also smiled. While the crown of a prince adorned with 6 eastern pearls was splendid, It paled in comparison to that of a prince crowned with 7. A prince's title was a privilege reserved for the direct line of succession. In the early days of the new dynasty, the distribution of titles among the princes was a matter of significant importance. And the princes of this era were not mere figureheads like those of the late dynasty, but genuine feudal lords. The Great Qi dynasty conferred the title of prince upon 5 individuals, 2 of whom were of different surnames, the Prince of Liao from the northeast and the Prince of Junbei from the steppe, known as the Khan of the Plains. The remaining 3 princes hailed from the direct line of the Shao family, with the most illustrious being the half-brother of the late emperor, Prince Wei Shaojin. In contrast, the collateral branches of the Shao family found themselves limited to the status of marquis, perpetually overshadowed by the 3 prominent princes of the direct line. As the head of the collateral branch, Xiao Mo's desire to ascend further was entirely reasonable. He softly remarked, "Shirlu, on the direct line side, there is 1 uncle, 2 elder princesses, and 2 young princes, while our collateral branch possesses only my title as marquis and the presence of our princess. Our position is weak. Despite the kinship distinctions, we cannot allow ourselves to be oppressed by the direct line simply because we bear the collateral distinction. Why should Prince Wei monopolize a territory while my father and I are confined to a cold and desolate corner? The disparity is glaring. Since we cannot rely on ancestral connections, we must depend on ourselves. Otherwise, who would take us seriously in the court?" Xiao Shirlu bowed his head and replied, "I shall heed your teachings, father." Xiao Mo sighed, turning away from the celestial duel between the 2 transcendent beings, departing the lookout with a forlorn silhouette. The outcome of this battle astonished the vast majority. Gongsun Zhongmo wielded the sword of extermination to shatter the thunderpool formation of the Lord of the Demon Suppression Temple. Though the Lord, Chen Yi, faced no mortal peril, he was left in a rather disheveled state. For someone of their stature, there was no longer any face to maintain in Jilu City. Following this battle, the Taoist Demon Suppression Temple withdrew entirely from Jilu City. This battle, however, marked the rise of Gongsun Zhongmo. Harnessing the momentum of this astonishing conflict, Gongsun Zhongmo was rightfully hailed as the preeminent master of the sword, his reputation soaring to rival that of the most illustrious figures, such as the leaders of the Taoist sections. Through the accounts of countless spectators from Jilu City, the name Gongsun Zhongmo transcended the circles of the elite, reaching even those at the lower echelons of the cultivation world, who for the first time became aware of the existence of the sword sect's master. Regrettably, this sword sect appeared only fleetingly after the retreat from the Demon Suppression Palace. The once vibrant sword Qi Lingkong Hall once again fell into dormancy, leaving no trace behind, and even Gongsun Zhongmo drifted away into the void. As a disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo, Su Beiyu was privy to certain matters unknown to outsiders, such as the fact that after this battle, Gongsun Zhongmo had private discussions with 2 individuals, the very architects of the trade in Jilu City, Prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo, and the master of the Demon Suppression Palace, Chen Yi. Xiao Mo invited Gongsun Zhongmo to Jilu City to resolve the crisis, and now that Gongsun Zhongmo had splendidly repelled the Demon Suppression Palace, it was time for Xiao Mo to fulfill his promise of reward, a compensation so astonishing that it left Su Beiyu at a loss for words. This reward was a private seal, entirely crafted from jade, standing over 3 inches tall, with a square base measuring approximately 2 inches on each side, inscribed with the characters Ling Bao. In truth, this was a token that would allow its bearer to present a reasonable request to the reigning emperor. The weight of a favor from the current sovereign was immeasurable, akin to the vastness of the heavens. As for the master of the Demon Suppression Palace, the 2 engaged in a transaction. Chapter 69. 1 seal for 1 person 30 miles outside Jilu City, at a farewell pavilion. The pavilion was modest yet sturdy, designed to withstand the relentless winds and rains of the prairie. 2 elderly men stood within, engaged in conversation, a stark contrast to their recent violent confrontation. Now they conversed as if longtime friends, perhaps indicating that such camaraderie is essential for longevity and prosperity in this world. A young couple awaited not far from the pavilion, their hearts heavy with an inexplicable melancholy. Su Beiyu, growing impatient with the uncertainty of their situation, could not help but glance toward the pavilion. Despite being among the highest masters in the world, the 2 elderly figures presented a stark contrast. Gongsun Zhongmo, clad in black with white hair, bore a stern and imposing demeanor, evoking the fearful imaginings of the master of the Demon Suppression Palace. In contrast, the true master, Chen Yi, embodied the youthful aspirations of junior cultivators, a tall figure with an ethereal presence, exuding a refined grace, his appearance more pleasing than Gongsun Zhongmo's weathered visage, yet still commanding respect without appearing overly youthful. Though Gongsun Zhongmo had triumphed over Chen Yi, he could not vanquish him. Thus, their statuses remained relatively equal, and Su Beiyu, aware of some details of their discussion, could not suppress his feelings of melancholy. As he contemplated this, he turned his gaze towards Jiyun, the young Taoist maiden who seemed to have anticipated the moment. With her head bowed in silence, upon sensing Su Beiyu's gaze upon her, she lifted her eyes to meet his, forcing a smile that suggested her unease, as if she were caught between words unspoken. Su Beiyu smiled faintly, suddenly feeling a sense of suffocation. The decision to bring Jiyun along had been made out of necessity, yet as they journeyed together, their time spent in each other's company had fostered a growing affection. He longed to stand forth and declare to his master and the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall that he wished for this young girl to remain by his side, that he did not wish for her to return to the sect. Yet, he lacked the courage and conviction to do so. Before his master, he could not muster the bravery to defy the will of his esteemed teacher. In the presence of the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, he felt utterly powerless to oppose such a towering figure of authority. The mere sight of the Great Immortal, even when turned away from Su Beiyu, was enough to leave him breathless, let alone confront him directly. Perhaps decades hence, Su Beiyu might possess such fortitude, but the present version of himself did not. Such was the lamentable reality he faced. Within the pavilion, their conversation drew to a close. Qin glanced at the young Taoist maiden standing outside, seemingly at a loss. He spoke calmly, expressing gratitude for the care extended by Gongsun Zhongzhu during this time, acknowledging a debt of gratitude that he would not shirk when able. Gongsun Zhongmo's expression remained serene, yet he felt satisfied with this response. The favor of the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, though not as significant as that of the Emperor of Deqi, was still of considerable weight. What made the Lord most formidable was not merely his cultivation, but the immense power he wielded. Rumors spoke of him as the foremost among the 36 chief stewards, his prowess rivaling that of the Grand Court's greatest master, Zhang Baishu. Even he was bound to heed the commands of this hall master. Seeing Gongsun Zhongmo nod, Chun Yi produced a seal from his sleeve, entirely ink-colored, adorned with a qilin, its size comparable to the precious seal previously given to Gongsun Zhongmo by Xiaomo. The base bore the inscription Qinggejushi. Gongsun Zhongmo accepted the seal with a mild smile, remarking that since growing old, his heart had softened. He proposed that the two old fellows take a stroll, allowing the young ones to bid farewell to one another. Chun Yi merely responded with a non-committal hum, offering no rebuttal. The two elders exited the pavilion, one after the other, while Gongsun Zhongmo gestured towards Su Beiyu. Su Beiyu gazed at Jiyun with a complex expression, hesitating as he struggled to find the right words. Would they truly part ways now? Jiyun, timidly glancing at the elders who were gradually retreating, mustered the courage to tug at Su Beiyu's sleeve. He looked down to see her eyes glistening with unshed tears, threatening to overflow. Perhaps to Gongsun Zhongmo, this pair of naive young souls, having spent merely a few months together, knew nothing of profound love and heartache. From his own experience, he understood that even couples who had weathered life and death trials together over decades might ultimately part ways. These two young individuals would likely feel sorrow for a time, but eventually, they would move on. However, Jiyun harbored a different sentiment. After the death of the old master of Chonglong Temple, who had taken her in, she found herself utterly alone. Subsequently, with the fall of Chonglong Temple, she was left without even a final refuge. Much like a drowning person instinctively clutches at anything within reach, Su Beiyu had become the lifebuoy that Jiyun desperately clung to. She believed that as long as she depended on him, she would not succumb to the depths. In a hushed tone, Jiyun expressed, "I do not wish to leave. I do not want to enter the Taoist sect." Su Beiyu managed a forced smile and insincerely replied, "What is so terrible about the Taoist sect? The celestial realm of Xuandu, renowned as Yujing, is a place where countless cultivators aspire to go yet cannot." Upon hearing these words, Jiyun was on the verge of tears. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze and remaining silent. After a moment of silence, Su Beiyu sighed, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and spoke gently. "Do not be deceived by our current fortunes as master and disciple. Who knows when we might find ourselves being pursued? That would be the true essence of a fugitive's life. What if one day I am unable to look after you, and you are left behind? Thus, I want you to return to the Taoist sect. No matter how inadequate it may seem, it offers a semblance of stability." The young Taoist nun kept her head bowed, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed quietly. Su Beiyu wished to wipe her tears, but she covered her face with her hands, her frail shoulders trembling, clearly feeling like a burden cast aside. Regardless of how delicately Su Beiyu's words were phrased, Jiyun discerned their underlying meaning. This was the intention of Gongsun Zhongmo. Rather than risk her life alongside him, it would be better to trade her for a favor from the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome. Su Beiyu remained silent for a long while, When Jiyun had exhausted her tears, she murmured through her sobs, "I have met that person. He once visited my master." Clearly, the person she referred to was the master of the demon suppression hall. Su Beiyu did not respond, not from a lack of words, but rather from the weight of unspoken thoughts. Jiyun wiped her tears with her sleeve and looked up, stating clearly, "I will go." Su Beiyu retrieved a book from his satchel and handed it to her, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Did you not enjoy the illustrations in this imperial mirror illustrated exposition? Consider it a parting gift to alleviate your journey." Jiyun instinctively accepted the book, momentarily lost in thought. Su Beiyu took her hand and began to walk towards the two elderly men. The master of the demon suppression hall regarded Jiyun, who was approaching, with a calm demeanor. When they were still several paces apart, Su Beiyu halted, released her hand, and softly urged, "Go on." Jiyun clutched the imperial mirror illustrated exposition tightly, as she slowly walked towards the master of the demon suppression hall, frequently glancing back, seemingly hoping Su Beiyu would call out to her. Yet, Su Beiyu remained silent throughout, merely waving his hand. In a peculiar twist of fate, Su Beiyu found himself locking eyes with the master of the demon suppression hall. When they next meet, what identity would Su Beiyu assume in the presence of this master? Once they had walked far enough away, Gongsun Zhongmo patted his disciple's shoulder and remarked with a faint smile, "What concern does a man have for a wife? You may have lost a little maid, but consider this a small token from your master." As the conversation unfolded, a seal, crafted from pure jade, was inadvertently placed into Su Beiyu's hands by Gongsun Zhongmo. The seal bore the inscription Ling Bao on its base. Chapter 70, A Man and His Sword, the Sword Sect. Ultimately, Jiyun departed, following the master of the demon suppression hall back to the Taoist sect. However, Gongsun Zhongmo had discreetly informed Su Beiyu that Jiyun, as the sole survivor of the Chonglong Temple and with the connection to the former temple master, would not face any scrutiny. Instead, she would find fortune in misfortune, being granted the opportunity to study under the teachings of the Taoist sect's leader, an extraordinary stroke of luck indeed. Additionally, Song Guangguan, who had been recuperating at the Xianshui Pavilion, showed significant improvement in her injuries. Once fully healed, she was to be escorted away from Jilu City by Master Xianyi. As for the master-disciple duo of Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu, they departed Jilu City ahead of schedule, heading eastward across the Xiulong Prairie towards the northeastern province of Liao. This was not Su Beiyu's final visit to Jilu City, yet it marked the last connection Gongsun Zhongmo would ever have with the city. Presently, the imperial court was graced by two noble lords of different surnames, one in the east and the other in the west, illuminating the realm. To the west resided the king of Jinbei, Lin Han, the late empress's brother and lord of the prairie. Although he was nominally an independent lord of the Great Qi, he was, in essence, a vassal, governing a realm with its own laws and regulations. Geographically, his dominion stretched from the Yuran River as the boundary, centered around the royal court, extending west to the Ria Sea and east to the Xiulong Prairie, encompassing the vast grasslands and deserts of the Great Snow Mountain. Under his command were 52 subordinate chieftains, along with hundreds of thousands of cavalry. The Lin family of the prairie and the later established Wanyan clan had been perceived by the scholars of the Central Plains as dual swords hanging ominously overhead. It was not until Xiao Yu married the Lin family's legitimate daughter and eradicated the Red Lady, using his wife's name to assume control of the prairie as an outsider, that he allied with Murong Yin to launch a northern expedition against the Wanyan kings, supporting the current ruler Wanyan Beiyu's ascension. Thus, both the Lin and Wanyan families completely submitted, resulting in decades of peace. As for the eastern noble lord, he was none other than the Liao King Mu family, who held sway over Liao province and the northern capital. The first Liao king, Mu Rinchi, had once served as the chief military commander of the former Great Zheng and had participated in the grand hunt for supremacy during the Zheng dynasty's fall, even coming perilously close to obliterating Emperor Zhao's northwestern legacy. Later, after his defeat, he surrendered and was granted the title of Liao King, establishing his rule in the northeast. Coincidentally, the ancient battlefield that Su Beiyu had previously traversed with Duan Muyu and others was the very site of the fierce clash between this Liao King and the royal cavalry of the Western River County. Su Beiyu had not anticipated his early connection with the Liao King. Of course, the current Liao King was no longer the same Mu Rinchi of old, but rather his grandson, Mu Tang. The master and disciple journeyed along the well-trodden trade routes established by merchants across the prairie. Gongsun Zhongmo, while continuing to guide his disciples' cultivation, interspersed tales of Liao province's customs and culture. Upon entering Liao province, they stepped into the northeastern territory, where the Liao King, being the only noble of a different surname within the imperial system, was indeed a figure of complexity. Although he had faced severe repression from the court in recent years, losing the northeastern provinces of Jinjun and Yuzhou, leaving only Liao province. One must acknowledge that even a starved camel is larger than a horse. Coupled with the legacy Mu Rinchi had amassed, his power and influence remained comparable to that of the long-standing military leaders along the borders. The current Liao king, Mu Tongji, possesses commendable strategic acumen and intelligence, characterized by meticulous thought processes. Yet, in terms of courage and decisiveness, he falls short compared to his predecessors. Having absorbed the somber demeanor of the elderly statesmen around him, the past few years, under the relentless pressure from the likes of Lan Yu and Wei Jin, have further darkened his disposition. However, one cannot entirely fault him. Having been raised within the confines of the Liao royal palace, he has had scant opportunities for genuine experience. As the saying goes, words cannot compare to deeds. Without weathering the storms faced by his forebears, he naturally lacks their formidable charisma, and his temperament is thus understandably skewed. Indeed, it is precisely this sentiment that has fostered a bond between him and my esteemed self. Mu Tongji harbors considerable dissatisfaction with the current elderly council, prompting him to seek a bridge to the noble from the steppes through my guidance. The alliance of two disparate royal houses would provide him with the leverage necessary for discourse, particularly as the trend of diminishing princely power becomes inevitable. Should he remain passive, it is likely that the Liao royal house will soon become but a hollow shell. After a span of 10 days, the scenic vistas of the grasslands began to wane, giving way to sparse woodlands. At this juncture, Su Beiyu had firmly established his second-tier realm, wielding the Tianlan sword with the finesse of an extension of his own being. Gongsun Zhongmo took great satisfaction in this, recognizing that while his disciple may not possess the ethereal grace of a transcendent being, his unique talents are indeed rare in the world. With the temperament akin to that of an immortal, there is no need to worry about stagnation at the threshold of his realm. His innate understanding, coupled with the wisdom of predecessors, suffices for advancement. Although he may lack certain foundational qualities, the 12 swords compensate for such deficiencies. Once he steps into the realm of earthly immortals, the significance of foundational qualities and comprehension diminishes. The ability to ascend the formidable 18 levels hinges not solely on elusive fortune, but primarily on one's character. It is conceivable that my disciple might one day reach the pinnacle of the 18 levels, akin to the current head of the Taoist sect, with only a half-step remaining to attain true immortality. Reflecting on these matters, Gongsun Zhongmo's thoughts began to meander, and he spoke softly. Beiyu, today I shall impart to you the secrets of the earthly immortal realm. In this world, there are countless exceptional individuals. However, those who achieve true immortality are no longer of this earth, but reside in the heavens. As the saying goes, those of the world govern worldly affairs. To influence the grand tides of the world through cultivation, one must ascend to the 18 levels of earthly immortals, a state also referred to as the realm of minor longevity. What constitutes the realm of minor longevity? It is a state indistinguishable from that of true celestial immortals, differing only by a half-step needed to cross the heavenly gate. Over the course of a century, the number of individuals attaining the realm of minor longevity can be counted on one hand. Excluding those already ascended, such as Zichun and Tianchun, only 5 remain. Your grandmaster, the former leader of the White Lotus sect, the late Emperor Xiao Yu of the Great Qi, the rebellious Taoist Master Qingchun, and the current head of the Taoist sect. However, minor longevity is not equivalent to true longevity. Among these 5 exalted figures of minor longevity, 3 have perished. My master succumbed to heavenly retribution and exhaustion from successive battles. The leader of the White Lotus sect fell to the Emperor Xiao Yu's divine sword, and Xiao Yu himself was ultimately consumed by the karmic retribution of the White Lotus leader, forced to retreat into the Mei Mountain tomb, lost to the world. In my view, it is highly likely that Xiao Yu has met his end. Even if he is not, he exists in a state of half-life, forever beyond the reach of rebirth. Su Beiyu pondered thoughtfully. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled softly and continued. As for the other 2, Qingchun is a generation above me. Truly an elder figure. Before the Jiazi era, he was already on the brink of ascension, and after the Jiazi, his cultivation has become even more unfathomable. The reason he has yet to ascend is due to the past betrayal of his sect, feeling unworthy to face the ancestral masters of the celestial realm. The current leader of the Taoist sect follows the path of benevolence. His cultivation is sufficient, yet he still lacks a bit of refinement in the practice of kindness. He seems to be waiting for an opportunity, and he cannot let go of the immense legacy of the Taoist sect. He must ensure everything is in order before he can ascend with peace of mind. Su Beiyu inquired softly. Master, you too can ascend, can't you? Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily, shaking his head. Ascension to enlightenment? I do not expect it in this lifetime. If I can pass down the legacy bestowed by my ancestors, I will be thoroughly content. Su Beiyu sighed, feigning an air of wisdom. Master, such a mindset won't do. Your disciple still hopes for your early ascension so that you can display your grandeur. Being a celestial successor is a title of great renown. Who wouldn't fear it? Gongsun Zhongmo patted his disciple's shoulder, laughing heartily. When I am here among mortals, they will fear you. If I were to leave now, you would not be able to protect this legacy. He paused, acknowledging Su Beiyu's intentions. You wish for me to enjoy my time in the heavens, but let us not speak of whether I am destined for ascension. As the old saying goes, if everyone seeks immortality, the lineage passed down by our ancestors would cease to exist. Some matters must be undertaken by someone. The elder gazed towards the heavens, murmuring, in the past, I could not uphold the Gongsun family's legacy. For the sword sect, I wish to avoid repeating the mistakes of your. Su Beiyu truly sighed this time. The former sword sect leader, Shangwan Xianqin, was renowned as half of the sect, single-handedly elevating it to a status just below the three teachings, even capable of contending with the Taoist sect. However, once Shangwan Xianqin perished, the sword sect collapsed in an instant. Now, with Gongsun Zhongmo aging, the burden of the sword sect would inevitably fall upon Su Beiyu's shoulders. Could one man with a single sword truly bear this weight? Chapter 71. The swordsman. With the departure of the Demon Suppression Hall and the Sword Qi Ascension Hall, Giant Deer City finally returned to its rightful course. Riding on the momentum of the duel between two extraordinary masters, a multitude of cultivators gathered, and the long-anticipated mutual market in Giant Deer City officially commenced. It is unknown how many cultivators the city's master, Xiao Mo, discreetly gathered for the emperor. But judging from the beaming face of the Prince of Lingwu County in recent days, it must have been a fruitful endeavor. The court rejoiced. While the Taoist sect was naturally disheartened, those who are discontented often seek ways to regain balance. Now that the Taoist sect possesses Zhiyun, the matter concerning Chonglong Temple would certainly not be so easily settled. The murky waters involving the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard Bureau were bound to remain turbulent. Yet these affairs no longer significantly concerned Su Beiyu. The current objective of the master and disciple duo is the Liao Wang mansion, where they will meet with Prince Liao. If all goes as planned, Su Beiyu will accompany his master to the distant region to meet the illustrious Wanyan Beiwei. In recent months, Su Beiyu has navigated a world both bizarre and extraordinary, as prominent figures have paraded before him, allowing this once inconspicuous individual to glimpse the splendors of the upper echelons of society. After traversing the journey for approximately a month, the master and disciple finally set foot in the northeastern territories, where the weather had begun to turn decidedly colder. The chilling air of late autumn in the northeast was almost bone-chilling. The single word cold encapsulated Su Beiyu's first impression of the region. Although the northwest also experiences cold, it is characterized by its dryness, whereas the northeast chill carries an element of dampness that seeps silently and inexorably into one's core, creating a stark contrast between the two. Prior to entering Liaozhou, Gongsun Zhongmo once again urged Su Beiyu to proceed alone, and this time, he encountered a markedly different adversary. If Duanmu Yu epitomized the privileged scion of a noble family, this opponent emerged from the same humble origins as Su Beiyu, honing his blade through the crucible of combat. His strikes were merciless and decisive. Upon encountering Su Beiyu, who had learned to thrive in battle, he wasted no time before drawing his weapon, nearly inflicting a grievous injury upon Su Beiyu with a single blow. Their initial clash unfolded amidst a dense thicket, where the opponent concealed himself beneath layers of foliage, eluding even Su Beiyu's keen senses. As Su Beiyu drew near, the assailant sprang forth, launching a deadly strike aimed at Su Beiyu's head. Had the blow connected, it would have surely resulted in decapitation. At the precipice of danger, Su Beiyu instinctively lowered his head, allowing the blade of the Tianlan, drawn by the force of the attack, to barely deflect the strike. Nonetheless, the fierce energy of the blade left a crimson mark along his neck. The two engaged in direct combat, wherein Su Beiyu's swordsmanship, imparted by Gongsun Zhongmo, adhered strictly to the principles of the Tao, embodying a formality that was both precise and unwavering. In contrast, the opponent's knife techniques were born from the brutal realities of survival in battle, characterized by a fierce and unpredictable style, excelling in exchanging life for life and injury for injury. A novice disciple of any sect would likely find themselves at a significant disadvantage against such tactics. However, Su Beiyu, having risen from the grassroots himself and having faced life-and-death scenarios while combating bandits on the grasslands, navigated the encounter with remarkable poise. This adversary, resolute in spirit, recognizing the stalemate, seized an opportunity to retreat swiftly into the depths of the thicket, vanishing from sight. Su Beiyu chose not to pursue, watching as the figure, akin to a solitary wolf, disappeared into the shadows of the forest before sheathing his sword and withdrawing from the battlefield. A peculiar intuition stirred within him, a foreboding sense that this unknown swordsman would not relent easily and would undoubtedly seek to trouble him again. From their recent encounter, it was evident that this individual had likely just entered the first realm of mastery, significantly surpassing Su Beiyu by an entire level. Yet, the disparity in their respective martial arts, his knife techniques being far removed from the 36 forms of swordsmanship that Su Beiyu had learned, allowed Su Beiyu to hold his own. Recognizing this encounter as a valuable opportunity to refine his own swordsmanship, Su Beiyu was determined not to let it slip away easily. 3 days later, the two individuals encountered each other once more on an official road near Liaozhou, under the cloak of night. The road was devoid of pedestrians, and this time, the swordsman did not conceal his presence, boldly materializing before Su Beiyu and thrusting a blade directly at his heart. Anticipating the attack, Su Beiyu reacted without hesitation, unleashing an embryonic form of his 13th sword. The swordsman clearly did not expect Su Beiyu to possess such skill. In a moment of panic, he could only retract his body, bracing himself with his blade to withstand the strike. The next instant, he was propelled backwards by the overwhelming force of the 13th sword, crashing into the ground and leaving a considerable crater. Su Beiyu then inquired, "Who are you?" The swordsman remained silent, leaping from the crater he had created, his figure vanishing once again into the night. After his departure, Su Beiyu refrained from pursuing, though his expression was grave. For someone of his current second-tier cultivation, the embryonic 13th sword represented his most profound skill, a pinnacle he could attain before reaching the first-tier realm. While he could only manifest a 3-zhonglong sword aura, had it been the legendary Shangguan Xianxin wielding it, a single stroke could have decimated a city. The original intention of this sword, conceived by the founder of the sword sect, was undeniably audacious, designed to confront 1,000,000 soldiers with a single stroke. The third attempt at an ambush arrived with a delay. Just as Su Beiyu was about to step into Liaozhou, the swordsman, who had not made a move for several days, finally emerged amidst the throng at the city gate, launching an attack aimed at Su Beiyu's abdomen with malicious intent. However, Su Beiyu once again thwarted the swordsman's plan with his 5th sword, leading to a fierce clash of blades. The swordsman, forged in the crucible of death, fought fiercely yet valued his life. Though he feared death, he was unafraid to confront it, demonstrating a ruthless mastery of his craft. This time he wholly abandoned any thoughts of self-preservation, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. There is an old saying, barefooted individuals fear not those in shoes. Once, Su Beiyu could be considered barefoot, but now he donned the exquisite boots of the sword sect and was unwilling to trade blows with a mere ruffian. Ultimately, the swordsman inflicted a grievous wound on Su Beiyu's left arm, deep enough to expose bone, before fleeing once more. However, Su Beiyu's patience had worn thin. Incensed by the swordsman's audacity to attempt to slay him with blunt instruments, he refused to allow him to escape unscathed and pursued him with his sword drawn. As they raced through the chaos, one fleeing and the other in relentless pursuit, they swiftly entered a nearby dense forest. Yet, upon entering the thicket, the swordsman transformed, adopting the role of an assassin. No longer merely fleeing, he launched ambushes against Su Beiyu, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Despite Su Beiyu's preparedness, the swordsman managed to inflict 3 wounds upon him. However, he too suffered, receiving a deep stab to his abdomen from Su Beiyu, causing his energy to falter. Following this close-quarters engagement, the swordsman resolved to flee with single-minded determination, ceasing his ambushes. Su Beiyu, after pursuing for approximately 10 li, ultimately returned empty-handed. After enduring a relentless pursuit, Su Beiyu's fury had nearly dissipated. However, the swordsman could no longer contain his resentment. Having failed thrice in his attempts, he remained undeterred yet burdened by a lingering ire. What further aggravated his frustration was the undeniable fact that this young swordsman, despite being of a lesser realm, had managed to overpower him through the profound intricacies of his cultivated techniques. It was evident that the swordsman had received guidance from a superior mentor, while he himself emerged from humble beginnings, devoid of such fortuitous opportunities. He could only rely on his ruthless determination and willingness to risk his life in combat. This swordsman must surely hail from a prestigious lineage. Chapter 72, Longcheng of Liaoxi, Murongxian in the capital of Liaozhou, Zhejiang Prefecture. The region is bordered by the North Sea to the south, connects with Yanzhou and Yuzhou to the west, and is backed by vast grasslands to the north. Long ago, the ancestors of the Murong family, Murong Longqing and Murong Fengwang, established the former Yan dynasty and made this place their capital, hence it is also known as Longcheng. After a strenuous journey, Su Beiyu arrived at Longcheng. He did not rush to enter, but instead stood before the city gate, gazing up at the formidable fortress in silence. The once mighty Yan dynasty had long since dissipated into the annals of history, yet the Murong clan persisted. He had heard his master speak of Murong Xian, the current matriarch of the family, who bore a single character for her name, Xian. Despite her womanly status, Murong Xian was a figure of remarkable legend. In her youth, she formed a close bond with the future heir of the Yi family, a relationship akin to childhood sweethearts. Had fate favored her otherwise, she would have wed into the Yi family, becoming their lady. Yet, the Yi family revered the Tao, leading the young heir to join the path of enlightenment. While Murong Xian was sent to the Buddhist order by her devout family to cultivate in seclusion, thus parting ways. Years later, Murong Xian traversed the world as a representative of the Buddhist faith. Well-meaning individuals compared her to the unwed Empress Lin, Zhang Shuiyao, then a mere junior disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo, and Qin Muxian, the saintess of the newly established Xuanjiao, collectively known as the Four Great Beauties, with Murong Xian reigning supreme among them, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in the realm. It is often said that the lives of beautiful women are fraught with tribulations, and this holds true in many respects. After marrying Gongsun Zhongmo, Zhang Shuiyao and her husband dedicated years to revitalizing the sword sect, only to eventually part ways, becoming a pair of estranged partners. Qin Muxian, once entangled in a tempestuous romance with Emperor Xiao Su, ultimately saw him wed solely the Empress Lin, leaving her unmarried for life. As for the seemingly fortunate Empress Lin, revered by all, with a husband who took only her as his wife and a son who ascended to the throne, she and Emperor Xiao met an early demise, casting doubt on her fortune. Only Murong Xian could be deemed complete in this regard. Women, often prone to jealousy, resemble the rivalries among scholars. Among the four beauties of that era, they loosely divided into three factions, Murong Xian and Empress Lin as close confidants, while Zhang Shuiyao and Qin Muxian each formed their own factions. The former pair and the latter two harbored animosities, often due to men or other motives. For instance, Empress Lin and Qin Muxian became mortal enemies over Emperor Zhao's affections. In conclusion, the accounts between women remain an intricate and unresolved ledger. Years ago, Murong Xian journeyed to the capital city of Zhongdu to visit her intimate friend, Empress Lin. At that time, Xiaoyu was in close association with the Taoist sect, and together they conspired to seize the world. The foremost disciple of the Taoist sect also ventured to Zhongdu to meet with Xiaoyu, and this disciple happened to be the young master of the Yi family, who had joined the Taoist sect back then. Due to this fortuitous encounter, old acquaintances reunited, rekindling past affections, and for various other reasons, the two ultimately became Taoist partners. A few years later, after Xiaoyu successfully completed his first southern expedition into Shu and his second northern campaign, he marched eastward into the pass, sweeping across the land. Following this, Xiaoyu ascended to the throne, and the Taoist disciple became the new head of the Taoist sect. Consequently, the two women flourished. One became the empress, while the other assumed the title of the headmaster's wife. Now, the imperial couple has passed away, yet Murong Xian and the headmaster of the Taoist sect continue to thrive. The headmaster resides for many years at the peaks of Dushengong, while the headmaster's wife spends half of each year at the Murong family estate, managing familial affairs. In the earlier years, when Empress Lin was still alive, Murong Xian would often visit the imperial capital to see her old friend. However, after the untimely demise of the Xiao couple and the subsequent abandonment of the alliance with the Taoist sect, Murong Xian has not set foot in the capital since. Suddenly, Su Beiyu was struck by an absurd thought. Could it be possible to encounter the once-renowned beauty of the world at the ancestral home of the Murong family in Longcheng? Liaozhou. While it seemed likely, it was not something a younger generation like Su Beiyu could attain. Gongsun Zhongmo, carrying a sword case, walked through the streets of Longcheng for a full hour, not heading to the Liaowang mansion, but rather stopping in front of a residence in the western part of the city. The imposing black gate stood closed, and the entire estate, along with the prominently displayed characters of Murong, exuded an air of antiquity. Only two black armored guards stood at the entrance, their postures rigid, exuding an aura that reached the first rank of mastery. To have such formidable guardians at the gate, apart from the reigning royal Xiao family and a few other notable families, could only be the result of the long-standing heritage of the Murong clan. As Gongsun Zhongmo approached the gate, the expression of the two first-rank black armored guards changed, their fingers tightening around their sword hilts. However, they were momentarily daunted by the invisible might that Gongsun Zhongmo did not bother to conceal, rendering them speechless. It would indeed be a jest to draw swords in front of a contemporary earth immortal like Gongsun Zhongmo. Yet, having been raised as assassins by the Murong family since childhood, they remained steadfast in their duty, knowing full well that drawing their blades would lead only to death. Yet they stood their ground, unwavering. At that moment, a gentle voice emanated from within, instructing that it was unbecoming to be discourteous to a distinguished guest and requesting the middle door to be opened for their entrance. Upon hearing this voice, the two guards immediately knelt to the ground, responding in unison, yes. In the next instant, the heavy black doors creaked open, and Gongsun Zhongmo, unfazed, stepped into the ancestral home of the Murong family. Familiar with this place, Gongsun Zhongmo recalled that during the intermarriages among the 5 great families of the state of Wei, his mother hailed from the Murong clan, and he had visited this place in his childhood, even being distantly related to Murong Xian. Upon entering the main hall, he found that the servants and maids had already been dismissed, leaving only a solitary woman in white standing there. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a beauty that truly warranted the phrase national beauty and heavenly fragrance. It seemed as though her mere presence drained the surrounding hues, her aura reminiscent of the serene orchid in a secluded valley, existing apart from the world. Even more astonishing was the fact that while her visage remained youthful, she sported 3,000 strands of white hair, distinctly different from the dull white often associated with age. Her hair was bright and pure, elegantly secured with 9 hairpins, which, combined with her unsmiling countenance, added an air of authority. This woman was none other than Murong Xian, the current matriarch of the Murong family estate. Her demeanor towards her cousin, who had been adversarial to her husband for many years, was one of indifference, neither disdainful nor affectionate, as if he were merely a passerby. After all, if even fathers and husbands could fall out, how could there be any bond between distant cousins? Gongsun Zhongmo was the first to speak. Murong, I come to see you not for any particular reason, but simply to, the woman interjected calmly, to discuss your final affairs? Gongsun Zhongmo was momentarily taken aback. Falling silent, she continued, you must be 83 this year, am I correct? He nodded, time is merciless. Murong Xian replied evenly, at your age, many matters should have been resolved in your mind. I have mediated on your behalf. He has decided to grant you and your wife a path to salvation. Having escaped the depths of despair, why cling to the past? Zhang Shuiyao has let go, why can't you? You persist in your solitary path, forging alliances with Murong Xianin and others, compelling me to cease my mediation and forcing him to intervene directly. Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. The he she referred to was, of course, the esteemed leader of the Taoist sect residing at Xuandu Yujing. The younger generation knew only the leader's exalted status, while the elders understood the true depth of his power. After a prolonged silence, Gongsun Zhongmo spoke slowly, though surrounded by thousands, I shall proceed. A flicker of mild anger emerged in the woman's eyes, seemingly incensed by Gongsun Zhongmo's lack of discernment. She said in a low voice, Gongsun Zhongmo. Addressed by his full name, Gongsun Zhongmo maintained his calm demeanor. A man must act where action is required. Such matters may be evaded by women, but not by men. Murong Xian, all that you have done in these years is etched in my memory. However, this debt of gratitude may never be repaid. Murong Xian's voice grew increasingly frigid. I require no repayment of favors. I only ask that you remain within your bounds and cease to stir up trouble. Is peace not preferable? Gongsun Zhongmo sighed. Your notion of peace is not the peace of us, the disgraced. Enough. Murong Xian retorted sharply. What of the fall of the sword sect? The Gongsun family did not send you to the sword sect merely to accompany its demise. And what of the Gongsun family's downfall? That was brought about by Shao Jin and has no bearing on my Taoist sect. Gongsun Zhongmo, with his sword case slung across his back, replied nonchalantly, each generation must deal with its own affairs. Let this enmity be settled between my master and me. With her hands clasped behind her back, Murong Xian turned away, her white hair cascading neatly over her shoulders and down her back. Since you are so resolute, let us not meet again. Take care of yourself. Gongsun Zhongmo smiled faintly and departed from the Murong family estate. Murong Xian turned around, gazing at the figure that epitomized the ravages of age, letting out a soft sigh. Among their peers hailing from the 5 great noble families, could it be that Gongsun Zhongmo would be the first to depart? Chapter 73. The twofold discourse of Murong and the extermination of immortals. Su Beiyu entered Chaoyang Mansion, experiencing a culture and demeanor distinct from that of the Northwest. Though both regions belong to the North, the Northwest exudes ruggedness while the Northeast is characterized by forthrightness. Su Beiyu, a native of the Northwest, found himself in the Northeast, struck by a sensation that was both familiar and foreign. As he ambled along the main thoroughfare of the city, observing the myriad aspects of human affairs, he chanced upon a vendor selling candied red fruits by the roadside. Su Beiyu contemplated purchasing a skewer, but suddenly recalled the young Taoist Ji Yun, who adored such trifles. He wondered how she fared on her journey back to the Taoist sect. Had she been bullied by her peers? Had she concealed herself to weep? A hint of unease crept into Su Beiyu's heart, and he shook his head, ultimately deciding against buying the treat and continuing on his way. Those who abandon me cannot be retained. Yesterday is forever lost. Those who disturb my heart bring me many worries today. After walking a distance, Su Beiyu felt a sudden alertness, swiftly turning as he grasped the hilt of his sword, only to find a charming girl standing a short distance behind him. The girl had changed from her green attire into a pale blue vest, paired with a matching skirt, the embroidered shoes hidden beneath its hem, revealing only the charming pom-poms atop the shoe tips. Her long hair was secured with a silver hairpin, with bangs gracefully falling over her forehead. Her delicate features radiating warmth and cheerfulness, embodying the essence of a refined young lady. Su Beiyu paused, then smiled. You've healed? The newcomer was none other than Song Guangguan, who placed her hands gently on her abdomen and nodded shyly. Su Beiyu softly remarked, that is good to hear. In the face of death, all matters are rendered trivial. Song Guangguan smiled gently. Your words carry wisdom, young master. Su Beiyu extended his hand. Song Guangguan hesitated, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, but eventually placed her hand into his palm. Su Beiyu grasped her hand, leading her onward. Song Guangguan's cheeks flushed, shedding the demeanor of a sword master to reveal the innocence of a budding beauty. Su Beiyu, oblivious to the implications, inquired, when you were so gravely injured that day, I feared for your life. The methods of the Xianshui Pavilion are indeed remarkable. I've heard that only women are admitted there, while men are barred. Are you privy to the truth behind this? Song Guangguan replied softly. In truth, there are men within the Xianshui Pavilion, and one of them is the sole founder, Murong Xianin. The sect master once remarked that this so-called Xianshui Pavilion in Jilu City is merely a collection of concubines and maids raised by Murong Xianin. Due to the connections with the sect master, my sword Qi Ascending Hall has maintained a certain rapport with the Xianshui Pavilion over the years. My recent healing was a result of these ties and the sect master's favor, as well as the advantage of my being a woman, allowing me to bypass the prohibition against male entry. Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before asking. I have always been curious about the relationship between Murong Xianin and the illustrious Murong family. Song Guangguan pondered for a moment and said, surely. You are aware that the current imperial Shao family is divided into the legitimate and collateral branches? To her surprise, Su Beiyu realized. Are you implying that the Murong family is also bifurcated? Song Guangguan nodded, explaining, the former head of the Murong clan had both a legitimate and a concubine-born son. Upon assuming leadership, the legitimate son, Murong Yuan, could not tolerate the presence of his half-brother, Murong Yin. Consequently, Murong Yin departed from the main Murong family and journeyed far to the rear establishment, where he eventually rose to the rank of Grand General. He allied with Xiao Yu to combat the 5 kings of the rear establishment, thereby founding a branch of the Murong family there. The Taoist sect's matriarch, Murong Xian, is the daughter of Murong Yuan, while Murong Xianin is the son of Murong Yin, making them somewhat akin to cousins. Su Beiyu finally grasped the relationship between these two branches of the Murong family, realizing why one Murong woman held the esteemed position of matriarch in the Taoist sect, while another bore the title of the notorious figure from the Demon Suppression Hall, known as the third of the heavenly characters. Su Beiyu listened intently as Song Guangguan recounted various legends and anecdotes about Chaoyang Prefecture, the dragon city beyond the borders. She spoke of how, during the establishment of the later Yin dynasty, Murong Longqing and Murong Fengwang displayed unparalleled grace, and how the Murong clan held dominion over this region. She also mentioned that the dragon city was revered as the Buddha capital, as it housed 7 relics left by the Buddha, preserved within stupas constructed by the Buddhist community, with 2 of these stupas located right within Chaoyang Prefecture. As noon approached, Song Guangguan suddenly caught a whiff of something delightful, her eyes sparkling. Su Beiyu turned to see a tavern and smiled, asking, Are you hungry? With a hand clutching her garment and her head lowered in slight embarrassment, Song Guangguan replied, I feel like having a drink. Su Beiyu chuckled and led her into the tavern, seizing an excellent spot on the 2nd floor by the window, where they ordered several vegetarian dishes for himself and 2 pitchers of wine for Song Guangguan. One was the renowned Huadiao wine, famed for its association with the tales of Daughters Red and Top Scholars Red, while the other was a local specialty from the northeast known as Xiaojiao, or burning knife, named for its intense flavor. The waiter, witnessing this unusual order, was taken aback, pondering how a swordsman-like man chose vegetarian fare while a delicate-looking lady opted for a drink that even the most daring men would hesitate to indulge in. The wine arrived first, followed by the dishes. Song Guangguan poured herself a cup of Xiaojiao, taking a gentle sip, her eyes narrowing like a crescent moon. She smiled and said, "Young master, this burning knife liquor is proclaimed the king of Liaodong wines. One sip ignites a fire within. Will you not try it?" Su Beiyu simply shook his head in response. The waiter, preparing to leave, inwardly lamented, questioning what sort of man abstained from wine. Before long, the vegetarian dishes were served. After Su Beiyu sampled a few bites, he gazed out at the bustling street below and softly mused. To read thousands of books is not as enriching as to travel thousands of miles. The essence of worldly affairs cannot be gleaned from reading, one must experience it. Accompanying my master on this journey, I have witnessed much and contemplated deeply, especially regarding the term sword sect, which truly embodies the complexity of human affairs. Song Guangguan chose not to comment, simply lowering her head to drink. Taverns have always been a hub for gossip and news. Though there exists an age-old adage about not speaking while eating, it is a custom rarely observed. Diners freely exchange dialogue, particularly relishing discussions about various current rumors. The most captivating topic of the moment is the epic confrontation between the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, Chen Yi, and the leader of the sword sect, Gongsun Zhongmo. In the city of Jiulu, the figure clad in black, the esteemed leader, needs no introduction. He has been a renowned personage for many years. In contrast, Gongsun Zhongmo has remained a figure shrouded in mystery, emerging from the shadows this time to astonish the world of sword immortals. What has sparked widespread discussion is that this sword sect leader, wielding the legendary extermination sword, achieved victory over the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, thereby bringing great disgrace upon the illustrious Taoist sect. Even more shocking to the public was the unexpected capitulation of the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, who led his followers in retreat from Jiulu. There are those who claim that the extermination sword is of immense significance. The very name implies the slaying of deities, a sword specifically crafted for the annihilation of celestial beings. It is said that with a mere command from the sword sect leader, this blade can sever heads from miles away. With this sword in hand, no Taoist immortal stands a chance. How could the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, a figure of such renown, if not the greatest, then certainly among the second or third most powerful, have suffered such a defeat? Immediately, dissenting voices arose. If the sword is indeed so formidable, how did the sword sect fall into oblivion? If such powers truly exist, why did this leader remain hidden until recently? The initial speaker snorted disdainfully, asserting that being a celestial sword, it must be wielded by one of divine cultivation. Without the requisite celestial powers, Gongsun Zhongmo could not have utilized the extermination sword, thus remaining in seclusion. Now, having attained such powers, he is free to emerge. Many patrons in the tavern nodded in agreement. Others chimed in, recalling a wise monk from the North Tower who spoke of the concept of fate. Those with weaker destinies cannot bear the weight of national treasures, suggesting that this celestial artifact follows the same principle. Amidst the clamor of opinions, Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan exchanged knowing smiles. The extermination sword embodies the essence and spirit of the thousand-year-old sword sect. Chapter 74. The Grand Taoist Ancestral Court stands majestically. The black-clad leader fell to Gongsun Zhongmo's sword. As this news spread from north to south, it sent shockwaves throughout the realm, shaking the foundations of the Taoist Ancestral Court. The master of the Demon Suppression Hall has actually been defeated? Not to mention the reclusive elders of the Chun lineage. Even the prominent figures in the open were taken aback. The master of the Demon Suppression Hall held the esteemed 7th position on the heavenly mechanism ranking, a figure only slightly inferior to the true leader of the Tao. How could such a defeat transpire? At this moment, many older generations recalled the unparalleled figure of Shangguan Xianqin, who once dominated the world. Could it be that Gongsun Zhongmo is another Shangguan Xianqin? Particularly for the Demon Suppression Hall, the words extermination sword evoke nightmares. The previous master of the hall was vanquished by this very sword, descending from the heights of celestial status to a mere mortal, passing away at the age of 90. Now, the current master of the Demon Suppression Hall has once again succumbed to the extermination sword. Is this what they call fate? The Taoist Ancestral Court is located at the southern end of the western Kunlun, featuring 9 peaks, each governed by 8 peak masters and the true leader. Among these, the foremost peak is named Dutian Peak, recognized as the preeminent peak of the realm, often referred to as the Xian de Yujing, which serves as the abode of the true leader, personally overseen by him. In the vast sea of clouds, 9 mountain peaks rise above the mist, with the central peak towering significantly above the other 8, standing out like a crane among chickens. This peak is known as Dutian Peak, appearing from a distance as a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens, enveloped by the surrounding sea of clouds, truly the closest place on earth to the celestial realm. The summit of Dutian Peak features an exceptionally even cut, as if some supreme divine power had effortlessly severed the original pinnacle. Atop this peak lies a vast celestial pool, occupying nearly an entire city's area, with a grand plaza of white jade suspended at its center, extending endlessly to the horizon. In contrast to the shadowy Jean-Mo Hall, the plaza is adorned with magnificent palaces, standing indifferently at the highest point of the world, resembling a heavenly palace above the clouds, gazing down upon the myriad beings below. This is the pivotal core of the revered Taoist sect, with the central Zixiao Palace, the Patriarch Hall, and the Sanqing Dao Hall representing the very heart of the core. The Zixiao Palace serves as the residence of the true master, while the Patriarch Hall venerates the ancestors of the sect. Those who enter the Patriarch Hall, aside from the successive true masters, are individuals who have made significant contributions to the Taoist path, each a remarkable figure in their own right. The Sanqing Dao Hall is where the true master convenes with the leaders of the various peaks, palace masters, and eminent figures for discussions. At this moment, two individuals ascend the long flight of stairs before the Zixiao Palace. One is clad in a flowing black robe, wearing a mixed yuan cap adorned with a piece of purple-black jade, his robe secured at the chest with a sword belt symbolizing the severance of worries, desires, and greed. He steps forward in dark cloud shoes, embodying the appearance of a true Taoist master. Following closely is a young Taoist maiden in a blue robe, her head adorned with a lotus leaf cap, lacking further embellishments, seemingly an ordinary outer disciple of the sect. Yet, if she were merely an ordinary disciple, how could she find herself at the threshold of the true master's residence? The Zixiao Palace atop Dutian Peak and the Qingshu Palace at the mountain's base are the only two structures personally constructed by the Tao ancestor during his lifetime. It is said that before establishing the sect, the Tao ancestor first erected the Zixiao Palace on Dutian Peak as a future preaching ground, subsequently building the Qingshu Palace at the foot of the peak to accommodate visitors who, drawn by fame, could not ascend the mountain. As time passed, the Tao ancestor preached at the Zixiao Palace, attracting many seekers. Those fortunate enough could ascend the mountain to listen, while those unwilling to leave, yet unable to climb, settled around Qingshu Palace, establishing their homes. Thus, as the Taoist sect flourished, the number of lay disciples increased, prompting their families to migrate and settle here, leading to the establishment of today's Lincian Mansion. After traversing 99 steps, the two arrived before the Zixiao Palace. To the left and right stood two attendants holding dusters, who, upon seeing the black-robed master, respectfully bowed and said, "We have met the esteemed master of Jean-Mo Hall." The previous true master conveyed a message that if you were to arrive, there is no need for announcement. You may proceed directly to see him. The master nodded slightly, stepping over the threshold and entering the Zixiao Palace with his companion Jiyun. Within the Zixiao Palace, the layout from the time of the Tao ancestors' teachings remains preserved. No chairs are set, with cushions replacing them. At the highest platform, where the Tao ancestor once sat, there are a total of 18 seats arranged on either side, representing the 18 founding masters of the Taoist sect. Excluding those who have forsaken the Tao or perished early, only 9 remain, including the likes of Ancestor Zhuang, Ancestor Zhang, and Ancestor Huang. However, the present Zixiao Palace stands desolate, devoid of the Tao ancestor and the esteemed masters, leaving only the timeless and incorruptible cushions that have endured for over a millennium. Jiyun, feeling daunted, dared not look around, instead keeping her head bowed as she followed Chenyi closely. The seat once occupied by the Tao ancestor is now vacant, save for a delicate incense burner, releasing a slender wisp of fragrant smoke. Cautiously, Jiyun lifted her gaze, aligning her line of sight with the platform, where she beheld a pair of cloud-soled shoes patterned in white against a black background, along with the purple hem of a Taoist robe. Yet, in Chunye's perspective, this place was both empty and occupied, existing in a realm between the visible and the invisible. The higher the cultivation, the less discernible one becomes, while those of lesser cultivation may catch fleeting glimpses. What a remarkable manifestation of the external incarnation. In this moment, the true form of the headmaster should be in seclusion within the inner chambers of the Zixiao Palace, rarely emerging unless necessary, at which point he would materialize through this external incarnation. Chenyi lowered his head slightly in the vast emptiness and spoke softly. "I apologize for disturbing the headmaster's tranquility. I have come regarding matters between Chonglong Temple and the Sword Sect. I seek your judgment, esteemed brother." A voice, steady and impartial, arose from the void. "Concerning the Sword Sect, you need not intervene. I shall handle this matter personally." A flicker of astonishment crossed Chunye's eyes. Was the headmaster preparing to emerge from seclusion? He quickly composed himself and replied solemnly, "Understood." The voice paused momentarily before inquiring, "Is this the one?" Chunye nodded gently, Indeed, this is Ji Yun, the last surviving disciple of Chonglong Temple. How do you intend to proceed, esteemed brother? The voice pondered briefly before responding with calmness. Ji Yun, raise your head. Filled with trepidation, Ji Yun complied and looked up to see a middle-aged Taoist standing upon the high platform. With phoenix-like brows and a complexion as smooth as jade. He wore an unadorned purple Taoist robe, devoid of any sword belt or other ornaments, and even his hair was simply tied with a wooden hairpin, lacking the customary headgear. This middle-aged Taoist was none other than Xiao Yi, the headmaster overseeing the Taoist world. His attire deviated significantly from the Taoist regulations. Ordinarily, even a headmaster would not present themselves thus. However, as this external incarnation was a manifestation of the headmaster's thoughts, it need not adhere to such constraints. Xiao Yi scrutinized Ji Yun for a moment before speaking. Although you have followed Uncle Lung Chun in your cultivation, due to his role as a substitute teacher, you belong to the Yun generation. Now that Uncle Lung has passed on, if you wish, you may cultivate with me. The headmaster's words stirred something within Chen Yi. For disciples of the headmaster's lineage were notoriously rare, and none were ordinary. The foremost among the younger generation, Shi Xian Yun, hailed from the headmaster's line. Now, the headmaster expressed intent to take this young girl as a disciple. Could it be that this child possessed some secret potential yet unseen? Although Ji Yun was inexperienced in the world, she was not naive. After a brief moment of astonishment, she knelt before the middle-aged Taoist. Xiao Yi waved his hand, and a young acolyte approached Ji Yun, softly saying, "This esteemed sister, please follow me." Ji Yun followed the acolyte out of the Zixiao Palace, where the young boy handed her over to a woman with an icy demeanor. Ji Yun gazed at this woman, who wore a hibiscus crown and a white Taoist robe. Despite being only around 25 or 26 years of age, she had already ascended to the esteemed rank of an elder guest official, a position that could only be conferred upon those who had achieved the celestial realm. The woman said nothing, merely gesturing for Ji Yun to follow her. Next, the woman led Ji Yun to change into a set of pale blue attire, symbolizing a direct disciple, complete with a Taoist crown, headscarf, robe, shoes, and accessories. Finally, she settled Ji Yun in a solitary courtyard on Duxiang Peak. After completing these tasks, the woman turned to leave. Ji Yun mustered her courage and asked, "Esteemed sister, may I inquire your name?" The woman glanced back at her and replied, "Shi Xianyun." Chapter 75. A Buddha sits in the northern tower within the Zixiao Palace. Only the master and the lord of the demon suppression hall remained. Xiao Yi lingered in a state between visibility and invisibility. While Ji Yun and the young acolyte could perceive him, yet the immensely skilled Chen Yi could not. He could only vaguely sense Xiao Yi turning away, his eyes half closed. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's voice echoed again. "Junior brother, your mind is restless." Chen Yi was taken aback and quickly reined in his thoughts, realizing that since entering the Zixiao Palace, he had experienced 2 moments of mental instability, unaware that Xiao Yi had sensed it. He had to explain, "Ever since my defeat at the hands of Gongsun Zhongmo, my state of mind has indeed not been as complete as before." Xiao Yi replied calmly, "The sword sect has indeed been a thorn in the heart of our Taoist lineage for a millennium." A profound silence enveloped the hall, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. The Taoist sect and the sword sect originated from the same roots, and the conflict between the sword and the Tao began 1,000 years ago. A long-standing grievance that neither side could fully quantify. The animosity between them had long since penetrated to the marrow, leaving no room for reconciliation, only a struggle to the death. Chen Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Master, your intention to descend the mountain is a significant matter. But the world today is no longer the same as it was 30 years ago." Xiao Yi's voice turned slightly cold. "Ever since Xiao Xian ascended to the throne, he has harbored a covetous eye on our Taoist sect, intent on repeating the old deeds of the great Zheng, driving us out. Yet he fails to consider that without our Taoist sect, how could his Xiao family have attained dominion over the realm? When he was born, Xiao Yu forged an alliance with our Taoist sect and deliberately named him with the character Xian, signifying the essence of our Taoist teachings. Today, he seems to have forgotten the origin of that character. I have refrained from holding him accountable, for I have always believed that Xiao Yu could not have perished. After all, he was the foremost figure of his time. How could he have simply died?" Chen Yi was taken aback and asked, "Master, do you mean to say that Emperor Xiao is still alive?" As the autumn leaves gently spoke, years ago, at Mount Laozhan, Xiao Yu entrusted me with the construction of Meishan tomb under the pretext of arranging his affairs after his passing. Considering our mutual bond, I naturally consented. Following the resolution of the Jiangnan conflict, I reported this matter to Master Tianxin. Since the first year of Taiping, the Taoist sect has dispatched over 400 disciples to Meishan, collaborating with the 100,000 laborers and 30,000 soldiers mobilized by Xiao Jin to erect the tomb. This endeavor spanned a decade, culminating in 2 grand sepulchres, with one serving as the final resting place for Xiao Yu's parents, completed first. The second, Ming Tomb, was finished in the 10th year of Taiping and subsequently arranged by Xiao Yu himself. It is said that the Buddhist, Confucian, shamanistic, Xuanjiao, and Tianji Pavilion also participated. And it wasn't until the 15th year of Taiping that the project reached its conclusion. This monumental tomb, built over 15 years, absorbed much of the strength of the cultivation world, with its mysteries not fully known even to the Taoists. And the couple Xiao Yu and his wife rest together within the Ming tomb. Chen Yi murmured. It is said that the founding emperor harbors tens of thousands of Yin soldiers within the tomb, poised to re-emerge when the great chief falters. I had thought it mere folklore, but it appears that there is truth in these whispers. Qiu Yi replied calmly. The winds arise from the tips of the green reeds. Many seemingly absurd rumors often point directly to their source. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall as the 2 eminent figures stood in stillness, each lost in contemplation. After a long pause, Chen Yi slowly remarked, on the court side, the 24 meritorious ministers of Lingyan Pavilion have successively passed away. Although the turmoil in the first year of Qingping was quelled by the Empress Dowager, the Prime Minister has also sustained considerable losses. After the Empress Dowager's demise, Emperor Xiao has been consolidating power, and the Prime Minister's position has become precarious. He likely cannot endure much longer. Qiu Yi replied evenly. I have my own calculations regarding this matter. As long as Xiao Yu does not reappear in the world, who can challenge me in this vast realm? To take a step back, even if Xiao Yu were alive, as long as I do not venture to the imperial capital, he cannot do much. Chen Yi seemed poised to speak further, but Qiu Yi manifested his form and raised a hand to silence him, his expression serene as he said, You may go. Seek an explanation from the 3 commanders of the Shadow Guard regarding the matters of Chonglong Pavilion and bring that to a conclusion. As for other affairs, I have my own arrangements. Chen Yi bowed solemnly. Yes, I shall take my leave, master. Upon arriving in Liaozhou, it was not far from the northern capital. In our dynasty, all princes and dukes possess fiefs, and according to their ranks and the specifications of their territories, they are also endowed with varying degrees of military authority. Whether guarding a city, like the Duke of Lingwu, Xiao Mo, or overseeing a province, such as the Yan King, Xiao Li, and the Qi King, Xiao Bai. There are also those who command entire nations, like the Prince of Zhunbei, Lin Hanji, who governs the vast grasslands, and the Wei King, Xiao Jin, who personally annihilated the Zhang and Gongsun clans, with the last being the Liao King, Mu Tongji, who oversees the 3 northeastern provinces. With the realm initially stabilized, it was wise for the royal family to protect the state, a sentiment shared across the court, and even now, no one dares to utter the words of reducing the fiefs. Only the Liao King, Mu Tongji, continues to draw criticism, for while the other princes are relatives, having contributed to the founding of the dynasty through their own merits or those of their forebears. The Liao King's lineage had been granted the princely title only out of necessity by the former emperor to secure their allegiance. Thus, as of now, His Majesty the Emperor and Lord Lan have persistently suppressed the Prince of Liao. Across the court and the common populace, rather than expressing sympathy, there is an air of schadenfreude, rendering the current Prince of Liao increasingly isolated and vulnerable. The court's relentless pressure has compelled the Liao royal household to retreat step by step. In the vast expanse of the northeast, apart from Liao province, only the north capital remains. Each of these regions houses a Liao royal residence, yet the true Liao royal estate is located within the city of the north capital. Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo are destined to visit the Prince of Liao, and thus they must proceed to the north capital. However, it seems that this time the prince intends to showcase his sincere willingness to honor the talented, and has therefore specifically traveled from the north capital to Liao province's Choyang prefecture. Upon exiting the tavern, Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan, adhering to their master's prior arrangement, made their way towards the north tower to rendezvous with him. Within the city of Chaoyang, 3 ancient towers stand majestically, colloquially known as the East Tower, South Tower, and North Tower. The North Tower of Chaoyang was originally established during the Northern Wei dynasty, built by Empress Wencheng of Northern Wei on the site of the former palace of the great Yin Longqing. It was erected to pray for the longevity and peace of her grandfather and to promote the teachings of Buddhism. Following numerous wars and restorations, it eventually evolved into the North Tower of Chaoyang, characterized by its earthen base from the later Yin Palace, the base of the Scion Buddhist pagoda, with a brick tower as its core and the Liao Tower as its outer structure. Its ingenious design has earned the North Tower the title of the foremost tower in the Northeast. Within the underground chambers of the North Tower lies the true relic of the Buddha, accompanied by the relics housed in the South Tower. Hence, the city boasts 2 sacred relics of the Buddha, earning Chaoyang the esteemed title of the City of Buddhism, attracting a multitude of eminent monks. It is also one of the few locations where the influence of Taoist sects has not spread. Approaching the northern city limits, one can behold the resplendent North Tower, with a radiant light of Buddha manifesting within. Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan advanced directly towards the North Tower, pausing their steps about 100 paces from its base. Song Guangguan gestured towards the North Tower and softly remarked, "I have read in the scriptures of our sect that a venerable monk, having attained the status of Arhat, guards this tower. Few possess the strength to withstand a single strike from the sect leader, and this monk is among them. His indomitable golden body has reached a minor state of perfection and has withstood the assault of 6 celestial masters from the Xuanjiao, without striking back or sustaining injury." Su Beiyu inquired, "Arhat status?" Song Guangguan elucidated, "The term 5 immortals is a concept within the Taoist tradition, while Buddhism does not categorize its realms in such a manner. The Arhat status is equivalent to the Taoist realm of Earth Immortals." Su Beiyu responded with a sigh, "Another formidable Earth Immortal." Song Guangguan gently continued, "The Taoist tradition speaks of the 8 peak masters, while Buddhism has its 6 foremost seats. These 14 individuals all reside above the 9th level of Earth Immortal. Those at the 1st or 2nd level, such as the Wheel King, are but mere chickens and dogs in comparison." Su Beiyu strode forward, his tone unadorned. "Even the most modest Earth Immortal is still an Earth Immortal, far beyond my capacity to critique, as I have yet to tread even the path of Ghost Immortals. The area surrounding the North Tower is strikingly desolate, devoid of temples or other edifices, save for the solitary pagoda. According to legend, that esteemed monk of Buddhism resides atop the tower, safeguarding the relic of the Buddha. Over the years, there has never been any report of anyone daring to covet the Buddha's relic." Su Beiyu instinctively cast a glance towards the pinnacle of the North Tower, where the golden light shimmered with an almost tangible brilliance, a magnificent spectacle to behold. Within the golden light of the pagoda sat a figure, hands clasped in reverence, softly reciting, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." Chapter 76. The unyielding golden body, an elderly monk, draped in a crimson and gold robe, sat cross-legged, resembling a golden Buddha. Gradually, he rose and descended from the pagoda. Each step he took seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, as if he were not a mere mortal, but a statue crafted from adamant and rock. The entire North Pagoda radiated with a luminous aura, as the old monk walked forth from the divine light, akin to a Buddha descending to the mortal realm, journeying towards the Western paradise. Song Guangguan, taken aback, murmured, "The Arhat has emerged from the pagoda." The monk's skin shimmered with a faint golden hue, each step causing the ground to tremble, waves of vital energy rippling outward. The Tianlan sword behind Su Beiyu responded to this energy, vibrating incessantly. As the old monk advanced, the Buddha's light expanded with his every movement. And in the blink of an eye, the area before the North Pagoda transformed into a realm of golden glass. Song Guangguan, forcing himself to focus, stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Beiyu, whispering, "This man is Master Yuan Yu of the Buddhist sect, the head of the Arhat Hall, possessing cultivation akin to that of a terrestrial immortal at the 10th level. He does not pursue the appearances of the law, but instead perfects his golden body." The sect leader remarked that he is as heavy as a mountain, steadfast as a mountain, rarely manifesting in the world. "I wonder what brings him forth today." As they stood approximately 10 zhang away, the old monk suddenly halted, and with him as the center, the golden glass realm swiftly expanded, intending to envelop Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan. At that very moment, a sword descended from the heavens, like a comet streaking across the sky, trailing a blinding radiance as it plunged into the ground mere feet before Su Beiyu. This sword acted like a stabilizing needle, abruptly calming the once turbulent golden glass Buddha light, halting its advance. Observing this, the old monk gently shook his head, hands clasped in respect, and addressed Su Beiyu. "Amitabha, I sense a connection between you and the Buddha. Would you care to study the Dharma with me?" Su Beiyu, taken aback, quickly shook his head. "Master, you jest. I already have a mentor." The monk inquired, "The sword sect?" Su Beiyu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the sword embedded in the ground before Su Beiyu began to tremble violently. The old monk's expression remained impassive as he diverted his gaze from Su Beiyu, noticing a figure emerging from behind them. The newcomer, with flowing white hair and clad in black, bore a sword sheath on his back. Though the sword was concealed within the sheath, to the old monk, it emanated a formidable sword energy reaching towards the heavens. He approached Su Beiyu and grasped the quivering Xianming sword. Without any visible motion, the overwhelming Buddha light dissipated in an instant. The old monk sighed. The sword sect's leader, Gongsun Zhongmo. Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed the Xianming sword and replied with a faint smile, Master Yuanyu, perhaps you have overstepped your bounds? The old monk's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, retreating 3 steps to regard Gongsun Zhongmo from a distance. He then glanced at Su Beiyu, slowly articulating, So, it is the esteemed disciple of Gongsun. I have indeed been remiss. Gongsun Zhongmo, still smiling, spoke with a slightly colder tone. I fear it is not merely a lapse, but rather an earnest attempt to deceive me into believing that the sword sect lacks formidable practitioners. He abruptly stepped forward, and from the point of his landing, a wave of sword energy rippled outward. The venerable monk, cloaked in resplendent golden robes, disregarded the sword energy unleashed by Gongsun Zhongmo. Closing his eyes and placing his palms together in a gesture of prayer, standing resolutely still. In the next moment, the monk's robe billowed backward. Yet his form remained steadfast. The sword energy, potent enough to cleave an ordinary ghostly immortal in twain, left not the slightest trace upon the monk. Su Beiyu inhaled softly. Was this the legendary indomitable body of the Vajra? The purity and hardness of his corporeal form likely surpassed many treasured weapons. If the sword sect represents the sharpest spear of the age, then the Buddhist order embodies the most impregnable shield, ultimately. The resolution of this conflict hinges upon the cultivation levels of both parties, making it impossible for the weak to triumph over the strong. The monk once more joined his hands in prayer and bowed his head, stating, This humble monk harbors no desire to contend with Master Gongsun. Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily and unleashed a torrent of sword energy, declaring, I seek to comprehend how the Buddhist golden body remains undefeated. It is but a single strike. The sword energy ascended relentlessly, reaching the heavens before cascading down like the Milky Way. The monk softly chanted a Buddhist incantation, causing a golden radiance to envelop him, akin to a Buddha standing amidst the cosmos. Atop the North Tower, 2 observers watched the unfolding spectacle. Among them, a tall young man clad in a black brocade robe, adorned with a tiger head belt and wearing jade-inlaid iron boots, bore the typical features of a northern dweller, his expression austere yet shadowed by an undeniable gloom. While many northern folk are robust, this young man's stature was above average. However, beside him stood a slightly older figure, towering nearly 10 feet tall, resembling an iron tower and drawing considerable attention. The young man rested a hand upon the golden-lit windowsill and softly inquired, Jabo, who do you believe will prevail? Gongsun Zhongmo or Master Yuanyu? The tall man, named Jabo, pondered briefly before responding, Your Highness, if neither employs the extermination of immortals nor the Buddha's relics, but instead relies solely on their realms, the odds of victory would be approximately 6-4 in favor of Gongsun Zhongmo. Your Highness, he continued, in the traditionally rigid court of the Great Qi, only princes, dukes, princesses, and those of equivalent status may bear such titles. In Liaozhou, the only one entitled to call you Your Highness is Mu Tongji, the foreign prince of the Great Qi. Though Mu Tongji had faced repeated defeats in court, his progress in cultivation was remarkable, and he could be considered a figure of celestial potential. At merely 30 years of age, he had already attained the realm of earth immortals, wielding Buddhist Vajra powers that rivaled those of ordinary Buddhist monks. As for Jabo, standing beside Mu Tongji, he was no ordinary individual, but rather a left commander of the northeastern border army. Despite the northeastern forces suffering setbacks due to the influence of the Liao King, their might had diminished over the years. Ranking lower among the major border armies, they remained one of the most elite fighting forces of the Great Qi, only slightly less formidable in comparison to the other prominent military factions. Regarding the answer from Jabo, Mu Tongji remained non-committal, lightly chuckling. My cultivation is inferior to yours, and even more so to those 2 formidable masters beneath the tower who have already ascended past the 10th level. As for the outcome of this confrontation, I, standing at the first tier of the earth immortal realm, cannot discern. However, I am well aware of human nature. Gongsun Zhongmo, seizing this opportunity to act, is not born from any animosity with the Buddhist sect, nor from indignation over trivial matters. It is ultimately a display for my benefit. Previously, our relationship was merely superficial, laden with pleasantries, but now, as we seek a deeper alliance, it is natural that genuine prowess must be demonstrated. Since he dares to make a move, he must possess absolute confidence. Indeed, Mu Tongji has faced repeated defeats in the court, but these losses were not due to a lack of cunning or skill on his part, nor from being an incorrigible wastrel. Rather, it was because his adversaries were the current emperor, the chief counselor Lan Yu, and the grand commander Wei Jin, opponents of formidable strength, rendering him blameless in the conflict. Jabo replied solemnly, Your Highness speaks truthfully. It is my oversight. Mu Tongji mused, The Demon Suppression Hall is burdened by three major threats. The foremost is Qing Chun, a celestial being who has wrestled with the leaders of the Taoist sect. The second is Murong Xianin, who presides over the Xuanjiao, known for his secretive maneuvers and astonishing feats, and has recently maintained close ties with the King of the North. The third threat is Gongsun Zhongmo, a man of wide acquaintance who has dedicated himself to the revival of the Sword sect and has recently defeated the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. Of these three individuals, who would not desire to enlist them? Should they sincerely pledge allegiance, even the leaders of the Taoist sect might overlook past grievances. Unfortunately, our temple in the northeast is too small, and these three deities are far too grand to be accommodated. We can only offer our prayers, hoping they might manifest in our time of need. Jia Bo chuckled. His Majesty is also tempted. Mu Tongji sighed, remaining silent. Suddenly, Jia Bo's expression changed drastically. The torrent of sword energy cascading down from the heavens had finally reached the ground. The golden form of Master Yuan Yue stood unwavering amidst the onslaught of sword energy. Yet the ground beneath him fractured inch by inch, and he was thrust deep into the earth, hundreds of feet below. After a moment of silence, Mu Tongji turned and descended the tower. The outcome of life and death remained uncertain, yet the victor was clear. Chapter 77. The sound of bells and the feast beyond the dark corridor. Mu Tongji descended the north tower with Jia Bo, smiling as he clasped his hands. Mr. Gongsun, it has been a long time. How have you been? Gongsun Zhongmo addressed the matter directly. I had initially thought to ride the coattails of the victory in the Battle of Jilu City without much effort. But it seems that His Highness the King of Liao is rather insistent on witnessing my abilities firsthand. Very well. I shall seize this opportunity to experience the Buddhist sect's undefeated golden body. With a surge of golden light, Master Yuan Yue's form slowly rose from the deep pit. Hands clasped in reverence. Master Gongsun, your skills are commendable. I humbly bow to your prowess. The shadow in Mu Tongji's eyes flickered away, and he responded with a gentle smile. I have prepared a welcoming feast for Mr. Gongsun. I hope you will honor us with your presence. Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a simple smile of agreement. However, Master Yuan Yue, due to his duty of guarding the North Tower, could not leave and did not follow them. The banquet was set in the residence of the Liao Prince, not in the contemporary style of round-table dining, but rather in an ancient tradition of individual servings, with each guest seated at their own small table, kneeling in reverence. Attendants, adorned in exquisite attire, flanked the tables, pouring wine from white jade vessels and serving dishes with ivory chopsticks. Musicians filled the space with melodies, while dancers performed in the center to elevate the atmosphere. Setting aside the opulence of the Liao Prince's abode, the grandeur befitting a noble household indeed broadened Su Beiyu's horizons. The two attendants beside him had clearly invested thought into their appearance, dressed in flowing sleeves reminiscent of Jiangnan maidens, their heads adorned with ruby and jade hairpieces. Each time they served wine or food, they gracefully swept their sleeves, evoking an air of elegance that would lead one to mistake them for the daughters of ordinary officials rather than servants of the Liao Prince. Having never ventured into the upper echelons of society, Su Beiyu felt a sense of reverence for this meal. For he was in the presence of a prince of the Great Qi, one of the few who nominally governed the three northeastern provinces. His master, Gongsun Zhongmo, possessed the stature to sit alongside such figures, but Su Beiyu did not. The conversation at the table largely revolved around the Liao Prince and Gongsun Zhongmo, with Su Beiyu occasionally included, yet he felt no sense of neglect. In truth, Mu Tongji was already extending considerable courtesy to him. Had he not been designated as Gongsun Zhongmo's successor, a youth of his standing would not have been afforded the privilege of sharing such a table. Opposite Su Beiyu sat the northeastern military commander, Jia Bo, a man in the prime of life, between 40 and 50 years of age. Possessing a formidable stature and a serious demeanor, typical of those hailing from the northeastern military ranks. Throughout the banquet, Jia Bo appeared silent. Yet he was keenly observant of Su Beiyu, who, despite feeling a tumult of emotions, maintained an impassive expression. Both Mu Tongji and Jia Bo occupied ambiguous roles as neither foes nor allies. Su Beiyu was no longer the vagabond struggling for survival in Danxiao village. He now bore the title of the Sword sect's young master, with a Sword Immortal as his master and a mentor who had once contended with the formidable Lan Yu. Surrounded by the 12 swords of the Sword sect and clad in recently acquired finery, he had attendants of his own. In every circumstance, he understood the necessity of composure. The dancers performed the ancient dance Yunmin, which, alongside Xianqi, Dasha, Daxia, Dahu, and Dao, comprised the 6 classical dances. As the dancers glided gracefully, they showcased the exquisite beauty of the female form. After witnessing the performance of Yunmin, An inexplicable thought crossed Su Beiyu's mind. How splendid it would be to encounter again the lady clad in purplish silk, sharing in the joy of dance and wine. Yet, her image flickered away, leaving only a faint ripple of bittersweet longing in his heart. With a self-deprecating smile, he raised his cup and drank deeply. The banquet continued until the late hours of the night. Once it concluded, Gongsun Zhongmo and Mu Tongji retreated to the study, while Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan were escorted by a steward down a long, secluded corridor toward the guest quarters of the side courtyard. Although designated as a side courtyard, it surpassed the main halls of many affluent households in elegance. At the far end of an endless corridor, the ebony pillars stand in unwavering alignment, forming a straight line no matter the angle of observation. Between these columns, crimson lanterns are suspended in rows, casting a scarlet glow upon the polished black surface, intertwining red and black to deepen the courtyard's mystery. This scene momentarily stirs Su Beiyu's emotions. The corridor mirrors the path he currently treads, where red symbolizes blood and black signifies an unseen future devoid of light. Together, they depict a journey fraught with hardship and sacrifice. The horizon is obscured, much like his uncertainty regarding how far he must travel to finally part the clouds and reveal the moon. Following Gongsun Zhongmo in the revival of the sword sect has liberated him from his former lowly status, propelling him into another realm. Yet, it has also ensnared him on a path of no return, where the towering presence of the Tao sect looms like an insurmountable mountain, blocking all illumination. Even with a master guiding him, he knows that one day he must forge ahead alone. He understands that this mountain obstructs all brightness, leaving his path awash in shades of black and red, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Should he continue, he risks being crushed by this mountain or mustering the strength to topple it. Alternatively, he could retreat, clinging to a meager existence. In a moment of abstraction, it seems as if two paths diverge beneath his feet, stretching further apart with each step. After a brief silence, he resolutely steps onto the intertwined path of black and red. To hesitate in such matters would not be in keeping with his character. Beside him, Song Guangguan feels less affected. She gazes at Su Beiyu, clad in dark red inner robes and a black patterned outer garment, finding a peculiar harmony between him and this residence. She muses that if he were to acquire such a home in the future, it would be splendid. Perhaps it is fate, for from their very first encounter, Song Guangguan has felt an inexplicable connection to this young master, sensing that he is destined to inherit the mantle of leadership, not merely because he is favored by the sect master, but due to an extraordinary aura about him that transcends her limited vocabulary. It was only much later that she stumbled upon the phrase she had longed to articulate. In times of great significance, one must maintain a tranquil spirit. Do not doubt that today's wisdom is rooted in the ancients. As for the steward leading them, he is no ordinary individual. The Liao Wangfu boasts two chief stewards. One resides in the capital, overseeing that branch of the estate, while the other, the one before them, manages the Liao Wangfu in Liaozhou. Though this is merely a secondary residence, it harbors profound mysteries, particularly within this corridor, which has been meticulously arranged by a master. The pillars and lanterns serve as focal points, forming a narrow formation that affects not the cultivator's prowess, but the visitor's state of mind. Those who neglect the heart in their cultivation may find themselves momentarily disoriented within this arrangement, unable to access the guest rooms and forced to seek alternative accommodations. What astonishes this chief steward is that, aside from a fleeting moment of distraction upon his arrival, Su Beiyu has exhibited no signs of confusion throughout their journey. This secondary residence is named King Lianju, exclusively hosting distinguished guests. Over the years, it has welcomed a myriad of visitors, including those from the Tao sect, eminent Buddhist monks, renowned Confucian scholars, and military leaders, totaling nearly 100 illustrious figures. Among the more than 100 individuals, excluding those already possessing the cultivation of an earth immortal, only a handful remained entirely unaffected. This young man, who had yet to step into even the first grade of cultivation, exhibited such remarkable composure. It is often said that the sons of prime ministers start as seventh-rank officials, and even the steward of a prince should ideally hold a third-rank position. The seasoned steward, accustomed to the tempests of life, could not help but reassess Su Beiyu with newfound seriousness, committing to memory a name that might one day resonate throughout the realm. He walked ahead in silence, reminiscing about the illustrious figures who had traversed this path before. In days of yore, King Wei, Shaojin, had journeyed to the northeast to persuade the old Prince Mu to surrender. The venerable Master Qiu Yi, who was not yet the headmaster, had walked this route. The Zen Master Qiu Yu of the Buddhist sect had also passed this way. The current Chancellor, Lan Yu, had traversed it as well. The most recent to walk this corridor was the Grand General Wei Jin. Each of these individuals was a true force capable of stirring the tides of destiny. And now the young man named Su Beiyu had also walked this path. Would he, in time, ascend to their heights? Chapter 78. Heartfelt conversations between master and disciple in the study. Mu Tongji sat opposite Gongsun Zhongmo. Soon, a knock was heard at the door. Mu Tongji softly spoke, "Enter." Clad in black and crimson, Su Beiyu pushed the door open, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, Prince of Liao, Master." At merely 30 years of age, Prince Mu Tongji was youthful and handsome, yet his demeanor resembled that of the elderly gentleman seated before him. In this regard, the two shared a poignant kinship, one bearing the weight of a sword sect long past its prime, the other shouldering a waning royal household. However, Gongsun Zhongmo possessed decades of experience, cultivating an unflappable serenity amidst life's vicissitudes, whereas Mu Tongji, still a youth, lacked such experience and had instead become the brooding prince of Liao under the weight of his burdens. Even Su Beiyu could discern the shadow of melancholy etched upon Mu Tongji's brow, revealing the heaviness of his thoughts and the weight he bore. It was not the countenance of longevity. Mu Tongji nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Though he did not overtly exude the graciousness expected of great figures, he was, in essence, not unlikable. Setting aside his princely identity, he was undoubtedly a meticulously cultivated scion of a prestigious family. Had circumstances been different, he might have been a dashing young gentleman, elegantly wielding a fan and charming the world. Alas, he was born into a royal family, bound by duty, and orphaned at a young age, forced to bear a burden that would crush most. However, with the cautionary tale of Duanmu Yu in mind, Su Beiyu regarded his peers of noble lineage with trepidation, and the Prince of Liao, a paragon among them, instilled in him a profound sense of caution. Gongsun Zhongmo sat nearby, watching with great interest as Su Beiyu conversed with the soon-to-be allied king of Liao. Su Beiyu was the successor he had chosen, and while Gongsun did not expect him to wield significant influence just yet, many matters needed to be set in motion. An intricate web of relationships rested solely upon Gongsun Zhongmo. If he were to vanish, those connections would sever. His current objective was to ensure Su Beiyu could seamlessly inherit this elaborate network he had meticulously woven throughout his life. The king of Liao was but one strand of this web, and it was unrealistic to expect Su Beiyu to confront him directly. The disparity was too great. This would serve merely as a trial for Su Beiyu. He was not oblivious to the hardships of the lower classes, being a scion of an esteemed family. Yet he lacked the insight into the upper echelons of society. Such knowledge could not be imparted solely through words. It required lived experience. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled softly. "King of Liao, you are both still young. The road ahead stretches long before you. This world may belong to us elders today, but tomorrow it will be yours." Mu Tong remained silent, reflecting on Gongsun's subtly pointed remarks, which bore the tone of an elder, although it might have seemed a tad excessive. Upon closer examination, Gongsun Zhongmo and her mother belonged to the same generation, making it somewhat acceptable. As for Su Beiyu, though he currently displayed no obvious signs of greatness, his ability to catch Gongsun Zhongmo's discerning eye suggested he was not lacking in potential. Gongsun gestured towards Su Beiyu and spoke slowly. "The path with the king of Liao will be a long one, yet my own journey is nearing its end. Henceforth, he shall be the one to engage in these heart-wrenching discussions with his highness." Mu Tong replied calmly, "Mr. Gongsun, are you implying that you are entrusting him with future matters?" Gongsun Zhongmo sat upright, smiling as he responded. As one ages, thoughts inevitably turn to matters of legacy. You, having emerged from a prestigious family, understand the essence of what it means to belong to such a lineage. Whether noble or royal, at the core, it is all about family. In youth, one waits for the patriarch to pave the way. As a patriarch, one lays the path for their own offspring. This cycle continues through generations. The same applies to sections. When my revered mentor departed too soon, the sword sect fell into decline, and I suffered greatly. Thus, I am reluctant to allow my disciple to wander down the same arduous paths. Mu Tong chuckled softly, her tone imbued with a subtle grace nurtured within the royal household. "Mr. Gongsun, given your level of cultivation, is it not premature to discuss such matters?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a serene smile. "When it is time to let go, one must do so. While I still draw breath, it is prudent to correct any missteps, lest they lead to irreparable mistakes and regret." Mu Tong appeared somewhat incredulous. Having heard that Gongsun Zhongmo and the leader of the Taoist sect were of the same age and once youthful companions, however, their outlooks on life were starkly different. Gongsun Zhongmo dismissed the notion lightly. Age may be the same, yet destinies diverge. He is destined for the heavens, while I am bound to the earth. Su Beiyu remained composed, silent, and contemplative. The Buddha teaches that life encompasses 8 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, separation from the beloved, encounters with the hated, unfulfilled desires, and the inability to let go. Gongsun Zhongmo had endured a lifetime of tribulations, witnessing the downfall of his family, the death of his brother, the separation from his spouse, unfulfilled longings, and a lingering attachment to the sword sect. He had tasted every form of suffering. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, he would face yet another bout of enmity and resentment. Indeed, how bitter life can be. Nevertheless, as the sage once remarked, when heaven intends to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their will, toil their muscles, starve their flesh, leave them destitute, and disrupt their actions, so that they may cultivate perseverance and enhance their capabilities. It is precisely through these vicissitudes that the present-day Gongsun Zhongmo has emerged. He is no longer the lofty scion of a noble family, but rather a self-made man who has risen to challenge both the Taoist sect and the imperial court, securing a foothold in this world through sheer determination. Even now, clad in a tattered black robe, Gongsun Zhongmo exudes more authority than Su Beiyu, who is adorned in luxurious shoe brocade. This embodies the formidable aura forged by the passage of time and the trials of society. The profound discourse in the study continued until the third watch of the night, with Su Beiyu primarily listening, refraining from interjecting. Upon exiting the study, the master and disciple proceeded to King Lianzhu. As they traversed the lengthy dark corridor, Gongsun Zhongmo remarked slowly, "Do you not find this corridor somewhat peculiar? It is, in fact, a formation left by one of the three great monks of the past, Kongong. It's quite intriguing. Initially, I intended for you to join me in the study, but Mu Tongji disagreed. Thus, we made a wager. If you could traverse this corridor, Mu Tongji would permit you to enter the study. You did not disgrace me, and indeed surprised His Highness, the Liao Wang. As for Mu Tongji, whether one claims he is motivated solely by personal gain or harbors a strong utilitarian mindset, he undoubtedly has his principles and a bottom line, willing to bet and accept the outcomes. Wherein lies the essence of a man? It is not in the bedroom, but in the study. In his prime, Xiaoyu possessed three studies, namely the Wenyi study, the Yangshan study, and the Shoshin study. The Wenyi study was generally accessible to those of certain status, where Xiaoyu would convene discussions. The Yangshan study was much more private, only admitting a select few close confidants, while the Shoshin study was strictly off-limits to all but Xiaoyu himself, even excluding Lin Yinping. Thus, Mu Tongji's consent for you to enter his study today implicitly acknowledges your worth, although it is partly due to my influence. It also serves to build a foundation for future connections. Should there come a day when you truly succeed me, this early bond will hold significant weight." Su Beiyu nodded silently. Gongsun Zhongmo continued calmly, "Since we have reached this point, allow me to share some heartfelt words. When Mu Tongji inquired whether I was preparing for my final affairs, the truth is, it is both yes and no. At my age, I am nearing the twilight of my life, and the path ahead must be navigated by you alone. This journey is arduous and lengthy, perhaps even a lifetime's endeavor. To tread it with greater ease, one must possess resilience, a broad vision, and a depth of understanding. Among your peers, your composure is commendable. You can conceal your emotions well. What you lack, however, are insight and perspective. These are typically interdependent. Without insight, there can be no perspective. It is not sufficient for me to merely escort you around. Ultimately, apart from reading extensively and traveling widely, you must engage in deep contemplation and seek transformation. This is inherent. It cannot be forcibly acquired. Desiring to rise above the ordinary is commendable. However, I find it most irksome when young individuals speak of carefree existence and retreating to the mountains with frivolous notions. There has never existed a truly carefree soul in this world. To attain such freedom, one must first trample upon the circumstances of this world. Only then can one achieve true liberation." Su Beiyu nodded solemnly. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled, remarking on the myriad thresholds that exist within the hierarchy, from common folk and minor officials to county magistrates and provincial governors, extending to the 3 divisions of a state and the 6 ministries of the cabinet. Beyond them lie the military officials under the Grand Commander's office, the imperial relatives and influential families, and the eunuchs. The court may boast of 1,000,000 troops and 100,000 officials, which is no mere exaggeration. Thus, one must cultivate patience and persevere. In due time, one shall ascend, akin to stepping on the shoulders of others. Should there come a day when you find no one left to elevate you, then indeed, you will be among the elite. That evening, the master and disciple conversed for an extended period. Gongsun Zhongmo consumed 2 jars of wine, though his demeanor remained calm and composed. It could not conceal the profound solitude and melancholy of age. He even reflected on the nature of marriage, expressing with deep sentiment that one should marry a virtuous wife and take a concubine for love. If you aspire to achieve something significant, marrying wisely is paramount. The three major familial ties, paternal, maternal, and that of the wife, are crucial. Without parents, one cannot rely on paternal or maternal support. Thus, the wife's family becomes of utmost importance. As the saying goes, a solitary tree cannot stand alone. In his time, Xiao Yu rose to prominence precisely because he wed Lin Yuan's daughter, securing the necessary foundation for his ascent. Even the illustrious Xiao Emperor of the Qi was not exempt from such conventions. How could you be any different? Therefore, seek a wife who can provide support. Supportive women can be categorized into two types, those of personal merit and those of noble lineage. In general, if you hail from a prominent family, seek the former, otherwise, pursue the latter. Su Beiyu hesitated slightly and cautiously remarked, Master, I once encountered a woman riding a striking purple steed. Her background must be considerable. Even Duanmu you would appear diminished before her. Gongsun Zhongmo replied blandly. For one to make a scion of the Duanmu family Bao, she likely bears the surname Xiao and must belong to the legitimate line. Women of the Xiao family are formidable allies. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Many of these women possess deep cunning and profound intellect, making them challenging to navigate. It would not be an exaggeration to say they could devour one whole. As for you, to court a woman of the Xiao family at your current stage could lead to irreversible consequences. It is best to wait a few more years. Su Beiyu nodded affirmatively. I shall heed your guidance, master. Gongsun Zhongmo hesitated briefly, then placed a hand on Su Beiyu's shoulder and said gently, You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Your future is not confined to a singular hall of swords and spirit. The vast world holds treasures far more beautiful than any woman. Therefore, do not rush to make decisions. When it seems that there is no retreat, do not hastily burn your boats. Wait, take your time. Perhaps the path will reveal itself anew, bringing light where there was once darkness. Although Su Beiyu did not fully grasp why his master was imparting such profound wisdom today, he committed each word to memory with utmost seriousness. To speak candidly, the accolades bestowed upon him by others, addressing him as the young master of the sword sect, are ultimately rooted in the esteem of Gongsun Zhongmo. Without Gongsun Zhongmo, who would recognize Su Beiyu, Gongsun Zhongmo nurtured him, intending for him to shoulder the burdens of the future. Thus, it is incumbent upon Su Beiyu to embrace this responsibility. One cannot acquire skills without the willingness to bear the weight of one's actions. Subsequently, Gongsun Zhongmo recounted numerous tales of the past, some drawn from his own experiences, while others were anecdotes he had witnessed or heard. Among these narratives, one particularly resonated with Su Beiyu. In the imperial capital, where the aristocracy is abundant, a young nobleman, while galloping on horseback, accidentally struck and killed a man. If the deceased had been an ordinary citizen, the matter might have been dismissed. But he happened to be a scion of the Xiao clan, which complicated the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, the deceased bore the surname Xiao, rendering any attempt to downplay the incident futile, as the entire family could face repercussions. However, this young nobleman was resolute, armed only with a short blade. He ventured alone to the residence of the deceased. He first knelt and humbly acknowledged his fault. Then, before the spirit of the departed Xiao, he plunged the blade into his own abdomen, declaring that a life must be repaid with a life. Fortunately, there were numerous guests present to pay their respects, preventing the young nobleman from perishing in that moment. Following this dramatic display of self-sacrifice, Xiao Mo, the spokesperson for the collateral branches at the time, found it untenable to pursue the matter further. Consequently, a reconciliation was reached with the young nobleman's father, albeit at a cost to the noble family. However, this resolution was far preferable to the animosity that would arise from open conflict. This exemplifies the cunning and temperament of the gentry. After hearing this tale, Su Beiyu was left with a singular thought. Those who perceive the aristocracy as nothing more than frivolous and irresponsible scions are the true fools. The acumen and guile displayed by such individuals are not common among the general populace. In future dealings with these figures, one must exercise utmost caution and diligence. As dawn approached, Su Beiyu took his leave. Once he departed, Gongsun Zhongmo set aside his wine jug and sighed softly, lamenting, What a pity. If only I could have a son like that, the Gongsun family would not face a lack of successors. In a lavish chamber adorned with a splendid bed and a vibrant crimson coverlet, a scene of languid springtime splendor unfolded, accompanied by low, breathy sighs. This was the private chamber of the Prince of Liao. In this moment, the prince finally cast aside the veneer of decorum he maintained in public. His countenance twisted with a fierce intensity, devoid of any tenderness. He was vigorously urging on his companion beneath him, and this contest of passion endured for a considerable time. only concluding with the woman's high, melodious sigh. Mu Tang sat up, gently caressing the exquisite form beside him. Having grown up in the royal palace, he found that with age, a heavy pall of darkness began to envelop him. Eventually, this aura became burdensome not only for those around him, but for himself as well. To alleviate this weight, he gradually succumbed to the allure of women. As the foremost prince of Liao in the northeastern provinces, what kind of woman could he not procure? He held a particular fondness for those who were slightly older and possessed noble status. The more esteemed their lineage, the more exhilarated he became. The recently whipped Rosy Mare, known for being one of the most esteemed noble women in Liaozhou, had lived a life of indulgence and autonomy ever since her husband's demise, reveling in her independence within her estate. Yet, after being somewhat forcibly entangled with His Highness, the King of Liao, a few years prior, she cast aside her dignity and became a captive songbird for Mu Tangji, always at his beck and call, not out of fear of the royal power, but rather due to the profound loneliness that enveloped her. It must be said, regardless of one's status, human nature often succumbs to baseness. After Mu Tangji rose, the woman remained languidly reclined upon the bed, a silken quilt merely concealing her lower abdomen, revealing a mesmerizing expanse of fair skin. The woman, known as Feng, was no ordinary lady. She hailed from a prestigious lineage and later married a formidable general. After her husband's death, with her family as her backing and her own astute capabilities, she was not easily victimized, possessing both beauty and substance. Initially, Mu Tangji viewed her as a mere plaything. Yet over time, sentiments beyond mere amusement began to blossom, and he confided many intimate matters to her. Feng was aware of the arrival of Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu, particularly wary of Gongsun, as a woman raised amidst stringent decorum often fears those who defy conventions. Typically, officials and nobles follow discernible paths, yet the temperaments of such extraordinary individuals are notoriously unpredictable. Should a solitary immortal decide to sever one's head with a mere stroke, what use would it be to command 1,000,000 troops? Resting her elbows upon the quilt, she gazed at the man's silhouette and softly inquired, "Your Highness summoned me last night in haste. Have you encountered any discontent?" After sharing a bed for many years, Feng had gleaned some insight into Mu Tangji's character. Whenever he was troubled, he would summon her, unleashing his frustrations upon her without a shred of mercy. The last occasion had been when the Grand General Wei Jin, on a border inspection, used the pretext of dismissing several of the king's trusted generals, resulting in a night of torment for her, rendering her unable to rise the following day. Mu Tangji furrowed his brow and, with a hint of meaning, remarked, "Gongsun Zhongmo is aging, while Su Beiyu is too young. The transition is lacking." The woman, rolling over beneath the quilt, revealed yet another alluring sight. Gazing at the gauzy curtains above with a gentle tone, she suggested, "If that is the case, why not cease, Your Highness?" Mu Tangji scoffed lightly, dismissing her as a woman's perspective. With a soft chuckle, she slowly rose and nestled against his back, encircling her arms around his chest, drawing delicate circles upon his torso and murmuring sweetly, "I am but a humble woman. Your Highness, your humble woman." A glance from Mu Tangji ignited a smoldering fire within him once more. He swiftly turned and seized her cascading hair, forcefully pressing her head downward, his voice dark and menacing. "What I seek is not Gongsun Zhongmo, but the vast network behind him. If Su Beiyu can inherit this web, even if he stands on equal footing with me, I would accept it." The woman could only whimper, rendered speechless. After a brief moment, Mu Tangji's expression softened as she gently remarked, "I have just heard whispers from the demon suppression hall that the Taoist sect's leader is descending the mountain." The woman, who had been kneeling with her head bowed, suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. Chapter 80. Reminiscing on how to enter the imperial capital since her husband's passing. The Feng family had been compelled to step into the limelight. However, she was no naive woman confined to the depths of a secluded mansion. Moreover, after embarking on Mu Tangji's grand vessel, her horizons had broadened significantly. She understood well the weight that the title of the Taoist leader carried. To say the leader was descending was akin to proclaiming that His Majesty the Emperor was embarking on a southern tour, events capable of stirring countless souls. Feng harbored considerable confidence in Mu Tangji's connections, given the painstaking efforts of several generations. Mu Tangji's maternal grandfather, Mu Rinqi, and granduncle, Mu Guan, were illustrious figures in their own right. Mu Rinqi had once collaborated with the Emperor Xiao Lai of the Great Qi to effectively usurp control of the previous Greizheng court, with the Emperor serving as Chancellor and Mu Rinqi as the Chief Secretary, both holding noble titles in an era of great prominence. Although later, as the Xiao clan grew powerful and swept across the northern lands, the Mu family had to submit. They did not descend into the status of mere entertainers for the royal family, but but rather maintained a stronghold of their own. Following Mu Rinqi's death, his father, Chimei, married Mu Rinqi's daughter to inherit the noble title, ensuring the preservation of Liaozhou, Yuzhou, and Jinzhou. By the time it reached his generation, he reverted to the Mu surname alongside his mother. Yet, the princely house of Liaowang still bore the Mu name, while the territories of Jinzhou and Yuzhou had adopted the Shao surname. Despite this, the bonds forged by previous generations remained intact, particularly with the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, who was a close friend of Mu Tongji's father and regarded her as kin. The information gleaned from the Demon Suppression Hall ought to be credible. Could it be that this Taoist leader, who had not descended for over 30 years, was indeed making an exception this time? After a moment of intimacy, Mu Tongji regained her composure, resting her eyes in the woman's embrace, relishing the gentle kneading of her delicate hands. With a hint of regret, she said, "If Gongsun Zhongmo can weather this trial, then I shall sincerely strive for an alliance. However, should he falter, I cannot be deemed treacherous, for such is the nature of the world, and I too am ensnared within it." Feng remained silent, aware that some words were beyond her to voice. They sat together in quietude upon the resplendent bed, each lost in thought. At that moment, Mu Tongji shed her melancholic demeanor and the chill of nobility, resembling an innocent child. Time passed, and eventually, a faint light filtered into the room. Mu Tongji opened her eyes and, with Feng's assistance, began to don her garments. Adorned in a dragon robe and golden crown, with a jade belt and embroidered boots, the 7 eastern pearls on her coronet sparkled brilliantly. She gazed into the polished bronze mirror, transforming back into the princely figure of Liao Wang. Stepping through the door, she beheld the rising crimson sun, bathing in the autumnal morning glow, then closed her eyes and softly murmured, "How does one attain true freedom in life?" Meanwhile, within Qinglian residence, the early rising Su Beiyu was slowly practicing his swordplay, though it lacked vigor. Song Guangguan stood beside him, holding the sword sheath, quietly observing and occasionally offering corrections. After all, she was a formidable expert on the brink of the ghostly realm, more than capable of guiding someone who had yet to reach the first rank. After completing 108 sword strikes, Su Beiyu came to a halt, tossing the Tianlan sword into Song Guangguan's hands. He then retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands, shaking his head in admiration as he remarked, "This has truly been an eye-opener regarding the manners of noble families. Even donning a garment necessitates the service of 4 maids. It is no exaggeration to say that some signs of such families never wear their own clothes throughout their lives." Song Guangguan chuckled. The Liao royal family is somewhat lacking in comparison. The aristocrats in the imperial capital are the true connoisseurs of elegance. Su Beiyu returned the handkerchief to Song Guangguan and reclaimed his Tianlan sword, saying, "I must make a trip to the imperial capital one day, to witness the splendor of this land, renowned as the foremost in the realm." Song Guangguan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. In earlier days, the imperial capital was referred to as the Eastern Capital. When Emperor Shao departed from the Eastern Capital, he proclaimed, "If I were to become emperor one day, the Eastern Capital would be adorned in black armor." Indeed, Emperor Shao returned with an army of 100,000 black-armored troops, met with resounding cheers throughout the city. Furthermore, our sword sect's founder, Shangwan Xianxin, was once invited by the great Jing's Emperor Shun to the Eastern Capital to confront the 3 eminent Taoist figures, appearing as a dragon formed of myriad flying swords visible throughout the city. Should you ascend to the rank of a great Sword Immortal and return to the imperial capital, it would undoubtedly be a scene of overwhelming might and grandeur. Su Beiyu momentarily lost himself in thought, but soon smiled. "You simply know how to enchant me with sweet words. What great Sword Immortal entering the imperial capital? I shall focus on my sword practice." Song Guangguan's smile faded, her expression turning earnest as she replied, "I truly believe that one day, you will achieve that." Su Beiyu grasped the Tianlan sword, gently caressing its hilt, and chuckled. "Then I shall take your words as a good omen and await that day." Song Guangguan's face brightened again, though she fell silent. The reason she recounted these past tales to Su Beiyu was partly due to her genuine belief in his potential, but also out of concern for him. The imperial capital could no longer be described as a mere melange of characters. It was a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abounded. In the northwestern regions, Duanmu Yu was considered exceedingly formidable, yet upon reaching the imperial capital, he would merely rank as a member of the upper middle class among noble families. The cabinet, 6 ministries, and 9 ministers, the Grand Commander's office with its 5 military commanders, along with the royal family, noble clans, and various court offices, including the Dark Guard, the National Academy, the Astronomical Bureau, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and the Hamlin Academy, all contributed to an immense web of influence. In terms of practitioners, Anyone below the Ghost Immortal realm was relegated to the status of a mere gatekeeper. Even those who reached the Ghost Immortal level would only secure a position as a guest elder. It was not uncommon for the most distinguished families to have great patrons at the Earth Immortal level. This was the very heart of the court, comparable to the Taoist sect, not to mention the royal Shao family, which had governed the capital for many years. Even the Taoist sect's leader, revered as the best in the world, openly stated that if Emperor Shao were alive, he would not dare to enter the imperial capital. Akin to how the invincible Emperor Shao once hesitated to ascend the Taoist summit alone. In Song Guangguan's view, given Su Beiyou's current cultivation level, should he venture to the imperial capital, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to achieve renown or distinction. At best, he would merely scrape by, with the risk of being utterly overwhelmed. This was why she deliberately spoke in such a manner, hoping to dissuade Su Beiyou from the nascent ambitions he had just begun to entertain. Su Beiyou indeed reigned in his thoughts and began to silently cultivate the dragon and tiger technique. Song Guangguan stood at the side, gazing at the quietly operating energy mechanism of Su Beiyou. His face was unblemished, lacking the ruggedness often associated with the men of the Northwest. Yet it exuded an aura of vastness akin to the expansive landscapes of that region. Such a person appeared to possess an innate, generous spirit reminiscent of the boundless wilderness of the Northwest. It seemed destined that he would lead a long life. As for the distant glance she cast upon the Liao king, Mutangji, Song Guangguan perceived that his demeanor and temperament were woefully unworthy of his esteemed position. He would inevitably suffocate under the weight of his own limitations, a true embodiment of a short-lived existence. Song Guangguan prided herself on her ability to discern character. In her youth, after losing both parents and contemplating how to avoid starvation, a tall elder bearing a sword scabbard appeared before her, asking if she wished to follow him. After a moment's reflection, the young Song Guangguan nodded in agreement. This time, she had made the right choice. Following the man, known as Gongsun Zhongmo, she arrived at a secluded place where many other orphan girls resided. There were dozens of them, each wielding a wooden sword. Yet the daily rations were only sufficient for 10. To satiate their hunger, they had to defeat one another. After experiencing hunger for just one day, Song Guangguan never faced such deprivation again. Months later, she encountered the elder once more, who personally imparted the way of the sword to her. Eventually, she unraveled the elder's true identity, by which time she had become a swordswoman of the Sword Qi Ascendance Hall. Subsequently, under the command of the sect leader, she undertook numerous tasks, most of which involved taking lives. Nonetheless, she felt that her current circumstances were far superior to her previous precarious existence. She took great pride in her decision to follow the sect leader, pondering whether, had she not made that choice, she might now be a mere patch of grass atop an unmarked grave, perhaps even devoured by wild dogs long ago. Now, she had risen to become one of the 12 sword masters of the Sword Qi Ascendance Hall, while she occupied the last position. She was nonetheless ranked among the 36 swordsmen, thus qualifying for a place in the hierarchy. Upon first seeing Su Beiyou on the Shilong Prairie, she initially paid him little heed, but as time passed, her esteem for the young master grew, and she found him increasingly agreeable. She believed that one day, he would inherit the sect leader's position and elevate the sword sect to new heights. She had faith in her judgment. Chapter 81. The young woman named Xiao Jinan, after completing his daily routine, which primarily involved the practice of the 36 swords, supplemented by the techniques of the Longhu Dan Dao. Su Beiyou anticipated that in due time he would be able to absorb the divine intent of the Tsujia sword and step into the first-tier realm. Song Guangguan had been dispatched by Gongsun Zhongmo to connect with the sword sect disciples in Liaozhou, while Gongsun Zhongmo himself had gone to meet Mutangji. Left to his own devices, Su Beiyou ventured alone from Qinglian residence to the back garden of the royal palace, where he unexpectedly encountered a woman he could never have anticipated. Clad in a pale blue narrow-sleeved dress, draped with a lake-colored gauze robe, and adorned with aquamarine embroidered shoes, she strolled through the back garden of the Liao royal palace with her hands clasped behind her. The woman wore light makeup, her figure graceful, and her demeanor was remarkable. She exuded an air of calm and poise, embodying a tranquility that seemed impervious to the winds of fate. As she came into Su Beiyou's view, several clusters of daisies adorned the surroundings, creating a picturesque scene where beauty seamlessly merged with nature. Su Beiyou stood transfixed. Overwhelmed by a complex sense of nostalgia, he could not quite articulate. The woman, sensing his gaze, turned her head and, with a fleeting expression of surprise, smiled and inquired, "Su Beiyou?" Taking a deep breath, Su Beiyou gazed at the woman whose visage had lingered in his heart, yet remained elusive. He vividly recalled this was the first woman to extend kindness toward him. Although her benevolence carried an unconscious air of superiority, it had indelibly etched her image into the depths of his heart. Even though she resided there as a fleeting specter, he had often imagined her thus. Her tangible presence before him now instilled a sense of incredulity. Could it be that a woman, seemingly unattainable, had materialized right before his eyes? In the recesses of his mind lay an unspoken criterion. The measure of one's greatness hinged upon the ability to bring such a woman into one's home. After a considerable moment lost in reverie, Su Beiyu finally responded, "It is I." As the woman approached, she appraised him from head to toe, smiling as she remarked, "You've changed quite a bit in the few months since we last met. That robe made of shoe brocade must not be inexpensive. A young man should venture forth while he can. With each step, he ascends to greater heights." Su Beiyu smiled, suppressing the tumult within, and regained his usual composure, asking, "What brings you to Liaozhou?" She chuckled lightly, replying, "Is it fair that you men can roam freely while we women are confined to our homes? Such a notion is absurd. My journey this time is to explore the world. The northwest is my first destination. Following this, I will traverse the northeast and make my way south, completing my travels in Jiangbei before venturing to Jiangnan next year." Su Beiyu hesitated for a moment, but could not resist voicing his thoughts. "It seems your family is quite well off. Last time, you were accompanied by a young master from the Duanmu family, and now you are staying at the Prince of Liao's residence." The woman stepped closer, smiling. "Do not speak of me alone. You, too, have changed. Last time, you were but a wandering swordsman chasing after 100 taels of silver. And now you are a guest of the Prince of Liao. Does this mean you have found your master?" This was Su Beiyu's first opportunity to observe her features up close. Although they had been near before, her hood had obscured her face. Before him was a visage of unparalleled beauty, one that left him at a loss for words. Yet, it was her demeanor that truly captivated him, enough to overshadow her stunning looks. She exuded a proud yet restrained aura, seemingly distant without appearing cold. Her striking phoenix eyes added a touch of allure, while her slightly thin lips tempered this charm, rendering her both graceful and dignified. When her lips were pressed together, an unmistakable authority unique to women emanated from her. Among all the women Su Beiyu had encountered, none could rival her, particularly due to the unforgettable elegance she possessed. In her presence, Su Beiyu felt an uncharacteristic shyness and admitted, "I have found him." She smiled warmly and replied, "Then congratulations are in order." Su Beiyu fell silent for a moment before directly inquiring, "Miss, your surname is Xiao, is it not?" The woman paused slightly, a smile playing on her lips, and replied, "Do you perceive me to be of noble lineage?" Su Beiyu chuckled softly, offering no further comment. The woman continued with a hint of mockery, "In this world, there are many individuals of high status, yet they need not all bear the name Xiao. Take our current court for instance, the few who can enter the cabinet. Those with the title of general in the Grand General's office, as well as several from the Rights Supervisory Bureau and the Secret Guards, are all esteemed figures. If we also consider the ministers of the 6 ministries, the deputy ministers, the 9 ministers, and the aristocracy above the rank of earl, the so-called powerful are even more numerous. Furthermore, if we assess by rank, local officials above the 4th rank and court officials above the 3rd rank can be considered high-ranking. These individuals, however, do not all carry the surname Xiao." Su Beiyu responded, "Your words have certainly broadened my horizons. Yet, while these individuals wield significant power, how many can truly facilitate their daughters residing within the Prince of Liao's palace? Perhaps 1 in 10, if that." The woman clapped her hands in amusement. "You are correct. Although the Prince of Liao's fortunes have waned over the years, he is not someone to be trifled with lightly. If it were solely based on my status as a mere woman, Mu Tang would hardly deign to notice me. Even if he did, it would likely be with ulterior motives. However, out of respect for my father, this prince, despite any reluctance, must still extend proper hospitality to me. There are many in this world who do not share the surname Xiao, yet coincidentally, I truly am a Xiao." Su Beiyu remarked, "Ah, the Xiao surname, indeed. It is the most illustrious lineage in the realm." The woman offered no immediate response, instead taking a seat in a nearby pavilion. Her fingers, resembling jade, gently tapped upon the sleek black stone table as she mused, "Su Beiyu, what manner of person is your master? To deduce my surname, it is likely not your own skill, but rather your master's insight that has informed you. Might I be so fortunate as to meet such an extraordinary individual?" Su Beiyu, feeling a surge of respect as the woman effortlessly unveiled his thoughts, shook his head. "Whether or not you may meet him is not for me to decide. And I find it hard to believe you are unaware of my master's identity. After all, the commotion in Julu City was quite significant, and with Xiao Mo's involvement, your family must be well aware." The woman cast him a teasing glance and replied softly, "Gong Sun Zhongmo, the leader of the sword sect, I am certainly aware of. However, as to what kind of person he is, I cannot say. Perhaps some elders might know. But hearing about someone is never as enlightening as meeting them in person and engaging with them directly. Su Beiyu remained noncommittal. He undeniably held a favorable impression of the woman before him, yet he was not so foolish as to be blinded by desire. He was acutely aware of the caution his master had recently imparted. The women of the Shao family are profoundly perceptive, and one misstep could lead to manipulation. Naturally, this instilled a sense of wariness in Su Beiyu. However, were she to approach him under a different pretext, perhaps as his wife, he would be inclined to acquiesce without hesitation. Seeing Su Beiyu in silence, the woman, with a flicker of thought, swiftly grasped the situation. She remained neither vexed nor angry, her smile unwavering. Since it was inconvenient, she decided to postpone their conversation for another day. While Su Beiyu felt a sense of relief, he also experienced an indescribable pang of regret. As the woman turned to leave, he, almost instinctively, called out to her. She halted, turned around, and with a subtle smile, inquired, "What is it? Have you come to a realization?" Su Beiyu shook his head, a shadow of melancholy crossing his heart. This woman from the esteemed Shao family, though not dismissive of him, did not regard him with the same weight as Ji Yun or Song Guangguan, leaving Su Beiyu with a profound sense of helplessness. Reminiscent of when he faced that third-tier shadow guard alone at Chonglong Temple. Gazing at her every smile and frown, he momentarily felt disoriented. Yet he mustered the courage to ask the question he had long harbored. "May I inquire your name, fair maiden?" The woman paused, momentarily taken aback, then beamed a radiant smile. This smile transformed Su Beiyu's fleeting confusion into a deeper enchantment. After a brief moment, she composed herself and responded gently, "I am Xiao Jinan," with Xiao as in the grass, Ji meaning knowledge, and Nan referring to the south of Jiangnan. This name would undoubtedly etch itself into Su Beiyu's memory for a lifetime. However, contemplating the vast chasm between them, he felt a mix of frustration and impotence. Despite her high status, which did not lead her to underestimate him, the distance between them was insurmountable. Su Beiyu yearned to marry such a woman, but even if she were willing, there loomed the formidable presence of her father. A towering obstacle, not to mention that she had yet to exhibit any sign of romantic interest. This woman, accustomed to the grandest of spectacles, hailed from one of the most illustrious families, her pride and aloofness deeply ingrained. To those unaware of her true nature, she appeared approachable. Yet she remained impervious to the flattery of all men, unmoved by the winds of adulation. Su Beiyu could scarcely fathom what extraordinary individual could tame such a remarkable being. After introducing herself, Xiao Jinan showed no intention of departing and softly continued. "The ancient battlefield we visited last time was the site of the fierce conflict between the Northwest and Northeast armies. In that battle, the Shao clan of the Northwest nearly faced annihilation, while the Northeast Mu clan ultimately met their downfall at Zihiyuan. Following this clash, the Northeast Mu clan lost their ability to vie for power, retreating to their corner of the Northeast, watching helplessly as the Northwest Shao clan surged into the realm, sweeping across the land. In recent years, the Mu family has seen a decline, no longer matching the former glory they once held in opposition to the Shao clan." Su Beiyu, puzzled, inquired, "What are you implying?" Xiao Jinan replied softly, "The Mu family is unwilling to accept their fate. They refuse to sit idle while the Shao family gradually consumes them. Thus, when they still possess enough resources, they will choose to fight valiantly, striving for a resurgence of their former glory, or if defeated, they will meet their end with great fervor." Su Beiyu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you suggesting that the Mu family will retaliate, and that we, as master and disciple, are playing with fire?" Xiao Jinan smiled, turning away with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the lake beyond the pavilion. "I find the phrase playing with fire rather distasteful," she remarked. "In this world, fortune is invariably sought amidst peril. Even the great Emperor Taizu achieved his splendid empire through repeated brushes with death. The extent of one's vision is determined by the height from which one observes. The emperor and the esteemed masters stand atop the pinnacle of society, surveying the world in its entirety, perceiving it as a chessboard where all things are mere pieces. Yet we, the small figures struggling within the mundane, lack such elevation and clarity, thus we can only strive to ascend. This journey yields three possible outcomes. One may reach the heights and become a figure of great stature, or remain a commonplace individual, or perhaps falter midway and plunge into an abyss from which there is no return." Xiao Jinan, inspired by her own reflections and perhaps the scarcity of kindred spirits on this journey, or perhaps moved by the indomitable spirit she saw in Su Beiyu, found herself speaking more freely than usual in his presence, to the point where she felt she may have overstepped the bounds of casual acquaintance. Su Beiyu listened intently, contemplating her words. Upon reflection, it truly is so, he acknowledged thoughtfully. Xiao Jinan's eyes sparkled. Her previously waning enthusiasm now surged. Su Beiyu, you possess great potential. Follow Gongsun Zhongmo diligently. Although the path may be fraught with difficulties, it is also a shortcut to the summit. As long as you do not stumble and fall into the abyss, I believe you will one day reach the pinnacle and behold the boundless beauty that lies above. My father once said that this world is never devoid of heroes and tyrants. What is lacking is a stage for them to display their talents. Hence, it is in chaotic times that heroes and tyrants emerge. Now, Gongsun Zhongmo has provided you with a platform. Do not squander his efforts. Su Beiyu was taken aback, pondering whether she was unaware of the nature of the endeavors shared by him and his master. Her demeanor was so light and encouraging. Could it be that intriguing women all possessed such depth? Seemingly divining his thoughts, Xiao Jinan clarified. The matters concerning you and your master are the concerns of the Dark Guards. I am merely a young woman awaiting marriage and do not involve myself in such affairs. Su Beiyu hesitated, words unformed on his lips. Xiao Jinan appeared to sense his unspoken words and waved her hand dismissively. No matter how vast the martial world, it pales in comparison to the realm of the state. When discussing the world, one cannot overlook the importance of the imperial court. I have said all I can. It is for you to navigate your own path henceforth. With that, she turned, hands still clasped behind her back, and walked away leisurely. Su Beiyu lingered for a while longer before returning to Qinglian residence. This residence, according to Mu Tongji's intentions, was originally meant for Xiao Jinan. Yet she had declined and instead chose to stay in the opposite Qingling residence. In Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu settled into a grand chair and casually opened a volume of the Taiping Huanyuji. The texts provided by Gongsun Zhongmo were diverse and multifaceted, encompassing esoteric matters of the cultivation world, geographical insights, and the intricacies of court conflicts, an all-encompassing compendium, not defined by precision but rather by its breadth. The illustrious Taiping Huanyuji, comprising a total of 200 volumes, stands as the tome that Su Beiyu has devoted the most time to reading. Each page bears his meticulous annotations and markings, though they may not rival the scholarly notes of the eminent masters. Nonetheless, for one of his age, such diligence is indeed commendable. Not long after, Song Guangguan returned, peering through the doorway to catch a glimpse of the young master engrossed in his reading before retreating. Su Beiyu, emulating his master's demeanor, let out a measured hum and approached. Stealthily, Song Guangguan entered the room, casting a quick glance at him before lowering her gaze and whispering, "Young master." Su Beiyu feigned sternness, inquiring, "Where have you been?" Clutching the hem of her garment, Song Guangguan replied, "The sect leader instructed me to make contact with the ghost Ding sword master, preparing to travel to the city of Liang in the near future." Su Beiyu merely acknowledged her with a hum, remaining silent. With her head bowed, Song Guangguan's eyes darted up slightly, and she tentatively asked, "Young master, have you encountered that individual today?" That individual? Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he replied gravely, "How do you know?" She spoke softly. "The sect leader mentioned that you would have an encounter of some significance today, which is why I was told to stay away. The sect leader also asked me to inform you that the court once had a covert organization known as Peony, tasked with the duties of surveillance and secret guards. If the sect leader's intuition is correct, Peony should now be under the control of the one at Qingling residence." Su Beiyu's demeanor softened slightly as he instinctively gazed towards Tianlan. The sight of it evoked memories of the elder who entrusted it to him, recalling that tumultuous summer. The cliff and the summer cicada. Although they shared a master-disciple bond, Su Beiyu had yet to grasp the full essence of his master, who harbored myriad secrets. Even if the elder were willing to impart knowledge, fully absorbing it would be an arduous journey for Su Beiyu, lost in contemplation of the Tianlan sword. His thoughts drifted far away. Song Guangguan quietly lifted her head, tilting it to observe him with an adorable expression. Meanwhile, within Qingling residence, Xiao Jinan reclined on a small rosewood lounge chair, her hands resting on her abdomen as she closed her eyes to meditate. A maid, dressed in attire befitting her role, knelt silently before her. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Jinan gradually opened her eyes and took a scroll from the maid, the ink still fresh. This scroll contained the past records of Gongsun Zhongmo and his companions, with Su Beiyu's information notably sparse, while Gongsun Zhongmo's was extensive. Yet, Xiao Jinan scarcely glanced at Gongsun Zhongmo's sections, her interest solely piqued by the brief mention of Su Beiyu. The scroll chronicled his journey from his emergence at Danxiao village to his departure from Jilu city, encapsulating a mere handful of words that sketched the image of a young man who had recently stepped out from a modest background. Closing the scroll, Xiao Jinan addressed the kneeling maid. "Inju, Send someone to Danxiao village to investigate Su Beiyou's past. Exercise caution. Do not alert the Demon Suppression Hall or the Shadow Guard. Please refrain from disturbing me this afternoon, as I wish to enjoy some solitude. As for the evening, if possible, I will extend an invitation to Su Beiyou for a discussion. With that, Xiao Jinan waved her hand dismissively. The maid, finally rising, retreated silently and unobtrusively. Gongsun Zhongmo merely informed Su Beiyou about the existence of a mysterious peony under the command of Xiao Zinan, neglecting to mention that Xiao Zinan also had 5 exceptionally beautiful handmaidens, namely Yingku, Qiuguang, Huaping, Qingluo, and Luiying. Chapter 83. The chrysanthemums yellow and crabs fat in the abundant autumn. As dusk fell, a woman dressed as a maid arrived at the entrance of Qinglian residence, seeking an audience with young Master Su. Upon seeing her, Song Guangguan's expression subtly shifted. She possessed a countenance that could only be described as enchanting, a beauty that would leave ordinary people in awe. More importantly, Song Guangguan had encountered her before, and they had once engaged in a confrontation, the outcome of which had left Song Guangguan utterly defeated. That encounter marked the first formal clash between Jianxi Lingkongtang and the peony, after which Song Guangguan became aware of the peony's existence. With a vigilant demeanor, Song Guangguan inquired, "What brings you here?" Xiao Zinan's 5 handmaidens, renowned for their breathtaking beauty, were named after Silver Candle, Autumn Light, Cold Painting Screen, Light Silk, and Flowing Fireflies, each tasked with various duties of attendance, protection, reconnaissance, and mundane affairs. Standing before Song Guangguan was Autumn Light, the most exquisite among Xiao Zinan's maidens. Recognizing Song Guangguan, she smiled, easing the tension. "Ah, it is you. There is no need for alarm. My master merely wishes to invite young Master Su to Qingling residence for a discussion, nothing more." Song Guangguan remained steadfast at the entrance, exhibiting no intention of allowing Autumn Light to enter. The two stood facing each other, and she stated directly, "Since it is your master's invitation, I shall inform young Master Su, but you must wait here first." Autumn Light narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled, affirming with a simple "all right." Disregarding her response, Song Guangguan turned and entered Qinglian residence. A short while later, in the study of Qinglian residence, Su Beiyou set down the Taiping Huanyuji, suppressing his surprise and striving to maintain a calm demeanor, inquiring, "You say Xiao Zinan wishes to invite me for a meeting?" Song Guangguan nodded, "Indeed. But I must advise you, this could be a subtle trap, akin to a hidden banquet. It may be best for you to refrain from attending." Su Beiyou hesitated internally, yet maintained a stoic expression, pondering. "A hidden banquet?" Song Guangguan, with sincerity etched on her face, nodded emphatically yes. Su Beiyou scrutinized her for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Guangguan, could it be that you do not wish for me to go?" A flutter of alarm coursed through Song Guangguan's heart, but she steadied herself, replying, "I am solely concerned for your well-being. The sun and moon can bear witness. Your suspicion truly saddens me." Su Beiyou chuckled lightly. "If that is the case, then please convey to that Miss Autumn Light that Su Beiyou will certainly honor the appointment." "Young master." Song Guangguan stomped her foot, reluctant, and let out a huff before turning to leave. Su Beiyou, bemused, shook his head and resumed reading the Taiping Huanyuji. It was no wonder they said a woman's thoughts ran as deep as the sea. Whether it was Song Guangguan or Xiao Zinan, he found them utterly inscrutable. In the evening twilight, Su Beiyou arrived at Qingling residence as promised. Awakening from slumber, Xiao Jinan, exuding an air of languor, donned casual attire, her long hair loosely tied with a silk ribbon. In contrast to her daytime elegance, she possessed a unique charm. Upon encountering Su Beiyou, she waved her hand and said, "Please, make yourself comfortable. Have you dined yet? If not, I invite you to join me." As she spoke, a maid presented a copper basin for hand washing, while another maid offered a white towel. After her familiar ablutions, a procession of maids entered, carrying a variety of delicacies, and soon the round table between them was adorned with a splendid array. One maid lifted the cover of a central glass dish, revealing 4 autumn female crabs, their shells golden and their flesh rich and enticing. Following this, another maid served the complete crab set. With a smile, Xiao Jinan remarked, "As the autumn breeze rises, the crabs become tempting and the chrysanthemums bloom, signaling the season's bounty. To miss out on crabs in autumn would be a grave oversight." Although these crabs are reared in the Liao Prince's residence, they offer a distinct flavor, quite different from those of Jiangnan Suzhou. Care to try? Su Beiyou nodded in agreement. Xiao Jinan, though not an expert connoisseur, approached the consumption of crabs with the grace of one well-trained since childhood, deftly tapping and peeling with precision. In contrast, Su Beiyou's attempts were rather clumsy. He resorted to striking the shell with a finger, shattering it, which, while yielding some crab meat, left him at a disadvantage compared to Xiao Jinan. After hastily finishing the crab meat, Su Beiyu's interest was piqued as he observed the woman opposite him savoring each bite, akin to admiring a masterpiece. For nearly half an hour, he watched her eat, discovering that dining could indeed be a visual delight, reminiscent of a dancer's grace accompanied by musicians. As Xiao Jinan concluded her meal, the table before her bore 2 lifelike crabs, their meat fully consumed, leaving only the shells, while Su Beiyu was left with a mere heap of fragments. After rinsing her mouth with a cup of tea, she gestured for the maids to withdraw and spoke in authentic imperial dialect. I consider myself a true native of the capital, with my ancestors sharing the same heritage. This city cultivates gourmets who appreciate the finest details in cuisine. Regardless of what one eats, it is imperative to understand the nuances, seasonal availability, historical significance, and various preparation methods. Take the crab set, for instance. To an ordinary person, it may seem superfluous, but for a true gourmet, it encapsulates the essence of crab consumption. Su Beiyu found himself somewhat perplexed by her words, yet Xiao Jinan offered no further clarification. Instead, she continued, "A genuine connoisseur indulges in all forms of life, what flies in the sky, runs on land, or swims in water, leaving no delicacy untouched. The crucial aspect is to master the art of consumption, for no delicacy in this world can compare to the allure of fame and fortune." Su Beiyu, are you not curious as to why a woman of the Xiao family, residing in the Liao prince's residence, keeps a close watch on Mu Tongji's every move? How can Mu Tongji possibly tolerate my presence? Su Beiyu hesitated momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Jinan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Mu Tongji's sentiments are well known. Not a secret by any means. The officials in the court are quite perceptive. To put it plainly, this is merely a game of chess, with each side's moves clearly visible to the other. There is only open strategy, no hidden schemes. Therefore, whether I know or not is inconsequential to the larger picture. And Mu Tongji will not take any action against me because of this. It must be acknowledged that this woman, having the authority over the peonies, possesses a status that is only one aspect of her power. What truly instills fear is her almost uncanny ability to perceive the human heart. Su Beiyu remained silent for a considerable time, fully digesting the woman's words before he finally spoke. "Miss Xiao, it is evident that you are a person of considerable experience. This level of insight is quite remarkable, even in a male-dominated court. To say it is remarkable is, in fact, quite simple." Xiao Jinan leaned back in her chair, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. "I have been fortunate enough to have a good upbringing. These notions have surrounded me since childhood, and after 20 years, understanding has come naturally. If you were in my position, you too would possess such insight." Su Beiyu shook his head with a smile. "You are being overly modest. Your perceptiveness far surpasses mine." Xiao Jinan, having grown up in the imperial capital, had encountered countless young talents over the years, yet few could receive the same treatment from Su Beiyu as she did. She laughed lightly. "Su Beiyu, let me speak candidly. In terms of family background, you are rather unfortunate, lacking a father in a position of power or a mother with a strong lineage to rely upon. However, while exceptional horses are common, true talent scouts are rare. In this regard, you are indeed fortunate to have attracted the attention of the renowned Gongsun Zhongmo. That is no ordinary stroke of luck." Xiao Jinan poured herself a cup of wine and asked, "Would you care for a drink?" Su Beiyu shook his head. Not wishing to press him, she raised her cup and drank it all in one go, softly stating, "In this vast sea of humanity, our encounter is but a fleeting chance, and to meet again after being strangers is a significant fate. Therefore, do not call me Miss Xiao. It feels unfamiliar. You calling me that seems awkward as well. Just call me Jinan, and I shall call you Beiyu. How does that sound?" Su Beiyu nodded in agreement while studying Xiao Jinan closely, realizing he had previously underestimated her. As she set down her wine cup, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, enhancing her beauty to an almost otherworldly degree. Suddenly, she asked, "Beiyu, Su Beiyu, confess honestly, do you harbor any improper thoughts towards me?" Su Beiyu was taken aback. Nearly rising from his chair, his expression shifted through various emotions before settling on a single word. "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" "I am asking you a question," she pressed. "Well, perhaps," he stammered. "What do you mean, perhaps?" "Su Beiyu, a man should have the demeanor of a man. Acting so coyly is unbecoming. A woman like you, possessing beauty that could topple nations, and with your family background, if one were to marry you, it would not be an exaggeration to say they would soar to great heights. More importantly, your keen insight allows you to be a wise partner at home, a source of inspiration, and a capable manager. What young man would not have other thoughts regarding you? To not have such thoughts would be quite unnatural, wouldn't it? Very well, but since you know my surname is Xiao, do you know which branch of the Xiao family I belong to? What kind of king is my father? Which noble family does my mother hail from? And what of my grandfather, uncle, and all those relatives, both close and distant? Do you have any inkling of their standing? Perhaps not, but one might speculate. This house is vast, and with it, the rules are formidable. The grandeur of my present circumstances is entirely due to the weight of the Shao name. Thus, I often find myself at the mercy of fate. After all, there is no principle in this world that grants without a price. One must yield as much as one receives. Do you comprehend what I say? You imply that you are not the master of your own marriage. Quite so. If you wish to wed me, given your current situation, it would be no less arduous than traversing the trials of 100 hardships. Among those obstacles, Duan Yu is but a minor player. So tell me, do you feel intimidated? To claim I am unafraid would be disingenuous. Fear and courage are two different matters. To be afraid does not preclude one from being brave. Your words are pleasing, Beiyu. You increasingly align with my sentiments. Were this still the past, and you the future head of the Gongsun clan and the young master of the sword sect, I would have gladly accepted your hand. Alas, those days have passed. The current sword sect is hardly more esteemed than a rat in the street, and the Gongsun family has been reduced to ashes. In contrast, the Shao family has ascended from a mere vassal to the ruling royal house of this realm. Our statuses are now worlds apart. To ascend from the ground to the heavens is a journey akin to the immortal's 18 levels. As the Taoist sage has said, it is no simple feat, Beiyu. If you aspire to uphold the Grand Sword Sect, you must possess the means to scale such heights. Similarly, if you wish to take me as your bride, you must navigate through those 81 trials. If you choose not to embark on this quest, that is also acceptable. I shall continue along my path while you tread yours, and our waters shall remain separate. This is a matter of stark clarity. Indeed, what other choice is there? Too hasty, perhaps. Time waits for no one. Speaking of which, with a Beiyu and a Jinan, are we not a fitting pair? If your Su were to be the Su Lin of Xia County, our matters would be nearly settled. Jinan, Shao Jinan, you great bodhisattva, yet you have already entwined yourself in cause and effect. Should you find yourself ensnared by fate in the future, do not blame others. This is a dialogue between the noble Shao Jinan and the remnant of the sword sect, Su Beiyu. Initially light-hearted and playful, the conversation gradually took on a more confrontational tone. Su Beiyu, unwilling to concede before a lady, found their discourse ensnared in an awkward impasse. Born of humble origins yet unwilling to accept such a fate, what could he do? Engage in battle? With fervor and a sword, carve out a place in the world? Alas, this is not an era where lives are as expendable as weeds, but rather a time of peace where heroes find no arena for their valor. Even if one might prove oneself in the moment, can one truly alter the course of this world? In the face of vastness, to rise above others, one must bow low to forge connections, to attach oneself, to ascend. During their second encounter, Shao Jinan initiated discussions about marriage, an absurdity that surely concealed ulterior motives. What schemes did she harbor? Su Beiyu chose not to delve deeply into her intentions. He merely recognized that Shao Jinan represented yet another shortcut to ascendancy. Akin to Gongsun Zhongmo before her, he was determined not to squander this opportunity, nor to become entirely subservient in their interactions. The struggle between men and women is a perpetual contest, with either the eastern wind triumphing over the western or vice versa. Ultimately, would Su Beiyu's northern wind prevail over Shao Jinan's southern breeze, or would the latter subdue the former? Perhaps they would merely cross paths without resolution. No one could ascertain the outcome. A grandmaster in Go, ranked 9 Dan, facing a novice, cannot engage in battle on the board without claiming victory. Su Beiyu's Buddhist-like rhetoric prompted a hearty laugh from Shao Jinan, who jested, "Are you suggesting we engage in a game? To be candid, our skills differ greatly. If I concede the initiative, it could be deemed a loss from the outset. However, even if I grant you the first move, what are your actual chances of winning?" At that moment, a slight smile graced Shao Jinan's lips, revealing a hint of noble demeanor as she gazed at Su Beiyu and remarked, "Talking strategy on paper is rather uninspiring. Shall we play a few games?" Su Beiyu's countenance grew solemn at the mention of Go. Shao Jinan, with a gentle laugh, continued, "Among the 36 swords, there exists one known as the Starry Array, which is derived from the principles of Go. Having studied under Master Gongsun, you must possess some understanding of this art, correct? Then let us proceed with Go." Su Beiyu nodded discreetly. Shao Jinan clapped her hands, and 3 maidens entered, each carrying black stones, white stones, and a Go board. The board, fashioned from fragrant wood, accompanied by white jade stones and black jade stones, was not a treasured artifact. Yet to the common folk, it represented an unattainable luxury. Leaning against the fragrant wood chair, Shao Jinan took the white stones. Pushing a jar of black stones towards Su Beiyu and softly instructed, "You may go first with black." Su Beiyu sat upright, picking up a black jade stone. After a moment of contemplation, he gently placed it on the board at the center point. Xiao Jinan observed the move, chuckling as she mused. The first move at the celestial point, either an exquisite tactic or sheer folly. As she spoke, she picked up a translucent white jade stone, twirling it delicately between her slender fingers. Su Beiyu could only claim a superficial understanding of Go. As for his rank, it was far beyond his grasp. His choice of the celestial point hinted at a desire to disregard convention, for adhering to the rules would likely lead to a collapse mid-game. With a crisp sound, Xiao Jinan made her move, placing a stone in a standard star position, indicative of a conventional strategy. Su Beiyu's expression transformed into one of calmness, his demeanor reverting to tranquility. His moves accelerated, embodying the sharpness of a 3-foot blade, imbued with a spirit of resolve and aggression, even at the risk of mutual destruction. Xiao Jinan remained composed, her chess style mirroring her character, unperturbed by the gusts of wind, steady and balanced, akin to a Taoist practitioner, embodying softness interwoven with strength. It appeared as though she was yielding under Su Beiyu's relentless advances, yet in truth, she concealed her prowess beneath a veneer of gentleness. In this match, Su Beiyu barely managed to endure the mid-game before his aggressive demeanor dissipated, transforming into a feeble resistance, leading to Xiao Jinan effortlessly dispatching his formidable dragon. Compelling him to concede defeat, Su Beiyu gazed at the remnants of the game for a considerable time and softly uttered, "Let us have another round." Xiao Jinan smiled faintly. Lifting her delicate chin, the two handmaidens standing beside her began collecting the black and white pieces into their respective jars. Qiu Guang, who had entered with the fragrant camphor wood board and had stood beside Xiao Jinan during the match, had remained silent. Yet her thoughts were not solely focused on the game. Instead, she scrutinized Su Beiyu with keen interest, her exquisite visage betraying a calm demeanor, lost in contemplation. Regarding her master's earlier audacious remarks, Qiu Guang paid them no heed. After all, her mistress had displayed such audacity countless times throughout her life. And this was but one more instance. However, she was intrigued by the peculiar qualities of this young man that could prompt her usually aloof mistress to gamble on him. Though her former master had indeed contemplated marrying off her mistress in recent years, it hardly seemed time to settle for any mere placeholder, especially one with ties to the remnants of the sword sect. Chapter 85. The final move in the opening game in the second round. Su Beiyu again took the black pieces and played first. This time, he eschewed the earlier strategy of pursuing a fierce mid-game confrontation and opted instead for a battle along the edges. His initial moves adhered to conventional wisdom. Watching from the sidelines, Qiu Guang felt a tinge of disappointment. Although she was a handmaiden, she had been raised like a noble young lady, enjoying the services of attendance and instruction from esteemed teachers, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In terms of chess prowess, she surpassed the other 4 handmaidens and was nearly on par with Xiao Jinan. To her, the previous game's opening at the celestial point held a certain thrilling quality. Despite the loss, it was meaningful. Yet in this round, with its conventional play, Su Beiyu not only lacked hope for victory, but also discarded any semblance of intrigue. Xiao Jinan gently tapped the board with her fingers and remarked, "This is rather dull. Last time, you were the aggressor while I defended. How about I take the offensive this time, and you defend?" She picked up a piece and placed it down delicately. In this match, Xiao Jinan's style underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from the subtlety of the previous game to a bold and relentless assault, refusing to yield an inch, engaging Su Beiyu in a fierce struggle at the edges. In this round, Xiao Jinan mirrored the ferocity of Su Beiyu from the last game, akin to a sword unsheathed, its cold glint formidable and unyielding. However, Su Beiyu lacked Xiao Jinan's ability to conceal his strength, and thus, by the mid-game, his position had thoroughly collapsed, leading him to concede once more. Xiao Jinan surveyed the board, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, and inquired, "Shall we continue?" Su Beiyu nodded. The board was reset by the 2 handmaidens. Su Beiyu then suggested, "How about you take the white pieces this time and play first?" The term zhuozi refers to the practice of placing 2 stones at the 4 corner star positions before a match, also known as shitzi, which can restrict the advantage of the first player and emphasizes the fierce battles of the mid-game. Xiao Jinan, with a calm demeanor, uttered a word of goodwill before making his first move. This time, Su Beiyu appeared solemn, deliberating slowly, with each step of contemplation taking increasingly longer. The match endured for a full hour, and Su Beiyu finally navigated through the mid-game phase. After 128 moves, Su Beiyu's black stones found themselves in a desperate struggle, while Xiao Jinan's white stones maintained their initial advantage. If Su Beiyu could devise a brilliant strategy at this juncture, a reversal might have been possible. Alas, he had exerted himself to the utmost, barely sustaining himself until the 180 moves mark, where Xiao Jinan confidently secured a commanding position and concluded the game. Su Beiyu, having suffered 3 consecutive defeats, calmly shook his head, gently toying with a cool black jade stone. Although he had anticipated Xiao Jinan's formidable skills, he had not expected to find himself devoid of any hope of victory. Even after exhausting all his efforts in the final match, Qiu Guang, observing the endgame, furrowed her brow. She was acutely aware of her master's prowess. She had never imagined Su Beiyu could contend with Xiao Jinan to the finishing stage in the 3rd game. Throughout history, there have always been prodigious young talents. Yet for someone like Su Beiyu, who seemingly had settled into a fixed pattern, to achieve such progress overnight was indeed astonishing. Xiao Jinan stretched lazily and remarked, "Your skills, guided by a renowned teacher, are commendable, yet your lack of earnest study and your mentor's insufficient instruction make your current level quite remarkable. Do not be disheartened. I began learning chess at 6 and had the guidance of 3 great masters. If I were to be bested by someone of your current standing, it would be an injustice, and my 3 masters would surely be infuriated." "Quite intriguing," Su Beiyu replied, setting down the black jade stone. Xiao Jinan shook his head, saying, "Intriguing, yet only to a limited extent. Regardless of the myriad transformations on the board, it remains ultimately lifeless. Compared to the grand game of the world, it falls woefully short. This is why great masters cannot become strategists on the grand chessboard of the realm, nor can they manipulate the tides of fate." Su Beiyu, mimicking Xiao Jinan's posture, leaned back against the chair and proposed, "In ancient times, it was customary to engage in 10 games. Let us, too, follow this tradition and play 3 today, reserving the remaining 7 for another time." Xiao Jinan nodded, gesturing for a few maidservants to withdraw. After Qiu Guang and 2 maidservants carried away the chessboard and stones, Xiao Jinan spoke, "In a few days, I shall depart from the northeast to Yanzhou, and from there, I will proceed to Qizhou." During the recent 3 matches, Su Beiyu experienced a significant revelation. He gradually acclimated to the noble aura of Xiao Jinan, maintaining an even temperament without the initial subservience or later confrontational fervor. He regarded her with a distant yet observant demeanor, calmly stating, "I may venture to the grasslands, or perhaps to Houbian." Su Beiyu's response did not surprise Xiao Jinan. She merely lamented with a hint of regret, "Then we are indeed on diverging paths." Su Beiyu chuckled softly, expressing that he was not like her, capable of standing alone, as he remained sheltered under his master's protection. This time, Xiao Jinan visited the Prince of Liao's residence, but did not encounter Gongsun Zhongmo, who could be deemed a figure from her grandfather's generation. However, from the descriptions in the records of the Peony and the Shadow Guard, she could envision the charisma of this master of the sword sect. Deep down, she held a certain aversion towards this astute elder, who starkly contrasted with Su Beiyu. He epitomized the ideal scion of a prominent family, much like herself, and coincidentally, they had both rendered nearly identical assessments of each other, deeply scheming. In the end, Xiao Jinan personally escorted Su Beiyu out of Qingling residence. The faint smile at their parting almost caused Su Beiyu, who had just managed to fortify his defenses, to falter once again. Upon returning to Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu removed his outer robe, seated himself in the study, and cradled a cup of clear tea. After savoring a sip, he murmured, "This Xiao Jinan is no simple character. Throughout the day, our 2 encounters were more exhausting than battling 12 wolf bandits, nearly akin to a life-and-death struggle." Beside him, Song Guangguan furrowed her brow and inquired, "What does this young lady from the Xiao family truly intend?" Su Beiyu paused for a moment in silence before shaking his head. "It remains unclear for now, but one can speculate. Consider why Xiao Mo would exert such effort to invite my master to Jilu City." Song Guangguan pondered. "The Prince of Lingwu seeks the sect master's assistance in Jilu City, primarily to utilize him against the Daoist sect's demon suppression hall, so that the sect master can restrain the hall, preventing the Daoist sect from attending to the matters of trade in Jilu City." Su Beiyu gently remarked, "Thus, I surmise that Xiao Jinan also wishes to leverage me to counterbalance a certain individual or event." Song Guangguan was taken aback. Su Beiyu reflected, "It is evident that Xiao Jinan is still indecisive. She is assessing me. Meanwhile, I too observe her, gauging the sincerity of the bait she has cast before determining whether to take the hook. One cannot deny, this woman herself is an irresistible bait for men." With a hint of mischief in her smile, Song Guangguan teased, "Does this imply that you have taken a liking to that noble lady?" Su Beiyu drained his cup of hot tea, savoring its lingering warmth and subtle bitterness. He candidly stated, "To claim I am infatuated is futile. It is she who must find me appealing." Song Guangguan hesitated before cautiously asking, "Is the sect master aware of this?" Su Beiyu sighed, "I inquired with my master, who merely advised me to wait and bide my time. though his words were not definitive. Song Guangguan continued, "What are your plans, then?" Su Beiyu replied, "There is little I can do. Her cultivation surpasses mine, and I cannot subdue her, at least not for now. I can only watch and wait for changes." Song Guangguan sighed, observing, "You are increasingly resembling the sect master, always weighing and deliberating. What once seemed a romantic affair, through your lens, has been reduced to the stench of mercantile calculations." Su Beiyu set down his now empty teacup, exhaling a deep sigh. For it is only through such means that one can ascend. Chapter 86. Her Highness Princess Xiao Jinan within the tranquil confines of Qingling residence. Xiao Jinan conveyed a similar sentiment to her devoted maid, Qiu Guang. At that moment, a maid entered the main hall with delicate steps, softly announcing, "My lady, there is a visitor." Xiao Jinan replied calmly, "Please, let them in." Shortly thereafter, an elderly man strode into the main hall of Qingling residence. The woman appeared to have anticipated the arrival of the elder, her expression as serene as water, and she gestured for the maids to withdraw. Once alone with the elder, he spoke slowly, "Xiao Jinan, the legitimate daughter of Emperor Xiao Xian of Deqi, the legitimate granddaughter of Emperor Xiao Yu, the illustrious princess of Deqi, now ranks 6th among the Xiao family, just after the current emperor, the crown prince, the prince of Wei, and the 2 grand princesses. As a noble of the imperial lineage, why must you entangle yourself with my inexperienced apprentice?" Xiao Jinan responded with tranquility. "It is the men of the Xiao family who wield the power of the realm, while we women, from my great-aunt to my aunt and myself, merely possess a noble title. How can we escape the confines of our gilded cage?" The elder inquired with calmness, setting aside the tales of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yui. "What of you, Xiao Jinan? You hold the peony. Does this not grant you considerable authority?" Xiao Jinan smiled gently. "It is but a handful of maidservants left to me by my grandmother. My father, reluctant to oppose her wishes, merely turns a blind eye." The elder chuckled lightly. "It seems Lin Yinping holds you in high regard." Xiao Jinan replied indifferently, "Perhaps my grandmother sees in me a reflection of herself." Gongsun Zhongmo spoke solemnly. In her days as a princess of the grassland court, Lin Yinping chose the unworthy Xiao Yu, and what was the outcome? Not only did she preserve the vast grasslands of the Lin family, but she also ascended to become the queen and empress of Deqi. Do you, Princess Xiao, aspire to follow in her footsteps? Xiao Jinan furrowed her brow slightly, saying, "Your words, Gongsun, are harsh." The elder, bearing a sword case, replied calmly, "In committing acts of great treason, one must naturally speak words that pierce the heart." Xiao Jinan's expression hardened, her lips pressed together in silence. Su Beiyu's skills were still budding, yet his master possessed considerable wisdom. Engaging in dialogue with such a cunning old fox was no longer as effortless as before. The elder's visage, marked by the passage of time, bore the weight of experience and cunning. He had once been an adversary to her grandfather, Xiao Yu, and had also clashed with the current master